The jade light waves faded as the greenery condensed into a red halo. Next, countless red halos emerged like stars in the night sky. They were blooming peach blossoms. The peach blossoms were extremely vibrant. Due to the intense winds, countless petals were flying around. The petals slowly gathered as they formed into human figures in the sky. This killer move is called Flowery Wind Warriors, friend. I would like to trouble you to control a part of them, Fang Dichang said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. After getting the authorization, he could also control the human-shaped flowers. As for the quantity, at Fang Yuan's first attempt, he controlled 12 flowery wind warriors. Oh? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with surprise. Every flowery wind warrior can be instilled with a killer move that would be unleashed upon self-detonating them when ready. You are very perceptive. This is the use of flowery wind warriors. Fang Dichang smiled as he said. Fang Yuan tried to use Immortal Killer Move Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immediately, he controlled a flowery wind warrior as it flew towards the top of Divine Beam Palace, self-detonating by itself. After detonating, waves of thought rocks crashed towards the ground. Divine Beam Palace did not move, but the 3 immemorial soul beasts were ignited with the flames of thoughts as their bodies shook. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He praised in amazement. The killer moves are unleashed almost as quickly as by ourselves. It not only fixes an immortal Gu House's weakness, it allows us to use the advantage of numbers without fear of expenditure. Many tactics need to be done carefully, but this move allows us to act rashly without consequences. While he said that, Fang Yuan moved a flowery wind warrior and rushed down, arriving at an immemorial soul beast. Immortal Killer Move, 180 Slaves. Once he used this move, the immemorial soul beast's body froze. It was attacked by a formless force. At the same time, another 3 flowery wind warriors descended, self-detonating into 3 immortal killer moves that blasted it into oblivion. But at the next moment, Divine Beam Palace flashed with green light. The immemorial soul beast that was injured rapidly healed as its injuries were not heavy to begin with. Difficult fight. Even with a unique move like Flowery Wind Warriors, Divine Beam Palace was too sturdy and firm in defense. The 3 immemorial soul beasts were like tough shields. Regardless of their attacks, the fortress was unmovable and did not shake. Fang Yuan had a lot of methods used. He did not use his true trump cards, but Fang Clan's Gu Immortals did not do anything significant either. The situation went into another deadlock. Fang Dichang's brows were furrowed. Peach Blossom Maze only had 3 variations. They had already used the second move, but there was no change in the situation. Divine Beam Palace's defense was too strong. Right when Fang Dichang was about to use the third move, Fang Yuan made his move. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. 3 flowery wind warriors exploded. Fang Yuan had instilled enslavement path killer move 180 slaves into all of them. All 3 moves exploded and landed on the winged black python immemorial soul beast. This immemorial soul beast was stiff like a statue. After a while, Fang Yuan shouted and it broke free from the enemy's control. It had been enslaved by Fang Yuan. The second immemorial soul beast was obtained. At once, both the enemy leader Qingyi as well as Fang Dichang were shocked. Divine Beam Palace was supporting these immemorial soul beasts with green armor. They had strong defenses and could heal instantly. It was hard for Fang Clan to advance. But Fang Yuan ignored all these and directly took away the immemorial soul beast's control. Friend, you have an amazing method, so enslavement path is the weakness of green armor vegetable garden. I hope you can continue to use the move. Fang Dichang changed his tone after pausing. We will definitely compensate you heavily. Qingyi snorted coldly. He actually made use of this weakness. It is a pity that they are not the Divine Beam soldiers produced in Divine Beam Palace. We can only use the Soul Beast army for now. If I was using the Divine Beam soldiers, how could they enslave it so easily? Inside Inquiry Doc, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I was just lucky. Earlier, I already used it to suppress 1 immemorial soul beast. This is the second one. I have reached my limits. To use it again, there will be a huge price to pay. I wonder. What compensation is Second Supreme Elder referring to? Fang Dichang's eyes drooped. He tried to conceal the sharp light in his eyes as he became furious. This Swan Bujin dares to extort me the moment he gets a chance. Pay a huge price? He means that he can use it again, but that will depend on the compensation that we give him. We have an alliance agreement. He cannot lie on this matter. But to think that we would be extorted by an outsider because our Fang clan lacks a strong enslavement path expert. Chapter 1524. Great Thief Immortal Gu. Even though Fan Dichang was furious, Divine Beam Palace was right in front of them. This was their goal for generations, they could not fail. And Fan Yuan's enslavement method was the best way to break the stalemate after all. Fan Dichang smiled. What compensation do you want, friend? As long as you tell me, we will do our best to fulfill it. Fan Yuan asked for what compensation he would get, but Fan Dichang flipped the question back at him. Fan Yuan laughed. Lord Fan is very straightforward. I am not greedy. I only want one rank 7 immortal Gu. Fan Yuan said this as he slowed down. His gaze flickered like he was embarrassed. Rank 7 immortal Gu! Fan Dichang's heart jumped. He got more angry, but his expression became sincere looking as he smiled. With your ability to suppress all the immemorial soul beasts, the contribution is enough for a rank 7 immortal Gu. If my clan can obtain Divine Beam Palace in the end, we will promise you another rank 7 immortal Gu. Fan Dichang not only agreed to Fan Yuan's request, he even added in more temptation. I am ashamed. Fan Yuan sighed deeply. I need to get this rank 7 immortal Gu now, otherwise I cannot make up my mind to pay that huge price and subdue the remaining immemorial soul beast. How can you be so impatient? You don't trust my Fan clan? A Fan clan Gu immortal could not control himself, he shouted loudly. Fan Yuan cupped his fists. Everyone, the price that I have to pay is too huge, my foundation will be heavily damaged. I can only make up my mind after getting the rank 7 immortal Gu. Fine, my inquiry doc has a method to communicate with the outside world. I will send over a rank 7 immortal Gu from our headquarters. This is our rank 7 treasury, pick one. Fan Dichang said as an information path Gu worm flew out of his sleeve. It was a rank 7 information path immortal Gu. It was rare to see such immortal Gu, Fan Yuan thought. It is hard for me to acquire information. An information path immortal Gu can help me gather information and find out many secrets. During rebirth, my past life's memories were tampered by heaven's will. There are traps in them. I cannot rely on these memories. During this period, I have been using Shadow Sect's inheritance for information, but these things would become obsolete over time. This rank 7 information path immortal Gu is quite useful for me. Fan Yuan received the information path immortal Gu and inspected it. There were 6 rank 7 immortal Gu listed in it. Fan clan has such deep foundations. They definitely have more than 6 rank 7 immortal Gu. Fan Dichang just hid those that he did not want me to take. Just these 6 immortal Gu made Fan Yuan feel dazzled. He was interested in each of these immortal Gu, because he had Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Any immortal Gu could be put to good use in his hands. But soon, when Fan Yuan saw one of the immortal Gu, his heart shook. He made up his mind and chose it. Rank 7 Great Thief Gu? Fan Dichang heard Fan Yuan's choice and was quite surprised. This was a Theft Path Immortal Gu, but Swan Bujin was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Fan Yuan did not explain, he did not need to. Fan Dichang displayed these rank 7 Immortal Gu, it meant that they were disposable to him. In the current situation, Fan clan was in a rush for time, not Fan Yuan. If they wanted to stall for time and not give him the Gu, Fan Yuan would just do nothing. Or, is he afraid I will use this chance to stall him, so he purposely gave me a random answer? When I reject him, he will give it up immediately? Fan Dichang guessed. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals simply had too many thoughts in their minds. Friend, you really want this immortal Gu? Fan Dichang confirmed again. Fan Yuan hesitated before answering. Yes, this Gu. Fan Dichang nodded. Alright, I will accept this request. Saying so, he used the killer move and retrieved this rank 7 immortal Gu from Fan clan's headquarters, transporting it into Inquiry Dock. The process was very fast. Fan Yuan soon obtained this Great Thief Gu. With Fan Dichang's help, he easily refined it. This Great Thief Immortal Gu was like a beetle with a flat head and long horn. It was the size of an adult. Its black exoskeleton had a metallic luster, giving off a tough feeling. Fan Yuan obtained this immortal Gu and felt secretly excited. My gains are simply too great. I am a Theft Path Great Grand Master now. I lack Theft Path Immortal Gu. To think that it would come to me now, this Great Thief Immortal Gu came at such great timing. Not only can it display my superiority in Theft Path, I can even start making use of ghostly concealment now. Fan Yuan had the Theft Path attainment level. It was very easy to create Theft Path Immortal Killer moves. And the most important one was ghostly concealment. This immortal killer move was created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable himself. It was a rank 9 killer move with incredible power. But all along, it had been relatively useless to Fan Yuan. Why? Even though it could protect Fan Yuan from the detection of ghosts and soul beasts, whenever he tried to use an immortal killer move, he would be exposed. Nobody could see a firecracker buried underground, but when it is ignited and explodes, people would sense it. Furthermore, ghostly concealment had been interfering with Ghost Soldier Garment, weakening it and limiting its effect. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence, it operated on its own. That was the ability of a Theft Path Supreme Grand Master. Only Supreme Grand Masters could surpass the limits and restrictions of this world to a certain extent. Fan Yuan was a Theft Path Great Grand Master, but he could not activate ghostly concealment himself. Even though he had a deeper understanding of it now, he still had many questions. But these questions could not stop him from making use of the active ghostly concealment. As for the way to use ghostly concealment, this rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo was the key to solving the problem. As long as I add in some mortal goo and spend some time, I will be able to draw out and use a portion of ghostly concealment's power. Bright light flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. But now, I need to get rid of the immemorial soul beasts. Fan Clan's patience is dwindling. Fan Yuan wanted to establish a relationship with Fan Clan in order to develop in Green Ghost Desert. He did not want to become enemies with them. Thus, within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he killed the 2 immemorial soul beasts that he had just subdued. These 2 immemorial soul beasts were hard to kill, but Fan Yuan had control over them. Not only would they not resist him, they would cooperate with him in their suicide. After dying, Fan Yuan obtained 2 huge soul cores. Rank 8 immortal materials, immemorial soul cores. This was very rare. If he was not in this situation, Fan Yuan would not have killed the 2 immemorial soul beasts. But there was no choice. 180 slaves relied on a huge number of soul beasts to work. Fan Yuan had a vast number of soul beasts, including desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But they could only help Fan Yuan control 2 immemorial desolate beasts. That was the limit. Now that Fan Yuan wanted to control more immemorial soul beasts, it was impossible. He had no choice but to kill these 2 immemorial soul beasts. This was the huge price that Fan Yuan had mentioned to Fang Dichang. He was not lying, it was the truth. Killing 2 rank 8 battle strength existences, was it not a huge price? However, after doing this, Fan Yuan used attitude goo and made himself shake as his face turned pale. Blood started flowing out of his mouth and nose. It seems that Swan Bujin was not lying, the method has a huge price to pay. At once, the Fan Clan Goo immortals who saw this felt better psychologically. Even though this is not good, the situation is very urgent, friend. I hope you can do your best. Fang Dichang urged. Of course I will do my best. Fan Yuan shouted, seemingly gathering his focus as he used 180 slaves on the flowery wind warriors again. After 3 tries, Fan Yuan succeeded in subduing the bull-body leopard-tail immemorial soul beast like what he did before. Guh. Fan Yuan opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His body could not stand firm, his face was pale as paper, devoid of any color. He almost fainted on the spot. Swan Bujin, be careful! Mind your health, we still need your help for the final immemorial soul beast. How are your injuries? I can heal you. Fan Clan's immortals spoke one after another. Don't worry, don't worry. Fan Yuan waved his hand, there was nothing to be worried about, he was acting. Fan Clan's Goo immortals heard his words as their anger dissipated. Next, Fan Yuan tried again and subdued the final immemorial soul beast. The truth was, he needed to thank Flowery Wind Warriors. If not for its ability to store killer moves and use multiple of them at once, how could Fan Yuan obtain the immemorial soul beasts? Chapter 1525. Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Thanks to Fan Yuan's skillful actions, the 2 final immemorial soul beasts guarding Divine Bean Palace were taken away and enslaved. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture lost 2 immemorial soul beasts, but 2 more came in. One had a bull body and leopard tail, while the other was a one-eyed giant. This Swan Bujin is truly a wisdom path Goo immortal. Our Fan Clan has been plotting for generations, but now, this outsider has gained huge benefits while we have yet to obtain Divine Bean Palace. Not only did he get a rank 7 immortal Goo from us, he even subdued 2 immemorial soul beasts, obtaining rank 8 battle strength. Fan Clan's Goo immortals had varying expressions. Fan Yuan's gains were too huge, even the 3rd Supreme Elder Fan Huaxing felt a little envious, not to mention the rest of the Goo immortals. But this was normal mentality. Fan Clan put in the most effort, but now, Fan Yuan the outsider had the biggest gains, while Fan Clan continued to invest in this. It was no wonder that Fan Clan's Gu immortals felt envious towards him. This Swan Bujin is very capable. He had a method to subdue immemorial soul beasts. But it is not a surprise, he was able to roam Green Ghost Desert, and gather a soul beast army after all. But why does he want Great Thief Immortal Gu? Does he have a theft path inheritance? This Great Thief Immortal Gu is one of the core Immortal Gu of Theft Path. It was created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally. An ancestor of Fan Clan had obtained it from a lone immortal by chance. How can our Fan Clan's Immortal Gu be so easy to obtain? How can we stop until we work this Swan Bujin to the bones? Fan Clan's second Supreme Elder Fan Dichang thought. He was about to speak but saw that after subduing the two immemorial soul beasts, Fan Yuan shut his eyes and sat down, pretending that he was gravely injured and needed to attend to his injuries. Friend Swan Bujin? Fan Dichang called out. Fan Yuan was silent. Friend Swan Bujin, how are your injuries? Fan Dichang's eyes shined with cold light. Fan Yuan was silent. It seems that you are gravely injured, why don't I help to heal you? Fan Dichang continued to pursue. Fan Yuan opened his eyes at this point, speaking in a hoarse and fatigued voice. No need to worry, friend, I am fine, I can suppress these two immemorial soul beasts. The important thing now is to take down Divine Beam Palace. This Divine Beam Palace has transformed drastically, it is stalling for time now, there must be a good reason. If you allow time to be wasted, something might happen. Since it is trapped in our Peach Blossom Maze, what could possibly happen? A Fan Clan Gu immortal snorted in disdain. Fan Dichang's eyes shone with cold light as he gazed at Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan gradually closed his eyes. This Swan Bujin is so shameless. I wanted to get him to attack Divine Beam Palace and probe for danger, but he actually acted like this. It is a pity that the alliance agreement did not give me the right to command him. The big picture is more important now. This Divine Beam Palace has been our goal for generations, we cannot lose it. Even as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fan Dichang had to ignore him for now. He continued to give orders as the three immortal Gu houses expended a huge amount of immortal essence, countless flower petals flew out like a storm. Within the rain of flowers, a large number of flowery wind warriors formed, controlled by Fan Clan's Gu immortals as they attacked Divine Beam Palace. Go and prove your loyalty now. Within Divine Beam Palace, Jinny had a cold expression as he commanded Eagle Concubine and Old Ghosts by June. The two looked at each other with great worry and difficulty. Eagle Concubine said grimly, with our strength, going out to fight will kill us. Please reconsider it, Lord Chinyi. Chinyi chuckled with a cold gaze. If you defy my orders, you will die now. If you go out, I will reinforce you, there is a hope of survival. As long as I subdue this legendary immemorial soul beast in time, I will reward you. You know who I am, I will not lie. Make your decision in 3 breaths of time. Chinyi was very forceful. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine had to obey his orders and go out of Divine Beam Palace, facing the flowery wind warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides fought near Divine Beam Palace heatedly. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were rank 7 Gu immortals. They were smarter than immemorial soul beasts. Especially when they were experienced demonic cultivators, they had been pursued by Righteous Path members before and were very skilled at preserving their lives. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were suppressed, but they were very resilient. They managed to restrain these flowery wind warriors. However, as time passed, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine got more injured as the situation became dangerous. Chinyi was multitasking, reinforcing Divine Beam Palace while suppressing Qing Chou, and also observing the battle. He praised internally. This move is amazing. It can store multiple immortal killer moves, allowing the immortal Gu house to utilize countless methods, becoming as flexible as an ancient battle formation. It is not simple. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand as Divine Beam Palace shook. 2 rays of profound light landed on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The profound lights moved quickly and entered both of their bodies. The two of them were shocked. They inspected their bodies but did not find anything peculiar. At this time, Fan Clan attacked again. They had no time to check, they had to fight again. But during the fight, something different happened. Whenever they got injured, profound light would shine on their bodies, the damage would be shifted away from them. This is Divine Beam Palace's method, Immortal Killer Move Graft Wood. It allows all of the attacks you receive to be taken by Divine Beam Palace instead. At this time, Chinyi's voice resounded in their heads. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were joyful and surprised. Joyful that they still had value and were not cannon fodder for Chinyi. Now that he helped them, they could last much longer. Surprised that Chinyi had already gained control of Divine Being Palace to use a second move after arriving here for such a short time, it seemed like Divine Being Palace was already falling into his hands. Fan Dichang soon sensed this change. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were safe and sound regardless of any killer moves that hit them. Profound light would flash on their bodies. What move is this? It is so mysterious! Not just attacks, even time path and space path supplementary killer moves cannot affect them. Fan Dichang gradually developed a heavy mood. He ordered Fan Clan's Gu Immortals. Go use a killer move to heal them. Fan Clan's Gu Immortals were stunned. How could they help their enemies? But Fan Dichang had high reputation. Nobody questioned him. They quickly got to work. Healing methods landed on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine but had no effect. Oh? It seems that there is a capable person in charge of Fan Clan. Chinyi's eyes flashed brightly. He could tell that Fan Dichang was probing the effect of graft wood. Even healing killer moves are useless. Fan Dichang soon used his method to make deductions before ordering. Ignore them, target Divine Being Palace instead. The Immortals acted as commanded. Flowery Wind Warriors self-detonated as a large number of killer moves with varying effects, either in power or specialty, landed on Divine Being Palace. Divine Being Palace was shaking from the impact, but its core was untouched. Only a large number of mortal goo were destroyed. Chinyi nodded to himself. Fan Dichang's tactic was very wise. He had deduced the relationship of Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Divine Being Palace. The two Gu Immortals might dodge or defend against any attacks on them, but Divine Being Palace could not. It was only passively receiving hits. And Fan Clan's killer moves were unleashed via Flowery Wind Warriors. The effect was amplified by Peach Blossom Maze itself. If that was not the case, Divine Being Palace would not have been affected. Chinyi frowned slightly. He could only influence Divine Being Palace now. He did not have control yet. In some ways, he could not even compare to Qingqiu. Qingqiu could influence Divine Being Palace and manipulate this immortal goo house to fly around. But this authority was currently in Qingqiu's hands. Chinyi could not make it move, therefore, it remained stationary. Chinyi could kill Qingqiu and take away this authority. He would be able to make Divine Being Palace fly in that case. But this way, Qingqiu would die. Chinyi's own plans would be greatly disrupted. Therefore, Chinyi was trying to get Qingqiu to surrender now. If he succeeded, not only would he gain Qingqiu's help, he could also make Divine Being Palace fly away. He would not be in a passive state. Fan Clan changed its tactic and gained the upper hand. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine became ignored. These two had their own objectives too. They were forced out by Chinyi to begin with. Now that Fan Clan ignored them, they were happy with that. They reserved strength and did not go all out to interfere with their actions. Divine Being Palace took the attacks of Fan Clan for several minutes, before Chinyi's brows suddenly relaxed. After some time, he gained deeper control of Divine Being Palace. He could use another method now. Too bad it isn't a defensive method, but if I use this, it can change the situation too, Chinyi thought. Immortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. At the next moment, Divine Being Palace shook intensely. Countless sparks that resembled dragons or snakes coiled around the palace. Lightning gathered into beads of jade-green lightning balls as they exploded around the palace. Rumble. After a series of explosions, only a few Flowery Wind Warriors escaped. The rest were destroyed. This killer move! Fan Dichang's gaze concentrated as his expression turned grim for the first time. This spring lightning did not just destroy the Flowery Wind Warriors, it also landed on the ground and destroyed countless peach trees. These peach trees were formed from immortal battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Normally speaking, they could regenerate rapidly. But the places where these spring lightning balls exploded turned into jade-green grasslands. Pine trees grew and took the place of the peach trees, becoming deeply rooted. Every spring lightning ball created one pine tree. Gradually, a sparse forest was created. Even though this tiny forest could not compare to Peach Blossom Maze, it was like a rocky reef by the sea, adamantly resisting the regeneration of the Peach Blossom Maze. Chapter 1526. Chinyi Die. What an amazing killer move! Life and death is interlinked, destruction and creation are gathered into one move. Peach Blossom Maze is the trump card of our Fan Clan. it was actually resisted by this move. If this goes on, the entire battlefield killer move will break apart. Fan Dichang was secretly shocked. Once the battlefield killer move was broken, all three immortal goo houses would suffer backlash. They would receive huge damage. Fan Dichang was originally confident in Peach Blossom Maze's power, but now, he saw a chance of it getting broken. Worthy of the rank 8 immortal goo house Divine Bean Palace. Fan Dichang sighed deeply. His determination to obtain the immortal goo house became firmer. The stronger Divine Bean Palace was, the greater the fighting spirit of the Fan Clan Goo Immortals. We will use the third variation. Fan Dichang changed his mind as he ordered. Fan Clan's Goo Immortals obeyed. The remaining flowery wind warriors self-detonated. The entire peach forest had falling petals that disintegrated into nothingness. The green leaves wilted and became yellow. The branches became barren once more. But different from before, peaches started to grow at the tip of these branches. When myriad life spring lightning landed on these peach forests, most of the energy was absorbed by the forest and turned into nutrients that nurtured all these peaches. Oh! This variation move. Qinyi's eyes shined. Myriad life spring lightning's attack quickly became slower. Very soon, he noticed something. This third variation move of Peach Blossom Maze stored most of the power inside Myriad Life Spring Lightning and prevented it from unleashing its might. Even though it could not resolve the issue, Myriad Life Spring Lightning could not display its effect immediately either. It was a stalling method, but in this situation, it was effective. Because the forest was huge, it was hard to reach its maximum capacity, especially when Qinyi was busy and could not focus on retaliating. After using this move, Fan Clan's plan was to stall and reduce the effects of Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Qinyi could influence Divine Bean Palace to use 3 methods. They were Green Armor Vegetable Garden, Graft Wood, and Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Now, these 3 moves had all been countered by Fan Clan. Qinyi could not do anything. Oh no! Qingqiu is still resisting. I need to increase my influence and use the 4th method in Divine Bean Palace, but that needs a lot of time. Fan Clan will definitely increase their firepower. They will not give me the chance. Qinyi's heart tightened. He felt a bit anxious now. He was multitasking now, subduing Qingqiu while controlling Divine Bean Palace and facing the attacks of Fan Clan. He was within Divine Bean Palace now and could not freely attack. Most of his methods conflicted with this rank 8 Immortal Goo house. Thus, all of his abilities were practically sealed. Fan Clan made use of the opportunity indeed. At this point, the Peach Blossom Maze could no longer summon flowery wind warriors. To play safe, Fan Dichang did not send Fan Clan's Goo Immortals to fight. He directly used the 3 Immortal Goo houses to attack Divine Bean Palace from 3 directions. Boom boom boom! 3 Immortal Goo houses were floating in the air, sending attacks towards Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Mortal Goo were continuously destroyed. Soon, even Immortal Goo were damaged. At this point, Fan Dichang had gone all out. The 3 Immortal Goo houses and Peach Blossom Maze attacked without holding back. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were pale with fright. They did not dare to resist. Qinyi knew about their mentality, and summoned these 2 back into Divine Bean Palace again. The 2 of them could not resist the attacks of the Immortal Goo houses with their bare bodies. It was pointless to sacrifice them now. They would be useful later when Divine Bean Palace was broken into. When the Fan Clan Goo Immortals arrive, they could stall them for a moment. Time. Qinyi needed time now. If he had enough time, he could control Divine Bean Palace and subdue Qingqiu, turning the situation around. If this was an ordinary opponent, they might fall into Qinyi's trap. But he was facing the Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fan Dichang. He had deduced Qinyi's plan and attacked fiercely. Qinyi sighed bitterly in his mind. Even though he resisted for so long, Fan Clan's leader was very perceptive. His plan could not continue. But even in this situation, this Heavenly Lotus Sect First Supreme Elder did not become dejected. He continued with his plan. Because he had 1 method left. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, Qinyi's eyes widened as he burst out with an overwhelming aura. Green smoke appeared from his head and shoulders. The green smoke rose above Qinyi's head and formed into a huge Karma Divine Tree. Once this tree appeared, the entire Divine Bean Palace started trembling, like it was welcoming Qinyi's presence. At the same time, Qinyi's influence in Divine Bean Palace grew rapidly. The pressure he emitted on Qingqiu also became denser. Qingqiu had a bad feeling. It raised its head, but that Karma Divine Tree had a threatening aura, especially when a huge bad effect fruit had ripened within its lush leaves. This bad effect fruit had covered by dark smoke that slowly turned into Qing Chao's appearance. Qing Chou was created with a trace of Karma Divine Tree's power. It had a feeling when it saw this. Once this bad effect fruit's smoke stops moving and turns into its appearance entirely, it would be completely subdued by Qin Yi without any way of retaliating. How could it allow that to happen? How could it? Roar! Qing Chou roared furiously. Its head that was suppressed on the ground with barely any strength rose up now. Its forelimbs supported its heavy body, the scales on its neck protruded, its human hair was dancing in the air, its eyes were bloodshot and stared at Qin Yi furiously. Its mouth opened and its tongue broke. Its roar was like an impending tsunami. Incredible! As expected of a legendary soul beast, this Qing Chou had been preserving strength all along earlier. Now that I use Karma Divine Tree, it has no choice but to retaliate. Chen Yi was shocked. This Qing Chou actually had the strength to scheme and try to turn the situation around. Chen Yi quickly suppressed it. Qing Chou's body immediately shook, its limbs bent. Its tortoise shell had just lifted off the ground, but it sank rapidly again. But next, countless goo worm auras emerged from its body. It used an immortal killer move. It was formed from the remnant souls of humans. It could cultivate and use immortal killer moves. Earlier against Fan Yuan, it had lost its reasoning. It was in a state of madness. It did not use any battle tactics. But against Qin Yi, it was logical and used the most appropriate method. Qing Chou resisted. Qin Yi breathed in deeply. His face turned green as he gritted his teeth. His upper body was shaking as he exerted himself to use Karma Divine Tree. The Karma Divine Tree above his head became larger by 30%. Qing Chou felt a deep pressure. It growled and used its second immortal killer move, continuing to fight. Like this, both sides continued to increase the use of their methods. They were still in a deadlock, while their excessive strength had all been utilized. You want to enslave me? You are dreaming! Qing Chou breathed in deeply, using all its strength to unleash the final move. Rank 8 Soul Beast Token was the core of the move as an intense light spread out. This move's name was unknown. The ripples of light penetrated Divine Beam Palace, through Peach Blossom Maze, and into the entire Green Ghost Desert. The light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it spread around the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The whole of Green Ghost Desert turned silent before the ground started to shake. Next, Soul Path Dao marks burst out and manifested. Countless marks lit up the entirety of Green Ghost Desert. Roar, roar, roar. Next, all the soul beasts felt a summoning as they went to reinforce Qing Chou. The expressions of Fan Clan's Gu Immortals changed. Oh no, what is this move? The whole of Green Ghost Desert was affected. Green Ghost Desert has an uncountable number of soul beasts. But this move actually made all of them respond. Peach Blossom Maze is a battlefield killer move. It should isolate it from the outside world, but this move could not be blocked. At once, Fan Clan's morale plummeted. Everyone was worried. I know. Fan Dichang expended his own lifespan to make the swift deduction. Soon, he opened his eyes. The immemorial soul beast inside Divine Beam Palace was formed from the remnant souls of Qin Clan in the past. It is not simple. It has human wisdom. It is a legendary immemorial soul beast. And this Green Ghost Desert was created after Spectral Soul Demon Venerables slaughtered the entirety of Qin Clan. The Soul Path Dao marks left behind created this environment. If we see Green Ghost Desert as an incomplete battlefield killer move, this legendary immemorial soul beast is the owner of this move. It is using a method now to activate all the Dao marks in Green Ghost Desert, creating this terrifying move. Countless soul beasts are going to attack us. Peach Blossom Maze will be corroded by these Soul Path Dao marks and eventually collapse. Fan Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster indeed. He found the truth after some deductions. He immediately ordered everyone to attack. They could not hold back anymore. Fan Clan was racing against time. Fan Clan needed to break into Divine Beam Palace and kill Qing Chou to resolve this move and obtain victory. Qin Yi needed to resist Fan Clan while suppressing Qing Chou and gaining control of Divine Beam Palace. He was also fighting against time. Qing Chou did not want to be enslaved. It resisted, but its most powerful move used Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu as the core. The effect was not immediate. At once, all three sides fell into a deadlock. Any side could win or fail. This battle involving Divine Beam Palace was at its climax. Who would emerge victorious? Boom! With a loud explosion, Divine Beam Palace's entrance was finally smashed apart. Charge! Opportunity flashed as Fan Dichang shouted uncontrollably. Multiple Fang Clan Rank 7 experts entered. Once they went in, they were slightly stunned. Chen Yi, Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Qing Cho were undoubtedly present. There was no doubt that relationship between these four was quite complex. Especially Chen Yi, he was emanating rank 8 aura. It was shocking. Chen Yi laughed. He looked at the Fang Clan immortals in disdain. You are here to die. Fang Dichang stayed behind them and easily exposed Chen Yi's bluff. He snorted and ordered. Kill! This person is multitasking. He cannot do anything against us. Fang Clan's Gu immortals immediately charged. Eagle Concubine and Old Ghost by June had no choice but to block them, but Fang Clan diverted more people to target Chen Yi. Of course they had to get rid of this rank 8 existence first. Take this. Even a rank 8 will die. Accept your death. With Fang Huaxing at the lead, multiple Fang Clan Gu immortals unleashed their strongest moves ever. Chen Yi stood on the spot. He could not move. All of the rank 7 killer moves landed on him. Chapter 1527. Fang Clan's rank 8. Boom boom boom. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal experts unleashed their might and attacked Chen Yi. At once, lightning flashed and thunder roared, piercing light shined in the whole of Divine Beam Palace. Air currents moved rapidly, but Chen Yi remained standing, unmoving. He was covered in layers of shining light. They were thick and old, like old tree bark. Fang Clan's Gu immortals attacked together, but the tree bark light blocked them all. They had no effect. What defensive method is this? Not only did the rank 7 Gu immortals take a deep breath of shock, even Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk. Not only is he a rank 8 Gu immortal, he is an expert among rank 8s. We'll attack again. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were not dejected. Fang Huaxing shouted as he led an attack again. Boom boom boom. Fang Clan's Gu immortals unleashed more attacks, but Chen Yi could not dodge or move away. He was hit by them all. After the explosions faded, his body was still covered by the tree bark light, and it was even thicker than before. Fang Dichang's gaze flickered. He finally recognized Chen Yi. So you are Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chen Yi. No wonder you have such an incredible defensive method. Chen Yi, the first Supreme Elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent. Even though the Fang Clan Gu immortals lived in Western Desert, they had some information about Gu immortals of other regions. When they heard Chen Yi's identity from Fang Dichang, their hearts sank. Pressure. A person's reputation created pressure. Just the title of Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder demoralized all of Fang Clan's Gu immortals. Divine Beam Palace originates from Ancestor Genesis Lotus. Your Fang Clan wants to obtain it. You are simply disregarding Central Continent. Chen Yi spoke casually. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortals looked at each other. They were stunned by his attitude. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left Divine Beam Palace in Western Desert. This means that it belongs to Western Desert. You are merely a descendant. How dare you distort your ancestors' decision? Fang Dichang snickered. He was very skilled at arguments as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. He would not lose in such a fight. Chen Yi laughed. It is useless. My defensive killer move is called Thickening Wood Armor. The more you attack it, the tougher it becomes. It is weak when I first use it, but unless you destroy it in one hit, it will only become stronger. Chen Yi said. He seemed to be exposing his move, but he was using words to reduce the fighting spirit of his enemies. Right at this time, a change occurred. An old and hoarse voice resounded. Then let this old man try. As he said this, a rank 7 Gu immortal took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Chen Yi. His appearance rapidly changed, from a young rank 7 Gu immortal into a muscular old man with white beard and hair. This old man had bulging muscles that resembled rocks. He raised his huge fist that aimed at Chen Yi's face. This fist quickly filled Chen Yi's vision. Before it landed, Chen Yi's heart was already pounding. He felt an immeasurable amount of strength path down marks slamming towards him. Chen Yi's expression changed. He could not dodge this move, he had to take it. The fist landed on Chen Yi's face. Chen Yi instantly felt that a terrifying force crashed into his face like a colliding mountain. At once, he was sent flying like a cannonball. With a loud sound, he crashed into Divine Beam Palace's walls. He did not fall to the ground, he was fixed onto the wall. Puff! Chen Yi's 7 orifices were bleeding, his head was almost smashed, his bones were definitely broken, but jade light soon shined on his body as he healed himself. As for his defensive killer move, it was smashed by this old man in one punch. Fang Gong, as the first Supreme Elder of Fang Clan, a rank 8 great expert, You actually used a sneak attack. How shameless are you? Qinyi shouted. His anger was spewing out like fire. He exposed this old man's identity immediately. He was Fang Clan's first supreme elder, Fang Gong. This Fang Gong is indeed a strength path cultivator. Among the rank 8 Gu immortals in the 5 regions, he is a rare one that cultivates strength path. This person concealed himself so deeply, he had been following us the entire time. Fang Clan is too determined this time. They even brought a rank 8 existence here. Earlier, the 2 rounds of attacks by the rank 7 Gu immortals were just a cover. They were setting up for Fang Gong's attack. This must be Fang Dichang's plan. Fang Yuan had been watching the battle. He was quite shocked. The grand rank 8 Gu immortal, first supreme elder of Fang Clan, actually concealed his identity and used a sneak attack. This was more shameless than a government official stealing a chicken. If news spread, his righteous path reputation would be ruined. But precisely so, Fang Gong's sneak attack was extremely effective. The situation was turned around with Qinyi sent flying. The stalemate had been broken. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong forced away Qinyi. He had the upper hand now. Fang Clan could control the situation. Qinyi fell for the scheme and was forced back. His accumulated control over Divine Beam Palace had been lost by half. He felt horrible, because his objective was heavily interrupted. But he still had a chance. His injuries were not severe. Qinyi's defensive method was broken, but he had the killer move Graftwood earlier to protect Old Ghosts by June and Eagle Concubine. He naturally used it on himself too. Thus, Qinyi's injuries were sustained by Divine Beam Palace instead. Crack, crack. Divine Beam Palace took the damage for Qinyi. Cracks appeared on the walls of the palace. At the same time, the cracks spread to the roof and the tall pillars. Crack, crack. Several large pillars shattered into piles of ghoul-worm corpses. Fan Yuan's heart jumped, he thought. Fang Gong's attack must have taken all his effort. Even though that punch was very simple, it had actually concealed all of its aura. Therefore, after breaking Qinyi's defense, the remaining force still caused such great damage to Divine Beam Palace. But Fang Yuan added in his mind, of course, this is because rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Beam Palace did not use any defensive methods and was taking the hit normally, and because the attack was dealt internally, the damage was this great. Roar. As Divine Beam Palace's huge pillars collapsed, Qing Chao's roars also reverberated the area. Divine Beam Palace was heavily damaged, the suppression it felt also reduced. Qing Chou benefited from it. It raised its head and tried to hold up its body. It shattered the spears of light stabbing its body. It was about to rise up again. Noisy! Fang Gong frowned and leaped towards Qing Chou. Qing Chou roared and faced Fang Gong. Boom! Both sides collided. Qing Chou cried out in pain as its mountain-like body was sent flying by the ant-like Fang Gong. Fang Gong landed on the ground as he snorted, touching his fist as he jumped forward again. Qing Chou was a legendary immemorial soul beast, but it actually lost to Fang Gong in a physical brawl. Who is the immemorial desolate beast here? Fan Yuan was dazed. Qinyi frowned deeply, thinking, Fang Gong is very powerful. I cannot allow him to gain an advantage and obtain control over the situation. You have already attacked, now it is time to face my move as well. Qinyi joined the battle, reinforcing Qing Chou. Fang Gong had been suppressing Qing Chou, but due to Qinyi's interference, that advantage vanished. If Qinyi worked together with Qing Chou, Fang Gong would not be able to match both of them, and because they had a common enemy, they could work together now, although barely. Fang Gong cultivates strength path. His power is deeply embedded in his body. He has a huge advantage in this battlefield. As for me, I can only unleash 60% of my methods. Qinyi had a bitter and indescribable feeling. Divine Beam Palace was something all of them wanted. In this rank 8 battle, all of the people were suppressing their attacks and refused to use wide-ranged methods. The 3 rank 8 existences were fighting within Divine Beam Palace, while Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortals had all left. Staying here was courting death, after all. The difference between rank 7 and 8 was huge. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortals attacked Qinyi and could not even penetrate his defenses. It was truly futile. Even though these Fang Clan Gu immortals retreated, they did not return to the 3 immortal Gu houses. They fought in Peach Blossom Maze. On one hand, they were fighting Old Ghosts by June and Eagle Concubine. On the other hand, a large number of soul beasts had already entered Peach Blossom Maze. They needed to be dealt with. This is really bad. Fang Dichang had an ugly expression. Green ghost desert style marks are penetrating in here. The Peach Blossom Maze battlefield has already been corroded, it cannot last much longer. Countless soul beasts are rushing in here, there are too many to kill. But First Supreme Elder is still fighting in there, unable to finish matters. What should we do? Even as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fan Dichang was only rank 7, he could not solve the problem. And as time passed, Fan Dichang's analysis came true. Peach Blossom Maze got weaker and weaker, loopholes started to appear in some areas, the desert outside could be seen. And the view was terrifying. Outside Peach Blossom Maze were countless soul beasts. They were all summoned by Soul Beast Token, gathered into a sea of them. Every moment, countless soul beasts entered Peach Blossom Maze. There was no way to kill them all. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine felt a fall in pressure. They worked together, and did not dare to leave. They could only focus on protecting themselves. The crucial thing now is within Divine Beam Palace. Fan Yuan opened his eyes. He slowly stood up, having a clear understanding of the situation. Within Divine Beam Palace, 3 rank 8 existences were still fighting. Qin Cho was roaring, Fan Gong was solemn, while Chen Yi was bitter. They all had ugly expressions. Because even though they held themselves back, their attacks still affected Divine Beam Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Goo House was about to break apart. If Divine Beam Palace gets destroyed, what would be the entire purpose of this fight? They only wanted Divine Beam Palace. And if this continued, this battle to fight for ownership of Divine Beam Palace was going to be the reason for its destruction. I can help your Fan clan obtain this Immortal Goo House. At this moment, Fan Yuan spoke to Fan Dichang. Chapter 1528. Yama, Ghost Hand. Fan Dichang was stunned. Fan Yuan was Swan Bujin at the moment. As a rank 7 Goo Immortal, how could he resolve the problem? But Fan Dichang quickly reacted, smiling brightly. Go ahead and say your request, friend. What do you need in order to help us now? He was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster after all. Regardless of whether Fan Yuan had a plan, he had to try. And Fan Yuan said this on purpose to negotiate his compensation. Fan Yuan smiled too. This situation is urgent, we cannot talk slowly. But Divine Beam Palace is a rank 8 Immortal Goo House. If I help you obtain it, what sort of compensation can match my contribution? Fan Dichang did not hesitate. He bowed to Fan Yuan as he said earnestly, Friend, I can guarantee on my reputation that Fan clan will give an appropriate compensation for your contribution. All right, then we will set an agreement, giving me a compensation worthy of my contribution. Fan Yuan clapped. Both sides made an agreement. Please open inquiry doc, I will go out personally. Fan Yuan said again. Fan Dichang was surprised. He thought that Fan Yuan had found some weakness because he was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. But to think that he was going to act personally. So be it if he was making a move, but he wanted to leave Immortal Goo House inquiry doc. Once he left, the outside world would be very dangerous. Especially that Divine Beam Palace, 3 rank 8 existences were fighting in it. The difference between rank 7 and 8 was huge. There was a chance of dying if he got involved. Fan Dichang hesitated. It is not safe outside. Why don't I use Peach Blossom Maze's variation move and summon flowery wind warriors for you to unleash your methods instead? Fan Yuan laughed. I need to use this method personally. Don't worry, I will not harm Fan clan's interests. Fan Dichang was not worried about this, be it the alliance agreement earlier or their new one, there were related rules. Once Fan Yuan did anything against the interest of Fan clan, he would be breaking the agreement, he would face a fierce backlash. But since Fan Yuan said this, Fan Dichang could not stop him. He opened inquiry doc. Fan Yuan flew into the sky, getting into Peach Blossom Maze. Fan Dichang did not blink. He was focusing on Fan Yuan's actions. He wanted to see what method Fan Yuan had to help Fan clan obtain Immortal Goo House Divine Beam Palace. At the next moment, Fan Dichang's eyes widened. Fan Yuan actually charged into Divine Beam Palace. Is he trying to die? At once, Fan clan's Goo Immortals could only think of this possibility. But Fan Yuan came prepared. Immortal Killer Move Yama. He activated the Immortal Killer move that he had just created inside Inquiry Doc earlier. Once he used this move, the thin layer of silk clothing on the surface of his soul shined with a profound light. This profound light interacted with the soul coat, which was his Ghost Official Garment. Ghost Official Garment expanded rapidly, covering Fan Yuan's body and forming a huge imperial robe that was brown in color with pale green in it. The robe had wide sleeves and a jade belt on his waist. The left and right side of the robe was laced with golden threads that formed the images of ghostly monsters. he also wore a royal crown that had hanging beads at the front and back. Once this move was used, Fan Yuan's aura changed completely. He became eerie, dark, and unfathomable. What is this person doing here? Chen Yi squinted as cold light flashed in his eyes. That rank 7 wisdom path Gu Immortal? Fan Gong recognized him, but did not understand why he was here. But both parties were cautious, they did not attack yet. Fan Gong was informed by Fan Dichang while Chen Yi decided to observe the situation first. If he attacked now, Fan Gong might find a chance to attack him. Fan Yuan officially entered Divine Beam Palace. The 3 rank 8 existences had been fighting, their battle strength and concentration were mostly kept among themselves. Chen Yi did not attack. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He increased his speed and flew towards Qing Chou. Seeing Fan Yuan's action, Chen Yi and Fan Gong's attacks became slower. What is he trying to do? Fan Clan's Gu Immortals were all watching Fan Yuan. A wisdom path Gu Immortal approaching the legendary immemorial soul beast. This. Seeing Fan Yuan's rash action, many Fan Clan Gu Immortals were lost for words. Qing Chou roared. It pounced towards Fan Gong. It roared again. It pounced at Chen Yi. Fan Yuan came directly to it, but it completely ignored him. It did not sense him at all. This was the effect of the killer move Yama. This move was very special. Its core was the immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. All along, Fan Yuan had not been able to use Ghostly Concealment well, because he could not pair it with his other moves. Qing Chou could detect Fan Yuan earlier because he used killer moves to fight. He had exposed himself. But it was different now. After gaining Theft Path Great Grand Master Attainment, even though Fan Yuan could not decipher all the profundities of Ghostly Concealment, he had enough ability to make use of this rank 9 killer move. Yama was one of his deduction results. It combined Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment. The two were no longer separate and did not conflict anymore. After Fan Yuan used the killer move Yama, no matter what he did, Qing Chou could not detect him. Seeing that Fan Yuan was on Qing Chou's tortoise shell, be it Fan Clan or the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals, they were stunned. What happened? He got close to Qing Chou so easily? This Qing Chou is a legendary immemorial beast that has an immortal aperture. It is able to cultivate. Many Fan Clan Gu Immortals could not believe it. But next, what Fan Yuan did almost made their eyeballs pop out. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fan Yuan directly stood on Qing Chou's back as he grabbed at it with his right arm. He was merely rank 7, but he dared to provoke a rank 8 existence like this. Many Fan Clan Gu Immortals had 2 thoughts. The first thought was, is this person trying to die? The second thought was, even though he was rash, one had no choice but to admire his courage. Qing Chou roared. It pounced towards Fan Gong. Fan Gong. Again? Qing Chou roared. It attacked Chen Yi. Chen Yi, you idiot, there is someone on your back. Chen Yi felt something amiss. Ever since Fan Yuan appeared, everything had been too strange. Therefore, he reminded Qing Chou. Qing Chou was still able to think. It wanted to turn around, but Fan Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand had already activated. A huge black eerie hand entered Qing Chou's body. Qing Chou turned around to look at his back. Fan Yuan was there, but it could not see him. But soon, it roared as it pounced at Chen Yi after feeling angry from being deceived. Chen Yi was furious too. He screamed. You idiot, stop! Fan Gong was also moved, he thought. This Swan Bujin is amazing. He is right there, but Qing Chou cannot detect him no matter what. What method is this? And he is currently on Qing Chou's back. His objective is definitely not simple. What does he want? At the next moment, Fan Gong's questions were answered. Fan Yuan's expression changed as he pulled out the ghost hand that had entered Qing Chou's body. When the ghost hand flew in, the 5 fingers were open like a fan. But now, it was extremely fast and clenched, like it was holding onto something. I got it! Fan Yuan was very happy. He opened his immortal aperture as the ghost hand went inside. Qing Chou's huge body suddenly shook. His entire body cracked as the tortoise shell was on the verge of breaking apart on the spot. It was a soul beast. It could not spit out blood, but this scene showed that it was heavily injured. Rage. Anger. Qing Chou roared as it raised its head. Its furious voice turned into sound waves that reverberated Divine Beam Palace. The entire place was starting to shake. What is going on? What did Swan Bujin do? That fellow seemed to have taken something. Fan Gong and Chen Yi were both uncertain and suspicious. Qinyi squinted and wanted to attack Fang Yuan, but Fang Gong blocked him and defended against the attack. Boom! At the next moment, Qin Chou came crashing over. Fang Gong and Qinyi quickly dodged. Qin Chou roared. Who is it? Which one of you two stole my soul beast token? What? Upon hearing Qin Chou's words, all of the Gu immortals present felt their hearts shook intensely. He actually has a way to steal the rank 8 immortal Gu's soul beast token? No wonder he wanted to take Great Thief Immortal Gu earlier, he had this method. Fang Dichang's eyes were wide open, shock was all over his face. This person is not simple, he concealed himself so deeply. Qin Chou has an immortal aperture, he could actually steal the immortal Gu from it, and it is rank 8. At once, Qinyi thought of a famous person in history, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Did this person obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? Qinyi thought while shouting. Qin Chou, you idiot, I reminded you already that someone is on your back. We did not steal it, that fellow did, he is at the door. Qin Chou turned to look. Fan Yuan was flying towards the outside of the palace, but Qin Chou could not see anything. Qin Chou used an investigative immortal killer move but also found nothing. The investigative killer move managed to detect Fan Yuan, but Qin Chou could not perceive it at all. Qin Chou was even angrier than before, it aimed at Qinyi as he roared. You coward, I am sure you are the one! You idiot! Qinyi was furious and felt maligned, he retaliated. Both sides fought with greater intensity now. Fang Gong could tell that this was bad. Earlier, the three parties restrained themselves, but now, after losing a rank 8 immortal Gu, Qin Chou was going mad, it was filled with anger, why would it hold back? Fang Gong persuaded them but it was useless. Not only so, Qinyi did not want to face Qin Chou's rage alone, he flew towards Fang Gong and the three rank 8 existences fought once more. But now was different than before, the three sides did not hold back, they started to use killer moves. Chapter 1529. Refining Soul Beast Token. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, a fan-like dark eerie ghost hand was flying around in the sky. Its fingers were clenched, rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast Token was struggling inside, trying to escape. The dark eerie ghost hand was met with this Soul Beast Token's rampage. There were protrusions on the ghost hand as the 5 fingers trembled, it was about to give way. However, even if Soul Beast Token escaped from the ghost hand, it was inside Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, it had nowhere to run. It would merely go from a tiny cage to a bigger cage. Fan Yuan thought. This immortal killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand that I conceptualized uses rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core with rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu and others as the supplement, therefore it could even steal a rank 8 Immortal Gu like Soul Beast Token. However, this move cannot last long, it does not have any sealing properties. I need to work hard to refine this Soul Beast Token myself. While he was thinking, Great Thief Ghost Hand was increasingly weakening as Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu did its best to escape from the restraint. However, Fang Yuan's goal had already been met at this point. Heaven Sealing Mountain. This was originally used to seal his immortal zombie body's heaven's will. But now, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body had his split soul, it was a rank 6 time path clone now. Heaven Sealing Mountain was empty as a result. Go. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the cave inside Heaven Sealing Mountain and into the Gu formation. Fang Yuan activated the Gu formation, Great Thief Ghost Hand stopped trembling, the Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu inside was temporarily suppressed, even though it still struggled, it was already far less than before. I cannot constantly suppress Soul Beast Token like this, the urgent matter now is to find a place to refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan thought about this, his speed did not fall, after getting out of Divine Beam Palace, he went out of Peach Blossom Maze's loophole and left the battlefield directly. He left? Fang Yuan's action made all the Gu immortals feel surprised. Qinyi gritted his teeth in hatred, he could not do anything about it, he was facing the attacks of Qin Chou and Fang Gong. Such resolution! Fang Dichang praised as he sighed deeply, watching Fang Yuan's figure that gradually became smaller. After Fang Yuan left, he met with countless soul beasts. There were an uncountable number of soul beasts. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. But he had a thought and controlled himself, he did not kill them to harvest soul cores. He needed to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast Token now. As for the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Beam Palace, those 3 rank 8 existences could continue to fight for it. Fang Yuan understood his own abilities clearly. Even with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he was only able to fight rank 8, and have rank 8 battle strength. If he interfered in the battle of the 3 rank 8 existences now, and competed to obtain Divine Beam Palace, there was little hope and a high chance for mishaps. Once he exposes Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would also expose his identity. He might even face Fan Clan's attacks. This was not worth it for Fan Yuan. He wanted to have a working relationship with Fan Clan and use Green Ghost Desert to cultivate Soul Path. His alliance agreement with Fan Clan was also a factor. It was not easy to get rid of it, he needed time to prepare. Even though Fan Yuan took away Soul Beast token, the Soul Path down marks in Green Ghost Desert still continued to corrode Peach Blossom Maze. There was a sea of Soul Beasts around the entire battlefield. But Fan Yuan left easily. He had Yama Killer move, he could use Ghostly Concealment's effect, even Qingqiu could not find him, not to mention these mere Soul Beasts. He flew rapidly and left Green Ghost Desert without looking back. After confirming his safety and the lack of people in the proximity, Fan Yuan landed on an ordinary desert. Fan Yuan went underground and set up a temporary goo formation, eliminating all of his aura and traces. After that, he focused his mind to deal with rank 8 Immortal Goo's Soul Beast token. Soul Beast token had been refined by Qingqiu, its will was inside. Fan Yuan had a lot of difficulty refining it. This was the most basic part of goo refinement, single refinement. The single refinement of an existing goo worm. The essence of it was to use one's own will to replace the original will of the goo worm inside. Goo masters use primeval essence to refine mortal goo because the primeval essence belonged to them and contained their will. When goo immortals use immortal essence to refine immortal goo, the same logic followed. Wild goo worms contained wild wills and were hard to tame, they were difficult to refine. But man is the spirit of living beings, trying to take away someone else's immortal goo was even harder. Fan Yuan had been planning an inquiry dock for a long time, he was not unprepared. Rank 7 Immortal Goo, Affection and Self-Love. Fan Yuan first took out these 2 Immortal Goo as he activated Self-Love Immortal Goo on Soul Beast token. The will of Qingqiu inside Soul Beast token was quickly affected, it started to love and treasure itself, no matter what Fan Yuan did from now on, this will would not take a risk and self-detonate Soul Beast token. Next, Fan Yuan used Affection Immortal Goo, sending its will into the Soul Beast token. Both wills interacted and started to compete. Affection was not a will that specialized in offense, it was quickly destroyed by Qingqiu's will. But there was lingering affection will that scattered in Soul Beast token, it was not completely decimated. This was the specialty of affection will, it allowed Affection Immortal Goo's effect to linger. But as time passes, the lingering affection will would be eradicated. Fan Yuan continued to activate Affection Immortal Goo as he sent in its will continuously into Soul Beast token. But no matter how much Fan Yuan sent in, Qingqiu's will would destroy it, while suffering little losses. Qingqiu's will was very powerful inside Soul Beast token, and was very stubborn. Immortal essence was rapidly expended, but Fan Yuan could sustain the cost, he had already prepared a lot of immortal essence, his earlier development in the immortal aperture was paying off now. After several minutes, Fan Yuan stopped instilling affection will into Soul Beast token. There was a lot of affection will left inside, even though most of it was erased by Qingqiu's will, the remaining amount was quite a lot. After reaching its limit, there was no way of raising its quantity. At this point, Fan Yuan sent his self-will into Soul Beast token. Once self-will went in, Qingqiu's will became furious, charging at it like a frenzied beast. In comparison, the battle between Qingqiu's will and affection will earlier was like a drizzle. Fan Yuan's self-will fought with Qingqiu's will, the fight was one-sided, the self-will army could not match it at all. For example, Soul Beast token was like a camp that was the territory of Qingqiu's will. Fan Yuan's self-will was like an invader traveling by boat, only able to send in a small number of troops each time. With such a small scale, it was easily wiped out by Qingqiu's will each time. But Fan Yuan ignored that, he continued to instill self-will. His advantage was that with enough immortal essence, self-will was endlessly produced. Meanwhile, Qingqiu's will could not be replenished. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. As time passed, Fan Yuan's advantage grew, he stabilized himself and eventually matched Qingqiu's will, having half the control over Soul Beast token. Qingqiu's will rumbled intensely, knowing that it was not Fan Yuan's match, it wanted to detonate this Soul Beast token. But at this time, the lingering affection will activated, erasing the determination from Qingqiu's will. Fan Yuan also sent in fake will and interfered with the decision of Qingqiu's will. Eventually, Fan Yuan sent in a large amount of self-will and charged like an army, erasing all of Qing Chao's lingering will. I finally refined Soul Beast Token Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air, his forehead was full of sweat. This battle was like a major war involving countless troops, he was extremely tired. Looking at the time, 3 days and nights had passed in the outside world. Thankfully I have wisdom path methods and compatible immortal goo, otherwise, I could not have refined this goo. Sigh, even though I have great thief ghost hand and ghostly concealment, I only managed to replicate a trace of thieving heaven demon venerable's capabilities. I was merely making use of his accomplishments. Legend says that thieving heaven demon venerable has a move, Steel Heart. It has the power to steal the will inside immortal goo and instantly refine them. It is truly amazing. Fan Yuan was sighing in his mind. He stored Soul Beast Token and quickly went back to Green Ghost Desert. I have Soul Beast Token Immortal Goo, together with 180 slaves. I can enslave that Qing Chou. With Qing Chou, I would have a huge possibility of obtaining Divine Beam Palace. After all, it has huge control over Divine Beam Palace. Even if I face the backlash of Fan Clan, I have the ability to protect my life, and if I obtain Divine Beam Palace, I will gain immense profits. Fan Yuan analyzed in his mind. After successfully getting Soul Beast Token, he started to work his mind on trying to get that Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Beam Palace. But when he flew to the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, he was intercepted by a Goo Immortal. Please wait. An ordinary-looking female immortal had stopped him. She smiled politely, having Rank 7 aura. What is it? Fan Yuan had a thought as he slowed down. The female immortal smiled. I am He Goo. I saw that you were flying fast. You must have an intended destination. With Green Ghost Desert's huge change, I heard that a precious treasure had emerged. I wonder if you have any information? I am willing to buy it. Fan Yuan's expression did not change, but he felt something amiss in his mind. Originally, Fan Clan had caused a huge commotion when trying to get Divine Beam Palace. All of the soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert were stirred. This could not be concealed. Western Desert's Goo Immortals noticed it and came over. Fan Yuan spent 3 days and night to refine Soul Beast Token. Many Western Desert Goo Immortals had already arrived. I'm afraid the battle ended already. If the 3 parties are still fighting, the power of Rank 8 cannot be concealed. The commotion would be grand. How can these Goo Immortals be clueless now? I wonder how this battle ended? Who obtained Divine Beam Palace? Fan Yuan could not help but think. Chapter 1530. Plotting against Qing Chou. So that's it. Fan Yuan immediately contacted Fan Clan's Goo Immortals and found out what happened. This battle over Divine Beam Palace had indeed ended. Fan Clan obtained it. Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chuni said some words before leaving. He wanted Fan Clan to take good care of Divine Beam Palace. He would return to retrieve it next time. As for Qing Chou, it also escaped. It had deep foundations. It had more Rank 8 Immortal Goo than just Soul Beast Token. Even though Fan Clan obtained Divine Beam Palace, among their 3 Immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Dock were both heavily damaged. First Supreme Elder Fan Gong also suffered heavy injuries. And the Divine Beam Palace that they got was nearly half destroyed. However, after Fan Yuan contacted them, Fan Clan promised to pay the compensation that Fan Yuan was supposed to get. And it was very high according to their alliance agreement. But Fan Clan wanted Fan Yuan to hold on first, because the commotion was too big now. News that Fan Clan obtained Divine Beam Palace would be deduced very soon. By then, Western Desert would be in a huge commotion. Many superforces would not want Fan Clan to obtain this Immortal Goo House and became the #1 superforce in Western Desert. By then, Fan Clan would face pressure from all directions. They needed to raise their strength during this peaceful period and rest. Especially their Immortal Goo houses, they needed to repair them. Thus, Fan Clan was tight on funds. They wanted Fan Clan to give them some time. Fan Yuan thought about it and agreed. Firstly, the alliance agreement was not strict on the payment timing. And secondly, Fan Yuan wanted to maintain a good relationship with them. The situation was different now. Fan Clan provoked Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus Sect. It was the same as provoking Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan, who was acting as Swan Bujin, had also been part of this. From Fan Clan's perspective, he was their natural ally against such a strong enemy. On another hand, Fan Clan was facing great pressure and wary of Fan Yuan's high battle strength. Swan Bujin was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal with methods to enslave a Soul Beast army. During the battle in Divine Beam Palace, he even showed the ability to steal Rank 8 Immortal Goo's Soul Beast Token. It was simply shocking. Thus, Fawn Clan had a very vigilant attitude. They did not want to provoke him, especially at this timing. Fawn Clan was facing huge danger. They did not want to antagonize Fan Yuan. They even wanted to rely on him as external help. Fan Yuan understood their intentions easily. First was Tang Clan, and now this Fawn Clan is also a good pawn to resist Heavenly Court. Fawn Clan was plotting against the world. His vision looked towards the future. Western Desert would definitely go into a commotion. The crucial thing is how much battle strength Fawn Clan still has left. How much of Divine Beam Palace's power can they unleash? If Fawn Clan could endure all of the pressure, Fan Yuan would not mind helping them and stabilizing their relationship. If Fawn Clan could not defend themselves or even faced extermination, Fan Yuan would not help them. In fact, he would go ahead and try to snatch Divine Beam Palace for himself. Fan Yuan watched on the fence. He had a calm emotion. He had gained a lot in this Divine Beam Palace battle. Firstly, he obtained rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu. Together with his Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he could start to use Ghostly Concealment. It was a qualitative breakthrough. Secondly, he obtained Soul Beast Token. Such a rank 8 Immortal Gu could not be obtained normally even if one had huge assets. And thirdly, his relationship with Fawn Clan improved drastically. They even owed him lots of compensation. Even if Fan Yuan obtained Divine Beam Palace, he would need to invest a lot to repair it. In addition, his burden of feeding Immortal Gu would intensify. This result was not necessarily suboptimal for Fan Yuan. But at the moment there are lots of Western Desert Gu Immortals in Green Ghost Desert. I cannot start my plans here. Originally, Fan Yuan was going to let Ing Wu Xie and the rest farm soul cores in Green Ghost Desert to help his soul cultivation. But he could not do so now. There were too many people now, he could not act. And there was the biggest threat, Qin Chou, which had escaped. This legendary immemorial soul beast had rank 8 battle strength. Fan Yuan did not fight against it personally, but he could see how powerful it was. Even with reverse flow protection seal, he could at best only fight evenly with it. Right now, Qin Chou was missing. It could likely be hiding in Green Ghost Desert. This way, whether Fan Yuan sent Ing Wu Xie to hunt or stayed here himself, there was great danger. If they fought, just the exposure of his identity would ruin many of Fan Yuan's plans. I should leave. Fan Yuan had many wisdom path methods. In just a while, he made the wisest choice. He decided to leave Green Ghost Desert, and even leave Western Desert. Friend? At this moment, Gu was still beside Fan Yuan. Seeing his silence, she asked again. Fan Yuan chuckled as he looked at her. This woman was quite astute. She deduced many things just from his flying movement. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he said, I have some precious information. If you want to buy them, you need to be able to pay for them. Gu smiled. No worries, friend. Even though I am a lone cultivator, I have some assets. As long as your information is accurate, I will definitely pay an appropriate sum. Fan Yuan created a simple agreement with Gu before he told her some things about Qin Chou. They were all truthful words. Gu's eyes shined brightly. Oh? A soul beast that has to do with Qin Clan. Qin Clan's inheritance seems to be with it. I am unsure about the specifics. Fan Yuan shook his head, not willing to say anything else. Gu was satisfied with the information. She paid Fan Yuan a lot of Western Desert immortal materials. Even with Fan Yuan's wealth, he was quite surprised. Among these immortal materials, one was ancient divine wood. It was a rare rank 6 immortal material. Even though it was rank 6, it was very rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It could be sold at the price of a rank 7 immortal material. This was a small surprise. Fan Yuan earned some profits while exposing Qin Chou's information. On one hand, he was helping Fawn Clan to divert the attention of the Western Desert Gu Immortals towards Qin Chou. Secondly, as long as Qin Chou was alive and hidden, Fan Yuan's plans in Green Ghost Desert were severely affected. He could make use of these Western Desert Gu Immortals to find out where Qin Chou was. If they really met and discovered this legendary immemorial soul beast, good luck to them. My information is true. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals will definitely deduce upon it to test its reliability. This involves Qin Clan's inheritance. Even rank 8 existences would be moved. If 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals act, Qin Chou would be in trouble. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Fan Yuan used this opportunity to plot against Qin Chou. But that Gu was not satisfied. She asked to explore Green Ghost Desert with Fan Yuan. Lone immortals working together was common. Of course, Fan Yuan rejected her. Fan Yuan bid farewell to Gu and left. That Gu wanted to follow him, but he easily took a turn and used familiar face to disguise himself, getting rid of this woman. Fan Yuan did not enter Green Ghost Desert, he left from the periphery of Green Ghost Desert. He flew for several days without rest, arriving at Western Desert's regional wall. After passing 2 regional walls, he reached southern border. The blazing sun was replaced by dark clouds in the sky. Western Desert had dry winds, but southern border was humid and moist. Looking far away, mountains were covered in vegetation, the scene was dyed in a dark green color. Southern border. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a mild light before becoming clear again. Within the 5 regions, he was the biggest impression of southern border. Immortal investigative killer move, Chi Lux sensation. Immediately, he used the killer move as cold light shined in his eyes. He had connected his luck to upper extreme heavenly eagle earlier. Now that he used Chi Lux sensation, he sensed its location to an extent. Fan Yuan's main objective in southern border now was to obtain control of the upper extreme heavenly eagle again. This space path immemorial desolate beast was very useful to him. With it, Fan Yuan could annex all of the blessed lands within City Well. His immortal aperture's foundation would rise sharply and his down marks would increase in number. The southeast direction. Fan Yuan stopped Chi Lux sensation as he flew into the clouds at lightning speed. Chapter 1531. Smoky warm jade field. Southern border, southeast direction. Yellow Dragon River was to the north, while Baishou Mountain was to the south. This was originally a mountain range with varying contours, but it had split apart now. A huge earth trench had been created here with immeasurable depth. The Great Arrow was arriving, the 5 regions were becoming one. The first step was the turbulence in earth chi, and the connection of earth veins. Southern border had the densest earth path down marks in all 5 regions, therefore, after the first earthquake, several more huge earthquakes occurred throughout the region. Each earthquake was a disaster to southern border's mortals. But for Gu immortals, they were all fortuitous encounters. All sorts of immortal materials and even wild immortal Gu would emerge from deep underground. The earth veins were the essence of the earth after all. These last years, southern border's Gu immortal world had been in deep commotion. First was the Battle of Etian Mountain, followed by the Dream Realm Battle. Be it lone cultivators, demonic path or righteous path members, many people had died, especially Wu clan. They had lost 7 Gu immortals. Southern border's Gu immortals became alert as a result. Because of the danger, they tried hard to raise their strength. This time, the earth vein tremors created earth trenches. Countless southern border Gu immortals invested themselves into this, trying to scavenge for resources and make up for their losses while raising their strength. At this moment, in this newly developed earth trench, a group of Gu masters were setting up a mortal Gu formation and setting up camp. The leader had rank 5 cultivation level and was a woman. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke, her eyes were as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her lips were pink and tender, her silky jet black hair draping over her shoulders, accentuating her beauty. Right now, she was wearing a plain white dress. She was elegant like an orchid and gentle like water, having an aura of royalty in her. It was none other than Shang clan's current leader, Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes were in a daze, staring at the field before her. This field was deep within earth trench. It was extraordinary. The soil was black and firm like iron. Colorful smoke was rising up from the soil, floating towards the sky and forming into clouds. All of the Gu masters in the field felt a warm feeling permeating their bodies and souls. They felt extremely comfortable. The great power of nature, this is truly incredible. Shang Xinci sighed, feeling deeply moved. A white-robed young man was standing beside her. He had a heroic stature, sword-like sharp eyes and brows. A small eagle was resting on his shoulder. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan spoke. This field is not simple. If I am not wrong, this is a smoky warm jade field. It can produce immortal material smoky warm jade. It is extraordinary. This field is actually a few square kilometers worth of land. It has extremely high value. Yi Fan still loved Shang Xinci in his heart. Before this, he had taken it upon himself to help Shang Xinci handle the affairs of her clan. But afterwards, when chasing away the 18 lads of Wine Village, he met Bai Ningbing and was almost killed. Yi Fan managed to keep his life and change drastically, becoming more mature. By chance, he met Lu Weiyin and became his disciple. He was nurtured by Lu Weiyin. Not only did he enter Black Heaven to cultivate, he was even given lots of knowledge by Lu Weiyin, far surpassing Shang Xinci. So this place is called Smoky Warm Jade Field. Thank you, young Master Yi, for the explanation. I finally know why the immortal ancestors in our clan want me to lead the group to guard this place. Shang Xianci expressed her gratitude. She originally had low aptitude and cultivation level, but to fight for the Smoky Warm Jade Field this time, Shang Clan's Gu Immortals went ahead and used their unique methods to raise Shang Xianci to rank 5 regardless of the cost. Worry flashed across Yifan's eyes. Shang Xianci's enemies were Ho Clan and Tai Clan. These two clans also sent their rank 5 cultivation level clan leaders here. They were bent on getting the Smoky Warm Jade Field. Yifan's current understanding of the world had surpassed the mortal realm. He could tell very clearly. This Smoky Warm Jade Field is a natural resource point. Whichever clan can control this place will gain a sizable amount of Smoky Warm Jade each year. Shang Clan, Ho Clan, and Tai Clan, even the clan leaders of these 3 super forces are merely pawns. The Gu Immortals behind them are the true contesters. Sigh. The position of Shang Clan leader seems high and mighty, but it is merely a political tool for Gu Immortals. They have no freedom and are in danger. Lone Immortals and demonic cultivators might also be coming here. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Shang Clan's previous leader, Shang Yanfei, the father of Shang Xianci, died as well. Wu Clan's leader Empress Wu Ji and other champions also faced the same fate. If one is not a Gu Immortal, no matter how amazing of a mortal they are still mortals. Yi Fan felt deep emotions thinking about this. He affirmed his determination to become an immortal. Report. Ho Clan and Tai Clan have sent large groups of troops of an unprecedented scale, directly towards us. At this time, an investigative Gu Master reported. A beautiful female Gu Master beside Shang Xianci said. Clan leader was right. We set up a Gu formation and expanded our base. We triggered the bottom lines of these 2 clans. This beautiful woman was Wei de Xian, the wife of Wei clan leader. She was once bought as a slave by Fang Yuan and given to Shang Xianci. Right now, she was Shang Xianci's personal guard. She was loyal and only wanted to repay her gratitude. Shang Xianci nodded, smiling. The Gu formation has been set long ago. We are pretending to set it up now so as to lure these 2 clans to attack us, so that we can take them down at once. Shang Clan, Tai Clan, and Ho Clan had been in this conflict for a long time. They each had wins and losses. It was a tie between them. Thus, Shang Xianci came up with a plan to set up a Gu formation and amplify her side's strength to win this contest. The other 2 clan leaders were experienced leaders and would not cause a commotion in their clans if they left for some time. But Shang Xianci was young and inexperienced. If she went out of the clan for too long, there would be a huge commotion internally. This was the reason why Shang Xianci had to take a risk. Of course, she was not taking a risk blindly. Shang Xianci had devised her plan after thoroughly researching her enemies. She was confident of obtaining victory now. If I can defeat the 2 old clan leaders from Ho Clan and Tai Clan here, my reputation will rise sharply. When I return to the clan, things will change. Saying so, Shang Xianci's lips curled up as she said loudly. I hope everyone can put in their effort and claim victory now. Everyone responded positively. Shang Xianci had Wei de Xian as her guard, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng as her 3 experts. She even had Xiao Yan from Shang Clan Arena, an external Gu master who had been recruited by her and became an important general. As for Steward Zhou Quan, he was taking the place of Shang Xianci in Shangliang Mountain to maintain the situation in the clan. Yi Fan was like a guest elder. He was not considered a subordinate of Shang Xianci. The position of clan leader is tiring and hard, but Xianci has learned a lot. She is not as weak now, she is becoming more bold. At once, Yi Fan was dazed by Shang Xianci's determined and elegant disposition. Shang clan leader, what is the meaning of this? A moment later, Tai clan leader arrived. Next, Ho clan leader also arrived with his men, questioning Shang Xianci. Little lass, are you trying to take over this entire place by expanding your base? Shang Xianci smiled lightly. Clan leaders, we have already wasted a lot of time here. Why don't we decide the victor now? What is the point of stalling? Ho clan leader's pupils shrunk. Tai clan leader laughed heartily, showing Shang Xianci a thumbs up. Good, you are an amazing junior. The truth is, I am quite frustrated with being here for so long. Let's have a huge 3-way battle today and decide the victor. Thus, all 3 sides sent out their troops and fought. Shang Xianci, Yi Fan, and the other higher-ups were standing on the spot, waiting for the results of the battle. Activate the Gu formation. Shang Xinci instructed. The formation path Gu master beside her was hesitant. Isn't it too early to activate the Gu formation now? They will have a lot of time to react to it. Shang Xinci shook her head. Go ahead and set it up. The Gu formation activated as light filled the battlefield. Whole clan and Tai clan's Gu masters immediately panicked. Shang Xinci spoke loudly. This formation can protect the lives of those heavily injured. Gu masters from Whole clan and Tai clan, go ahead and fight. Once she said that, Whole clans and Tai clan's leaders had changes of expressions. Tai clan leader laughed loudly. I've heard of Shang clan leader's kindness long ago. It seems to be true after all. Alright, let us fight until the end. Whole clan leader snorted coldly, thinking. This last is truly formidable. She said the incredible ability of this Gu formation to put our resolve in chaos. Would we still get rid of the formation after hearing that? I truly underestimated her. Looking at all the clan leaders of super forces and even Gu master experts, Xinci is the kindest person I've ever seen. She could have created an offensive formation, but she chose this and reduced her own advantage. I need to lend her a hand later. Yifan thought. He did not mention his immortal fortuitous encounter to Shang Xinci and the rest. But after cultivating in Black Heaven, Yifan was confident that even rank 5 Gu masters were not his match. The Gu formation activated. Under its effect, whenever a Gu master suffers great injury, they would be enveloped by light and sent out, safe from harm. At the same time, the Gu formation amplified the power of Shang clan's Gu masters. Tai clan and Ho clan had Gu masters trying to unravel this Gu formation, but before they succeeded, Shang clan's Gu masters would have a huge advantage. Kill. Xiong Tu, Xiong and Xiong Feng joined the battlefield. The three worked together closely. Most elders were not their match. Soon, 3 elders from Ho clan suffered heavy injuries and were sent out of the battlefield by the light. Damn it! Ho clan leader clenched his fist. I already convinced the crucial person in Shang clan to sabotage Shang Xinci, to think that she would initiate battle now. This Tai clan leader is too rash. He actually agreed and fell into her schemes. At this time, a female Gu master walked out of Tai clan's formation. She was fearsome. She fought valiantly, rampaging the battlefield unhindered. The 3 Xiong brothers wanted to stop her, but they were sent out of the battlefield rapidly by her unstoppable advancement. Ho clan leader's eyes were bulging. He finally realized. So Tai clan has such a person. Amazing, too amazing. Even if I go and fight, I am not her match. At the moment of crisis, Yifan entered the battlefield, standing in front of this female Gu master. Lady, may I know your name? That woman's eyes flashed like lightning as she assessed Yifan, showing a hint of sternness. She said in a cold tone. Tai Ruanan. Chapter 1532. Yifan vs. Tai Ruanan. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions resounded. Mortal killer moves were unleashed endlessly. 2 figures were clashing continuously as they fought. One was Yifan with immense luck. He cultivated Transformation Path and Light Path. He obtained the guidance of a Gu immortal of Shang clan and was also the disciple of the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Weiyin. And the rarest thing was that he did not rely on his fortuitous encounters alone. He was walking on his own cultivation path. And for Tai Ruanan, even though she was born in the super clan Tai clan, her childhood was not fortunate. She lost her mother when she was a child, and her father when she was a teenager. She became one of Tai clan's 8 young masters through her own hard work. She was skilled in both the pen and sword. She had a lot of suitors. Especially after getting the guidance of Tai clan Gu immortal Tai Mianshin, she became the inheritor of Iron Mask True Inheritance. These two were fighting like 2 geniuses competing. Huge commotions were created. The backlash of their attacks created a large area that would injure ordinary Gu masters if they went into the range of their attacks. Everyone had to evade them. The Gu masters from all 3 clans were stunned from seeing their fight. Missy, young Master Yi is so strong? Why did we not know? Servant Xiao Dai asked Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's eyes flickered as she pondered. Young Master Yi must have his own opportunities. His strength rose drastically. This is a good thing, but his opponent is not simple. Young Master Yi has to be more careful. Xiao Dai chuckled as she covered her mouth. Young Master Yi is indeed talented and handsome. Everyone can see that he likes you, Missy. If he knows about your concern towards him, he would be so happy. Shang Xinci shook her head. She wanted to say something but did not speak in the end. Xiao Dai had been observing her. She was Shang Xinci's confidant, extremely close to her. She was a servant back in Zhang Clan. Back then, she had followed the caravan along with Shang Xinci to Shang Clan City. Thus, others called Shang Xinci clan leader or city lord. But Xiao Dai still addressed her as Missy, and Shang Xinci did not ask her to change her title. This showed how close the two girls were. Right now, Xiao Dai was full of worries, she thought. It seems that Missy still cannot forget that demonic path Gu Master Fan Yuan. Sigh, what ill affinity do they have? That Fan Yuan only escorted us to Shang Clan City, but he became Missy's crush. I wonder where he is now? I'm afraid he's already dead. Sigh, if he really died, I hope we can see his corpse so that Missy can give up and forget him. Xiao Dai had great aptitude. She was just a mortal Gu master after all. She had not interacted with Gu immortals. She did not know who Fan Yuan was now. She still thought that Fan Yuan was that mortal demonic path Gu master. Even though Shang Xinci learned about Fan Yuan's current situation from Shang Clan Gu immortal Shang Qingqing, she did not need to tell Xiao Dai about this. The new generation surpasses the old. I am truly old now. Ho clan leader watched Tai Ruanan and Yi Fan's fight. He felt incredibly shocked and also bitter. Tai clan leader was more shocked than anything, he thought. I thought that by sending Tai Ruanan, we would be able to sweep away the obstacles and claim victory, but now, it seems that the outcome has yet to be decided. To think that Shang Clan has such a hidden expert. At the same time, in the sky above the battlefield where mortal Gu masters could not detect, 3 southern border Gu immortals placed their gazes on Tai Ruanan's and Yi Fan's fight. They were from Shang Clan, Ho Clan, and Tai Clan. The 3 immortals were sitting on a white cloud. There was a round table in front of them as fragrant tea was placed before them. The Gu immortals drank tea as they used the mortals of their clans as chips to gamble, deciding the ownership of this smoky warm jade field. This smoky warm jade field was a high-grade resource point. Even super forces placed a lot of attention on it. If they could get it, there would be huge profits for the entire clan. But using mortals to compete without Gu immortals fighting, was it too foolish? Or rather, if they lost, would the Gu immortals deny the victory? Using mortals to gamble on immortal-level conflicts, it was not so simple after all. Forget about the lone and demonic immortals that live alone, but for righteous path forces, they looked at the long-term consequences. They focused on nurturing descendants, like how Shang Clan had their young master competition to make them fight for top positions. They even brought in external Gu masters in the arena. Tai Clan also had 8 main young masters, and other clans had their own systems. It was all to choose immortal seeds from their mortal descendants. There was deep meaning in letting the clansmen fight. They represented the future achievements of the clan. Especially those Gu immortal seeds. Losing any one of them was a huge loss to the Gu immortals. But Gu immortals needed to do this. The advantages far outweighed the costs. Firstly, as long as Gu immortals did not die in the clan, their foundations would not waver, the clan would not be destabilized. As long as Gu immortals did not fight, anything could be negotiated. Secondly, it was a test for these mortals too when they compete. Those who survive would emerge more experienced while those dead genius would not be considered real geniuses. The righteous path has been nurturing descendants for a long time. They could afford to lose Gu immortal seeds. Among the 3, when competing, there were bound to be positive and negative relationships created. This would bond the clan together. When the Gu immortal seeds grow in the future, they might have enemies in other superforces. By then, they would not be able to leave the clan, they would need to rely on it. Any policy had its considerations. This was not just a shallow game where Gu immortals used mortals as pawns. Those in power were not so simple. At this moment, the 3 immortals were focusing on Tai Ruanan and Yi Fan. The 3 knew the winner of this fight was the key to decide who would own Smoky Warm Jade Field. The immortal from Shang Clan, Shang Qingqing, smiled from the seat to the left. Congratulations, Lord Tai Mianshan, you found a good inheritor for your Iron Mask True Inheritance. Tai Clan had Iron Mask True Inheritance. All the immortals in southern border knew about it. This true inheritance had a strict requirement. It was hard to find a suitable inheritor. A true inheritance was a mature and superior set of cultivation content. Sometimes, not everyone could inherit it. There were certain requirements for them. Tai Clan's Tai Mianshun was sitting at the center. He wore a martial uniform and his chest and legs were covered in armor. There was a thick iron mask on his face. He had not brought a mask to wear. It was the trait of cultivating the Iron Mask True Inheritance. All the Gu immortals who cultivate this true inheritance must have a heart of justice. They also were often people most skilled in southern border in investigating the truth. He had originally chosen the divine investigator, Tai Ruonan's father, to become the inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance, but he died on Qingmao Mountain, and recently, finding that Tai Ruonan also had the qualities and talent, she was chosen as his new inheritor. This time, Tai Clan sent him here to fight over Smoky Warm Jade Field. He brought Tai Ruonan along to use this chance to train her. Among the 3 Gu Immortals present, the Gu Immortals from Ho Clan and Shang Clan were only rank 6, as the only one with rank 7 cultivation level, Tai Mianshan sat at the center. When they conversed, Shang Qingqing and the Ho Clan Gu Immortal also spoke respectfully to Tai Mianshan. Tai Mianshan nodded slightly. Shang Clan's fairy is right, this is my true inheritance's successor. But she is still young, she needs to be trained. Ho Clan's Gu Immortal Ho Yao remained silent. He was watching the battlefield now. Even though his clan was the weakest now, he had not lost yet. As long as Tai Clan and Shang Clan suffered losses together, the eventual result was still unknown. Smoke and dust rumbled as Yifan took a step back. He breathed in deeply as his chest inflated and bulged. Tai Ruonan pounced like an eagle from behind him. Her fingers were extended like claws. Yifan turned around and spat out a bright red arrow towards Tai Ruonan's face. Tai Ruonan was not panicking. Her eyes shined brightly as she leaned backwards, evading like an elegant crane, dodging the red arrow. But at this time, Yifan had already found his opportunity. He pushed forward with both hands and pounced. Chapter 1533. Underground Frost Heart Lake. Tai Ruonan grunted as she raised her fists, facing the attack. Boom! A loud sound resounded as fist and palm collided, erupting with white light. Intense light burst out, the ground cracked from the impact. Both sides collided intensely before retreating backwards rapidly. After 10 or so steps, they stabilized their footing and looked at each other while panting roughly. At this moment, they both had solemn expressions as they treated the other party as their biggest rival. They did not dare to be careless. Really amazing, these two have battle strength far surpassing normal rank 5s. They are both Gu Immortal seeds. Shang Xianci sighed in her mind. With her current knowledge, she knew some things about the Gu Immortal world from Shang Qingqing. Yifan looked around as he spoke. Tai Ruonan, if you can handle this move, I will admit defeat. Tai Ruonan's gaze focused as she nodded, agreeing. Okay. Mortal Gu Masters had limited primeval essence. They did not fight for long, but the battle was intense. They used many mortal killer moves. Their primeval essence was greatly expended. Thus, there was little primeval essence left in their apertures. Tai Ruonan agreed the moment Yifan initiated a final move to decide victory. Yifan breathed in deeply and started to activate his killer move. Mortal killer move, Aurora Bird. Chirp chirp. Sounds of anxious bird chirping could be heard. Light flowed like water on Yifan's body. These rainbow lights rumbled and gathered on his forearms and right palm. The aurora lights acted on their own. They chirped as they transformed into the shape of a small sparrow. The Aurora Bird gathered energy and had a powerful aura. Tai Ruonan had a grim expression. Black smoke was emerging from her body. The black smoke gathered on her face and slowly turned into a thin black iron mask. Mortal killer move, Iron Mask equipment. This move came from Iron Mask's true inheritance. If an immortal Gu was used as the core, it would be an immortal killer move. Go! Yifan called out as the rainbow light on his right arm seemingly gained life at this instant, leaving his body and flying into the sky, turning into a rainbow bird. The bird flapped its wings as the Aurora Bird charged forward at an extreme speed. Come! Tai Ruonan called out too as she charged forward instead of staying back. At the next moment, she collided into the Aurora Bird. Tai Clan's Gu Masters gasped. They were worried for Tai Ruonan, to think that she actually used her body to block the strongest attack from Yifan. Above the clouds, Tai Mianshan was calm and unmoved. He knew the power of Iron Mask equipment. He was confident in its defense. Chirp chirp. The Aurora Bird crashed onto Tai Ruonan and turned back into a lump of aurora light, enveloping Tai Ruonan. Black smoke emerged from Tai Ruonan's body as it defended against the corrosion of the aurora light. Both sides were stuck in a deadlock, unable to decide the victor. Your Shang Clan's Gu Immortal seed is also quite good, Tai Mianshan praised. Shang Qingqing smiled. It is a shame, he is an external seed. Tai Mianshan nodded. I see that this killer move he had is innovative. It is likely his own creation. To be able to create his own style at this age, he far surpasses ordinary geniuses. Ho Yao watched with envy by the side, sighing. Such seeds are all future pillars for the clan. Shang Qing was humble, but she felt very suspicious. She had given guidance to Yi Fan before, but he did not display such talent back then. My Shang clan has an arena system, thus Tai Mianshin and Ho Yao thought that he is an external Gu immortal seed that we recruited, but that is not the case. Yi Fan displayed such talent, he must have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Of course, he created his own killer move, such talent cannot be underestimated. He really is qualified to become part of our clan. If we can investigate and find that his origins are not suspicious, we will recruit him. Right, he seems to like Shang Xinci, we can make use of that. If he can become a Gu immortal, so what if we have to give him Shang Xinci? This would be a beautiful story in the future as well. Shang Qing thought and made her plans, while at the same time, 2 Gu immortals were conversing and plotting at a lake near the mountain. These 2 Gu immortals were concealing their traces, they had prepared for this long ago. Among them, one of the Gu immortals was a weak-looking young man, he was called Yu, he had a worried expression. Will our actions really not alert those 3 Gu immortals? No. His companion Yi Nan Men answered with certainty. If not for my unique investigative killer move, I would not have found an ancient water monster under this smoky warm jade field. Our Yi clan is most skilled at water path, it is hard for these 3 Gu immortals to find out. And currently, we are not acting directly, we are luring this slumbering ancient water monster to wake up and rampage. Saying so, Yi Nan Men's words shifted. Of course, Gu immortals have all sorts of methods, I cannot guarantee that they will not find out. But even if they find out and expose us, we can explain ourselves too, after all, Yi clan is also a super force, they might be suspicious, but they would not fight to the death with us. If they do not discover anything, when the water monster rampages, they will definitely suppress it. By then, you can act and kill one of them to make the 3 clans suspicious of each other and fight. Yi Nan Men had rank 7 cultivation level, while Yu was only rank 6, in their plan, Yu was the one executing the assassination, he must have some unique method. The weak-looking young man Yu had a worried expression. I am not familiar with that move yet, what if the activation fails? What if they find out when I use it? Yi Nan Men had a solemn expression. That is the worst possible scenario, if they find out, I will use my life to stall them and let you escape. I will not admit I am a Gu immortal from Yi clan even if I die, you must do the same. This time, Yu no longer had a worried expression, he was filled with solemnness and determination. Yi Nan Men breathed in deeply. I am going to make a move. He activated an immortal killer move with deeply concealed aura, there was not a hint of commotion from it, Yu became more assured. At the next moment, water ripples appeared deep underground. A slumbering water monster had been rudely awakened. On the surface, Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan were still about to decide the winner when the ground shook. Puff puff puff. Gushes of water rushed out of the black soil on the ground and penetrated the battlefield, destroying the Gu formation that Shang clan had painstakingly created. Dozens of huge water pillars that were tens of feet high appeared in smoky warm jade field. Chapter 1534. Fan Yuan arrives. Those unlucky Gu masters who were hit by the water pillars were quickly reduced to piles of mushy flesh. Such a shocking change made all the Gu masters incredibly flustered, they quickly stopped fighting and tried to leave the place. What is going on? The 3 Gu immortals above the clouds were about to respond when these water pillars gathered into one and turned into an ancient water monster that had a fish body, frog legs, and tiger head. The water monster roared and pounced at the mortals. It did not have much intelligence. It thought that these mortal Gu masters had interrupted its sleep. Its huge frog legs landed on the ground as a vast amount of water gushed out. But the 3 immortals acted in time, 3 shields of light defended their respective clansmen. So this smoky warm jade field has an underground frost heart lake, there was an ancient water monster inside it. Ho Yao had a solemn expression. Shang Qing gritted her teeth, looking at Tai Mianshin. I hope Lord Tai Mianshin can take the lead. We will assist you to take down the ancient water monster, preventing it from rampaging and destroying the smoky warm jade field. Ho Yao and her were rank 6 Gu immortals, they could not deal with the ancient water monster. Only Tai Mianshin was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he was naturally going to take the lead. Tai Mianshin nodded, he was about to fly down when suddenly, a sharp eagle cry resounded in everyone's ears. At the next moment, everyone became shocked, the tiny eagle beside Yi Fan expanded rapidly and turned into a huge eagle. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle! The huge eagle shrieked as it pounced at the ancient water monster. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was rescued by the mysterious Gu Immortal Lu Wei-yin. It was restrained by his methods and was forced to stay with Yi Fan. But when Yi Fan met with danger, Lu Wei-yin's restraints would weaken greatly. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle would be able to use its strength again. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle did not have the awareness of humans. It could not detect Gu Immortals in the area. It only felt threatened by the ancient water monster, and its pride was provoked. It wanted to teach this monster a lesson. Sensing the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle's imposing aura, the ancient water monster backed off and turned into water, flowing out of the cave and escaping. After the ancient water monster left, Yi Fan became safe again. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle's seal activated as it turned back into a tiny eagle. A formless force made it return to Yi Fan again. Silence was around Yi Fan. Countless Gu masters looked at him with a shocked expression. Young Master Yi, what is this eagle exactly? Xiao Dai was tongue-tied. She was completely stunned. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. If I say that this is the first time I've seen this eagle's power, would you believe me? Immemorial desolate beast! Be it the 3 Gu Immortals in the clouds or the 2 Yi Clan Gu Immortals hiding under the lake, they were completely lost for words. Why did this happen? Those 2 Yi Clan Gu Immortals only wanted to release the ancient water monster. They did not expect an immemorial desolate beast to appear. This is a good thing. We do not need to do anything. That immemorial desolate beast can kill these 3 immortals. Yi said. Yi Nan Men had a grim expression. Things are not so simple, can't you see? That immemorial desolate beast is raised by someone. It is the pet of that young man who was fighting earlier. Shang Clan's fairy, what is going on? This immemorial desolate beast is. Tai Mianshan's gaze was bright like lightning. He turned around and questioned Shang Qingqing. Shang Qingqing smiled bitterly. She was completely stunned earlier. Her expression had given her away. Even if she did not expose any loopholes earlier, she could not lie now. Shang Qingqing only had rank 6 cultivation level, she had to say. I am not sure. It must be the young man's fortuitous encounter. What sort of fortuitous encounter can make a mortal raise an immemorial desolate beast as a pet? Ho Yao exclaimed in a tone of shock and disbelief. Tai Mianshan smiled coldly. This matter is too important, we cannot ignore it. Smoky warm jade field is no longer important in comparison. This young man must have obtained an immortal true inheritance, but our southern border righteous path has never had such a method to allow a mere mortal to raise an immemorial desolate beast. I need to investigate this and prevent the demonic path from rising again. Shang Qingqing was furious but helpless. She smiled bitterly. I am sure Lord Tai Mianshan will investigate this matter and uphold justice. Eagle, so you are this amazing. Yi Fan sighed continuously. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle's head. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle had struggled and attempted to break free, but it could do nothing against the seal. After a long time, it gave up. It returned to Yi Fan's shoulder and felt angry, but hearing his words, it showed a prideful expression. Seeing Yi Fan's hand, it stretched out its wing and slapped it away. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Xiao Dai watched with bulging eyes. This eagle is so arrogant, but with that strength, the arrogance suits it. Young Master Yi, you? Before she finished, Shang Xinci interrupted. Xiao Dai, this is young Master Yi Fan's secret. Stop asking him. No worry, this eagle was captured by my master. Yi Fan saw that this was exposed and did not want to lie to Shang Xinci. Your master could subdue such an eagle? Xiao Dai screeched. Shang Xinci had a shocked expression too. She connected the dots. Yi Fan's master was likely to be a powerful Gu immortal. While they were speaking, the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle suddenly showed great fright and became restless on Yi Fan's shoulder. It was like a rat seeing a cat, or a sheep seeing a wolf. What happened? Xiao Dai and the rest were surprised. This arrogant eagle actually acted like this. It was a huge contrast to their impression of it. I don't know, Yi Fan shouted. This is the first time I've seen the eagle act so flustered. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle did not move from Yi Fan's shoulder, but it shrieked at one direction. Its voice was no longer imposing as before. It was filled with fright and even had a begging tone. One could easily tell that fear was in its eyes, and even a trace of anger. What is going on? At once, be it the mortal Gu Masters or Gu Immortals, they looked towards the direction that Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was crying out at. Next, everyone saw a figure flying in the sky, moving like a sword piercing the air. All of the white clouds in the sky were cut into two by this figure. It seems like a person? Immortal? The Gu masters were shocked. Who is it? This aura, it is not an ordinary immortal. The Gu immortals were alerted and felt great surprise. The figure stopped in the air as everyone saw this Gu immortal's true appearance. Only to see that his complexion was as clear as jade, his nose was tall and his black eyes were shining with cold light. He had long hair that resembled a waterfall, hanging straight down to his waist. He wore a white robe that fluttered in the wind. He was handsome to the point of looking like a peerless beauty. His dominating aura was extremely intense. All of the mortal Gu masters looked up towards him, in pure silence, before they heard him speak in a plain tone. My bird, so you are here. Chapter 1535. Misplaced Love. Who is this person? Yi Fan raised his head to look at Fan Yuan, feeling suspicious. At this moment, he could not help but recall his master Lu Wei Yin's words. Master said before that this eagle can resolve the karma of one incident on me. I have always been wondering about it. Is this Gu immortal the owner of this eagle, and my karma involves him? Yi Fan did not know Fan Yuan because he was in the appearance of the sovereign immortal body. Yi Fan had never seen him like this. Yi Fan knew about the appearance of Fan Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. He had learned about it from the people around Shang-Xianci. This was an easy task. Back then, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were the black and white demons. They had arrest warrants on them. Servant Xiao Dai was shivering as her teeth clattered. She could not recognize Fan Yuan. She only knew that he had such a powerful aura and was the owner of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The eagle was already this powerful. How strong would its owner be? Xiao Dai could not imagine it. She only felt fear. Fan Yuan was likely here to find trouble with them. Shang-Xianci bit her lips. Her gaze was fixed as she looked at Fan Yuan. There was not only shock in her eyes, there was even suspicion. There was an unclear feeling and sensation in her heart. The mortals were confused and shocked, but the Gu immortals were different. They felt a chill in their bodies. This is? Rank 6 Gu immortal Ho Yao stared with wide eyes as he became tongue-tied. He knew who Fan Yuan was, but he could not say the answer even though it was right at the tip of his tongue. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body appearance was the same as Lu Guanyi when he roamed the world. Back then in Southern Border, he entered the immortal formation and explored the super dream realm while disguised as Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi and Wu Yihai had very different appearances. However, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, in order to ruin Longevity Heaven's political plan, Heavenly Court framed Fan Yuan to divide the Northern Plains Gu immortal forces, announcing the truth behind Lu Guanyi being Fan Yuan all along. Thus, everyone learned that Fan Yuan was Lu Guanyi and had also disguised as Wu Yihai. His sovereign immortal body's appearance, which was the same as Lu Guanyi, was no longer a secret, it was known to all. This time, Fan Yuan came to Southern Border without using familiar face or any concealment methods. There were a few reasons. Firstly, he had a clear objective. He wanted to reclaim the upper extreme heavenly eagle. There was no point in concealing his identity if he was going to make a move anyway. Secondly, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan obtained rank 8 battle strength, and after such a long time of growth, his foundation was deep and his strength was unfathomable. He had sufficient confidence to roam Southern Border now. Thirdly, Fan Yuan was purposely exposing his identity to probe the setup of Heavenly Court and the righteous path. But along the way, he was unobstructed. As a result of several reasons, every Gu immortal recognized who Fan Yuan was. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. Wu Yihai. So that's it, this eagle is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Shang Qing had countless thoughts. After linking them together, she understood the situation. Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. This is a widely known fact. A rank 8 Gu immortal is completely different from an immemorial desolate beast. We need to run. Yu, who was hiding in the lake, said. This young and weak-looking rank 6 Gu immortal was very shocked. His expression was pale. His soul was shaking. Why are you so afraid? He might not have found us. Even if we leave now, it is too late. Do you think we can outrun him? Rank 7 Gu immortal Imnan Men had an ugly expression. He completely ignored the plans of Clan. He tried his best to conceal his aura to the limit. The immortals were all helpless, but Tai Mianshan floated up and showed himself openly, flying towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, you are currently wanted by Central Continent, Southern Border, and Northern Plains. You dare to show up? All the immortals saw this and felt deep admiration towards Tai Mianshan. As expected of Tai Mianshan, Tai clan's Gu immortals are truly admirable. At this point, there is no use in hiding. This is a desperate situation. We need to work together and unite. There will be a chance of survival. That's right. Fan Yuan could escape arrest and roam the world. He must have an extremely powerful movement method. If we split up, he would catch up and kill us one by one. Our only hope is to unite and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Gu immortals were all not ordinary. After hearing Tai Mianshin's words, the Gu immortals present calmed themselves and understood the situation. They had to unite against this demonic path Gu immortal who had been the center of attention recently, or they would not survive. If Fan Yuan finds us, we will have to fight to the death and resist this demon. Nan Men and Yu conversed. At the moment of crisis, Tai Mianshin stood up and stabilized the righteous path. He was truly an elite of Tai clan, a heroic rank 7 expert. The mortals of the 3 clans went into a clamor. Look, another immortal appeared. Oh heavens, am I seeing this wrongly? Everyone raised their heads, their eyes were filled with shock and curiosity. Normally, immortals could not be found in all 5 regions, but now, 2 Gu immortals appeared out of nowhere. They were deeply shocked. Wait, what did the second Gu immortal say? Fan Yuan? Is he the person that Lady Xinci has been thinking of every day? But his appearance is not the same. Yi Fan's heart shook. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci raised her snow-white neck as she stared at Fan Yuan without looking away. When Tai Mianshin exposed Fan Yuan's identity, she instantly understood why she had that mystical feeling in her heart. The person she had been thinking of all the time was right in front of her, appearing in such a way. Shang Xinci looked at him fixedly as if time had stopped. Her emotions that had accumulated for a long time erupted in her heart. Was it because Fan Yuan helped her when she was at her most vulnerable and helpless moment? Sometimes, she felt suspicious towards herself. Was it really love that she felt towards Fan Yuan? Or was it gratitude? But now, when she saw Fan Yuan again, even though his appearance changed, the emotions inside her poured out like a waterfall. At this moment, tears emerged in her eyes. She confirmed that this was love. Love was absurd. There was no logic in it. Trying to find an answer for love was stupid and foolish. But Shang Xinci understood that she had met the wrong person at the right time. She knew that she could not love him. She knew the difference between them. But how could she stop her own emotions? Thus, Shang Xinci was helpless. She could only look up at Fan Yuan's imposing figure. She tried to open her eyes and see Fan Yuan's appearance clearly, but she could not. Her commonly used investigative killer moves were all useless against Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body. The current me does not even have the qualifications to look at him. Shang Xinci had complex emotions. There was joy, dejectedness, sadness, and most importantly, great worry over Fan Yuan's safety. But she knew her own identity and strength. She was Shang clan's leader, a righteous path member, and an insignificant mortal. She had learned of Fan Yuan's identity and history from Shang Qingqing. But she could not do or say anything. She could only endure while watching silently. Yi Fan saw Shang Xinci's expression. This was the first time he had seen this expression from her. His heart jumped. He had never felt such an intense pain that assaulted him to the core. This pain was a mix of love towards Shang Xinci and hatred towards Fan Yuan. At once, he confirmed that this Gu immortal was Fan Yuan. Don't tell me the karma master talked about is between me and Fan Yuan? Yi Fan had another guess. He was shocked by Fan Yuan's Gu immortal identity, but he soon accepted it. Because he had met Bai Ningbing and almost lost his life. Afterwards, he met Lu Weiyin and learned many things. Thinking back, he felt that Bai Ningbing was likely a Gu immortal. Back then, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. Bai Ningbing had already become a Gu immortal, while Fan Yuan refined an immortal Gu in 3 Kings' blessed land. The whole of southern border knew that he must have gotten an immortal opportunity. Why would it be strange that he was a Gu immortal now? Chapter 1536. Floating sinking iron sand. Fan Yuan, I feel like I've heard of this name before? Is that the little beast king who refined an immortal Gu on San Cha Mountain? Even though I cannot see clearly, I'm afraid that's him. He became an immortal? He had such a huge fortuitous encounter. Sigh, why was it not me? The Gu masters from all 3 clans burst into commotion. The mortals were discussing the matter and venting their emotions of shock and jealousy. The situation became extremely heated. These mortals were stuck to old news. Fan Yuan's true fame was only known among Gu immortals now. Mortals barely knew anything of him. Tai Ruonan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she watched. She had a simple relationship with Fan Yuan, deep hatred. The conflict between her and Fan Yuan was a long-lasting one. The hatred did not reduce over time. It was like wine, becoming deeper as time passed. But now, even though the enemy was in front of her, Tai Ruonan could do nothing against him. Fan Yuan was an immortal now. If this was the past, before Tai Ruonan knew the difference between immortal and mortal, so be it. But after interacting with Tai Mianshun, she was very clear of the difference. As a mere mortal, there was no hope in getting revenge on a Gu immortal. Now, Tai Ruonan's only hope was Tai Mianshun. She wanted to see Tai Clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshun kill Fan Yuan publicly and uphold justice, to take revenge for Tai Ruonan's friends and family. Fan Yuan looked at the three immortals as he laughed arrogantly. I am here to take back the thing I lost. Are the three of you going to try and stop me? Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao had pounding hearts. Fan Yuan had only said a sentence without using any methods, but they felt that his demonic might was overwhelming. They lost all of their fighting spirit. Fan Yuan's fame resounded in the world. His demonic might was a deterrence to the entire world. Even someone like Wu Yong was toyed around by him, and Heavenly Court could not even catch him after such a long time. These were merely rank 6 Gu immortals. It was normal to feel this. The mortals on the ground heard Fan Yuan's words clearly. Tai Ruonan was filled with anger. Demon! Even after becoming an immortal, he is still a demon. It is a misfortune for everyone that he holds such power. He deserves death. This demon deserves death. The righteous path should eliminate such evil and kill this demon to protect the world. Thinking of this, Tai Ruonan looked at Tai Mianshun expectantly. In her heart, this Tai Clan Gu immortal expert could almost hold up heaven and earth. He could pick the moon and stars from the sky. He could definitely kill Fan Yuan. After all, Fan Yuan was born in the same generation as her. How long had he been an immortal? How could he be Tai Mianshun's match? But at the next moment, Tai Ruonan's heroic eyes stared widely. Tai Mianshun sighed as he said, "O Fan Yuan, you rampaged unhindered over the 5 regions. You are renowned in the world. I am not your match. But even if I die, I will fight. This is the resolution of my Tai clan. But I have something to say. We are both immortals. We should not implicate these mortals. Why don't we let these mortals leave first? We can have a good fight. Even if I die, I will have no regrets." What did he say? Lord Tai Mianshun admitted he could not match Fan Yuan? How could this be? Tai Ruonan was tongue-tied. This shocking news almost destroyed her entire mental state. Such words came from Tai Mianshun himself. Her entire worldview had been crushed. Let these mortals off. Why should I? Fan Yuan smiled coldly as killing intent surged. He gazed around and saw the mortals on the ground. Tai Ruonan's anger was not worth his attention. The rage of an ant was pointless rage. The luck connected Yifan, a person who was blessed by fate and had strong luck. Even though there was a main and sub-luck relationship, Fan Yuan did not want to let him off. Killing this person was beneficial to him. After all, every time Fan Yuan used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Yifan would obtain a portion of that luck. And why was the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle with Yifan? Fan Yuan was very curious about this. He wanted to investigate. As for Shang Xianci? Fan Yuan's cold gaze flickered slightly. He showed a strange emotion. He had gotten close to Shang Xianci earlier in order to use her and gain footing in Shang clan. But now, Fan Yuan was shocked to find out that Shang Xianci's luck was incredibly alarming. Fan Yuan had methods to inspect luck. Shang Xianci was a mere mortal. Her luck was clear to Fan Yuan. Above her head, there was a thick gush of white and pure luck. It weaved and gathered into a beautiful cape. It seemed to be made of countless bird feathers. There was even a drizzle of luck near it, moving around this bird-feathered cape. Such luck, such a phenomenon, even Yifan, Hong Yi, and Han Li cannot compare to her. What is going on? With such luck, Shang Xianci is not a simple person. She is definitely an important person in the Great Era. Strange. Why is it that in the 500 years of my previous life, Shang Xianci was only a mortal throughout? Unless heavens will alter my memories inside Spring-Autumn Cicada? Or was it because I ruined Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's heaven-defying plan and became the leader of Shadow Sect? I changed many things and Shang Xianci got affected? But why Shang Xianci? I am afraid that according to the root of fate, she is truly an important person in the new era. Fan Yuan was thinking when he suddenly heard an eagle's cry. it almost burst his eardrums. Next, the upper extreme heavenly eagle seal weakened to its limit, as it pounced at Fan Yuan with bloodshot eyes. Even though I have killing intent in me, I have been controlling it using wisdom path methods, it had not spread out. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is actually being controlled. Not only is there a seal, its emotions are being affected to come and attack me. Fan Yuan snickered. He did not panic against the attack of an immemorial desolate beast. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It arrived in front of Fan Yuan with a flicker, its sharp eagle claws slashed at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not evade, he took this move head on. The huge eagle claw larger than his body scratched at him mercilessly. Shang Xianci gasped. The immortals were surprised, anticipating the results. Fan Yuan was sent flying by this huge force, but he was unharmed. In contrast, upper extreme heavenly eagle cried out in pain as its attack was reversed. It felt immense pain, even though it did not suffer heavy injuries. It was not far from it. We will attack now, this is the best opportunity. Tai Mianshan shouted as he attacked Fan Yuan. He was incredibly brave, using killer move iron mask equipment to turn into a 10-meter giant. The iron giant pushed with its palms as black chi surged out like a tide, engulfing Fan Yuan like a tiger's roar. Which life form would not want freedom? This upper extreme heavenly eagle is unwilling to be enslaved by Fan Yuan. It wants to escape. We will make use of its battle strength and attack Fan Yuan together. Like this, we might be able to persevere. Fan Yuan does not even want to let the mortals off. Evidently, he is a demon even in the demonic path. He had no bottom line or principles. The mortals will die. We will also not be spared. We should fight for a chance of survival. Ho Yao and Shang Qing had many thoughts. They attacked as well. They unleashed their strongest methods from the start of the fight. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He did not evade. He let the 3 moves land on his body. At the next moment, these 3 moves were completely reflected back at Tai Mianshan, Shang Qing, and Ho Yao. Shang Qing and Ho Yao were in a difficult situation. They quickly dodged. But that time Mianshan's eyes shone with brilliance. He shouted, "I'll take this." He jumped and entered the rumbling black chi that was reflected back. It did not do any damage to him. Instead, he slowly regained control over it. "Fan Yuan, take this again!" Tai Mianshan shouted. He burst out with goo worm aura as black chi surged. This immortal killer move, floating sinking iron sand, had both offense and defense in it. It was compatible with iron mask equipment. Even if it was reflected, Tai Mianshan could regain control over it. And this floating sinking iron sand could be stacked and combined perfectly. Tai Mianshan was a rank 7 expert. Even though his attacks were all reflected by Fan Yuan, he felt that he had a chance of winning. It was fine that the floating sinking iron sand was sent back. He could still control it and add more killer moves into it to increase the power of this move. He would become stronger as time passes. Chapter 1537. Fan Yuan slaughters immortals. As expected of Iron Mask True Inheritance, Fan Yuan saw that Tai Mianshan had used floating sinking iron sand again with increased strength. Bright light shined in his eyes. He had an understanding of the super forces in the 5 regions, because Shadow Sect's information was very comprehensive. Every super force had their signature inheritance like Iron Mask True Inheritance. Shadow Sect had wanted to obtain them too, but all the super forces kept a close eye on them. It was hard for Shadow Sect to succeed. Shadow Sect had not succeeded in getting Iron Mask True Inheritance. They only had some information of it. The core immortal goo was called Justice. The goo immortal who inherits this true inheritance had to have a heart of justice. They needed to have the determination to uphold justice and punish evildoers. Not just that, Fan Yuan still remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life, the rank 7 goo immortal Tai Mianshan had a great performance. He displayed battle strength at the peak of rank 7. But now, he was still a distance from the peak of rank 7. Continuing to use wisdom path methods to deduce, Fan Yuan thought of many good ways to counter floating sinking iron sand. Fan Yuan chose the most direct method. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation plus Myriad Self, forming immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Roar, 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 roar. At once, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as sword chi burst out rampantly. It was like a sea of silver scales. Tai Mianshan was filled with fighting spirit, but suddenly, silver light flickered in front of him. What? Shock was expressed on his face. He looked at the myriad sword dragons flew around like a tsunami, charging towards him. floating sinking iron sand. During the critical moment, Tai Mianshan breathed in deeply. He used all his strength and method to make the black chi around him surge and defend against the myriad dragons. But in just less than 2 breaths of time, the iron sand black chi was completely wiped out by the silver dragons. Tai Mianshan coughed out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to escape, but where could he go? At the next moment, the myriad dragons engulfed him. Lord Tai Mianshan! Tai Ruanan watched this as she screamed shrilly. The dragons roared in a colossal scale. They truly filled up the entire sky. The attack was terrifying and made all of the mortals on the ground soaked in cold sweat. After a while, a small figure emerged from the dragon group and flew out. It was Tai Mianshan. He was extremely weak, unlike before. His iron giant appearance had crumbled, but it was quite an impressive move to be able to defend against myriad dragon. This strength! Tai Mianshan had a solemn expression most of the time, but now, there was shock remaining on his face. He wanted to stack the floating sinking iron sand killer move against Fang Yuan, but he retaliated with the most direct method, brute force. Myriad Dragon was created by fusing Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation and Myriad Self. Both moves were very exceptional on their own. Myriad Dragon that fused both moves pushed Fang Yuan's attack strength all the way to the peak of rank 7. If this was in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Tai Mianshan would have been able to block this move, but now, he was still lacking. The difference between experts was usually by a margin. Just that bit of extra strength decided victory and defeat. Now that Tai Mianshan's offense was lower than Fang Yuan, while his defense was far inferior, Fang Yuan could completely suppress Tai Mianshan in battle. Tai Mianshan could only retreat, he had to flee. He was very fast, even Myriad Dragon could not catch up. Fang Yuan did not set up an immortal battlefield killer move. He could not trap these people. Even though Fang Yuan could defeat him, he needed prior preparations to kill him. Even though I have an immortal battlefield killer move, it cannot be used immediately. Since my rank 8 battle strength is in the defensive aspect, it will be hard to kill Tai Mianshan today. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. He did not have much killing intent. Tai Mianshan was a Metal Path Gu immortal. Fang Yuan did not need his Dao marks. Furthermore, Tai Mianshan was an important person in southern border to resist Heavenly Court during the 5 regions chaotic war. As for these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not move. He looked down. Shang Qing and Hou Yao were surrounded by the myriad dragons. They had no way to escape. Life and death was right before them. As rank 6 Gu immortals facing this rank 7 peak killer move, they were quite impressive to hold out until now. They were elites of super forces after all. Boom boom! With 2 loud sounds, Shang Qing and Hou Yao could no longer resist the attack. Their bodies were smashed to bits by the myriad dragons. As for their souls, they wanted to self-detonate. But why would Fang Yuan, who had spectral souls' true inheritance, let them? He directly imprisoned them. They were sent into Fang Yuan's hands by the myriad dragons very quickly. Fang Yuan, kill us if you dare! Evil scoundrel, you are offending the 3 super forces of Hou Clan, Shang Clan, and Tai Clan. You are courting death. You are arrogant now, but you will soon regret your actions. The 2 Gu immortal souls screamed. Suppressed. Fang Yuan willed as these 2 souls were unable to emit a sound or move at all. They were completely immobilized. Next, they were sent into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was easy for Fang Yuan to kill rank 6 Gu immortals. Afterwards, explosions occurred near him as the eagle cried out. The huge upper extreme heavenly eagle took the myriad dragon killer move head-on as it charged at Fang Yuan. It was an immemorial desolate beast with thick defenses. Even though myriad dragon attacked and slashed its body, it ignored the attacks bravely. Fang Yuan saw the bloodlust in its eyes. It had lost its cognition ability. Fang Yuan knew that this eagle was under external influence. Otherwise, it would not dare to attack him like this. After all, not only did Fang Yuan enslave it, he had also hatched it. But in terms of defense, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle lost to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he allowed the eagle to approach him. He only flew at a low altitude in spite of its pursuit. Boom! The eagle wings slammed on Fang Yuan's back. But under the effect of reverse flow protection seal, he was unharmed. This force made him even faster as he flew at Yifan and the rest. The upper extreme heavenly eagle shrieked as its right wing broke. It fell from the sky, but the endless swarm of dragons forced it back into the air as they attacked it endlessly. Fang Yuan had noticed it immediately when he arrived. He saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle on Yifan's shoulder. He was naturally concerned about this anomaly. Since Yi Fan seemed to be able to control Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fan Yuan decided to capture him first. He attacked Yi Fan. Comparing the immemorial Desolate Beast and a rank 5 Gu Master Mortal, the latter was much easier to deal with. Before he arrived, Fan Yuan's methods were already in effect. Yi Fan, Tai Ruonan, and the rest watched as Fan Yuan approached. Their bodies were stiff, they could not move. "Oh no!" Yi Fan cried out in dismay. He wanted to explain himself, but he could no longer talk now. In Fan Yuan's opinion, any explanation could not match his own soul search. "Am I going to die? I regret that I cannot continue to uphold justice." Tai Ruonan gritted her teeth, feeling rage and hatred. "Brother Hey Tuesday." Shang Xianci was the only person with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes flickered with deep emotions. "You saved me back then. You were the reason why I could gain influence in Shang clan and walk this far. Therefore, even if I die at your hands, I am satisfied." But when Fan Yuan was about to succeed, a mysterious ripple appeared. Instantly, between Fan Yuan and the Mortal Gu Masters, the scene became a blur, like they were separated by an unclean mirror. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. This change occurred too quickly, but Fan Yuan reacted rapidly too. When he was about to make a move, the world turned orange-yellow. He was inside a mystical Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. A rank 8 Gu Immortal showed himself, standing in front of Fan Yuan and protecting the Mortal Gu Masters behind him. "Master!" Seeing this person, Yi Fan screamed from excitement. "Who are you?" Fan Yuan's eyes squinted as he emanated a cold aura. "I am Lu Weiyin." "Oh, Fan Yuan, living beings already live in difficulty. Why must we kill each other? Why don't you stop here?" The mysterious person smiled as he said. Chapter 1538. Fetus Earth Maze. "Master," Yi Fan muttered, looking at Lu Weiyin who was right in front of him. He had an expression of admiration. After a long time, Yi Fan saw his master again. He looked the same as before. He wore a gray hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that was large and wide. It covered his face under the shadow, concealing his appearance. His chin was wide and thick. It gave people the feeling of steadiness and unwavering determination. A rank 8 Gu Immortal? The 2 Yi clan Gu Immortals were forced to appear. They were hiding in the lake earlier. The moment this immortal battlefield was created, they were forced out. "Who is he?" "He has southern border aura, but he is definitely not a member of the righteous path." Tai Mianshan had a grim expression. "Oh? Life is hard, so you want me to stop?" Fan Yuan smiled coldly at Lu Weiyin. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind. He was thinking at rapid speed. This guy is a hypocrite. He had created the immortal battlefield killer move long ago. He could have saved Shang clan and Ho clan's Gu Immortals, but he chose to appear right after. Coming out and telling me that life is difficult and that I should stop. This is fake kindness. However, he is a rank 8 Gu Immortal after all. My 3 breaths future vision had already been active, but it did not warn me. This move is too low ranked. The core time path Immortal Gu after is only rank 7. And this immortal battlefield killer move that he said is very profound. My investigative methods could not find it. Fan Yuan thought to himself. He had an array of methods. Against most rank 7 and rank 6 Gu Immortals in the world, he could suppress them. But against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he was still inferior. The enemy was a rank 8 Gu Immortal and he was inside an immortal battlefield killer move. Fan Yuan was in a passive situation. But he was not worried. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was his greatest defense. He had modified it extensively during this period. Even if Heavenly Court had a counter to it, they could only influence the initial version. It could not work on the current Fan Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, using his strongest defensive method again. Roar! Countless silver sword dragons flew out and filled the entire immortal battlefield killer move. The dragons roared. They had a ruthless expression as they attacked Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin smiled lightly. He was completely unconcerned. "Friend, don't be so angry. Killing cannot solve all problems." Saying so, aura burst out of his body as he used an immortal killer move. This killer move made an effect immediately. It started to rain. But this rain was not made of water, it was made of sand. Sand rained down like a torrent, appearing out of nowhere. The immortal battlefield resonated, causing the sand to be even heavier, as the entire battlefield was covered by a veil of sand. Immortal killer move, descending sand. The sword dragons were covered by the sand, their thunderous roars became very soft, their long and sharp bodies shrunk as their sinister claws became soft and fluid. In a few breaths of time, the army of ferocious sword dragons was completely weakened, turning into tiny white earthworms that were the size of a human arm. This killer move! Fan Yuan's expression changed. He realized something. It seems he has already found out my identity. Lu Weiyin sighed as he watched. This person is truly an otherworldly demon, a cause of calamities and tribulations. Not only does he have great battle strength, he has also grown sufficiently now. The more worrying thing is that he has a vicious and scheming mind. He acts with precise ruthlessness. This is truly a misfortune for ordinary people and life. Thinking so, Lu Weiyin called out, Gu immortal and Gu master friends, the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves. Everyone is in danger now. You have to unite and work together to resist this demon. That is the only way to survive. In this battlefield killer move, if you do not have the determination to resist the demon, I will not be able to protect you. I will need your help in this following killer move. Master, what do you want us to do? Go ahead and instruct us. Yi Fan shouted loudly in an energetic mood. Lu Weiyin turned around and smiled as he nodded. I only need all of you to have determination to fight against this demon. I understand. Yi Fan nodded. He looked at Fan Yuan angrily as battle will emerge from his body, rising up like smoke. The upper extreme heavenly eagle also landed. Its eyes stared at Fan Yuan with hatred. Even though Fan Yuan hatched it, he had deprived it of freedom. Even blood-related parents who did that would be hated. In that case, we might as well cooperate. Tai Mianshan calmed his mind. Even though Lu Weiyin was mysterious, in this situation, Fan Yuan was the enemy. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. Tai Mianshan responded to Lu Weiyin's call. On the other hand, Yi Clan's two Gu immortals discussed and also summoned their intent to fight against Fan Yuan. As for the mortal Gu masters, asking them to fight a Gu immortal greatly challenged their courage, but because Lu Weiyin was taking the lead, and Fan Yuan was simply too vicious, having the intent to kill them, they all summoned their fighting spirits. Only Shang Xianci shook her head. She had a sorrowful gaze. Fan Yuan was her benefactor. How could she fight him? Clan leader, now is not the time for mercy. That Fan Yuan is an ambitious demon who acts viciously. He will not reciprocate your kindness. Even Wei de Xian, who was beside Shang Xianci, urged. Enough. I will not be enemies with Brother He too, even if he kills me. Shang Xianci shook her head with firm determination. The people around her sighed. The other Gu masters were unhappy with Shang Xianci's attitude, but because of her status and the situation now, they did not dare to speak up. Lu Weiyin saw that everyone had summoned their wills. He smiled brightly. Good, he said, turning to face Fan Yuan. I would like you to evaluate my move, mud piled into a wall. Immortal killer move, mud piled into a wall. Battle will surge from everyone, absorbed into this small world rapidly. The immortal battlefield resonated again. Fan Yuan had an alert expression. He did not attack randomly. He chose to watch the situation closely. At the next moment, walls appeared out of nowhere, erected by his side. Fan Yuan smiled and attacked, using all sorts of methods to smash these walls. But the walls formed at an incredible speed, while Fan Yuan's methods were affected by descending sand and became very weak. The yellow walls did not have offensive power, but they formed and gathered. Some were in front of Fan Yuan while others surrounded him in all directions, above, below, and on all sides around him. Immortal killer move, 6-directional maze. Lu Weiyin grunted as a third killer move was used. Fan Yuan's mind was stirred. At this moment, Lu Weiyin had finally bared his fangs. The 3 killer moves, descending sand, mud piled into a wall, and 6-directional maze, rapidly activated and fused together, forming a huge maze that completely enveloped Fan Yuan. This maze extended in all directions. It was like the core of a hollow mountain. All sorts of interweaving paths and walls were complex and confusing. People would feel dizzy just looking at them. Fan Yuan's myriad dragon killer move was created from the fusion of myriad self and ancient sword dragon transformation. But Lu Weiyin's fetus earth maze was the combination of 3 rank 8 killer moves. It had an incredible power. Fan Yuan felt his sense of direction dwindling here. He could not tell where was up, down, left, or right. He tried to move alongside the walls, but he completely forgot the path he came from. He tried to attack the yellow walls, but any attack that landed on the walls became extremely weak, because these walls had the effect of descending sand. It seems that I cannot brute force my way out of here. I need to expose this immortal battlefield's weakness and strike at it. Realization appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. He sat down on the spot and closed his eyes, using all sorts of wisdom path methods. Chapter 1539. Reforming Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was temporarily trapped in the fetus Earth Maze killer move. The situation stabilized immediately. Bright light flashed in Tai Mianshan's eyes. He flew down and greeted Lu Weiyin, asking, "Senior, how will we kill this demon Fan Yuan?" Lu Weiyin smiled, saying softly, "All life deserves to live. Even though this Fan Yuan is an otherworldly demon, he is still a living being. How can we say things like taking his life?" Tai Mianshan was stunned. Clan's two Gu immortals also flew over. Nen said anxiously, "Senior, how can we let him off? This demon has committed great sins. He disrupts the order of the world. Now is the best time to kill him. How can we be wrongly merciful?" Yu also urged, "Senior, if we do not kill him today, he will harm the world and kill other living beings in the future. Wouldn't that be worse? His death is the fortune of this world." But Lu Weiyin shook his head. "Everyone's words make sense, but you are also biased. There is no absolute evil person in this world. Nobody is born as a murderer. Otherwise, why would we need to learn methods to fight and kill? Humans have kindness and evil in their hearts. There is no pure evil or pure kindness. Even though this Fan Yuan is a demonic path Gu immortal with blood on his hands, having committed great evil, he was not born as an evil person. A hated person has reasons to be pitied. Everything in this world has causes and effects. What created the Fan Yuan of today is the karma of yesterday. Since Fan Yuan could grow into this evil person now, why can't he turn into a kind person in the future? He is strong and has countless methods. If he is in the righteous path, he would bring blessings to this world. He would save countless people. Isn't that more helpful to the world? Lu Weiyin's words stunned Tai Mianshan, Nan Men, and Yu. This mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal wanted to reform Fan Yuan. Since Senior has his objective, Junior will wait for Senior's success. Tai Mianshan sighed. Clan's two Gu immortals looked at each other. They saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The three of them were not Fan Yuan's match. They needed to depend on this mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal Lu Weiyin to deal with Fan Yuan. Lu Weiyin had incredibly profound methods, even though he appeared abruptly and set up the immortal battlefield killer move in advance, showing his motive. All the signs pointed to the fact that he could eliminate Fan Yuan. But to think that after a conversation, Lu Weiyin still held the absurd objective of reforming Fan Yuan, to turn this huge demon into a kind immortal that would save the world. I am afraid this rank 8 Gu immortal has some method to change Fan Yuan's personality? You guessed. Nen Men spoke directly. "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. I would like Senior to open this battlefield and let us return to our clan." Clan's Gu immortals came here to deal with Tai clan, Shan clan, and Ho clan, but the situation developed too quickly. Fan Yuan's appearance completely took matters out of their control. The two clan Gu immortals were quite unlucky. They met both Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin. Their objectives failed before they even started doing anything. In this situation, they did not want to stay. It was normal to want to leave. Tai Mianshan looked at the two clan Gu immortals. His gaze flickered, but he did not speak. Lu Weiyin shook his head. "Friends, don't be anxious. I will not harm you, but now is not the time to open the battlefield. If everyone leaves, I'm afraid there may be reports to the clans and invitations for reinforcements to deal with Fan Yuan. This goes against my objective. You should all wait here for now." This. The three Gu immortals looked at each other. They had no choice but to accept it. Inside this immortal battlefield, they could not communicate with the outside world. Since they were weaker than both Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin, they could only obey his arrangements helplessly. "Master, can that Fan Yuan really be converted to the righteous path?" Yi Fan asked in confusion. Lu Weiyin turned around and patted Yi Fan's head. "Anything can be possible in this world, right? I am willing to give him a chance to repent and turn over a new leaf. If he does, I am sure that this will be a huge blessing to the world. It would become a wonderful story for future historical records." "Can it really succeed?" Shang Xinci asked hesitantly. Anticipation shone deep within her eyes. She was a righteous path Gu master this entire life. She did not want the person she loved, Fan Yuan, to walk on this demonic path of no return. Right now, from Shang Xinci's perspective, Fan Yuan was already trapped. This showed that Lu Weiyin was very powerful and that Fan Yuan was in danger. At this time, if Fan Yuan could turn over a new leaf, not only would it be a huge blessing, he would also preserve his own life. Of course it can. People can change, they can turn bad, but they can also become good. Oh Shang Xianci, do you think Fang Yuan is a bad person inherently? Lu Weiyin smiled and asked. Shang Xianci shook her head. She had a firm attitude. I will not lie to Senior, I believe that Fang Yuan is not born evil. I can feel his cold attitude, but under that, I can sense endless sadness. Lu Weiyin nodded. Your understanding is quite hard to come by. I know that he has helped you before. Do you know that now he needs your help more? Shang Xianci was dazed before asking. Senior, how can I help him? Lu Weiyin smiled. Very simple. I have already said that you need to encourage and urge him to renounce his evil ways and become righteous. My killer move is called Fetus Earth Maze. It can allow a person to live 3 lifetimes, experiencing the mortal life fully and comprehending life and death, understanding the vicissitudes of human ways and forgetting the evil in his heart, turning over a new leaf. All of us have an inherent nature, but our life experiences are very important too. O Shang Xianci, if you invest your will into Fetus Earth Maze, Fang Yuan would definitely feel it. Let him experience the beauty of life, and summon the kindness and brightness in his heart. I understand. Thank you, Senior, for the guidance. Shang Xianci had a look of realization. Her gaze became firm. A lump of will emerged from her body, entering Fetus Earth Maze like everyone else. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin's mind eased. He thought, with Shang Xianci's luck on our side, we will not be fully suppressed by Fang Yuan's luck. Next, it will depend on the other party. In immemorial white heaven, Chen Yi moved like lightning, flying rapidly among the clouds. He was still injured. These were caused by Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder and immemorial soul beast Qin Chou. His injuries were covered by Strength Path and Soul Path Dao marks. They were very deep. Qin Yi had impressive healing methods, but these injuries could not heal so quickly. Compared to his injuries, his heart was heavier. I actually failed. Not only did I fail to get Divine Being Palace, I lost in battle and could not kill Qin Chou. Sigh. I was too greedy, they took advantage of it. It was my fault. It was all my fault. Qin Yi was very regretful. He could not answer to Fairy Ziwei, and also as the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, he could not regain his sect ancestors' possession. He was very ashamed. After returning, I will quit my role as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder and cultivate in seclusion. I will reclaim Divine Being Palace after my cultivation breaks through. Qin Yi made up his mind. He needed to make up for this mistake, otherwise he would not rest at ease. He flew for many days. Central Continent was already in sight, but now 3 rank 7 Gu immortals approached him. Lord Qin Yi, hold on, we have been waiting for you. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals said. Qin Yi took a gaze. They were familiar people. They were Supreme Elders from the other 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Why are you? Qin Yi could not understand. One of the 3 rank 7s handed Qin Yi an information path Mortal Gu. Qin Yi looked into it. It was a letter from Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei requested for Qin Yi to make up for his failure. He needed to head to the immemorial white heaven of Northern Plains for his mission. Lady Fairy Ziwei, as expected of a wisdom path great expert. Qin Yi looked at the letter with a bright gaze. He nodded as he sighed deeply. Lord Qin Yi, please give us instructions. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals asked. Their task was to hand Qin Yi this information path Mortal Gu containing their mission. They did not know what they had to do next. Qin Yi looked at the 3 of them. Heavenly Court has already acted against Fang Yuan. Follow me. Chapter 1540. Attacking Langya. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. On a plain and ordinary wetland, profound light suddenly emerged endlessly. The light was bright like jade, turning the surroundings green in color. Within the green light, countless butterflies were dancing around. The light lasted for 3 breaths of time before fading into sparkles of jade light that dissipated rapidly. But different from before, 7 figures appeared on the ground that was empty earlier. They emanated Central Continent Gu immortal aura. The leader wore a red and white robe. He was the famous genius rarely found in thousands of years, Feng Jiuge. These people were directly transported from Central Continent. Even Feng Jiuge was a little dazed. At this moment, they were looking around and assessing the area. Beside Feng Jiuge, a rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal deduced as he said excitedly. This is Langya blessed land. Hearing his words, the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals felt deeply excited. Feng Jiuge nodded in satisfaction. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out a will. This will was very damaged. it was about to be destroyed after existing for a very long period of time. Feng Jiuge cupped his fist as this will. We were able to arrive here after crossing 2 regions thanks to Senior's immortal killer move. This will formed into a human shape with difficulty. It had the appearance of a scholarly teacher. He looked around. You are all pillars that support Heavenly Court. My main body left this will behind to deal with situations like this. I hope you can all work together and complete your mission. Do not let down Heavenly Court. We will do our best. The other 6 rank 7 Gu Immortals said in unison. This will heard the answer and laughed. Great, our Heavenly Court will continue to advance with all of your help. We will exist for all eternity. As it laughed, the will dissipated in the wind, completely vanishing. Gu Immortal Fan Yanhua, who was behind Feng Jiuge, wore a white jade crown and had a young appearance. He knew some information as he sighed upon seeing this. Senior Liang Liang's final remaining will has been destroyed. Liang Liang was famous in history. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal from Heavenly Court, a space path expert. He had once obtained fixed immortal travel and elevated it to rank 7. Later, when legendary immemorial desolate beast Huakong wreaked havoc, he participated in battle and died. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed as a result. Afterwards, fixed immortal travel appeared in history several times, refined by people of different regions. But it was always rank 6, the rank 7 version had never appeared again. Even during Fan Yuan's refinement in 3 Kings Blessed Land, he could not break out of this limitation. But afterwards, Granny Xia from Heavenly Court refined rank 6 fixed immortal travel, and with Fairy Ziwei leading Heavenly Court, she had tried to raise the rank of fixed immortal travel. Heavenly Court had the greatest immortal material inventory in the world. They had started collecting materials since the era of primordial origin immortal venerable, 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. Fixed immortal travel was hard to raise to rank 7 because of one crucial immortal material. But this problem was not that big for Heavenly Court. Months ago, Fairy Ziwei had used the method Gu Immortal Liang Liang left behind and awakened his final will. With the help of this will, not only did Heavenly Court raise fixed immortal travel to rank 7, they even collected a lot of Gu worms and created an immortal killer move, 7 immortal doors. This was the immortal killer move that transported Feng Jiuge, Fan Yunhua, and the rest of the central continent Gu immortals into northern plains Langya Blessed Land directly. However, the moment they reached Liang Liang's remnant will that had helped Feng Jiuge use the move dissipated after reaching its limit. The final trace of this legend had finally vanished. But Heavenly Court's plan succeeded in return. Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jiuge muttered. He floated up as he used an immortal killer move to investigate the surroundings. Only to see that the terrain was completely flat and empty for all the surroundings. It was a swamp everywhere. Only some traces of vegetation grew here in clear view. But Feng Jiuge saw more than that. He looked closely and found the traces of hairy men living in this huge area. Feng Jiuge praised Fairy Ziwei internally. Amazing! Ever since Fan Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, he had been guarding against this Gu. Even the current Dang Hun Mountain had completely been remodeled. It was to prevent anyone from using fixed immortal travel to teleport into it. But Fairy Ziwei used some crucial clues to deduce the appearance of Langya Blessed Land. Using that, they used immortal killer move 7 immortal doors to allow Feng Jiuge and the rest to arrive in here. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan had grown sufficiently to resist rank 8. Afterwards, he went into seclusion and developed on his own, growing rapidly and forcing Heavenly Court, which was pursuing him, to fail in capturing him. Fan Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was someone who could destroy Fate Gu, a huge threat to Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had always been mindful of him. She wanted to find any means possible to eradicate Fan Yuan. But after failing to locate Fan Yuan, Fairy Ziwei's focus turned to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was the #1 blessed land in the world. It had provided too much help to Fan Yuan. Initially, when Langya Land Spirit was still the white-haired land spirit, he had helped Fan Yuan refine second aperture Gu, and even gave Gruel Mud Immortal Gu to him. It played a crucial role during the events of Imperial Court Blessed Land. After the Battle of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fan Yuan turned into an immortal zombie and was very poor. His finances were in terrible straits. But with the help of Langya Blessed Land, he deduced immortal Gu recipes for income and rapidly got past the awkward stage of lacking initial funds. Next, to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist the invasion of Immortal Crane Sect, Langya Land Spirit lent Fan Yuan Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu as well as 8 Desolate Beasts. There was also Unfamiliar Face. It helped Fan Yuan a lot. this was also given by Langya Land Spirit. Next, when Shadow Sect attacked Langya Blessed Land, they snatched many crucial core Immortal Goo of Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron. The white-haired Land Spirit turned into the black-haired Land Spirit. Dog shit luck Immortal Goo was also destroyed in this battle. The black-haired Land Spirit created Langya Sect, changing the original plan of the white-haired Land Spirit. He gave Fan Yuan a lot of help. Firstly, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, when Fan Yuan had just obtained the sovereign immortal body, he was in a dangerous and awkward spot. Langya Sect used Treasure Yellow Heaven to send him many crucial goo worms and get through that difficult moment. When Fan Yuan went back to Northern Plains from Southern Border, Langya Sect went to bring him back, losing 2 hairy man goo immortals in the process. Langya Land Spirit had even relocated Fan Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain, Wisdom Goo and other items before Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, preserving most of Fan Yuan's assets. Especially Wisdom Goo, Langya Blessed Land had been bearing the burden of feeding it, expending a lot of lifespan goo. Next, Langya Land Spirit asked Fan Yuan to be their external Supreme Elder, transacting with him and refining dog shit luck Immortal Goo for him, as well as the self-luck True Inheritance. After getting Shadow Sect's True Inheritance, Langya Land Spirit exchanged most of the True Inheritance's information with Fan Yuan. And throughout the period of interacting with both Land Spirits, Langya Blessed Land had refined a large number of goo for Fan Yuan, countless mortal goo and many crucial immortal goo. All of this help came at timely intervals, giving Fan Yuan a huge amount of assistance. One could say that Langya Blessed Land had played a critical role in the outcome of Fan Yuan being able to reach this stage today. And now, even Langya Land Spirit did not want to offend Fan Yuan with rank 8 battle strength. He wanted to improve their relationship. After the marriage with the snowmen, Langya Land Spirit became even more assured of Fan Yuan's stance and attitude towards the variant humans. In other words, Langya Blessed Land was already Fan Yuan's base now. However, this was also why Heavenly Court's attention was brought to Langya Blessed Land. But for a long time, Heavenly Court was unsure of which force was helping Fan Yuan. Until recently, when Fairy Ziwei's deductions made a breakthrough. Thus, Langya Blessed Land became their first target to attack. Such guts, you dare to invade my world! Langya Land Spirit suddenly shouted from within the wetlands. A silver giant appeared out of nowhere. It had overwhelming fighting spirit and disposition. It was the number 2 ancient battle formation in the world, Heavenly Giant Solar. Langya Blessed Land was controlled by Langya Land Spirit. He knew everything that happened inside it to great detail. Feng Jiuge and the rest suddenly barged into Langya Blessed Land. The Land Spirit found out almost immediately. But because they were very strong, Langya Land Spirit gathered the hairy man goo immortals and assembled Heavenly Giant Solar first before going to face them. A great battle was about to start. Chapter 1541. Fan Yuan's Love. Invaders of Langya Blessed Land, die! Langya Land Spirit shouted as he attacked using Heavenly Giant Solar along with the band of hairy man goo immortals. Retreat! Seeing the approaching silver giant, Central Continent's goo immortals rapidly retreated in all directions. Even Feng Jiuge was retreating. But he was moving slowly. It was not that he was slower than the rest, but he was purposely lagging behind. Undeniably, Feng Jiuge had the greatest battle strength among the Central Continent goo immortals. He was the leader of this expedition. Victory greatly depended on him. He needed to control the situation at all times. This is Feng Jiuge of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Langya Land Spirit controlled Heavenly Giant Solar. Seeing Feng Jiuge, his pupils shrank. He had a grim expression. The enemies had ill intent. Langya Land Spirit felt great pressure. Because Feng Jiuge appeared, it meant that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and thus Heavenly Court, were the enemies of Langya Blessed Land. Heavenly Court was the number 1 force in human history. It was also the number 1 grotto heaven in the world. How could Langya Land Spirit not feel pressure facing such an opponent? Little 5! Langya Land Spirit shouted. Goo Immortal Fifth Hair nodded. Watch this! Saying so, he used an immortal killer move. The killer move took effect immediately. Appearing on Heavenly Giant Solar, the silver giant opened its mouth as a beam of light burst out. The beam was very threatening, appearing before Feng Jiuge in an instant. Such speed! Feng Jiuge was slightly stunned. The white light was right in front of his face, but he suddenly smiled. Swoosh! He vanished in an instant. The light went through his former location and shot far away, creating huge ripples of distortion in the air. Feng Jiuge appeared again. He advanced instead, arriving in front of the silver giant. "He is above us!" Within the silver giant, the investigative hairy man-goo immortal called out. The hairy man-goo immortals were flustered. "Tit for tat, take my move as well!" Feng Jiuge laughed heartily, waving his sleeves as a grand aura burst out of his body. Immortal killer move, triple extreme sound. Feng Jiuge punched with one hand, creating a drumming sound. He struck with his other palm and created the chiming of bells. He pointed with his finger and created a sharp whistle. These were the signature methods of the three sounds' true inheritance: drum fist, bell palm, and whistle finger. Earlier, Feng Jiuge could only use the first two moves to supplement his methods. But after Fan Yuan escaped his pursuit, Feng Jiuge returned to Central Continent and thought about his own insufficiencies. He cultivated hard and learned the third move. Thereafter, he learned all three methods, forming the triple extreme sound killer move. Fist, palm, finger, fist, palm, finger. Using this fluid sequence, Feng Jiuge attacked and expended little immortal essence with each attack. The power even increased slightly with each use. Even though the amplification was not high, Feng Jiuge attacked rapidly, alternating between fist, palm, and finger. He attacked for 100 times in a short time. This way, as the number of attacks increased, triple extreme sound became even stronger. The sound waves landed on the silver giant as it stumbled backwards. The hairy man-goo immortals felt dizzy. The silver giant waved its arms and scattered the clouds and winds, wanting to slam down on Feng Jiuge. But Feng Jiuge's methods were too tough. He moved agilely in the air. Even though the giant's arms were huge and moved fast, they could not hit Feng Jiuge. "It seems that we need immortal methods against this person," Langya Land's spirit shouted with a serious expression. "Third hair! Fourth hair!" The two hairy man-goo immortals responded rapidly and used their immortal killer moves. Third hair used a killer move that created a dark green layer of wooden armor on the silver giant's body. Feng Jiuge's triple extreme sound landed on the wooden armor, and the sound waves were completely absorbed. Fourth hair's killer move created a golden chi spiral above the silver giant's head. These chi currents shot towards Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge's situation became dangerous all of a sudden. His attacks were no longer effective. No matter how he flew, the golden spiraling chi currents gathered around his body. He could not shrug them off. Not far away, Central Continent's Gu immortal Fan Yunhua saw this and thought, "According to the information, defeating this silver giant will decide our victory. Since Feng Jiuge is in trouble, I can help him." Thinking of this, Fan Yunhua was about to use a killer move when he heard his companion's warning. "Brother Fang, dodge!" "What?" At the next moment, Fan Yunhua saw that the silver giant opened its mouth, shooting out a huge beam of light. This beam of light was aimed at Fan Yunhua. He quickly used his defensive methods. But Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength. Even though Fan Yunhua was a rank 7 expert, he was not like Feng Jiuge or Fan Yuan. His defensive methods only lasted for 3 breaths of time. But that was enough for Fan Yunhua to turn into a white cloudy light and scatter, before gathering and forming high up in the sky. Blood dripped out of Fan Yunhua's mouth. He had a pale face and shock was in his eyes. "I was distracted earlier and wanted to use a killer move, exposing a flaw. They were able to sense it immediately. What investigative method is that?" Langya Blessed Land had deep foundations, but it mainly focused on refinement path. The previous Langya Land spirit had no interest in anything but Gu refinement. Thus, this investigative method came from Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan exchanged true inheritances with Langya Land's spirit back then. One on hand, he wanted the inheritances, and on the other hand, he wanted to increase Langya Sect's battle strength. Langya Sect had many immortal Gu, they only lacked useful killer moves. And now, Fan Yuan's action finally saw some results. Feng Jiuge's heart also sank. This investigative killer move could sense the weakness exposed by enemies. It was very useful in landing crucial attacks. With such a killer move, Central Continent's Gu immortals were greatly disrupted when attacking the silver giant together. Because these people were from different sects, they rarely worked together. Once they attacked the silver giant, their cooperation would have flaws. And these flaws would immediately be targeted by the silver giant. "The more people here, the more problems there are. I will stall Heavenly Giant Solar myself then." Feng Jiuge fought as he thought. He quickly changed his battle tactic, instructing the other Gu immortals. "Split up and set up the immortal Gu formation so that our reinforcements can come." "Such guts!" Langya Land's spirit heard such words and shouted in anger. Feng Jiuge smiled lightly. He purposely said that, It was an open scheme that left Langya Land's spirit no option but to face it. Even though the Silver Giant had rank 8 battle strength, it was only one entity while Central Continent had 7 Gu Immortals. The Silver Giant could not deal with all of them, but if it sent out Hairy Man Gu Immortals to deal with them, they would fall into Feng Jiuji's scheme. The battle strength of these Hairy Man Gu Immortals had risen sharply, but they were not a match for these Central Continent Gu Immortal experts in one-on-one battles. Thus, Langya Land's spirit was in a difficult spot. He could neither split up his forces nor stay together. While Langya Blessed Land was in an intense battle, far away in southern border, in the Fetus Earth maze, there was serenity. Where am I? Fan Yuan opened his eyes, realizing he was on a bed. He wanted to get up but found that he was heavily injured. He had a dazed expression as he muttered, "Who am I? I seem to have forgotten some important matters. Oh son, you are finally awake!" At this moment, an old lady heard the commotion and entered the house, tearing up after seeing Fan Yuan, who had woken up. "You are?" Fan Yuan questioned. The old lady was stunned for a second before crying loudly. "Son, did you hit your head and become stupid? I am your mother, you are Shinsan. A few days ago, young Master Shu sent a Gu master of his family to beat you up because he did not want you and Xionyang to be together. Oh son, listen to mother's advice. Even though you and Xionyang are close, we are a small family. Even though there were Gu masters in our ancestry, we have already fallen from grace. You cannot beat young Master Shu in fighting over Xionyang. Give up, you should give up." Xionyang. Fan Yuan muttered, "Is this true? I have forgotten all these?" Some days later, he gradually understood his identity. He and Xionyang were betrothed from birth, but his father died when he was young, losing their only Gu master in the family, thus they fell from grace. Originally, they matched Xionyang's family, but now they were inferior. Xionyang's family preferred that young Master Shu instead. He had a huge clan and was influential and rich. There were dozens of Gu masters in Shu clan. If the external Gu masters were included, they numbered over 100. Later, Xionyang came to see Fan Yuan. "Darling San, how are your injuries? I've been thinking of you day and night, but my parents stopped me from coming. I could only come here today because I lied that I was cultivating with a Gu master." "Oh my darling San, my poor darling San." Xionyang saw that Fan Yuan was lying down in bed weakly. She started sobbing. Love was deeply etched in her eyes. Fan Yuan looked at Xionyang. He felt like this was the first time he was seeing her. He assessed her closely. Xionyang was young and beautiful. Her skin was pure and white. Her green hair was long like a waterfall. She wore a white dress and had a slim figure. She was pure and innocent. With tears in her eyes, she was very alluring. She was truly a peerless beauty. No wonder that young Master Shu liked Xionyang. Fan Yuan sighed. He did not speak. Xionyang was upset, but the old lady sighed and told her the reason. Xionyang cried out in agony. She quickly held on to Fan Yuan's hands and talked about the past, attempting to get him to remember who she was. She talked of scenes of the past. They were ordinary and insignificant, but these were reflections of their love. Fan Yuan's love was slowly awakened. He looked at Xionyang's eyes as he extended his hand, caressing her tender face. He said softly, "Xionyang." "Yes." Xionyang quickly answered as she grabbed his hand, placing it closely on her face. She looked at Fan Yuan's eyes with deep emotion, saying, "My darling San, oh my dear Shin-san." Outside Fetus Earth Maze, in the immortal battlefield, Lu Wei-yin smiled as he spoke to himself. "I was right after all. How can anyone be so emotionless? This Fan Yuan is not an emotionless person. He still has love and affection in him." Lu Wei-yin looked around. Since some time ago, be it the Gu immortals like Tai Mianshin, or the mortals like Shang Xianci, they were all floating in the air with their eyes shut. Among them, Shang Xianci's eyes were shut but her pupils were moving around. Her face was rosy, as if she was in a beautiful dream that she could not wake up from. Lu Wei-yin sighed deeply. The mortal world reflects normal life. To reform this demon, you will all have to forget yourselves in this Fetus Earth maze and live as another person to experience life again. This is an opportunity. As long as you have sufficient comprehension, you will definitely gain something useful. Chapter 1542 merely amounted to this. Within Langya Blessed Land, intense battle was occurring. The Central Continent Gu Immortals received orders and scattered, setting up the Immortal Formation. As long as it was created, they would be able to bring Central Continent Gu Immortals into Langya Blessed Land and reinforce Fengjiu Ge and the rest. For Langya Land Spirit, this was horrible news. They had to be stopped. This Feng Jiuge is truly devious. Our hairy man-gu immortals have to work together to assemble ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar and have rank 8 battle strength. He wants me to divert my forces. How can I do that? Langya Land Spirit snickered in his mind. If this was the previous Land Spirit, he would panic and experience complete chaos now. But this black-haired Land Spirit was adept at fighting. He saw through Feng Jiuji's schemes. I cannot split up my forces. In that case, I will kill some Central Continent Gu immortals first. We will compete in speed. Let's see who's faster, your immortal formation setup or my slaughtering of you Gu immortals. Langya Land Spirit's eyes shined with determination. Roar! The silver giant suddenly shouted as sound waves spread out in all directions, pushing Feng Jiuge away. Next, the silver giant raised its right foot, taking a step forward. It moved very slowly, as if there was a mountain below its foot. Oh no! Feng Jiuji's expression changed, because he sensed a strong aura of space path from this silver giant. It was using a space path killer move. Feng Jiuge wanted to stop it as he activated triple extreme sound, but the silver giant was unobliging and took these attacks head-on, in order to complete the space path killer move. The silver giant finally stepped forward. When the right foot landed on the ground, space below it shrunk by countless times. It moved over 100 li instantly. A Central Continent Gu immortal was flying on a cloud. Suddenly, the air around him was pushed away as he was completely shrouded by a huge shadow. He turned to look. His pupils shrunk to pin size as the silver giant stood before him. Its arms were grabbing towards him from his left and right. The Central Continent Gu immortal became alert. He gritted his teeth and tried to use a method to escape. But a profound light emerged from each of the silver giant's hands. The two profound lights landed on the Central Continent Gu immortal as his killer move activation was broken. Quickly save me! The Central Continent Gu immortal was locked down by the two lights and could not move. He screamed and sought help from his companions. At the next moment, he was completely surrounded by the two hands. The silver giant grabbed as the two hands formed into a silver cage. An immeasurable pressure assaulted the Central Continent Gu immortal from all directions. His bones were creaking. The Central Continent Gu immortal's expression changed. He could see his defensive methods crumbling. He could not resist the might of the silver cage. Save me! He could not keep calm anymore, he screamed. Guh. At the next moment, he turned into a pile of bloody flesh. He was completely squashed to death inside the silver cage. This Central Continent rank 7 expert from the 10 great ancient sects had died pitifully in the silver giant's hands. Good! Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great sects are merely so. Within the silver giant, Langya Land's spirit laughed heartily. We will continue. That Feng Jiuge had rank 8 battle strength. He is a tough nut to crack. We will ignore him. Let's kill all these weaklings first. I want to see if anyone will still dare to invade my hairy man's sanctuary after this. Heavenly Giant Solar was the number 2 ancient battle formation in the world. It was the peak essence of ancient Gu cultivation. It had rank 8 battle strength, but the hairy man Gu immortals were too weak earlier, including the white-haired land spirit. Thus, when Shadow Sect attacked, they did poorly. Shadow Sect managed to damage Refinement Cauldron and leave unharmed. But now was different. After the black-haired land spirit's reforms, Langya Sect was created, and with Fan Yuan's guidance, the hairy man Gu immortals' fighting standards had gone up greatly. This way, after assembling ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, it could truly display rank 8 battle strength, and because the black-haired land spirit had always made the hairy man Gu immortals practice the use of this ancient battle formation, even Central Continent rank 7 Gu immortal experts had to die. Southern Border, Fetus Earth Maze. The mortal life continued to unfold. It seems that I really lost my memories. Under the moonlight, Fan Yuan sighed. He wore a thin shirt as he walked around the small garden made with piled-up soil. There was a well in it, and half of the bricks around the well had broken. There was also a fruit tree with no leaves. It was dry and wilted. This is my home. Fan Yuan looked around and sighed. He looked at the room that the old lady slept in. It was even more torn than his room. The windows had lots of holes in it. Seeing this, a sense of shame and embarrassment assaulted Fan Yuan. Thinking of Xionyang, love emerged from Fan Yuan's heart. Undoubtedly, these two were the most important women in his life. After resting for some months, his injuries had mostly healed. He could walk again. At the moment, countless thoughts were in his mind. The pure moonlight shone down on his frowned brows. He had been thinking about his situation while lying on bed. Xiaoniang is truly in love with me. I must marry her. I cannot let her down. Mother really likes Xiaoniang, but because of the situation, she had to painfully give up. To marry Xiaoniang, there are two obstacles. One is Shu clan. It has a huge force and many people. The second are Xiaoniang's parents. They are Gu masters and they look down on a mortal like me. The root cause is still my low aptitude. I cannot become a Gu master. If I could cultivate to rank 3, her parents would accept me. Sigh. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan sighed deeply. This was a problem that he could not solve. Even though in rumors there were Gu that could change aptitude, Fan Yuan was a poor lad, who would spend effort to help him to such an extent. Even though Xiaoniang had Gu master aptitude, she was only C grade and had low potential. If she had a bright future and could become a rank 3 Gu master, she might be able to decide her own fate. She would not need to be so helpless. Then what should I do? Fan Yuan sighed as he looked at the moon. He was very troubled. But at this time, he heard the sound of a zither playing. Oh? Why is there music? Fan Yuan listened closely. The music was not just from a zither, there were also bells, flutes, and so on. He listened closely, trying to find the source of the music, gradually approaching the well. Strange, this music is coming from my well. Why is that? Fan Yuan looked into the well. He only saw the reflection of the moon. It was bright and clear. Fan Yuan looked at the walls of this well. There were dozens of bricks that formed into the shape of a door. It was shining with a white jade luster. It was extraordinary. He was very curious. He tied the rope of the water bucket to the fruit tree and climbed down the well. When he was lowered to half of the well's depth, he hung onto the rope as he pushed the bricks that looked like a jade door. He used a small force, but the jade door vanished when he touched it. A form of suction dragged the helpless Fan Yuan into it. A night later, Fan Yuan got out of bed, his eyes shining brightly. He was completely different from before mentally. It turned out that this well had the inheritance of a Gu immortal. It was known as the Virtue True Inheritance. Because of its long history, it was very incomplete. Fan Yuan inherited this incomplete true inheritance. He awakened his aperture that night, and became a rank 1 Gu master. He obtained several mortal Gu and gained a huge burst in strength. His life had completely changed. Heaven pitied me, I obtained such an unparalleled fortuitous encounter. There is great hope in marrying Xiaoniang now. Fan Yuan was extremely joyous. But he controlled himself, knowing that he could not expose this. The fortuitous encounter was too great. If he exposed it, he would get killed. I want to cultivate hard. I will accumulate my foundation and only expose my strength after being sufficiently strong enough. Cultivate this virtue true inheritance. Fan Yuan made up his mind, but he frowned. But this true inheritance has a weird requirement. It needs the inheritor to maintain a heart of justice, to be a virtuous person. The greater my virtues, the easier it is when cultivating. Virtue? Fan Yuan hesitated. He had a vague feeling of disdain towards this word in his heart, but after getting this true inheritance, the disdain vanished subtly. In the following days, Fan Yuan worked hard on cultivation, accumulating strength. The old lady advised him not to get close to Xiaoniang. He agreed but made up his mind internally. Xiaoniang approached him and talked about their tough relationship, but Fan Yuan urged her to endure it. He would find a way around this. What made Fan Yuan extremely glad was that Xiaoniang believed his words without doubt. As he cultivated, one day, the old lady got sick and could not recover. Fan Yuan was extremely anguished. Normal medicine had no effect. Fan Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. He found a Gu master to heal her, but the rank 2 Gu master looked down on his pitiful fees and did not want to help. Fan Yuan heard that this Gu master liked to eat fish. He walked for a dozen li to arrive at a lake. Fan Yuan started a fire and melted the ice, entering the cold water to capture a fish before giving it to the Gu master. The Gu master was extremely moved by Fan Yuan's filial piety. He decided to heal this old lady. The old lady was healed and Fan Yuan was extremely happy. His joy only increased when he found that there was a rank 2 accumulate virtue Gu in his aperture. According to the true inheritance, this accumulate virtue Gu would refine and appear on its own when Fan Yuan did good deeds and acted kindly. The greater the accumulation of kindness, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue Gu that is refined. This Gu had many uses. It was one of the core foundations of virtue true inheritance. Its greatest use was to change Fan Yuan's cultivation aptitude, to turn him into the righteous virtue physique. According to the vague description of the true inheritance, the righteous virtue physique was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques, but it did not have any of the 10 extreme physique's flaws. It represented an unparalleled future and potential. Henceforth, Fan Yuan did good deeds and accumulated his virtues. He did not give up any opportunity to refine and accumulate virtue gu. Soon, his kind reputation of committing good deeds spread. Fan Yuan's aptitude became better and better. His cultivation speed rapidly rose. 2 years later, he became a rank 2 gu master. During an incident, in order to save a child who had fallen into water, he exposed his gu master identity. Coincidentally, an elder from Shu clan saw this. Fan Yuan's secret was exposed. The Shu clan elder thought, a mere mortal like Fan Yuan could actually improve his aptitude to become rank 2, he definitely had a huge secret, thus, he attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought with him in an intense battle. Eventually, he surpassed his limit, and used a mortal killer move, virtuous submission. This move used up all of his accumulate virtue gu. Shu clan elder was hit by this move, but he suffered no injuries. He started to cry as he knelt on the ground, slapping his own face as he cried. I am not human, I am not human, I actually had such evil thoughts, I dare to attack someone as virtuous as you. I am a beast, I am not human. Please forgive me, please give me a chance to redeem myself. Fan Yuan was dazed on the spot. He did not think this move would be so powerful. Henceforth, he subdued this Shu clan elder, and gained a lot of crucial information about the Shu clan young master. Meanwhile, he worked hard to do good deeds as his reputation spread among the mortals. Even gu masters heard of his name. Several years later, the truth could no longer be concealed. Fan Yuan's gu master identity was exposed. But he used other gu worms to conceal his greatest secret. Xionyang's parents changed their opinion of him, but they did not want their daughter to marry someone as poor as Fan Yuan. Compared to Fan Yuan, the Shu clan young master was simply much superior. But Xionyang loved Fan Yuan alone. This made the Shu clan young master upset as he found trouble with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's life was filled with hurdles. He was constantly framed and accused. But as long as Xionyang was around, he looked forward to each day with hope. Eventually, when their conflict reached its max, Shu clan young master requested for Fan Yuan to fight him in a battle to the death. Fan Yuan agreed to his request. This matter escalated and the surrounding forces and gu masters heard about it. Right before the day of the fight, late at night, Fan Yuan was attacked by the joint assault of Shu clan's gu masters. Fan Yuan escaped to the mountains with heavy injuries. He was filled with rage and hatred. Because he knew that he was heavily injured, he could not be Shu clan young master's match. If he went to fight, he would die. But if he did not, he would lose the match, and Xionyang would have no choice but to marry Shu clan's young master. How can I allow Xionyang to marry this scoundrel? Even if I die, I will. What sound is that? Fan Yuan was shocked. He turned around to see a huge beast tide approaching. Good! Heaven is not blind. Let this beast tide destroy the city. Shu clan would not be prepared for it. They would lose terribly. I would be avenged. Fan Yuan was overjoyed, but his smile faded instantly. He thought of his mother, he thought of Xionyang, he thought of his friends and neighbors. The cherished faces of these people surfaced in his mind and lingered. If he allowed the beast tide to reach the city, how many people would die? Even if he tried to save them, with his strength, how many people could he save? Even if I save Xionyang and my mother, what about these people? Don't they have children? They have their own parents too. Not helping them when I know of this disaster, I am also an accomplice. Also, no matter how bad the Shu clan young master is, not everyone in Shu clan is like him. There are also admirable people among them. Why must I implicate them? Do they deserve to die? Furthermore, I have already lived in this city for 20 years. I am indebted to it. Without its protection, I would have been killed by wild beasts. Should I let the beast tide destroy this city? No, this is my home. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's gaze firmed as he turned around, running to the city. Even though he knew that in returning now, he would likely meet those Shu clan gu masters and get killed by them. But he had to go. Because having inherited virtue, true inheritance, these last few years, virtues were ingrained in him, his own mindset was changed, he felt that he had the obligation and responsibility to do this. Fan Yuan returned to the city and informed everyone of the beast tide. It drew a lot of attention. The beast tide was too sudden and concealed, but thanks to Fan Yuan, the gu masters in the city were prepared for it and managed to defend themselves. The city lord heard of Fan Yuan's circumstances. Knowing that he had taken a huge risk to inform them, he praised Fan Yuan greatly. With the city lord's backing, Fan Yuan no longer feared Shu clan. His battle with the Shu clan young master was also postponed indefinitely. Next, in the year-long defensive battle, Fan Yuan performed well and saved countless mortals and Gu masters. He loved to help people and did not seek rewards. His strength grew drastically as he refined countless accumulate virtue Gu. People also praised him greatly and his reputation soared. When the beast tide ended, Fan Yuan had undergone a qualitative transformation. He fought with Shu clan's young master fair and square. And in this life and death battle, Fan Yuan obtained absolute victory. But he spared the life of Shu clan's young master. "O Shin-san, you repaid hatred with kindness. I am in deep admiration. From today onwards, I will follow your lead. Please accept my submission." Saying so, Shu clan's young master knelt down. The people in the city were in deep admiration towards Fan Yuan. 3 years later, the city lord felt old and passed his position to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was already a rank 5 Gu master. He was the new city lord. The day that he took over the role was also the day of his marriage with Xion Yang. Auspicious red characters, lively guests, delicious food and wine, and a comfortable wedding room. Xion Yang was dressed up and sat by the bed, looking at Fan Yuan with deep love. "Darling San, we are finally married. I knew I did not love the wrong person." Fan Yuan laughed heartily. "Of course, but—" He held his chest. Xion Yang was worried. "But what? Are you feeling unwell?" Fan Yuan shook his head. "I feel a little empty inside." Xion Yang smiled. She smiled like a blooming flower, looking truly beautiful. "Why do you feel empty? Darling San, do you know how many people admire you?" Fan Yuan's expression turned stiff. "They admire me? They merely admire my fortune, authority, strength, and love life." Saying this, his tone turned cold, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Xion Yang's expression changed. "Darling San, what's wrong? Your words are making me uneasy." Fan Yuan looked at her seriously. He looked at this face that he thought about day and night. He could not stop loving this beautiful woman. His gaze was so serious, but Xion Yang felt more and more uneasy. Afterwards, Xion Yang saw Fan Yuan shaking his head as he sighed. Everything that happened merely amounted to this. At the next moment, everything collapsed. Author's note: this is 2 chapters combined together. Chapter 1543. Humanity's Righteous Path, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. "You want to kill me, you will have to pay a price." A rank 7 Central Continent Gu immortal shouted. He knew he could not escape. Facing the silver giant, he retaliated with a final struggle. The immortal killer move was grand and powerful. The silver giant took several steps back. But that was it. Snap! The silver giant slapped with both palms as he turned into meat paste. "Ha ha ha! The 3rd Central Continent Gu immortal is dead!" Langya Land's spirit laughed heartily. The silver giant turned around, looking at Feng Jiuge as it taunted. "Oh Feng Jiuge, even if you have rank 8 battle strength, so what? Can you stop me from killing your companions? They dared to invade Langya Blessed Land. I will turn this into their final resting place." Feng Jiuge's gaze was spewing fire. He was furious. Within Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land's spirit had the territorial advantage. Heavenly Giant Solar had true rank 8 battle strength. Even if he used his signature killer moves, he could not stop the silver giant from killing other Central Continent Gu immortals. "In that case, I can only do this now." Feng Jiuge's gaze became eerie and profound. Langya Land's spirit had a bad feeling in his heart. "What are you trying to do?" Feng Jiuge smiled. "Nothing special, I am just imitating you." He flew down and rapidly went below Cloud Cover Continent, arriving at one of the 3 continents, Black Hair Continent. Below Feng Jiuge, a hairy man's city with countless hairy men living in it had no idea that disaster was about to strike. "Stop!" Langya Land's spirit moved the silver giant and quickly approached Feng Jiuge. But Feng Jiuge used his immortal killer move forcefully. With a loud sound, this hairy man's city instantly destroyed. Countless hairy men were buried. Tens of thousands of hairy men died instantly. Langya Land's spirit's eyes turned red, screaming. "Feng Jiuge! You are a righteous path Gu immortal. How can you act so viciously?" Feng Jiuge smiled coldly. "My righteous path is the righteous path of humans, not variant humans. Since when did you variant humans consider yourselves equal to us humans?" Feng Jiuge said this as he flew to another city. Langya Land's spirit tried to stop him, but like how Feng Jiuge could not stop him from killing Central Continent Gu immortals, he could not stop Feng Jiuge from killing these hairy men. Feng Jiuge did not care much about the lives of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They came from different sects, and the 10 great ancient sects were in constant conflict as well. But Langya Land's spirit cared about his hairy men. He had a grand ambition for the hairy men. It was his weakness. Feng Jiuge's attacks were all met with Langya Land's spirit's resistance. The other Central Continent Gu immortals became safe as a result. The situation turned bad for Langya sect. Southern border, inside the battlefield killer move. Strange, very strange. Lu Weiyin had a look of shock and uncertainty. My killer move mimics reincarnation battlefield. It uses fetus Earth maze as the base to create a dream realm. There are many participants in this dream realm. They are all elites. The dream is so powerful I can only influence and not control it. This Fan Yuan had love and kinship in his heart. He also has desire towards fortune, authority, and strength. But why did the dream realm fail to restrain him in the end? This dream realm's virtue true inheritance was not fictional. It was a crucial setup by Lu Weiyin. His main objective was to direct Fan Yuan to commit good deeds and muster the virtues and righteousness in his heart, turning him from a demonic to righteous path Gu immortal. The entire process was very successful from its start to the middle. But right when Lu Weiyin thought that he was going to succeed, Fan Yuan suddenly broke free of the dream's root. This situation confused Lu Weiyin greatly. He thought about it but could not understand why. Forget it. Even though one lifetime is over, there are 2 lives left. I will reform you once more. Lu Weiyin breathed in deeply, his expression turning austere. During the second life stream realm, Fan Yuan became a young master. His clan was a super force and dominated a territory. His grandpa was the first supreme elder, and his parents were both Gu immortals. They had supreme authority. As the only child of his family, Fan Yuan was doted on from birth. He enjoyed great fortune and luxury since he was young. When he was a teenager, he unavoidably became a good-for-nothing young master. Even though he was very lazy and did not cultivate, with his family's support, they expended a huge amount of resources to raise his cultivation level. Thus, when Fan Yuan was 16 years old, even though all he did was play and fool around, he had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. Fan Yuan forgot himself, he forgot the previous dream's life, he lived happily and without worries. Just when he thought that his life could carry on like this forever, his family was attacked by a demonic overlord. This unparalleled demon had quasi-rank 9 battle strength, he had immense might and a vicious heart. Fan Yuan's clan was not his match. The clan expended a huge amount of resources. They hired a lot of help and joined up with many righteous path forces to attack the demon. In this battle, his grandpa and father died. The demon eventually lost and went missing. News that he died spread. However, Fan Yuan's life took a drastically downturn. His mother could not hold the fort. Soon, both of them were ostracized by other forces in the clan. But survival was not an issue. He had his mother to protect him. However, a few years later, the demon appeared again. The first thing he did was to approach Fan Yuan's clan and murder all of the clansmen in it. The scene was very pitiful. Their blessed land base that was safe from harm became ruins, corpses were everywhere. Fan Yuan was lucky to be the sole surviving Gu master. Demon, I will kill you! He was resolved to die. He attacked that demon without hesitation. But the demon snickered and easily blew Fan Yuan to the ground with one breath. He stepped on Fan Yuan's head as he laughed. Little rascal, do you hate me? I can feel how much hatred you have, because your encounter today was the same as me back then. I was only a mortal living with my family back then. Even though life was hard, we lived in bliss. But a Gu master from your clan killed my entire family over a tiny Gu worm. I managed to survive and swore to take revenge. Thankfully, heaven was not blind. I had a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal. I could finally take revenge today. Ha! Fan Yuan struggled intensely, but the demon laughed happily. Eventually, he stepped on Fan Yuan's skull and burst it. 3 days later, in a secluded cave, Fan Yuan opened his eyes. Didn't I die? When he found that he was alive, he was extremely shocked. But soon, a scene of the past surfaced in his mind. His mother had used an immortal killer move on him with utmost secrecy. Nobody knew about it. Son, this killer move can protect your soul and let you revive once. In the future, if this move activates, I want you to live well, do not take revenge for us. His mother instructed warmly. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan was filled with tears. He understood that he had revived because of his mother. He revived, but his mother did not. She had used her only chance of revival on Fan Yuan. This was the noble love of a mother. Fan Yuan sobbed in anguish. The hatred in his heart accumulated like the tidal waves raging in a vast sea. The amount of love he had for his clansmen and family was equal to how much he hated that demon. After crying for a while, Fan Yuan knelt on the ground. He swore to spend his life, regardless of what price he had to pay, to kill that demon and take revenge for his parents, clansmen, and for himself. Fan Yuan started to cultivate with great effort from this day on. He worked very hard. He only slept the minimum amount each day. He even ate food with a very strict timer. After reviving, even though his body had changed, his aptitude was still unparalleled. He could conceal his identity. He had his clan's inheritance, and the full foundation of a super force. Even though there were no immortal goo left, at this place where he revived, his mother had left him a lot of mortal goo. Just like this, he cultivated in the cave in seclusion. 8 years later, he successfully became a rank 6 goo immortal, obtaining a high-grade blessed land. But rank 6 was not enough against the demon. Fan Yuan's desire for revenge only grew firmer as time passed. He had already expended the cultivation resources that his mother left. Fan Yuan ventured out of the cave and roamed the world. At this time, almost the entire world had submitted to that demon's authority. In the absence of rank 9, he was the number 1 person in the world. Fan Yuan cultivated as he actively joined the forces that resisted the demon. But the demon was too powerful. No matter how many forces resisted, they vanished from his immense might. Gradually, the situation became worse. Many goo immortals submitted to the demon and became his lackeys. Fan Yuan's strength grew, but even at rank 7, he was not the demon's match. He still had to face the assault of those lackeys. His cultivation journey was getting tougher. He got injured so many times he could not remember anymore. In many situations, he relied on luck and managed to survive. He had gone through so much hardship and pain. All the suffering was buried in his heart. Hatred grew deeper in his heart. He became experienced. He started to talk less. I have little lifespan left. Fan Yuan looked at his old face in the water's reflection as he said anxiously. Please sell your lifespan goo to me. I will pay you 3 rank 7 immortal goo. He found a goo immortal. This person has saved his life. He was also an enemy of the demon. But this goo immortal shook his head. Lifespan goo is hard to get. I have little lifespan too. No matter how many immortal goo you offer, how can I use them if I am dead? Please go back. Chapter 1544. Boring. I really need them. I have a reason to live. Fan Yuan shouted. He persevered. In this world, everyone has their own reason to live. Why must I die in order for you to live? This goo immortal smiled. Of course, I understand your reason. That demon is your mortal enemy, and you want to take revenge. But he is also my enemy. I need to take revenge too. Why must I be sacrificed for you? Go find other lifespan goo. I need these for myself. Fan Yuan could not rebuke him. This goo immortal made great sense. His begging ended in failure. Fan Yuan had to go out and find lifespan goo. In fact, during his cultivation journey, he had been paying attention to getting lifespan goo. But his luck was bad. The demons scavenged for lifespan goo, and the number of lifespan goo in the outside world became very few. Fan Yuan had no alternatives. He knelt in front of his parents' grave for an entire night. He first wailed, before he sobbed, and by daybreak, he stood up with a dangerous gaze in his eyes. In order to get lifespan goo, he took a risk and killed his benefactor, taking the lifespan goo that he had. Using the lifespan goo, he lengthened his life and continued to cultivate, finding a chance for revenge. He started to lose his bottom line. He became unscrupulous. Thus, he started to be branded as a dangerous person. He became part of the demonic path. Even if I become a demon, so what? I will do anything for revenge. The demon exterminated all the forces that opposed him. He had supreme authority. Nobody could remove his status. Fan Yuan could not find any chance to kill the demon. He started to lose his patience. His hatred was like a monster in the darkness of his heart. If this monster's thirst for revenge could not be fulfilled, this monster would devour Fan Yuan himself. Thus, Fan Yuan shifted his attention to the people around the demon. The demon was human too, even though his family was murdered in the past. In recent years, he started a family. He had wives, subordinates, and many children. Among his children, a young girl was doted on the most. She was turned into a goo immortal at the age of 16 by the demon after paying a shocking price. Fan Yuan started a deep scheme. he intentionally created a coincidence to get close to this female immortal. "You can call me Little Shang, thank you for saving me." The female immortal was very innocent. Because Fan Yuan had saved her life, he soon gained her trust. Fan Yuan started to act. After such a long time, his acting had improved drastically. He was very familiar with the human heart. Initially, he got close to Little Shang to kill her and make the demon feel the pain of losing his family. But gradually, as he spent time with Little Shang, Fan Yuan's emotions started to awaken from the deep darkness of his heart. But when Little Shang confessed to him about her affection, Fan Yuan was panicked and quickly ran away. He vanished from Little Shang. He hid his traces and went back to his parents' graves, kneeling with a face overflowing with tears. Because he had understood his own feelings from this shock, unknowingly, he had fallen in love with Little Shang. How could he fall in love with the daughter of the enemy that killed his entire family? Fan Yuan was extremely anguished, all feeling deeply conflicted. Eventually, he let Little Shang off. He only went after the demon for revenge. He changed his appearance and did some robberies. After collecting enough cultivation resources, he cultivated by the grave and pushed to rank 8. He succeeded in reaching rank 8 but suffered heavy injuries too. When he was recuperating, Little Shang appeared. She had found him. She questioned him on why he ran away when she confessed. This was the first time she was confessing, but he acted like this. She was indignant. She needed to get an answer. Fan Yuan could not explain himself. He brought her to his parents' graves as he said, "This is the grave of my former lover." Little Shang's expression paled. She apologized to Fan Yuan, asking, "Why are there no words on this grave?" Of course there were no words. Fan Yuan was not going to leave this flaw that could expose his identity behind. Thus, he sighed. "Because I did not know her name from start to end." Next, he spoke of a pitiful but beautiful love story. Little Shang was crying profusely. She was deeply immersed in this story. She felt sympathy and sadness towards Fan Yuan. She decided to accompany Fan Yuan and live together, to get out of this trauma. She was very firm on her reason. "What's wrong with helping the person I love?" Even though Fan Yuan loved Little Shang too, he did not want to stay with her. He was afraid. He was afraid that after his revenge succeeds, it would cause even greater harm to Little Shang. He was also afraid that if he stayed with her, his determination for revenge would be eroded. The night that Little Shang stayed with him, Fan Yuan saw the demon again. His eternal enemy. The demon used a method to make Little Shang fall asleep as he brought Fan Yuan over by force. Fan Yuan concealed himself deeply. The demon did not find out his true identity. The demon spoke with a forceful tone, but what surprised Fan Yuan was that he did not separate the two of them. From the demon's words, Fan Yuan could acutely sense the fatherly love that he had. He wanted them to live in happiness. "You have rank 8 cultivation level. You are somewhat worthy of my daughter. Treat Little Shang well, she really loves you," the demon said before leaving. Fan Yuan thought about it, continuing to ponder over the situation. He felt that the demon's actions had deeper reasons. Indeed, after some subtle probing, Little Shang exposed the shocking secret. The demon wanted to charge to rank 9 realm, but he had little confidence in it. Fan Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood the demon more than he understood himself. The demon was definitely going to try advancing to rank 9, but he had little confidence. Once he failed, if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. By then, Fan Yuan would be able to exact revenge. At once, the thirst for revenge overwhelmed him. The unprecedented hope made Fan Yuan extremely logical and calm. He decided to stay close to Little Shang to get closer to the demon. The demon failed in his advancement to rank 9 indeed. He hid in a valley to recuperate. Before Fan Yuan found out his location, the information was exposed by his most trusted aide. The demon had always ruled with an iron fist. He was very strict with his subordinates. It was understandable why his subordinates betrayed him. Most Gu immortals had not truly submitted to the demon. When they heard news of this, the 5 regions stirred and a large number of Gu immortals ganged up and surrounded the valley. The demon was in danger. Little Shang was worried about her father. She wanted to help him. Fan Yuan went with her during this trip. Little Shang was deeply moved. Fan Yuan managed to get close to the demon, and as battle started, the demon managed to kill many Gu immortals even though it was evident that he was weakened. The Gu immortals saw hope and refused to leave even in death. Fan Yuan schemed and plotted against the demon, exposing precious information and making him land in a dangerous situation. In the final battle, both sides exhausted their resources. Due to luck, Fan Yuan obtained control of the immortal formation that would decide victory. There was only one attack left in the immortal formation, it could decide the battle. The Gu immortals shouted at Fan Yuan. Quickly kill this demon, uphold justice, and save this world. Little Shang was in a desperate situation, Fan Yuan was her only hope. The demon said to Fan Yuan, quickly kill these Gu immortals. I will let you become the second strongest person in this world, you will have an unlimited amount of riches and prosperity, my daughter will be yours for a lifetime. Fan Yuan hesitated and struggled. The images of his parents appeared in his mind, they screamed. Kill him, kill this demon, take revenge for our clan. Countless eyes were staring at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan controlled the immortal formation, whichever side he hit would be exterminated, the other would win. If he attacked the righteous path Gu immortals, the demon would win. Fan Yuan did not want this. But if he did not, Little Shang would die. Or maybe he should save Little Shang now, there would be another chance to kill the demon in the future. After this matter, Fan Yuan would gain the demon's trust, but that was not assured, and Fan Yuan did not have the confidence to kill the demon alone. The demon was too powerful. As long as he had time to recover, he would become more vigilant and stronger. Fan Yuan's hope of revenge would dwindle. If he attacked the demon, that was the safest option, he would definitely die. Fan Yuan would be able to take revenge, it was the most correct answer. But that would cause Little Shang to die. Fan Yuan was unwilling to see that happen. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered, he felt love and hatred conflicting in him, he was in immense pain and contradiction. Due to the time limit, he had to make up his mind now. Whichever decision he made, it would decide the fate of the world, and furthermore, it would enormously affect the rest of his life. This final hit, would he attack or not? If he attacked, where would he hit? All of the Gu immortals stared at Fan Yuan, many were cheering and urging Fan Yuan to make the most important decision. Under everyone's watch, the hesitation and struggle on Fan Yuan's face suddenly vanished. His lips curled up as he showed a mocking smile. Next, he started to laugh lightly. He sighed deeply as his body relaxed entirely. Why are you laughing? Make up your mind! The demon shouted, rushing him. I am laughing at myself, I am also laughing at all of you. Fan Yuan looked at them with a calm gaze, it swept around as his eyes drooped down. Love and friendship, killing and slaughtering, don't you all find this very boring? At the next moment, the dream realm collapsed once again. Chapter 1545. Fan Yuan schemes ahead, Feng Jiuge faces danger, boom! With a loud explosion, another city in Black Hair Continent collapsed, countless hairy men died or got injured. Feng Jiuge, you deserve death. Langya Lan's spirit screamed manically, intense pain could be heard from his voice. Feng Jiuge smiled coldly, flying away again. The silver giant continued to pursue him under the land spirit's control. Profound lights were scattered before it left. The hairy men that were still alive in the city quickly healed after being bathed in this light, their lives were saved. But this was pointless for the overall fight. Both the silver giant and Feng Jiuge had rank 8 battle strength, either could stop the other party's assaults. Unless their battle strength differed greatly. Fan Yuan has not responded yet? Langya Lan's spirit's eyes were red, he shouted. The hairy man Gu immortals in charge of contacting him shook their heads. Damn it! Langya Lan's spirit gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he growled. Uncontactable at the crucial moment. Is he trying to escape? No, he is not a person who lacks courage. As long as we join forces, these Central Continent Gu immortals will die here. This means he is being targeted by Heavenly Court now. Even though Langya Lan's spirit was furious, he still had a clear head. First Supreme Elder, what do? We cannot chase after Feng Jiuge like this. Sixth Hair asked. The hairy man Gu immortals were not Langya Lan's spirit, even though they were born and lived here. After becoming immortal, their mindsets had changed. Mortals and immortals had different statuses. Even if all these mortal hairy men died, more could be nurtured as time passed. But if these Central Continent Gu immortals were allowed to complete their formation, the entire Langya blessed land would be in trouble. The hairy man Gu immortals wanted to urge Langya Lan's spirit, but they lacked courage. Only Sixth Hair, who was Spectral Soul's split soul, could stand up now at this critical moment. But out of their expectations, Langya Lan's spirit listened to Sixth Hair's suggestion without rampaging or getting angry. He smiled sinisterly. Don't worry! How can I forget about the Central Continent Gu immortals? Even without Fan Yuan, we have reinforcements, ha ha ha! This Feng Jiuge thinks his scheme succeeded, But it is a futile struggle, these people will die, they will all die. Don't tell me? Sixth Hare's eyes shone when he heard this. The other hairy man-goo immortals also reacted. That's right, we are not alone. Indeed, indeed. Our Langya sect is part of the Four Races Alliance. Central Continent's goo immortals have reinforcements, but so do we. In the past, Fan Yuan played a role in setting up the Four Races Alliance. He had considered a situation like this. Fan Yuan knew the importance of Langya Blessed Land. The alliance was a safety net for Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit and the hairy man-goo immortals were all lured away by Fengjiu-ge. Most of the Blessed Land's battle strength was inside the Silver Giant. The Central Continent goo immortals thought that they were safe and sound, but in reality, Langya's sect had reinforcements. The truth was, the Inkman, Rockman, and Snowman reinforcements had already arrived, they were just hidden. Is it finally time for us to strike? Rank 7 Rule Path Rockman goo immortal Shixiong received Langya Land Spirit's transmission as he muttered. Let's strike! What are we waiting for? The Rank 7 Snowman goo immortal Bing Feng could not wait any longer. It is a shame that I cannot fight in this battle. The other Rank 7 Close Combat goo immortal Bing Shua said regretfully. We have such a grand formation, why would we need to fight? An Inkman goo immortal from Inkman City laughed. Other than having 4 Rank 7s here, there were also many Rank 6 goo immortals. Langya's sect was attacked. According to their alliance agreement, the other 3 races had to help them and unite as one to resist the enemy. If they violated it, the punishment would be severe. When Fan Yuan set the alliance agreement, he had emphasized on the speediness of reinforcements. He did not leave any loopholes behind. But these 3 races did not come forcefully, they willingly came. These variant humans naturally did not favor humans, their only concern was the lives of their goo immortals. But Langya Blessed Land had a hidden immortal formation that completely alleviated their worries. Ever since the Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect and had its core Immortal Goo taken, Langya Blessed Land could only sustain an incomplete Refinement Cauldron. Langya Blessed Land's defenses were greatly weakened. With Fan Yuan's wisdom, he had already noticed it. Thus, long ago, he exchanged a lot of inheritances with Langya Land Spirit. There were a lot of formations inside that could replace Refinement Cauldron to defend the Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land did not lack Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan, who had sufficient attainment level, modified some immortal formations, secretly setting up a Super Goo formation encompassing the entire Blessed Land. It was hidden normally, but when enemies attacked, the Goo Immortals could use it to unleash great power. Fan Yuan did this purposely. He had deeply considered the hairy man Goo Immortals' battle strength, as well as the reinforcements' mindsets. This immortal formation was the most suitable. And there was one more thing, this immortal formation could not be moved after it was created. Even though Langya Blessed Land was strong, if something happened in the future and the sect turned on Fan Yuan, this immortal formation would be useless. In fact, within the immortal formation, Fan Yuan had already set a few backdoors. After these variant human Goo Immortals arrived, Langya Land Spirits sent them into the immortal formation. After getting familiar with the formation, they worked together, instilling immortal essence as this Super Goo formation activated. What is going on? There is a hidden Super Goo formation? Impossible, how can Langya still have manpower? The immortal formation activated with tremendous force, it was unstoppable. The immortal formation that the Central Continent Goo Immortals created broke apart at once. Many of the immortals were heavily injured. Bing Zhua and the rest used the chance to target them without holding back. The formless force of the immortal formation was like a huge grindstone. Under its pressure, 2 Central Continent Goo Immortals died. Feng Jiuji's expression changed. Langya Land Spirit, I actually fell for your scheme. The cruel truth was like a slap on Feng Jiuji's face. This legendary person of the current era showed anger on his face. In this situation, Feng Jiuge could no longer continue his tactic. He had to return and save the rest of the Central Continent Goo Immortals. But the Silver Giant did not let him go. The entire Blessed Land still had another Super Goo formation that exerted pressure on him. Even though Feng Jiuge tried his best, he could only watch as the final Central Continent Goo Immortal died in vain. Our intel is severely lacking. Langya Blessed Land has such a huge force, this is unbelievable. Feng Jiuge had a grim expression. He was attacked by the Silver Giant and the Super Goo formation. Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. In this situation, Feng Jiuge, who was left alone, finally went all out. He started to use his signature methods. Green Jade's song was clear and crisp, sounding like countless pearls landing on a jade plate. The music spread out as a layer of green color appeared on the silver giant, before rapidly turning into solid jade. As the music continued, wherever it spread, white clouds, yellow soil, and flowing water all turned into jade. As everything got converted, the surrounding 100 li became a frozen world made of jade. Even the silver giant was frozen into a jade statue. This green jade song is truly extraordinary. Within the jade statue, Langya Land's spirit spoke. Crack, crack, the jade statue started to surface with cracks all over. The silver giant broke free as the jade was flung away. It attacked Feng Jiuge again. Feng Jiuge was not surprised. This green jade song had rank 8 power, but against the silver giant, it could only temporarily obstruct it. But he had already obtained enough time for his second immortal killer move, Submission Song. This move encompassed Wisdom Path, Enslavement Path, Sound Path, and Soul Path. It affected the mind. It was created by Feng Jiuge using 5-finger fist heart sword as inspiration. It could temporarily cause desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. The song soon spread throughout Langya Blessed Land. However, it was in vain. Langya Land's spirit laughed. Feng Jiuge, do you think we would not prepare against it? Fang Yuan had already given me information of your submission song. In the battle earlier, I had already sent all our desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into our immortal's immortal apertures. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Heavenly Court tried to obtain intel about Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit naturally did the same thing. Fang Yuan had warned Langya Land's spirit regarding Feng Jiuge. He was something to guard against. Feng Jiuge breathed in deeply, using immortal killer move Heaven and Earth Song. The song was loud and clear. It resonated with heaven and earth, drawing out its might, and was able to exert pressure on people's minds. It could weaken enemy attacks. But this move was even weaker here. This was the heaven and earth of Langya Blessed Land, the base of Feng Jiuge's enemy carrying deep animosity against him. How could Feng Jiuge resonate and use its power? Immortal killer move, Separation Song. Feng Jiuge dodged left and right and unleashed his trump card. This song was extraordinary. It was the best method to break apart immortal formations and immortal goo houses. Back then, against the rank 8 immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, it had greatly shocked Wu Yong by nearly dismantling it. The silver giant was an ancient battle formation. Bingzhua and the rest were controlling an immortal goo formation now. They were also affected. Once it was dismantled, these variant human goo immortals would need to fight individually. How could they be Feng Jiuge's match? Originally, Feng Jiuge could not move while using Separation Song. But after this period of time, he had improved greatly. He could move freely now while using Separation Song. Once this song started, it was very weak, like a low murmur or like soft sleep talking in a quiet night. Next, a sudden emotion emerged in all of the variant human goo immortals' hearts. The song gradually became louder. It was not an instant rise, but a gradual and gentle one, alternating between low and high pitch as it rose. The goo immortals felt sadness and pain in their hearts. The song suddenly dropped to a low pitch, and incomparable gloominess and sentimental feelings attacked the variant human goo immortals' hearts, making them have an urge to cry. The pain of separation, the sadness of separation, the gloominess of separation, and the reluctance of separation. Splitting up with your lover, never seeing your friends again, and the death of your loved ones. Separated, but the past remains the same. Separated, as old friends bid farewell. Separated, like the setting of the sun. Separated, like falling flowers that convey deep sadness. I'll separate your mother! Suddenly, Langya Land's spirit screamed in a thunderous tone, resounding in the entire blessed land. At this moment, his immortal killer move was ready. Immortal killer move, complete silence. The silver giant shone with boundless brilliance. The silver light was extremely glaring, like a fragment of the sun. Wherever it shone, the song faded into silence. Feng Jiuge's face finally expressed shock. This move had rank 8 power. It directly countered him. Feng Jiuge, your death anniversary will be in exactly a year's time. Langya Land's spirit roared smugly. The silver giant stomped on Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge rapidly retreated, but he could only dodge for now. His gaze flickered. The battle strength of Langya's forces greatly shocked him multiple times. This complete silence killer move was extremely effective, but Langya Land's spirit had kept it in reserve until the end. This move was too crucial. it threw Feng Jiuge into an absolute disadvantage. This legendary figure of Central Continent finally felt the intense aura of death. Chapter 1546. Assimilation Wind of Central Feng. Northern Plains. A boundless grassland extended into the horizons. The clear skies had no clouds, it looked empty, but 3 Gu immortals were actually concealing themselves, floating in the air. According to Lady Fairy Ziwei's deductions, this place is the closest to Langya Blessed Land. The leader, a male Gu immortal, thought to himself. If Northern Plains Gu immortals saw his appearance, they would gasp. Prince Feng Xian! Indeed, he was one of the 5 openly known rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains, Prince Feng Xian. As times changed, the number 1 rank 8 expert old ancestor Shui, who had gone missing with his wife after the destruction of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The first supreme elder of Yao tribe, Yao Huang, was chosen by Longevity Heaven and left his tribe, becoming the next generation South Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was once a lone immortal, but he now occupied He tribe's territory and created the Superforce Bai Zhu tribe, becoming a Righteous Path member. 5 Elements Grandmaster was still trapped within Longevity Heaven's immortal Gu house, Calamity Luck Altar. Because of Heavenly Court's invasion, the reappearance of Longevity Heaven, the conversion of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to the Righteous Path, and the disappearance of old ancestor Shui who, almost the whole of Northern Plains had turned into the world of the Righteous Path, the demonic path Gu immortals had to lay low and keep out of the spotlight. Out of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals, only Prince Feng Xian was still intact without any changes in his circumstances. This person had a special status. On the surface, he was an external rank 8 supreme elder of Gong tribe and the husband of Gong Wanting, but he had a hidden identity. He was a spy sent into Northern Plains Gu immortal world by Spirit Affinity House long ago, and was now the most influential spy that Central Continent had in Northern Plains. Fairy Ziwei had been planning for a long time. She sent Feng Jiuge and the rest to attack Langya Blessed Land. Other than Qin Yi, who was openly waiting to reinforce him, she also sent the hidden piece, Prince Feng Xian, secretly. Lord, one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas, Loosetail Ridge, is nearby. Langya Blessed Land is likely hiding here. Beside Prince Feng Xian, a rank 6 female immortal spoke. Beside Prince Feng Xian, there were 2 servants of high status. Because of his reputation, they also became famous in Northern Plains. They were Li Yao and Sword Master Yulan. These 2 were Gu immortals from Spirit Affinity House. It was Li Yao who spoke this time. She wore a yellow dress and was extremely beautiful. Sword Master Yulan had stayed in the base this time. She did not follow Prince Feng Xian. Prince Feng Xian nodded slightly. He guessed the same. His gaze turned around and focused on the Gu immortal beside him. There was a rank 6 hairy man Gu immortal standing right beside him. This hairy man Gu immortal was dazed and not moving, like a statue. He was controlled by Prince Feng Xian's supreme methods. If Langya Land Spirit or any Langya sect hairy man Gu immortals saw this person, they would know of his identity. Because this hairy man Gu immortal was from Langya Blessed Land. Back then, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Langya Land Spirit helped Fan Yuan to relocate his assets from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan obtained the sovereign immortal body and wanted to return to Northern Plains, but he was chased down. In order to help Fan Yuan, Langya Land Spirit sent 2 hairy man Gu immortals to receive him, but one of them died and the other went missing. It turned out that the missing hairy man Gu immortal met with some other situation, but he was recently captured by Prince Feng Xian alive. He obtained a lot of information from this hairy man Gu immortal, and that led to the crucial clues for Fairy Ziwei to make her deduction on Langya Blessed Land. Because he knew of Langya Blessed Land's terrain, the Central Continent 10 great ancient sects could use the Immortal Killer move to directly teleport Feng Jiuge and the rest inside. Li Yao frowned slightly. She asked worriedly. Looking at the time, Feng Jiuge and the rest have gone inside for some time already. Why are they not sending out any information? Are they in trouble? Prince Feng Xian pondered. There would be problems for sure. Even if we have Langya Blessed Land's information and took the initiative, this is still the number 1 blessed land in the world, originating from long-hair ancestor. It had unfathomable foundations. They would definitely possess certain trump cards. Li Yao frowned even more deeply now. Central Continent only sent a number of rank 7 Gu immortals into Langya Blessed Land. Isn't that too overconfident? Prince Feng Xian laughed. That is because you are unfamiliar with Feng Jiuge. Oh? Li Yao was surprised. Prince Feng Xian looked afar as he sighed deeply. I am a person considered to be enormously blessed with talent. I started cultivating when I was 13. I became rank 4 when I was 16, I reached rank 5 peak stage at 18. After accepting the sect mission, I went to Northern Plains to develop. After spending 3 years, I became a rank 6 Gu Immortal, and all my tribulations after that were successful. I roamed Northern Plains and joined Gong tribe. After 100 years, I became rank 8, even though I was treading on thin ice. Who in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world could expose my true identity? I had once been extremely prideful and arrogant, because I did not depend on the sect's support. I worked hard and made use of opportunities and different forces to reach rank 8. Until one day, I met Feng Jiuge. I realized I was deeply inferior. Compared to me, he is the true supreme genius. His talent is so great it dominates this entire era. Li Yao was extremely astounded. Among the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House, there was the saying of Northern Feng and Central Feng, both soar in the sky as Spirit Affinity's pride. They were talking about the rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince Feng Xian and the rank 7 Gu Immortal Feng Jiuge. Spirit Affinity House knew about Prince Feng Xian's Supreme Elder status. They felt that Spirit Affinity House would be in the hands of Feng Jiuge and Prince Feng Xian in the future. They placed these two on the same level, but Prince Feng Xian was a rank 8 with great strength, while Feng Jiuge was famous due to his potential. Placing a rank 7 Gu Immortal on the same level as their rank 8 master, Li Yao and Sword Master Yulan were once indignant about it. Even Prince Feng Xian was not happy. He sent a letter and questioned the top supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. But as time passed, Li Yao and Sword Master Yulan gradually reached a new opinion regarding this matter. As for Prince Feng Xian's change in mentality, it was because he had fought with Feng Jiuge. A number of years ago, when 88 True Yang building had just collapsed, Feng Jiuge led the Central Continent Gu Immortals to find out the truth in Northern Plains. As the biggest card of Spirit Affinity House in Northern Plains, Prince Feng Xian secretly met with Feng Jiuge. Because of this meeting, both of them sparred. The results were shocking. Even though Prince Feng Xian did not use his full strength, he only ended with a draw against Feng Jiuge. Thinking about that scene where they fought, Prince Feng Xian sighed deeply. Feng Jiuge having rank 8 battle strength isn't the thing that shocked me. What truly moved me was that immortal killer move that he used. This is an unprecedented creation. Nobody in history has ever achieved such a feat. What immortal killer move? Li Yao asked. Prince Feng Xian had a solemn expression. He said slowly. Feng Jiuge named it, Assimilation Wind Song. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jiuge took a deep breath. Separation Song was useless. At this point, he only had one method left. He would not use this move unless necessary. Because once activated, not only would the risks be huge, the process would be dangerous and cause immense damage. There would be reduced gains after battle. Feng Jiuge had always used it cautiously. But now, he had to admit this, he was forced into a corner. He had obtained a lot of intel about Langya Blessed Land from Fairy Ziwei. But after fighting, he realized that Langya Blessed Land's strength greatly exceeded his expectations. Not just this Super Gu formation, but also those Gu Immortals hidden inside the Immortal formation, as well as the killer move Complete Silence. Feng Jiuge knew that Langya's sect had an immortal killer move that countered Sound Path. It was called Silent World. But he did not know that Fan Yuan had specially modified this move into an even stronger version, Complete Silence. Feng Jiuge had defensive methods against Silent World, but against Complete Silence, which was many times stronger, he was left without options. Immortal killer move, Assimilation Wind Song. Feng Jiuge dodged left and right, fighting for an opportunity to use the strongest defensive method that he had ever created in his life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew, the world went through a transformation. This was not Golden Wind, Luopa Wind, Willow Wind, Immortal Wind, Profound Eerie Wind, Star Galaxy Wind, or Fan Door Wind. Once this wind appeared, Langya Land's spirit's expression changed. The hairy man Gu Immortals were also deeply shocked. All the other variant human Gu Immortals were tongue-tied. These were the winds of assimilation. The number one wind in the world capable of assimilating everything, few methods could counter it. When immortal apertures were destroyed, this wind would blow. How can this be the winds of assimilation? This is impossible! Some hairy man Gu Immortals lost their composure and screamed. Unbelievable! A person can actually control the winds of assimilation? Bingzhou was so shocked his eyes were about to pop out. His cold demeanor had completely melted. In human historical records, nobody had ever been able to manipulate the winds of assimilation personally. But now, this record was broken. Feng Jiuge became the first person throughout history to do so. He could actually unleash the winds of assimilation. Feng Jiuge had 7 songs currently. Obtained Treasure Song and Towards Heaven Song were used to assist his cultivation. Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song were his trump cards that he reserved for major fights. The final one was Assimilation Wind Song. He would not use it unless necessary. If he failed to activate this move, Feng Jiuge would be the first one to be destroyed by the winds of assimilation. It was extremely vicious. Many of his songs could be turned into clones through Song Warrior, but this Assimilation Wind Song could not. It was the most special one. This move was too powerful, it turned the battle around instantly. The variant human Gu immortals were helpless, they were flustered. Because ordinary methods would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation and turned into fuel to make it even stronger and larger. Langya Blessed Land is the #1 blessed land in the world, but against this wind, it will likely be destroyed. A Rockman Gu immortal said in despair. It will not! Langya Land's spirit screamed. He knew he had to stabilize the morale of his side. He screamed, "These really are the winds of assimilation, Assimilation Wind Song! I did not believe it when Fan Yuan told me about it, but the truth is in front of me, I need to trust him. Everyone, don't worry, we have a way to deal with the wind." What? Fan Yuan could even have information about such a secret? The other Gu immortals heard this and felt hopeful. At this moment, Fan Yuan, who also had rank 8 battle strength, played a crucial role despite being away. He stabilized the morale of Langya Land's spirit's forces. Fan Yuan had memories of the future. He knew about the ferocity of this move. During the 5 regions chaotic war, Feng Jiuge had used this move to slaughter countless beings and it was deeply feared, thus he had already told Langya Land's spirit about it. Even when he fought against Feng Jiuge earlier, he was deeply cautious of this move. This move was very powerful, but it also had major flaws. For example, Fan Yuan could dodge it if he used it in the 5 regions world. But in this situation, the winds of assimilation had started blowing in Langya Blessed Land. The land spirit had to resolve it as soon as possible. What method could actually resist the winds of assimilation? Chapter 1547. Langya is helpless, Jiuge dominates. Come, true stability branch transformation! Against the winds of assimilation, Langya Land's spirit growled as he used an immortal killer move. Once this move was used, the silver giant underwent a huge transformation. The huge human-shaped body turned into a huge heavenly tree. Its trunk was silvery white. It had countless branches and leaves that resembled silver carvings. It was extremely dazzling as the leaves clashed with each other and created sharp sounds. The branches and leaves grew rapidly and faced the winds of assimilation. The winds of assimilation which were rampaging everywhere were obstructed by the huge tree. Their speed of growth shrunk by half. The winds of assimilation were actually stopped. Unbelievable! Langya Blessed Land's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Snowman, Inkman, and Rockman Gu immortals saw this and felt overjoyed. Oh! This is true stability tree? The flash of red and white light that shot out of the winds of assimilation was Feng Jiuge. Even though he created Assimilation Wind Song and could create the winds of assimilation, once it was used, Feng Jiuge would need to leave the center. Otherwise, when it spreads and fills up the space, Feng Jiuge would die. Feng Jiuge could only summon the winds of assimilation, he could not manipulate it. He had tried to control it, but any method used on the winds of assimilation would cause it to become stronger, as they get assimilated. Feng Jiuge had a mortal killer move Song Warrior. He could turn Heaven and Earth Song, Separation Song, and the others into clones, but Assimilation Wind Song could not be turned into a clone. Feng Jiuge was far away from the battlefield. Langya Land's spirit and the rest were busy dealing with the winds of assimilation. They could not bother with him. This is indeed true stability tree, to think that they could really counter the winds of assimilation. Feng Jiuge watched from afar as bright light shone in his eyes. This true stability tree was a legendary immemorial desolate plant. It was famous in history. It had existed since before Renzu's birth, the immemorial antiquity era. It lived through the remote antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and died in the hands of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable during the medieval antiquity era. This tree had many wild immortal Gu, among which were several rank 8 immortal Gu. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was only rank 8 back then. When he was traveling in Eastern Sea, there was a huge tsunami that caused great harm to the world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's immortal Gu could not stop this flood. He had to borrow 2 rank 8 immortal Gu, Peaceful Wind and Silent Wave, from the true stability tree. But this legendary immemorial desolate plant had great status and strength. It refused to lend them to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. In Genesis Lotus Rage, he fought against the true stability tree and killed it, retrieving the goo to stop the flood and saving countless lives in the end. Even though Genesis Lotus killed the true stability tree, he praised it immensely. After becoming venerable, he sighed occasionally. It was a pity that he had to kill the tree back then. This tree was unique in the world. It had the latent ability to counter the winds of assimilation. Fan Yuan was reborn and knew of Feng Jiuji's assimilation wind song. This move was shocking in the 5 regions chaotic war, and killed countless Gu immortals. Thus, many Gu immortals tried to find ways to expose its weakness and stop it. There was no unstoppable move in this world, there were only unstoppable people. Even though assimilation wind song was powerful, it was just a move, it could be countered. Western Desert's rank 8 Gu Immortal 1000 Transformations ancestor tried to find its fundamental flaw and sought help from a rank 8 Time Path great expert. They saw the power of the true stability tree in the river of time. After returning, he created the transformation path. Killer move, True Stability Transformation. This move could restrict the winds of assimilation. At that time, Feng Jiugu was only rank 7, but he could make rank 8 Gu Immortals research on how to deal with his move. It showed how powerful assimilation wind song was. Fan Yuan remembered this matter. He prepared in advance thinking about how Feng Jiugu attacked Langya Blessed Land in his previous life. To deal with this strongest move, he used the light of wisdom and his transformation path attainment level to deduce true stability branch transformation. This move was the simplified version of true stability transformation, but the current assimilation wind song that Feng Jiugu had was not the complete version that he used during the 5 regions chaotic war. Thus, after using this move, Langya Land Spirit turned the silver giant into a branch of the true stability tree. It managed to block the winds of assimilation. Go deal with Feng Jiugu, don't let him act freely. After I deal with the winds of assimilation, I will go and help you to kill him. Langya Land Spirit instructed, ordering the Gu Immortals of the 3 variant human races. The variant human Gu Immortals responded as they used the Super Gu formation to attack Feng Jiugu. Langya Land Spirit was covered in sweat. He spent all his effort to sustain the killer move and deal with the winds of assimilation. He sighed bitterly to himself. Fan Yuan taught me this move, but I found it too troublesome and did not practice much. To think that Feng Jiugu would really attack and use it against me. Sigh, if I knew this, I would have practiced this move even more. Langya Land Spirit was completely restricted by the winds of assimilation. He was barely holding on. Countless branches were destroyed when they interacted with the wind, but at the same time, new branches grew. This move that could stop the winds of assimilation had a huge price to use. It expended a lot of immortal essence and the mental energy of the Gu Immortals sustaining it. Soon, many hairy man Gu Immortals inside the giant silver tree became weak and mentally exhausted. Persevere, we must persevere! Langya Land Spirit shouted in encouragement. Lord, why can't we give up a piece of the blessed land? A hairy man Gu Immortal asked. Langya Land Spirit could naturally give up a portion of Langya Blessed Land that would prevent the winds of assimilation from affecting them. Compared to the entire Langya Blessed Land, that small piece of land was really nothing. No! Langya Land Spirit rejected immediately. He thought of Fan Yuan's words as he explained. If we do that, we will fall into their trap. Cutting off a piece of the blessed land means we will have to connect to the outside world. We would need to open the blessed land's entrance. That would allow the enemies to find out our location. We cannot do that. This Langya Land Spirit would rather pay this huge price to deal with the winds of assimilation than give up a piece of the blessed land? Feng Jiugu was surprised. If Langya Land Spirit did that, clues would be leaked. Prince Feng Xian, who was outside, would be able to notice it. The situation would be stabilized then. With the rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince Feng Xian's help, these hairy man Gu Immortals could not stop them. But Langya Land Spirit desperately held on and refused to do that. Feng Jiuji's plan could not succeed. Crack! An intense lightning appeared out of nowhere, landing on Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiugu moved like a trail of smoke. He vanished on the spot, evading the attack. He looked at the sky as he thought rapidly. Heavenly Giant Solar is restricted by the winds of assimilation. Only the Super Immortal formation is left. It is easier to deal with than the Silver Giant. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jiugu activated Separation Song as the Immortal formation started to break apart. Even though Separation Song had no offensive power, it had an incredible effect. it could break up any goo formation. But thankfully, when Feng Yuan designed it, he had considered it, and created many layers in the immortal formation. Feng Jiuji's separation song only broke up the outermost layer of this super goo formation. The variant human goo immortals were at the center of the formation, they were safe. Feng Jiuge had to use separation song again and broke up the second layer. But the third layer appeared after that. Oh! I want to see how many layers this immortal formation has! Bright light shone in Feng Jiuji's eyes. He activated separation song continuously. After breaking up 6 layers, he stopped. Even the powerful Feng Jiuge wanted to vomit blood now. How many layers are there? Separation song expended a lot of immortal essence. After several uses, Feng Jiuji's immortal essence storage was less than 30%. Of course, his greatest expenditure was in assimilation wind song. Assimilation wind song can match the effect of countless separation songs, but the risk is too high. Feng Jiuge shook his head. He dispelled the notion of using this move again. Even though it was powerful, it was risky. Feng Jiuge rarely used it. Back then, when he fought against Prince Feng Xian, even though he used it, that was in a spar. Prince Feng Xian had written to Spirit Affinity House that he was unhappy to be placed at the same level as Feng Jiuge. It created huge political pressure on Feng Jiuge. When Feng Jiuge went to Northern Plains, he met with Prince Feng Xian and suggested a single-move spar. In that battle, he had sufficient time to slowly activate his goo worms without any outside interference. The risk was very low. But right now, Feng Jiuge was in the middle of battle. There were many interferences. He needed to use his killer moves rapidly. Earlier, he had taken the risk because there was no other choice. Against the super immortal formation now, he felt less pressure and necessity to use it. Feng Jiuge did not use assimilation wind song. He looked around. The giant silver tree was still dealing with the winds of assimilation. It had already been reduced by half its size. After some time, Lang Ye's side would be able to dispel the wind and find time to deal with Feng Jiuge. There is little time. Feng Jiuge sighed. Heavenly Giant Solar had both offense and defense. Even the winds of assimilation could not affect it. If Feng Jiuge attacked the giant tree now, it would be futile. Lang Ye Blessed Land had shown great strength in this battle. Far out of Heavenly Court's expectations, Feng Jiuge already had the intention to retreat. Before leaving, there is something I must do. He smiled as he activated an investigative immortal killer move, moving rapidly like light. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a huge distance, appearing in front of Gu Yufangjing. Come with me. Before Gu Yufangjing responded, Feng Jiuge suppressed and sent him into his immortal aperture. And this place too. Feng Jiuge flew in the air, seeing Danghun Mountain at a certain area of cloud-covered continent. Come! He activated his immortal killer move that had been prepared. He kept this secluded domain of heaven and earth in his own immortal aperture. These cloud cities are all mortal goo houses, but there are many hairy man elites living in them. They are all goo immortal seeds of Lang Ye sect. Good, good, they are all mine. Next, Feng Jiuge struck and stored a lot of cloud-covered continents cloud cities. While he was doing this, he was attacked by the super immortal formation, but this formation had lost many layers due to Feng Jiuge. Its power was greatly reduced. As for Heavenly Giant Solar, it was restricted by the winds of assimilation. If it tried to leave, the winds of assimilation would grow stronger instantly. Lang Ye Land Spirit's hard work would be completely wasted. It could not stop him. What aura is this? While moving unhindered, Feng Jiuge found the aura of Wisdom Gu as he felt immensely shocked. He soon arrived in front of Wisdom Gu. Feng Jiuji's pupils shrunk from shock. If I was not seeing this personally, I would not believe it. This is a rank 9 Wisdom Gu? Chapter 1548. Paradise Earth Inheritor. Even Feng Jiuge was dazed when he saw Wisdom Gu. This was Wisdom Gu. It was written in. It was the vital immortal Gu of star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was known to nearly every living person. To think that in this time and place, it would appear before Feng Jiuge. Lang Ye Blessed Land actually has Wisdom Gu. Feng Jiuge was deeply shocked. He could not control himself. But soon, he forced himself to calm down. His eyes burst with bright light. He closely inspected the Wisdom Gu before him, finding out that this rank 9 Wisdom Gu was actually wild. A thought completely engulfed Feng Jiuji's mind, that was, take this rank 9 Wisdom Gu away. Immortal Killer Move, obtain Treasure Song. He activated this killer move with unprecedented force, erupting with rank 8 might. Obtained Treasure Song was able to help Feng Jiuge refine Wild Immortal Goo directly. The song was warm and kind, filled with a peaceful aura. As he sang, the wisdom goo that was fluttering between the tree branches became still. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo? The variant human goo immortals who were controlling this super goo formation were shocked. Wisdom Goo was originally hidden in this valley by Langyalan's spirit. The variant human goo immortals of the three races were outsiders. They were not informed of it. But now, Feng Jiuge destroyed this area. Wisdom Goo was exposed. They noticed it. We cannot let him obtain Wisdom Goo. Quickly disrupt him. Langyalan's spirit screamed as he ordered in anxiety. Next, he added, but be careful, don't destroy Wisdom Goo. Even without his reminder, the variant human goo immortals from the three races knew how important this rank 9 immortal goo was. But now, to disrupt Feng Jiuge while not affecting the Wisdom Goo close by, they needed intense control, and it was quite difficult for these variant human goo immortals who had just started using this immortal formation. The variant human goo immortals had to forcefully manipulate the immortal formation as they attacked Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge grunted as he used Song Warrior. The obtained treasure Song Warrior flew towards Wisdom Goo, while the other Song Warriors helped Feng Jiuge to block the attacks of the immortal formation. The variant human goo immortals attacked with excessive force that implicated Wisdom Goo, but Feng Jiuge would block them and defend Wisdom Goo. Wisdom Goo sensed danger. Its survival instinct made it fly away. Obtained treasure Song Warrior followed behind it but could not produce any effects. Feng Jiuge saw this, his heart sank. Wisdom Goo was rank 9, even though obtained treasure song was good, it was only rank 8, it could not affect Wisdom Goo. If I cannot get it, should I destroy it? This thought emerged in Feng Jiuge's mind before he denied it. This was rank 9 Wisdom Goo, destroying it was a big waste. And this immortal goo was formerly the vital goo of star constellation Immortal Venerable. If he could get it, it would greatly benefit Feng Jiuge, the central continent 10 great ancient sects, as well as Heavenly Court. Feng Jiuge was unresigned, he did not want to give up. Don't go. Feng Jiuge pounced at Wisdom Goo. Wisdom Goo flew rapidly, but Feng Jiuge pursued it endlessly. Wisdom Goo felt the threat of Feng Jiuge as it buzzed, emitting a strong light. The light of wisdom. Feng Jiuge was unavoidably covered by this light of wisdom. Instantly, countless thoughts appeared in his mind and collided. His intelligence surged, his gaze became incredibly sharp. All of the questions and difficulties he had in cultivation were all resolving. Even though he did not get immediate answers, many crucial bottlenecks were easily broken through. Oh no! Feng Jiuge was a legendary figure after all. After several breaths of time in the light of wisdom, he sensed something amiss. He bit his tongue as he forced himself to snap out of it and retreated. After leaving the light of wisdom, he watched the escaping Wisdom Goo with lingering fear. What an amazing Wisdom Goo! After this short period, I already lost so much lifespan. A strand of Feng Jiuge's hair had turned white. My mission here is to capture Guyu Fangjing and reclaim Danghun Mountain. These were all instructed by Fairy Ziwei. But to think that the rank 9 Wisdom Goo was hiding here. I already tried my best, but I cannot bring this goo away. Langya Blessed Land is also incapable of refining this Wisdom Goo, otherwise they would have done that already. Feng Jiuge's thoughts moved rapidly. Immortal Goo were unique. A wild immortal goo had deep attraction to any goo immortal. And it was a rank 9 wild immortal goo in front of Feng Jiuge. And most importantly, this immortal goo was actually Wisdom Goo. If they refined Wisdom Goo, I would not be able to snatch it. But now it is wild. I need to go back and inform Heavenly Court and the sect about this. The next time we attack Langya Blessed Land, we must get this goo. Feng Jiuge breathed in deeply. He looked at Wisdom Goo, which was already at the edge of his vision with lingering desire, as he used an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move that used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core was called, Human Come Human Go. It was created by the Space Path great expert Liang Liang. Feng Jiuge was not familiar with this move, but it had an incredible effect. Once activated, not only could it transport people to anywhere in the world, they could also return the same way back. The first half was hard, but the second half was extremely easy. Liang Liang had already activated this successfully. Feng Jiuge was only completing the second half with ease. Swoosh! With a soft sound, Feng Jiuge vanished. After a few breaths of time, Langya Land's spirit mobilized the silver giant and arrived. Damn it, Feng Jiuge, you actually ran away! Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, I won't let you off! Langya Land Spirit looked at the tattered Langya blessed land as he shouted angrily, roaring. Southern border, inside the immortal battlefield killer move. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. 3 lifetimes were over, but Fang Yuan was not reformed. I was wrong. I thought that this Fang Yuan was a heartless person or was filled with hatred and rage. That was the reason for his evil actions. But the truth is, he has abundant emotions, he does not lack anything. Even though he pursues strength, he is not obsessed with it. What drives him to do this is his goal. This goal is deeply ingrained in his heart, not only 3 lifetimes, even after 100 lifetimes, it cannot be eradicated. This person cannot be reformed. Master. Yi Fan muttered lightly. At this time, not just him, even Shang Xinci and the rest, including Tai Mianshin and the other Gu immortals had woken up. Everyone was in a daze after 3 lifetimes, they were savoring the mystical feeling behind it. Lu Weiyin looked around as his gaze paused on Shang Xinci for a moment. Her eyes were red, she almost cried, her sadness was evident. She had been emotionally connected to Fang Yuan during the 3 lifetimes. Lu Weiyin nodded secretly, saying to everyone, I failed, this demon cannot be stopped, he is about to break out of the killer move and escape, let's go. Yi Fan was shocked. Master, we have the clear advantage. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. I've already tried my best, let's go. The mortal Gu masters were confused, but Tai Mianshin and the 2 Yi clan Gu immortals had their suspicions. Tai Mianshin asked directly. Senior's surname is Lu, and you are skilled in Earth Path, are you the inheritor of Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Lu Weiyin nodded. That's me. So it was like that. Yi clan's Gu immortals sighed, they paid their respects and greeted Lu Weiyin. At the same time, they no longer had any suspicions towards Lu Weiyin's words. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not have a single offensive method, his Paradise Earth true inheritance was the same. Lu Weiyin was skilled at trapping and reforming enemies, this was the specialty of Paradise Earth true inheritance. Among the 10 venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the kindest and most merciful, he single-handedly healed the world and stopped the chaos after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's rule. But for some reason, this Immortal Venerable did not choose to go to Heavenly Court, he stayed in Southern Border and even left his Paradise Earth true inheritance here. Chapter 1549. Soul Explosion, Central Continent, Heavenly Court. In the silver sky, amidst countless buildings, jade light shone, Feng Jiuge appeared in Ziwei's palace. Greetings to Lady Ziwei. Feng Jiuge instantly regained awareness of his surroundings, he cupped his fists. In the Grand Palace, Fairy Ziwei sat on her cloud bed as she turned to look at Feng Jiuge, slowly opening her eyes. At an instant, boundless starlight shot out of her pupils, dazzling light filled the entire hall. Feng Jiuge did not speak, an information path Gu worm flew out as Fairy Ziwei received it, she understood what happened after looking into it. Feng Jiuge, you are indeed the Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. You did well. Fairy Ziwei praised. Feng Jiuge smiled. This is Guyu Fangjing. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, taking out the captive. Guyu Fangjing's eyes were shut, he was affected by Feng Jiuge's method and had fallen asleep. As for the will of Fang Yuan that was in him, Feng Jiuge suppressed it. Feng Jiuge placed Fang Jing on the ground as he sighed. I already searched his soul, that Fang Yuan is a demon indeed, he is completely heartless and cruel, he wants to refine his own brother into blood deity. But I do not understand, he is only a mortal, even though he is related to Fang Yuan, why do you place so much importance in him? Fairy Ziwei said slowly. The way of heaven is to be balanced, yin and yang intertwine, the area around the cave of poisonous animals usually has plants that can act as antidotes to the poison. This Guyu Fangjing was born together with Fang Yuan, he is an obstacle specially set by heaven against Fang Yuan. If he is nurtured well, he will be useful in dealing with Fang Yuan in the future. I see. Feng Jiuge nodded. It is a pity. Fairy Ziwei said as she searched Fang Deng's soul, she sighed. Fang Yuan actually did not refine blood deity, and continue his blood path cultivation. Otherwise, I would be able to use the Demon Judgment Board to find his location. In my opinion, Fang Yuan has not noticed that his blood path cultivation in his previous life was a trap by heaven's will. He did not cultivate blood path now, probably due to the protection of his luck. Fate Gu has not been repaired, the power of luck path is greatly amplified, it is very obvious. You were able to succeed and return this time because of your status as a Tao Guardian, Your luck is strong and is not suppressed by Feng Yuan. Feng Jiuge nodded. How will we deal with Dang Hun Mountain? What about the wisdom goo inside Langya Blessed Land? Take it out. Fairy Ziwei smiled. Feng Jiuge was dazed. He took out Dang Hun Mountain from his immortal aperture. This pink crystal mountain was originally huge, but after entering Ziwei Palace, it was suppressed into palm size and was tiny and delicate looking. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rampaged in the world and slaughtered countless beings. He created Soul Path. Heavenly Court was the leader of the righteous path. Before Spectral Soul became venerable, they sensed his threat and fought against him. They understood each other well. After Spectral Soul died, Soul Path continued developing. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed it, Heavenly Court still had an incredibly profound grasp of Soul Path methods. In fact, Heavenly Court had many Soul Path Goo Immortals. There were a vast number of Soul Path Dao marks on Dang Hun Mountain. It was the Soul Path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Since Fairy Ziwei could give Feng Jiuge the method to retrieve it, she naturally had an even more profound method to shrink it entirely. Fairy Ziwei stretched her arm out as Dang Hun Mountain floated towards her lightly. Amazing, amazing! Fairy Ziwei looked at it in amazement. She nodded happily. With this mountain, we will have an endless supply of guts goo. Jin Huang will benefit from it. Her dream realm exploration will go very smoothly. Feng Jiuge smiled. He was very happy that he could help his daughter. As for wisdom goo, Fairy Ziwei thought about it. I must obtain this goo. Jiuge, you can go and rest. I will need to plan this thoroughly. If they attacked Langya Blessed Land again, the other party would be very alert. They would prepare amply. Fan Yuan might even have returned already. Fairy Ziwei needed to plan. Yes. Feng Jiuge took his leave, getting out of Ziwei Palace and out of Heavenly Court, going back to Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Ziwei also left Ziwei Palace. She held on to Dang Hun Mountain as she moved all the way into a dark hall. 3 large words were carved on the plaque on the door of this hall: Soul Suppression Hall. It was the rank 8 Immortal Goo House that imprisoned Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fairy Ziwei smiled as she carried Dang Hun Mountain and went in front of Spectral Soul. Oh Demon Venerable, look what this is! Fairy Ziwei smiled lightly, she asked. Spectral Soul was completely silent. Fairy Ziwei nodded. Truly stubborn and incorrigible. However, I did not bring this mountain here to stir your determination. I know you have used this mountain before, you had cultivated on it in the past. I have this move that can stir your mind as long as I have something closely related to you. I can draw out all your related memories. Spectral Soul was still silent. Fairy Ziwei's smile faded, lightning flashed in her eyes. All along, she had been troubled by Spectral Soul's stubbornness. She wanted to excavate his precious memories, but there was little progress. Now that she had Dang Hun Mountain, Fairy Ziwei found a great opportunity. She wanted to use it on Spectral Soul now. At the next moment, the Immortal Killer move activated. The whole of Soul Suppression Hall buzzed as intense lights shone. The light shone on Dang Hun Mountain as they also shrouded over Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul resisted, but this move was very powerful. His memories related to Dang Hun Mountain were drawn out and shown before Fairy Ziwei. When young Spectral Soul found Dang Hun Mountain by chance, he was shocked and intensely happy. After many hurdles, he finally obtained Dang Hun Mountain. He cultivated in secrecy. Spectral Soul thought about it hard and finally found a way to move Dang Hun Mountain. After some more hurdles, he stored this mountain for his own use. Spectral Soul created Soul Path and gradually found more use for Dang Hun Mountain. It was no longer used for Guts Goo creation solely. He created Dang Hun Formation. He could use the vast amount of Soul Path Dao marks on this mountain to give the Immortal Goo Formation incredible might. Oh? There is a Dang Hun Immortal Formation. Why didn't Fang Yuan set it up? Did he think it is safe inside Langya Blessed Land, or did this formation require too many Immortal Goo? Fairy Ziwei saw this and felt suspicious. But soon, her suspicions were answered. It turned out that after using Dang Hun Mountain as part of the formation, it could no longer create Guts Goo. Fairy Ziwei continued to watch. Scenes concerning Dang Hun Mountain were shown, displaying Spectral Soul's cultivation journey. Even though most were useless, some contained important cultivation information. Even Heavenly Court could gain greatly from them. When Spectral Soul became venerable, he placed Dang Hun Mountain inside City Well and used an Immortal Killer move to modify Dang Hun Mountain. This memory made Fairy Ziwei's heart shake. This orderly well killer move is amazing! City Well is a rule path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Using it, he could actually remove the conflict between Dang Hun Mountain's soul path Dao marks and external time path Dao marks. This must be the profundity that led to the origin of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fairy Ziwei had already deduced some special effects of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. After all, Fan Yuan fought many times, he exposed many precious clues. She was not wrong. The reason why Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu could have non-conflicting Dao marks was because of City Well, and the killer move Orderly Well. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable paid a huge price to modify Dang Hun Mountain, but it was worth it. After that, he could use Time Path Immortal Killer moves to restore the mountain easily. The following memories were the Immortal Killer moves that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable deduced using Dang Hun Mountain. These Immortal Killer moves were very terrifying and powerful, but they would damage the mountain itself. Once in a while, Spectral Soul would use Time Path methods to restore Dang Hun Mountain back to normal. These methods are truly amazing. Someone who was able to become a demon venerable truly had heaven-shaking talent. Fairy Ziwei's eyes were shining with bright light, she praised continuously. These Immortal Killer moves were precious cultivation information that could greatly help Heavenly Court. Especially when they had just obtained Dang Hun Mountain, these Immortal Killer moves were all usable. Among these killer moves there was one move that Fairy Ziwei placed great attention on. This move can actually ignite Dang Hun Mountain and create a terrifying soul explosion. Any living being's soul can be ignited and create a soul explosion. The soul explosion of soul beasts usually have incredible might, but the soul explosion of Dang Hun Mountain would surpass limits. Using this mountain's soul path Dao marks to ignite the mountain is truly ingenious. Wait. Fairy Ziwei's pupils shrunk, she noticed something amiss. Boom! At the next moment, a shocking explosion occurred, the entirety of Dang Hun Mountain was blown to smithereens. Be it Fairy Ziwei or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they were both within range of this terrifying explosion. Chapter 1550. Discussing Compensation. Southern Border. Myriad Dragon. Dragon roars reverberated throughout the air, the whole immortal battlefield was destroyed, silver scales shone as Fan Yuan shot out like lightning. The moment he escaped, he received large numbers of messages requesting aid. What? Langya Blessed Land was attacked by Heavenly Court. It was led by Feng Jiuge? Fan Yuan was stunned. He was trapped by Lu Wei-yin temporarily, but at the same time, Langya Blessed Land was suddenly attacked by Heavenly Court. If one said that there was no connection between the two, even ghosts would not believe it. Oh? They have already been defeated? Many Central Continent Gu immortals died, while only Feng Jiuge returned alive? Fan Yuan looked at the message sent by Langya Land's spirit, then looked at Sixth Hair's message. Sixth Hair was a spy placed in Langya sect by Shadow Sect. He was on Fan Yuan's side and his message was the most trustworthy. From Sixth Hair's message, Fan Yuan quickly understood the whole matter. So Feng Jiuge saw the situation not going in his favor and retreated on his own initiative. Fan Yuan's eyes shined sharply, but this was not the place for him to ponder about this. Rank 8 Gu Immortals of Southern Border's Righteous Path forces might even be rushing towards here now. Fan Yuan immediately retreated and on the way, he directly activated his prearranged methods and flagrantly detonated Dang Hun Mountain. Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, they clearly planned a long time for this. Methods like pulling mountain are not common, but Feng Jiuge could directly take away Dang Hun Mountain. This is a scheme to cripple my foundation. But unfortunately, how could my Dang Hun Mountain be seized so easily? Fan Yuan put Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. On one hand, it was to show his sincerity in their collaboration and make Langya sect actively manage Gutsgu business, saving him time and effort. On the other hand, it was also because Fan Yuan had left behind preventive measures and was not afraid of Langya sect or any other Gu immortals taking Dang Hun Mountain. While flying rapidly, Fan Yuan put his attention into his immortal aperture. Landscape as before. He activated the rank 6 immortal Gu on a large piece of mountain rock. This mountain rock was a piece of Dang Hun Mountain. It was stored by Fan Yuan long ago. Right now, Dang Hun Mountain's main body had already self-detonated. This mountain rock was the only remaining piece of Dang Hun Mountain in the world. As Fan Yuan used landscape as before, this mountain rock started to slowly expand, beginning to grow towards the complete Dang Hun Mountain. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are like immortal Gu, unique in their existence. Dang Hun Mountain was modified by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the past. Now, under the illumination of landscape as before, this Dang Hun Mountain rock can definitely restore the complete Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan was extremely confident. Dang Hun Mountain might have been seized, but he had not lost it. In time, Dang Hun Mountain will be back in his hands. But this process was going to take a long time. Landscape as before was only rank 6 after all, while Dang Hun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth that was akin to a rank 9 immortal goo. And the size of this mountain rock that Fan Yuan had left behind was countless times smaller than the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. Heavenly Court had plotted for a long time with Feng Jiuge personally leading the attack. Fan Yuan's overall losses were significant. First of all, he was not able to take back the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Secondly, Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed for the moment, and restoring it would take time and a huge amount of immortal essence. Finally, Guyu Fangjing was captured, which means Fan Yuan's blood deity cultivation plan was halted. Fortunately, Wisdom Gu was neither captured nor destroyed. The situation was actually dangerous at that time. If Feng Jiuge was set on destroying Wisdom Gu, it had little hope of surviving on its own. But Feng Jiuge did not strike a fatal move the entire time. This made Fan Yuan feel a sense of joy, but at the same time, it also meant Heavenly Court's following attacks would be incessant. Feng Jiuge retreated on his own accord, which also signified Heavenly Court was definitely going to make another attack. But when were they going to attack? During the next attack, who would Heavenly Court send? What kind of method would they use? These were all issues to think about. Fan Yuan landed in an ordinary valley. He was already far away from the battlefield, and had been very careful on his way. He should be safe for now. Fan Yuan concealed his aura and hid himself. He then set up warning goo formations before sitting cross-legged and shutting his eyes as he started making deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes. He was already aware of the whole matter as if he had personally experienced the battle between Langya sect and Feng Jiuge. It is certain that fixed immortal travel is with Heavenly Court. It seems to have been raised to rank 7. It even has a set of immortal killer moves. Any changes in Langya Blessed Land could not escape Langya Land Spirit's observation. The scene of Feng Jiuji's group suddenly appearing was engraved in Langya Land Spirit's mind. This along with similar clues were all sent to Fan Yuan. With sufficient clues along with his wisdom path attainment, Fan Yuan immediately understood how Feng Jiuge suddenly attacked Langya Blessed Land. To prevent fixed immortal travel, I had already modified Dang Hun Mountain's appearance, but Feng Jiuji's group appeared above the 3 continents. This information leak is probably related to the missing hairy man Gu Immortal. It would take some effort in changing the terrain of the 3 continents. Even if this is done, it might not obstruct Heavenly Court's invasions. If I am not wrong, although the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals did not succeed in setting up an Immortal Gu formation, just seeing how Feng Jiuge escaped so easily, they definitely have some measures left behind in Langya Blessed Land. All kinds of thoughts flashed rapidly in Fan Yuan's mind. Heavenly Court was inactive most of the time, but when they made a move, it was earth-shattering. If not for Fan Yuan arranging multiple precautionary methods against this, Langya Blessed Land, which had lost the complete refinement cauldron, might have already been subdued by Feng Jiuge. Fan Yuan had already made many preparations, but Heavenly Court's foundation was too abundant. Like this time, by relying on the method left by Space Path great expert Liang Liang, Feng Jiuji's group was able to sneak in abruptly. An opponent like Heavenly Court was the most difficult to fight against, because nobody knew how many more trump cards they had. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh, contacting Langya Land Spirit. He informed Langya Land Spirit of his situation, also mentioning his guess that Lu Wei-yin was very likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor. Langya Land Spirit might still be discontented that Fan Yuan had not shown up to protect Langya Blessed Land, but what Fan Yuan said were all truths, so Langya Land Spirit could not easily pursue this matter. Heavenly Court did not succeed this time, but they have discovered Wisdom Gu. They will definitely return. Fan Yuan, you are a supreme elder of Langya sect. The sect needs your strength. You should return to guard the sect. Langya Land Spirit said. Fan Yuan smiled. That was impossible. Langya Blessed Land had indeed helped Fan Yuan a lot. It could also be considered as his base, but it was impossible to bind him because of this. The current Heavenly Court was powerful, and as long as they restored Fate Immortal Gu, they would become invincible. If Fan Yuan stayed to guard Langya Blessed Land, Heavenly Court's side would definitely have a good laugh. This was what they wanted. Fan Yuan would not be able to advance further if he stayed in Langya Blessed Land. He had to go out and roam to search for cultivation resources to grow rapidly. Once he grew to a certain extent, Fan Yuan could then go take the Red Lotus True Inheritances. no matter how much help the true inheritances provided, he had to destroy Heavenly Court's plan of restoring Fate Gu within 10 years. Only by doing this would he not die. This was also his only way out. Otherwise, if he waited for Fate Gu to be restored completely, almost all Gu immortals in the world would be subjected to Fate's arrangements. How many otherworldly demons like Fan Yuan were there? Heavenly Court would once again reach the summit. At that time, Fan Yuan would have no hope of being its opponent. Even if Langya Blessed Land is breached, even if Wisdom Gu is destroyed, they won't interrupt my cultivation plan. A ruthless light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. Naturally, he would not say these words to Langya Land's spirit. Right now, his body was bound by alliance agreements. But he had been keeping the self-cleansing immortal formation activated. It was not just for show. We still need to talk about compensation, right? Fan Yuan continued with some useless banter before saying this to Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit's expression immediately sank. He had made an agreement with Fan Yuan back then. If Danghun Mountain or Wisdom Gu were lost or destroyed, he would have to compensate 10 times the value. Wisdom Gu was not destroyed. Langya Land's spirit let out a sigh of relief at this, but Danghun Mountain, at least for now, it was really lost. You also know that if Heavenly Court obtains Danghun Mountain, they will have an endless supply of Guts Gu. This is a huge boost to them. Fan Yuan added pressure, as he saw Langya Land's spirit keeping silent. No need to say this. I will compensate you, don't worry. Langya Land's spirit replied. I believe you. How could First Supreme Elder possibly go back on his words? Fan Yuan chuckled. What kind of compensation do you want? Langya Land's spirit asked. Fan Yuan's gaze moved. There was a lot he wanted. Chapter 1551. 4,000 years lifespan Gu. Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. There was only one in the 5 regions. Guts Gu produced by Danghun Mountain was a monopoly. As long as souls were supplied, it was an inexhaustible gold mine. As such, its value was enormous. Langya Land's spirit had to compensate Fan Yuan by 10 times this value. If this was an ordinary blessed land or even a grotto heaven, it probably would not be able to pay such compensation even if the entire blessed land was added in. But Langya Blessed Land had enough ability to pay this. Back when Fan Yuan had set this compensation agreement with Langya Land's spirit, how could he not have considered this point? Langya Blessed Land was the #1 blessed land in 5 regions, especially after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. It had an extremely abundant foundation. Fan Yuan had no doubt that it was fully capable of bearing the compensation. Putting everything aside, Fan Yuan first mentioned Wisdom Gu to Langya Land's spirit. I need to move Wisdom Gu to my immortal aperture. So I want the method to move Wisdom Gu as my first compensation. This method was the core of Langya Sect's true inheritance. Fan Yuan had all along tried to obtain it, but even when both sides exchanged true inheritances, he was not able to get it. Langya Land's spirit firmly kept this method to himself. He was not an idiot. If he exchanged this method with Fan Yuan, would it not mean Fan Yuan could take away Wisdom Gu himself? Although Wisdom Gu was untamed and did not belong to Langya Sect, Langya Blessed Land's Hairy Man Gu immortals had been able to take it out from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit's expression immediately changed. Fan Yuan directly mentioned this request. It was like a sharp sword that pierced Langya Land's spirit's heart. Langya Land's spirit had no choice but to agree. What Langya Land's spirit had been plotting all along was to attempt to control Wisdom Gu by feeding it continuously with Lifespan Gu. So he had been willing to part with Lifespan Gu and help Fan Yuan raise Wisdom Gu. Unfortunately, even until now, Langya Land's spirit was not able to get his wish. His plan showed no results. Fan Yuan mentioning this request was the same as claiming back Wisdom Gu. As such, all the investments Langya Land's spirit made previously were in vain, and it instead seemed like he had slaved away for Fan Yuan. He was of course not willing to. But he was not able to explicitly retort. After all, Wisdom Gu might be a wild immortal Gu, but it was taken out of Fan Yuan's blessed land by Hairy Man Gu immortals. Langya Land's spirit spoke hesitantly. Is that okay? Actually, if we can control Wisdom Gu, we can use it as the core to construct Immortal Gu House secluded residence. Not only can we defend ourselves, but also prevent deductions from almost everyone in the world. Fan Yuan smiled. First Supreme Elder, your plan is good, but it is extremely difficult to materialize. Do you have confidence in implementing it as quickly as possible? Langya Land's spirit was reduced to silence. Fan Yuan continued, the current situation is dangerous. It is not favorable for you to protect Wisdom Gu. Feng Jiuge has discovered Wisdom Gu, which means Heavenly Court is also aware of it. They absolutely won't be willing to let it go, and will attack Langya Blessed Land again. At that time, what do we do if they seize Wisdom Gu? Langya Land's spirit heaved a deep sigh. What Fan Yuan said was the truth. Secluded residence was only a fantasy right now, while Heavenly Court's attack was right in front of them. In fact, Langya Land's spirit had already hidden Wisdom Gu to the best of his abilities, but what could he do when Feng Jiuji's investigative method was so innovative and powerful? Wisdom Gu had once been Star Constellation Immortal Venerables Gu. Now that it was discovered, it was clear Heavenly Court would place great importance on this. Their next attack was definitely going to be much more fierce and dangerous. Fan Yuan was right, but Langya Land's spirit was not resigned to give up his plans. At this time, Fan Yuan added, First Supreme Elder, secluded residence is a good idea, but it has its disadvantages. If we truly make Langya Blessed Land into a place of absolute refuge and peace, would the Hairy Man Gu Immortals still have motivation to actively cultivate? We want to create the rule of Hairy Men, but if we make these Hairy Man Gu Immortals live under the protection of secluded residence, wouldn't they start returning to their previous lifestyle over time? Langya Land's spirit was stumped. Fan Yuan's words made sense. Hairy Man Gu Immortals lacked a sense of danger. The previous Langya Land spirit was too protective of the Hairy Man Gu Immortals, causing these Gu Immortals to have almost no battle strength. When Shadow's sect had invaded, they were almost subdued. They could not go back to the previous lifestyle. Langya Land's spirit took a deep breath, nodding heavily. Fan Yuan, I will agree to your request. I will give you the complete method. Out of the 10 Danghun Mountain compensation, this method is worth half a Danghun Mountain. Okay. Fan Yuan did not doubt Langya Land's spirit's words. Langya Land's spirit would not lie. It was extremely beneficial for Fan Yuan to transact with him. Next, I need some lifespan Gu. Fan Yuan mentioned his second request. If he took Wisdom Gu into his sovereign immortal aperture, he would have to shoulder its feeding issue. Fan Yuan had lifespan Gu on him, but it was not safe to rely on these stocks. Okay. Langya Land's spirit agreed happily to this request. He was a land spirit. He could live as long as Langya Blessed Land existed, so he had no use for lifespan Gu. Naturally, the Hairy Man Gu Immortals in Langya sect would need lifespan Gu to prolong their lives. However, hairy men were variant humans. They had much longer lifespan than humans. Secondly, feeding Wisdom Gu was clearly much more important than extending the Hairy Man Gu Immortals' lives. Thereupon, Fan Yuan used 1.5 Danghun Mountain compensation to exchange for a large amount of lifespan Gu. Long Hair Ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago. Langya Blessed Land had an extremely long history of 300,000 years. It had plundered an enormous amount of lifespan Gu. Although Fan Yuan had taken away most of the stock of lifespan Gu, Langya Blessed Land still had a lot left. Fan Yuan calculated that if he used all the lifespan Gu he had on himself, he could prolong his life by over 4,000 years. Even Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only lived for over 3,000 years. This meant, if Fan Yuan used these lifespan Gu, he could live longer than Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Naturally, the precondition was he was not killed by someone in this period of time. These lifespan Gu could clearly solve Wisdom Gu's feeding issue for a long period of time. Among the Venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had the shortest lifespan. Limitless Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable lived for over 6,000 years. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable lived for over 7,000 years, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable for over 8,000 years. The longest lived 3 had all joined Heavenly Court. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable lived for over 12,000 years, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for over 19,000 years, and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's age surpassed 25,000 years. He was the first Immortal Venerable in human history, and also was the longest-lived Venerable. All Immortal and Demon Venerables lived for a long time, but in history, many Rank 8 and Rank 7 Gu Immortals have also lived a long life, some even living for thousands of years. There is not a lack of people who have lived longer than some Immortal or Demon Venerables. But with the 5 regions chaotic war incoming, the Great Era is about to open its curtains. Lifespan Gu will become increasingly scarce. Especially, when Great Dream Immortal Venerable reaches rank 9, lifespan Gu will be extremely rare. Heaven and Earth will no longer produce it, until there is no stock of lifespan Gu left. Fan Yuan inwardly pondered. These lifespan goo had extremely huge value, and this value would continue to increase with the passing of time. According to the historical records, many great experts and old monsters would pay any price to extend their life by even a few days. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo, but there were many examples in history where lifespan goo was exchanged with immortal goo. Fan Yuan's current compensation was calculated by Langya Land's spirit according to the current value of lifespan goo. This no doubt allowed Fan Yuan to get a much cheaper deal. Of course, if he developed Dang Hun Mountain well, his prospects would also be extremely remarkable. After settling the lifespan goo compensation, Fan Yuan used one Dang Hun Mountain compensation to exchange for a huge amount of Langya sect contribution points as well as beast enslavement immortal goo. Fan Yuan had borrowed beast enslavement immortal goo a few times before. It was extremely useful. As for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, it was a no-brainer. Fan Yuan knew Langya Land's spirit would absolutely not part with this immortal goo. As such, out of the 10 Dang Hun Mountain compensation, 7 remained. Now Fan Yuan was going for a big one. I want to use 7 Dang Hun Mountain compensation to exchange for something in the sect, Fan Yuan said to Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit was immediately tensed as he quickly asked, What do you want to exchange with? Chapter 1552. Refinement Path True Meaning. Exchange with what? Fan Yuan smiled and continued, Naturally, I want Refinement Path True Meaning. You actually know there is Refinement Path True Meaning in the sect? Langya Land's spirit almost jumped from shock. This was the greatest secret of Langya's sect and also the most valuable treasure in the sect's storage. What was true meaning? True meaning was considered a type of will. Wisdom path has the 3 elements of thoughts, wills and emotions. True meaning was the most valuable and enchanting thing sought after by everyone, whether they were goo masters or goo venerables. Northern Plains Icy Plain was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It contained Reckless Savage True Meaning. Thus, when a goo master underwent immortal ascension in the Northern Icy Plain, they would evoke Reckless Savage True Meaning. When a goo immortal obtained this true meaning, they could gain a huge boost in their transformation path or strength path attainment levels. Dream realms also contained true meaning. Fan Yuan had explored several dream realms and was able to increase his attainment in all kinds of paths because he had absorbed the true meaning contained within them. So true meaning usually signified a rise in attainment level. Why was the 5 regions chaotic war an unprecedentedly magnificent era? The fundamental reason was the dream realms appearing everywhere in the world. Many who explored these dream realms successfully obtained the true meaning contained inside, raising their attainment levels. Accumulating attainment level normally took a long period of time. But true meaning greatly shrunk this process. This caused geniuses and elites to endlessly appear from every corner of the world, fighting and killing each other, giving birth to an unprecedented chaotic era. The importance of true meaning went without saying, and the true meaning stored in the depths of Langya's sect had an even greater origin. This true meaning originated from Long Hair Ancestor. Who was Long Hair Ancestor? A Refinement Path Rank 8 Great Expert, known as the #1 Refinement Path Immortal of all times. The long history of humanity spanned innumerable years, and throughout this time, there existed 3 most outstanding peak Refinement Path experts: Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, and Long Hair Ancestor. Even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to concede to Long Hair Ancestor in terms of refinement path ability. The 2 Venerables had requested Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo for them. In the statistics made by later generations, Long Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal goo in his life. This was only the conclusive summary. It did not account for his many legends and rumors. If the rumors were noted, then this number would surpass 100. Even more terrifying was that most of these immortal goo were not rank 6, instead they were of high levels like rank 7 and rank 8. The refinement path true meaning in Langya's sect was the true meaning of Long Hair Ancestor. It was extremely comprehensive. If Fan Yuan obtained it and absorbed it completely, his refinement path attainment level could immediately soar to quasi-supreme Grandmaster. This was akin to reaching heaven in one step, an ant instantly becoming an unprecedented giant beast. Or a starving beggar suddenly becoming the richest in the whole country. It was exactly this concept. The reason why it was quasi was because Supreme Grandmaster required surpassing the foundation of the whole world, creating something out of nothing, achieving a new innovation. Fan Yuan could not do this now. If he obtained the refinement path true meaning, he was only completely inheriting Long Hair Ancestor's attainment level. he was not going further from this foundation and surpassing the whole world's refinement path foundation. Fan Yuan did not have any extravagant hope towards Supreme Grandmaster. As far as he was concerned, this title was just a kind of supreme glory. Quasi-supreme was already enough for him to look down proudly at all refinement path Gu immortals in the whole 5 regions. As long as he obtained this true meaning, he would transform from a small dune to the highest peak in one go. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. There were no strongest Gu worm in the world, only strongest Gu immortal. And how could a Gu immortal be the strongest? Attainment level was one of the most important judging criteria. Having quasi-supreme refinement path attainment was akin to reaching a peak height and having the most abundant foundation, the rest would come along later. Using 7 Dang Hun Mountain compensation to exchange for a will? Would Fan Yuan not suffer a loss? Of course not. Even if he had several Dang Hun Mountains, they only represented a huge amount of cultivation resources. And what resource was the most precious? Most would definitely answer attainment level. You want the refinement path true meaning left behind by my main body? That is impossible. Langya Land's spirit refused. Fan Yuan was already mentally prepared for Langya Land's spirit's attitude. He smiled. First Supreme Elder, our Langya sect has held on to this will for 300,000 years. If it is only preserved indefinitely, how different is it from a rock? Or maybe, do you want to leave this refinement path true meaning to the other hairy man Gu immortals? Langya Land's spirit shook his head. Ever since the establishment of Langya Blessed Land, the previous land spirit had been considering this issue, but these hairy man Gu immortals still don't have enough qualifications. Then give it to me, Fan Yuan immediately said. You are even more unqualified, Langya Land's spirit said firmly. Fan Yuan gave a soundless laughter. The current Langya Land spirit had the doctrine of hairy man supremacy, all along firmly believing hairy men were superior to humans, and hairy men should rule the world while humans should depend on them for survival. Langya Land's spirit did not even look upon those hairy man Gu immortals, he would even more so not consider Fan Yuan, who was a human. Long hair true meaning is the supreme treasure of my hairy men, even at worst, even if it goes to hairy man Gu masters, it won't be for you, a human, to enjoy. Langya Land's spirit's inner thoughts were roughly like this. Fan Yuan took a deep breath. His next persuasion was going to be crucial. He had already thought properly. At this moment, he said in a serious tone. First Supreme Elder, you are also aware of the current situation. It is extremely precarious. Heavenly Court's first attempt failed, but there will be a second attack, a third attack. They absolutely won't give up until they completely succeed or completely fail. I understand this. Langya Land's spirit's tone was solemn. If I have this refinement path true meaning, my strength will soar rapidly and I will have even more assurance in helping Langya sect resist Heavenly Court. Langya sect has helped me so much, this is my home, I won't stand by and watch Heavenly Court destroy it. If I become a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster, I can refine immortal Gu and improve the current super Gu formation of Langya Blessed Land. You also know I have inherited Shadow Sect's legacy. It contains a lot of information concerning Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Previously, we only exchanged true inheritances. Now I am going to share this information with you. I have already deduced that Feng Jiuji's group used the killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core to invade Langya Blessed Land. After we have resolved the compensation matter, I will use Wisdom Gu to think of methods to guard against fixed immortal travel. Besides these, don't forget I have some subordinates. You also know that they are all elites in fighting. Langya Land's spirit was silent. Fan Yuan's words were extremely reasonable. It did not matter during the peaceful times, but in this situation, Heavenly Court was gazing at them covetously. They did not even know when the next attack was going to arrive. Langya Land's spirit was not ignorant. He knew a lot about Heavenly Court and so felt even greater pressure. Langya sect might have Heavenly Giant Solar which was comparable to a rank 8 Gu immortal, but in the earlier battle with Feng Jiu, its various flaws had been exposed. Langya sect urgently required even more assistance. The snowmen, inkmen, and rockmen could barely mobilize a rank 8 battle strength. The strongest battle strength was still Fan Yuan. Langya Land's spirit already knew that Fan Yuan, who possessed reverse flow protection seal, was the strongest battle strength among them. Langya Land's spirit and Langya Blessed Land would need a source of strength like Fan Yuan in the future. Fan Yuan, if you need to refine Gu, I will personally take the task. don't forget there are still other Supreme Elders, everyone will help you. Langya Land's spirit remained silent for a while, before saying. Fan Yuan smiled. Everyone's strength cannot be underestimated. I already have a deep impression of this when I requested everyone to refine Gu. But can our refinement path ability be on par with the quasi-supreme Grand Master? Of course it could not. Moreover, there is a huge difference in asking others to refine Gu and personally refining Gu, isn't that so? Langya Land's spirit was silent once again. These were all genuine reasons. Langya Land's spirit wanted to refute but could not. But reason alone could not persuade Langya Land's spirit. Fan Yuan knew he needed to use feelings as well. First Supreme Elder, our interactions have always been heart to heart. Are you still not aware of my current situation? Do you still not understand my current feelings? After I escaped the trap and heard Langya Blessed Land was attacked, I was really anxious. It was like a fire burned in my heart. I really hate myself for not being able to immediately return. Langya sect is my home, in such a huge world. Only here can I feel at home. Although I am a human, I want to be a hairy man. But it is a pity that fate toys with people. I was born as a human, and not a noble hairy man. But I am willing to permanently transform into a hairy man in the future. I am willing to eternally live in Langya Blessed Land, marry Shui, unite the other variant human races, and assist you in your wish of making hairy man dominate the world. Fan Yuan spoke with such emotions that even he himself was filled with goosebumps. Langya Land's spirit heaved a long sigh. Oh Fan Yuan, I understand your feelings, I already knew it. But this is a huge matter, I need to think and consider it properly. Right now, I cannot make this decision. A sharp light flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes. He could not give Langya Land's spirit time to think. The more he thought, the smaller Fan Yuan's hope would become. As such, Fan Yuan said, First Supreme Elder, you are right in wanting to consider it properly. No matter how long you take, I will wait for your reply. In this period, I will keep an eye on Heavenly Court, and try my best to probe information. I will immediately report to you when they make any suspicious movement. These words immediately made Langya Land's spirit come to a decision. He bitterly sighed. The situation is perilous. If I still persist in preserving the true meaning, even Langya Blessed Land might not be safe. Fan Yuan, you are one of us, I trust you. Honestly, if you were a hairy man, I might have already entrusted the whole Langya Blessed Land to you. This refinement path true meaning. I will give it to you. I will not let down First Supreme Elder's expectations. Chapter 1553. Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Huff. 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 Fairy Ziwei was panting roughly, her pupils shrunk to pin size. Her expression was still filled with fear, it had yet to dissipate. All around her was emptiness. The Grand Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Soul Suppression Hall was already completely gone. Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, and with its uncountable number of Dao marks, it could rival Rank 9 Immortal Gu. The power of its self-detonation was unimaginably terrifying. Soul Suppression Hall did not even have time to respond, and with the explosion occurring from inside, it became a victim of Danghun Mountain's explosion. Fairy Ziwei, however, was completely unharmed. Dazzling starlight surrounded her. It was like she was covered in a thin veil, made with stardust. This was Immortal Gu House Star Constellation Chessboard, the Immortal Gu House personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If Star Constellation Chessboard did not take the initiative to protect me, even if I didn't die, I would have been heavily injured. Fairy Ziwei barely maintained her calm as her eyes narrowed to slits. Her expression was extremely heavy. Danghun Mountain was actually tampered with. I did not find anything even though I inspected it several times earlier. This was probably Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's doing. To deal with Shadow Sect, I have roughly gone through all the Soul Path inheritances in Heavenly Court. But I was still played by Fan Yuan. Heavenly Court's Soul Path Foundation still cannot compare to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Furthermore, Star Constellation Chessboard also suffered a lot of damage. Fairy Ziwei was not injured, but she felt like spewing blood when she thought of the danger and the losses she suffered. Her gaze moved towards the front. Ahead of her was a lump of dense black shadow. It was extremely deep, like a dark pool. It stayed there as black light continuously shone around it. Spectral Soul, Fairy Ziwei said hatefully while gritting her teeth. Danghun Mountain's soul explosion actually did not injure Spectral Soul, instead he benefited from it. hiding and nourishing himself within the countless soul path Dao marks. Dang Hun Mountain's soul explosion method was originally created by him. After the soul explosion, Soul Suppression Hall was destroyed, while Spectral Soul obtained temporary freedom. He did not try to make a blind escape, instead using this huge opportunity to hide himself within the countless soul path Dao marks. Like this, who knew how long it would take before Heavenly Court could soul search him again? Soul Suppression Hall had the ability to soul search, but now it was gone, completely destroyed. And Spectral Soul was using this temporary territorial advantage to recover. Humph, keep dragging it out until your end. Fairy Ziwei sneered. As long as he was in Heavenly Court, Spectral Soul was like a fish in a jar, unable to escape. Spectral Soul's outcome would not change. But it was rather troublesome for Heavenly Court to get rid of these soul path Dao marks. They would need to spend a long period of time at least. The abyss deep dark whirlpool did not emit any sound. Spectral Soul still maintained silence. Fairy Ziwei's fury rose even more. Right at this time, a thunder-like rumbling sound was heard, then flashes of lightning illuminated Heavenly Court. A thunderstorm brewed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. There is an abnormal reaction from the immortal graveyard. Back then, when Duke Long woke up, the whole of Heavenly Court shook. I wonder which senior woke up this time? Fairy Ziwei raised her head and looked at this scene, feeling stunned at first before turning joyous. Rumble! A huge burst of thunder echoed, tens of lightning bolts flashed in the sky before converging into a lump. The dark blue lightning suddenly exploded, and a human figure jumped out of the lightning sphere. This figure was extremely fast, appearing in front of Fairy Ziwei almost in an instant. So I did not sense wrongly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were truly caught. Ha! This Gu Immortal, who had just woken up, began laughing loudly. Fairy Ziwei carefully observed the person. She had a young girl's appearance. She was clad in a pitch-black suit of armor. The armor was ferocious and flamboyant, having sharp curved spikes and lightning flashing above it. The chest portion of the armor had a dark blue open mouth like that of a giant ghost. And her helmet looked like a monster's head, forming a stark contrast with the girl's delicate and cute appearance. The immortal graveyard was unfathomable. Even Fairy Ziwei did not know how many great experts were hibernating in there. As for this person, she knew her origin. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei bowed in greeting. Junior Ziwei pays respect to Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Eh? What era is this? There is still someone who knows my, Jing Lan's, honorific title? The black-armored girl gave a slight exclamation of surprise, her gaze moving from the dark whirlpool to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's spirits rose. This Jing Lan was a great expert selected from Black Heaven Temple. She mainly cultivated two major paths, Lightning Path and Soul Path. Her two paths did not conflict with each other. This non-conflicting method was her own creation, and she could only do this with Lightning Path and Soul Path. She was an extremely lively Gu Immortal born in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's time. She was extremely proficient in fighting and had been one of Heavenly Court's most valuable experts in resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She had once given huge trouble to Spectral Soul, but after Spectral Soul became a Venerable, he slaughtered countless beings and was unstoppable. She had to gloomily give up and hibernate in the immortal graveyard. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the most murderous nature among the Venerables, but Jing Lan was actually able to stay alive. She definitely had powerful methods. Senior is experienced in dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I, Ziwei, ask for guidance in dealing with this situation. After conversing a while, Fairy Ziwei bowed again and asked. Jing Lan narrowed her eyes, snorting. If I had all my immortal goo, I could break this tortoise shell in 33 days. When Gu Immortals went to hibernation, almost all would hand over all their immortal goo, aside from some exceptions. After all, these immortal goo needed to be taken care of and fed. Fairy Ziwei closed her eyes and looked at the information path goo worms in her phantom aperture, after which she looked embarrassed. What's wrong? Jing Lan asked. Some immortal goo which Senior left behind were destroyed because of various reasons. Fairy Ziwei answered. They were of use to Heavenly Court, so be it if they are destroyed, they served their purpose. Jing Lan smiled, not minding at all as she asked. How many are left? Fairy Ziwei gave a detailed account. Jing Lan slightly frowned. 3 core immortal goo are gone, many methods can't be used then. If I have to deal with Spectral Soul now, I will need at least 3 months. Fairy Ziwei was slightly disappointed. With her methods and the help of Star Constellation Chessboard, she would only need over 2 months to resolve this issue and recapture Spectral Soul. How about this? Spectral Soul is captured, but his inheritor has been extremely active. Dang Hun Mountain's explosion was also his inheritor's work. Fairy Ziwei informed. Humph. Demonic scoundrels, they should all be killed. So you want me to get rid of Spectral Soul's inheritor? Tell me, where is this inheritor? I will flay his skin, pull out his tendons, and bring his head in front of Spectral Soul to let him enjoy the spectacle. Ha! Jinglan laughed as her battle intent soared. With Senior making a move, that Fan Yuan will have no hope left. As for his location, Fairy Ziwei smiled confidently. As long as Senior can wait a while, Junior will deduce it for you. Chapter 1554. Location exposed. Connecting Heaven Goo. Langya Land's spirit connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and quickly completed the Immortal Goo transaction with Fan Yuan. The exchange was extremely fast. In several blinks of an eye, they had both disconnected from Treasure Yellow Heaven. This is perceivable Dao Immortal Goo. Langya Land's spirit sized up the Immortal Goo in his hands. This Immortal Goo had a round head and a black body. It had many segments in its body. When Langya Land's spirit activated it, it started to shine in starlight. After a while, Langya Land's spirit's expression turned unsightly. They had made secret arrangements indeed. Using perceivable Dao Immortal Goo, Langya Land's spirit discovered many new Dao marks in the Blessed Land. These Dao marks interweave together to form a mystical effect. This was a hidden arrangement done by Feng Jiuji's group when they invaded Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan had once been struck by Fairy Ziwei's inextinguishable star target. He had learned from this setback. Adding on that Feng Jiuge had retreated so straightforwardly, with just a little deduction, Fan Yuan knew they had definitely left behind some secret measures to make the next invasion more convenient. Fan Yuan guessed right, we need to clean these Dao marks completely. When he returns, we will immediately relocate Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit mumbled. Although Feng Jiuji's group arrived at Langya Blessed Land with fixed immortal travel's help, Langya Blessed Land was now no longer safe in its current location. This decision was safe and also wise. Prince Feng Xian had yet to leave. If Langya Land's spirit rashly moved the Blessed Land, there would definitely be a huge commotion, and it would expose its true location. Wind blew at his face. Fan Yuan was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the sky, throwing the endless clouds behind him. He had wanted to recapture the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but his plan failed after running into Lu Weiyin. But it was not that he had no gains, he had to thank Heavenly Court for this. If not for this external pressure, Langya Land's spirit absolutely would not have agreed to give him the refinement path true meaning. Even so, Fan Yuan had to use up all his breath on talking before he was barely able to persuade Langya Land's spirit. After the communication was completed, Fan Yuan immediately set off towards Langya Blessed Land, preparing to take back Wisdom Goo and the refinement path true meaning. It was best for Wisdom Goo to not be transferred through Treasure Yellow Heaven. This famous rank 9 Goo would incite an extremely huge response. Although Heavenly Court knew about Wisdom Goo currently, them knowing of it, and the whole world knowing of it were two completely different concepts. As for the refinement path true meaning, although Langya Land's spirit agreed to give it Fan Yuan, he insisted on handing it to Fan Yuan in Langya Blessed Land and not through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Langya Land's spirit also knew the danger of rashly moving Langya Blessed Land, and he was facing Heavenly Court on top of that, so he was facing huge mental pressure. Not only did he ask Fan Yuan to return, he also discussed with the Rockman tribe to borrow their rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon to guard Langya Blessed Land. After returning, I am not only taking Wisdom Goo and obtaining refinement path true meaning, I will also have to use Light of Wisdom to decipher the immortal killer move Feng Jiuge used to invade Langya Blessed Land, and also repair the Super Goo formation. Furthermore, I was trapped by Lu Weiyin, but I also gained some insights. Especially at the third illusory dream. Maybe I can use the Light of Wisdom to completely comprehend these insights. Thinking of Lu Weiyin, Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. He was almost certain Lu Weiyin was an inheritor of Paradise Earth. Fan Yuan's current ability was not enough to deal with him. In fact, Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation, and he mostly relied on reverse flow protection seal to deal with rank 8 Goo immortals. His other methods were not up to par for this task. What? Suddenly, Fan Yuan's expression changed as he sensed Ghost official garment shrinking rapidly, and shaking like a candlelight in the wind. Not good, someone is deducing my location. And such a powerful wisdom path method, This is definitely the work of a Wisdom Path Rank 8 great expert. Fan Yuan quickly activated Immortal Killer Move Yama. At the next moment, his whole body began to transform, Ghost Official Garment and Ghostly Concealment began to link together. Ghost Official Garment was only a Rank 7 Immortal Killer move, but after linking with the Rank 9 Ghostly Concealment, it was able to use a slight amount of Rank 9's power. It was Fairy Ziwei's turn to be surprised. She had been fully confident, but who could have thought her deduction of Fan Yuan's location to suddenly become countless times more difficult? How could this be? Fairy Ziwei frowned. What's wrong? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, who was at the side, asked. It is a bit complicated. I have Fan Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Gu and also Gu Yu Fangjing. These are both crucial clues, but I actually still can't deduce Fan Yuan's location. Fairy Ziwei smiled. A pity. If it were before, I could only admit my defeat. But he caused Dang Hun Mountain to explode. Although the origin is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he also participated in it and caused damage to Star Constellation Chessboard. I will definitely be able to deduce him. Saying so, Fairy Ziwei pinched her fingers. A translucent ripple suddenly appeared beside her from which a Rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out. Lady Ziwei, what can I do for you? This person was Qin Yi. He was originally meant to reinforce Feng Jiuji's group, but with Feng Jiuge returning, his task also ended and was called back to Heavenly Court by Fairy Ziwei. Come, use your Karma Divine Tree. I want to use your strength to deduce Fan Yuan's location. Fairy Ziwei commanded. Qin Yi bowed and accepted the order, immediately activating Karma Divine Tree. With the power of this legendary killer move, along with Star Constellation Chessboard, Fairy Ziwei finally made a breakthrough and deduced Fan Yuan's specific location. Damn it! The moment Fan Yuan's location was deduced, Yama suddenly detonated, exposing his true body. The link between Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment completely collapsed. Ghostly Concealment was safe and sound, but Ghost Official Garment was almost destroyed. My location is exposed. Chapter 1555. Fan Yuan vs. Jinglan. Being able to forcibly break my Yama killer move, and also after Langya Blessed Land was invaded, this is most likely Heavenly Court's doing. At that instant, countless thoughts moved in Fan Yuan's mind. Fangjing was captured. He is blood related to my rank 6-time path clone, but my clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. They should not be able to use this clue. My Dark Limit Immortal Gu is in Heavenly Court's hands. This is an extremely significant clue, but it is not enough to destroy Yama with just this. So what method did Heavenly Court use? What crucial clues do they have on me? Fan Yuan flew rapidly while thinking. His location was exposed. Staying at the same spot was definitely a bad decision. The important thing now was to constantly be on the move, while also restoring Ghost Official Garment and thinking of ways to resolve this issue. Crack! Fan Yuan flew straight for many hours, when suddenly a thunderbolt flashed in the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly cleaved towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was already on guard, quickly evading. The thunderbolt crashed on the ground, the lightning concentrated into a human figure. The human figure was soon revealed. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan in her pitch-black malevolent armor was half-crouching on the ground. Bzz bzz bzz. Countless small sparks were tangled around her armor. Her crash had formed a deep pit, and the bottom of the pit was already scorched black by the heat, with tufts of white smoke rising from it. Jinglan slowly stood up. Her petite body was over 10 feet tall after wearing the armor, looking tall and bulky. Boom! Majestic rank 8 aura, firm as a mountain, flowed out of her. She slowly raised her head to look at Fan Yuan, saying frostily, You are Fan Yuan? Where are you thinking of running to? Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal. Moreover, looking at her attitude, she is likely from Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he raised his alertness to maximum vigilance. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. A bright light flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes as he valiantly made the first move against this unknown enemy. In an instant, countless Fan Yuan clones filled the sky. Jinglan had only blinked when the cloudless clear sky was filled with countless Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. The large army shouted and charged towards Jinglan like a tsunami. Jinglan closed her eyes, then opened it again. Her black pupils turned azure, and inexhaustible lightning seemed to circulate in them like a whirlpool. She looked all around her but did not discover Fan Yuan's true body. Familiar face. Humph. Jinglan gave a displeased grunt. She suddenly opened her mouth. Orr! With her roar, there were rumbles of thunder. With her as the center, the sound wave containing waves of blue lightning spread in all directions. Wherever they went, Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms would be destroyed within a breath of time. In just one move, the sky was clear once again. Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed. Only his true body remained. Rank 8 lightning path? Why do I still sense soul path aura from her body? Fan Yuan slightly frowned. He was not startled at the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was only a probe. When facing a rank 8 Gu Immortal, no matter how many Myriad Self phantoms there were, they would not do anything. Immortal Killer Move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. Fan Yuan pushed his palms forward. Countless meteorites that had long blazing tails immediately smashed towards Jinglan. After finishing this move, he clenched his right hand and suddenly waved it. Instantly, innumerable bright purple starlight specks flew down. Jinglan's lightning eyes showed disdain when she saw Ignited Thought Flying Rock, but when she saw Purple Thought Perception Starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This is an extraordinary killer move. I must evade it. Jinglan immediately turned into lightning, shooting straight towards Fan Yuan. Fast. She was so fast that even Fan Yuan showed a trace of astonishment. Moreover, this lightning was extremely flexible and did not blindly rampage around. When it came across the Ignited Thought Flying Rocks, it charged straight through them, but when it encountered specks of Purple Thought Perception Starlight, it dodged and detoured around them. Fan Yuan's attacks were endless, but Jinglan was unstoppable. After turning around several times in the air, she arrived before Fan Yuan. Come! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth as he transformed into Ancient Sword Dragon and ferociously clawed at Jinglan. Jinglan was covered in a thick and huge armor, but when compared to Fan Yuan's Sword Dragon, she looked tiny. But she was extremely fierce. With a deep shout, she did not dodge and instead used the horn on her helmet to stab at the dragon's claws. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were forced back. Fan Yuan's claws turned weak and numb from the recoil force. And as for Jinglan, the horn on her helmet was completely broken, and the whole helmet was filled with cracks. She even felt slight dizziness. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Jinglan was aware of it. She had set off from Heavenly Court, and had obtained detailed information about Fan Yuan from Fairy Ziwei. As such, she was not surprised at this scene. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed as she once again charged forward. The lightning surrounding her bombarded Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought her with no fear. Both sides exchanged moves. They fought intensely without any rest. Even the sky turned colorless from their combat. The world was desolate. Fan Yuan relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal to fight evenly with Jinglan, but he had to constantly retreat while fighting. This person clearly knows about Reverse Flow Protection Seal. She is using just enough power that I have to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to block it, but it is not so high for the Reverse Flow Protection Seal to reflect it. That's what makes this person dangerous. Fan Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart. Although Jinglan was unable to deal with Fan Yuan, this was only temporary. She definitely had a Wisdom Path great expert behind her who was closely observing this battle and continuously analyzing Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was being constantly analyzed and deduced. Once this reached a certain degree, they would be able to deduce a killer move that targeted Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Once this killer move broke Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it would be Fan Yuan's end. This person is constantly changing her methods, probing my Reverse Flow Protection Seal from every aspect. Her intention is clear. She dual cultivates Lightning Path and Soul Path. Her Lightning Path attacks are incomparably swift and powerful, while her Soul Path methods are condensed into that armor which has powerful defense and rapid recovery. Retreat! Fan Yuan activated Myriad Dragon, disguising himself as one of them with familiar face. The Myriad Dragon did not attack Jinglan, but scattered in all directions. Where are you running? Jinglan shouted. Thunder rumbled in the sky as countless lightning bolts fell down and destroyed the dragons. Myriad Dragon's power was much higher than Myriad Self, but it was nothing when compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fan Yuan's true body was quickly discovered. Jinglan gave chase, continuing to send attacks. Fan Yuan began to constantly flee, rarely attacking back. This is truly a tortoise shell. Jinglan was rather vexed. Fan Yuan clearly had rank 7 cultivation, but with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was like he was covered with reflective thorns that prevented others from using their full power. Still not done? Jinglan transmitted her voice to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei was far away in Heavenly Court but was closely paying attention to the battle here, and was using Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path formation to decipher Reverse Flow Protection Seal with all her strength. As for Star Constellation Chessboard, it had suffered huge damage and would not be of much use for some time. There are some results, please listen, Senior. Fairy Ziwei taught a killer move to Jinglan. Jinglan immediately attempted the killer move. After a few failures, she was finally able to activate it, which resulted in a mysterious light. The gray profound light struck Fan Yuan. His reverse flow protection seal immediately started to ripple and shake. They have already deduced the method? Fan Yuan's heart tensed, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6 and was unable to damage reverse flow protection seal. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with starlight, firmly memorizing the effect of the gray profound light. This was both a success and also a further probe against reverse flow protection seal. Ha ha, Fan Yuan, it was not easy for you to create such a killer move. A pity that you are going to die today. Jinglan laughed heartily. Her speed was terrifyingly fast, way faster than Fan Yuan. If this situation continued to go on, Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be deciphered sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Are you not going to use it? Jinglan laughed. With a rumbling sound, she threw a lightning bolt at Fan Yuan's back once again. Fan Yuan did not utter a sound, he concentrated fully on escaping. Chapter 1556. Fan Yuan's death? Boom! Thunder rumbled as a 10-feet-thick bolt of blue lightning fell down from the sky and cleaved at Fan Yuan's back like an axe. Fan Yuan was transformed into an ancient sword dragon and had reverse flow protection seal. When this lightning struck him, an unstoppable force rushed in, knocking him down from the sky. The lightning was reflected back at Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, but Jinglan just sneered as the whirlpool in her pupils spiraled and actually absorbed the reflected lightning. Fan Yuan almost crashed into the ground, but he raised his head with all his might and swung his dragon body. After narrowly brushing past the tall mountain, he soared into the sky again. Little earthworm! Jinglan sneered, pouncing towards Fan Yuan once again. She was extremely fast. Fan Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation, even with sword escape immortal goo, could not match her speed. Fan Yuan's speed was actually already extremely fast. It was at the peak level among rank 7 goo immortals. Only Hui Fengzi and a few other rank 7s could contest Fan Yuan in this aspect. Jinglan, however, was a genuine rank 8 goo immortal who was highly proficient in movement. Her speed was at the peak of rank 8 goo immortals. Compared to her, Fan Yuan, who had peak rank 7 speed, was simply too slow. Try this move. Jinglan easily flew to Fan Yuan's back and aimed her palm at Fan Yuan's dragon head, a pale mysterious light shooting out of her palm. The power of this mysterious light simply could not compare to the earlier lightning axe, but when it struck reverse flow protection seal, it immediately incited a huge change. Water splashed out of reverse flow protection seal. Reverse flow protection seal's thickness was reducing at a visible rate. Fan Yuan's expression changed intensely. He shook his tail rapidly, fleeing with all his strength. Jinglan laughed loudly while thinking, "This Junior Ziwei is amazing. In just a short while, she has already deduced a rank 7 immortal killer move that is specially used to break this Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. It is a pity that this move can only be used once in a while. There is a time restriction. Otherwise I would have already decapitated this little demon." Just as she was thinking this, Jinglan's expression suddenly changed. Far away in the horizon, an enormous wall, seemingly supporting the sky, was gradually being revealed. This enormous wall was actually a regional wall. The 5 regions were all covered with layers of membrane that formed each region's heaven and earth, while also separating each other. These were the regional walls. The regional wall before Jinglan was purple-black. It was misty and chaotic, and gave rise to a feeling of oppression. Southern borders miasma regional wall. So this little demon wanted to escape into the regional wall. Jinglan immediately realized. It was extremely difficult for goo immortals to cross regional walls. Often, the higher their cultivation, the higher the difficulty in crossing the regional wall. After entering a regional wall, goo immortals would not only be met with rejection force, they would also face backlash when using any method. It was already not easy for rank 6 goo immortals to cross a regional wall. It was highly dangerous for rank 7. And for rank 8. The difficulty was extremely great. There were basically no rank 8 goo immortals who would ask for trouble by walking into a regional wall. They were more willing to take a detour by going through Black Heaven or White Heaven. This little demon is only rank 7, he will have the territorial advantage in the regional wall. I can't let it happen. At this thought, Jing Lan's brows stood up. Her eyes shone with sharp light as she flew in front of Fan Yuan and blocked him. Fan Yuan fell into a bitter battle. He had been fleeing all along before to get close to the regional wall. He had a huge advantage in the regional wall. The sovereign immortal body could freely move about in the regional wall. That meant he would be safe if he entered the regional wall. But Jing Lan simply did not give him this opportunity. Her attacks were like waves, making Fan Yuan constantly change directions. However, Jing Lan's speed completely outstripped his and would always obstruct him from ahead. Right now, Fan Yuan was not far from the regional wall, but because of Jing Lan, it felt like the regional wall was far away in the horizon. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Familiar Face. With no choice, Fan Yuan could only use these two moves together. He disguised his identity, lunging forward amidst the scattered dragons. This! Jing Lan's eyes opened wide in anger. She had no good way to deal with this. She had already tried before. Her investigative killer move simply could not detect Fan Yuan's disguise. But she had a huge arsenal of moves, and soon slaughtered all the myriad dragons, forcing Fan Yuan's true body out. However, Fan Yuan's true body had already taken the chance to move ahead by several li, and was much more closer to the regional wall. Jing Lan turned into lightning and flashed by, appearing before Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan gave a bitter sigh, once again activating the two killer moves. Myriad Dragon might be powerful, but in front of Jing Lan, it was reduced to a veil to disguise his body. Against the power of the domineering lightning, it looked increasingly fragile. Like this, Fan Yuan continued to lunge forward, while Jing Lan continued to obstruct him. There was not much distance from the regional wall, but both sides were constantly engaged in fierce battle. Fan Yuan had to use a lot of effort to move forward each time. Found you! Jing Lan smiled malevolently as she destroyed all the dragons once again, exposing Fan Yuan's true body. She pushed forward her palm, from which shot out a pale, mysterious light. The mysterious light immediately cut off a large portion of reverse flow protection seal. There was only a thin layer of reverse flow protection seal left. Good! There is much more improvement this time. Jing Lan laughed, transmitting her voice of admiration to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei smiled. We have already been probing reverse flow protection seal long ago. The previous results along with the information from Senior's fight have already become a key to qualitative change. This kind of deduction is always difficult at first but easy later on. Now I will deduce a rank 8 killer move, making use of Senior's immortal goo, to restrain reverse flow protection seal. Good, I am waiting. Jing Lan responded to Fairy Ziwei while looking at Fan Yuan entering the regional wall. There was nothing that could be done about it. Jing Lan could not detect Fan Yuan's true body. His two killer moves were also greatly effective. Although she obstructed him many times, she could only let him enter the regional wall in the end. But you think you are safe in the regional wall? A mere regional wall, how could it block me, Thunder Ghost True Monarch? Humph! Black she gushed out of Jing Lan's nose. The black she rapidly expanded and spread throughout her whole body, covering her in a thick black cloud ball. Countless ghosts of the dead roared inside the black cloud and fought each other. Every time they fought, they would produce firm blue lightning. Jing Lan controlled the black cloud ball and entered straight into the regional wall, still chasing after Fan Yuan. She actually entered here. Fan Yuan got a huge shock. Kid, your trick might have been effective against others. But against me, you are simply playing tricks in front of an expert. Back then, I used regional walls to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Other rank 8s don't have methods to enter deep into regional walls, but I have. It is your bad luck to have run into me. Jing Lan shouted non-stop while the black cloud ball let out countless lightning bolts that landed on Fan Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation. Fan Yuan cried out in pain. Reverse flow protection seal was already broken pretty badly, and could no longer reflect all the damage. But Jing Lan was also not any better off. Blood flooded out from the corners of her lips as she felt bouts of dizziness. Using killer moves in regional wall would result in backlash. Fortunately, she had a phantom aperture which only had immortal goo and immortal essence, unlike normal immortal apertures containing large amount of resources. If there were other resources, they would have definitely suffered greatly at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts smashed at Fan Yuan's body, Mixed in among them was pale mysterious light that constantly broke down reverse flow protection seal. Even in the regional wall, Fan Yuan was unable to escape from Jinglan and was being chased closely. Fan Yuan's injuries became increasingly severe. His sparkling silver scales had already lost their luster by now, blood stained half of his body, his horn was broken, and his dragon claws were fractured at many areas. The black cloud ball around Jinglan had also mostly dissipated, exposing her armor. Her face was pale, but her spirits were lively as she fixed her gaze on Fan Yuan, vowing to kill this demon. Okay, the rank 8 killer move to break reverse flow protection seal has finally been deduced. At this moment, Fairy Ziwei's voice came. Jinglan was joyous. Fairy Ziwei reminded her. This move is very powerful. I have to ask Senior to use it cautiously. The backlash won't be small if the activation fails. Don't worry. Jinglan was doing multiple things at once, immediately beginning to attempt activating this killer move. She activated it 3 times, but every time resulted in a failure. Fortunately, she had plenty of experience, timely stopping whenever she felt something wrong. The backlash was indeed powerful. Her armor was mostly destroyed, revealing her body inside. At the 4th attempt, she finally succeeded. Fan Yuan, go and die. Jinglan flew above Fan Yuan's head. A vast beam of light shot down towards Fan Yuan's head. Fan Yuan simply did not have time to dodge it. He could only watch as this pillar descended. Chapter 1557. Counterattack. Die. Jinglan gave a loud shout, her eyes shining with joy as she watched the beam of light bombard Fan Yuan. She was a rank 8 Gu immortal with extremely high battle strength, but she had to live under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's shadow her whole life. She had woken up because of Danghun Mountain's self-detonation, and when she saw Spectral Soul captured and resisting futilely, the feelings which she had hidden in the depths of her heart surged out. Shock, anger, pity, joy, and also fear. Spectral Soul, you were once so tough, but now you have become a prisoner. I am going to kill your inheritor now. I awakened at a really good time. By killing your inheritor, I shall eliminate the fear towards you that is rooted in the depths of my heart. Then I will bring Fan Yuan's head before you, and you will also be killed by me. Ha ha ha, there will be a day when you will die by my hands. This is unbelievable, it is like a dream, ha ha ha. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was laughing madly inside her mind. Something is wrong, quickly stop now. Right at this time, Jinglan suddenly heard a voice. It is too late. Jinglan's eyes were filled with bloodthirst and killing intent, but soon she was slightly stunned. This voice is somewhat familiar. Right, it is that Junior Ziwei. So it was not Fan Yuan's backup. Wait a moment, what did she mean? This thought crossed Jinglan's mind. The bloodthirsty intent in Jinglan's eyes immediately dissipated by a large degree, revealing clarity. She quickly retreated. Too late. Fan Yuan's expression suddenly changed. His previously panicking and fearful look instantly disappeared, replaced by certainty of success and fighting spirit that soared to the skies. He shook his dragon body. Instead of dodging, he moved towards the sky, directly crashing towards Jinglan's fatal killer move. The beam violently struck Fan Yuan's body, but Fan Yuan's dragon body was covered in a layer of reverse flow protection seal which had a completely different appearance at this moment. It had not only recovered its original state, it was also flowing with traces of mysterious light. Reverse flow protection seal had a completely new transformation at this crucial moment. Variation move. The beam of light could not break this reverse flow protection seal and was reflected back smoothly. What? Jinglan's pupils shrunk. Even though she had a lot of battle experience, her expression revealed a frightened look at this moment. Earlier in the battle, she had fought Fan Yuan while holding back. Even if the abilities bounced back, she could absorb them or endure the damage. But this attack was completely different. She had used this move with all her strength, and this move by itself was a rank 8 immortal killer move. If she had succeeded in this move, it was certain to not only break reverse flow protection seal, but also kill Fan Yuan. But now, her full-strength killer move was actually completely reflected. Jinglan wanted to give Fan Yuan no time to dodge, so the distance between the two were extremely close. Right now, Jinglan wanted to dodge but did not have enough time. Her mood was also intensely fluctuating because of the shadow of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rooted deep in her heart, and there was also another important reason. Her state was far from perfect. She had rank 8 cultivation. Although she had the ability to enter deep into the regional wall, Her body was not the sovereign immortal body after all, she would suffer damage from the backlash. While chasing Fan Yuan and gaining the upper hand, she was filled with satisfaction and hatred, so she did not sense it. But now that she was trying to dodge, she shockingly discovered her state was poor. With all these reasons piled up, Jing Lan had no time to dodge and could only face the beam of light head-on. Boom! The light bombarded Jing Lan's body, erupting with glaring radiance like the sun had descended on the battlefield. Even Fan Yuan, who had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, had to firmly close his eyes. But at the next moment, the radiance dimmed a little. Fan Yuan endured the pain to forcibly open his eyes. Kill! He barely managed to distinguish Jing Lan's extremely tiny and fragile body within the endless white radiance. Her ferocious and thick whole-body armor had completely disintegrated, revealing her physical immortal body. Being hit by her own full-strength attack, Jing Lan's eyes rolled back into her head as she fell unconscious, blood flowing out from all the pores in her body. Fan Yuan opened his mouth revealing sharp fangs, as he moved his dragon body and charged at Jing Lan. With his limbs expanding to an exaggerated degree, Fan Yuan slashed down with his claws. Damn it! Damn it! I actually fell for his scheme. In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei's eyes were wide open in anger and self-blame. He had actually modified Reverse Flow Protection Seal to this degree, creating a new variation move. The previous Reverse Flow Protection Seal was a trap to deal with me. Once I deduced it, he would use the variation move to form a completely different Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fan Yuan. Inconceivable. How could his wisdom path attainment be so deep? Fairy Ziwei had all along thought of Fan Yuan highly, but this fact in front of her was a huge slap to her face. She had thought she held the upper hand. Since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, she had begun gathering information and put great efforts in deducing Reverse Flow Protection Seal. In the later event when Feng Jiugu chased after and fought Fan Yuan, she had been deducing with all her strength from behind the scenes, until Thunder Ghost True Monarch set off this time. She felt she had accumulated enough and it was finally time to reap the gains, but she had never expected it all to be Fan Yuan's trap and scheme. The wisdom path attainment Fan Yuan showed far surpassed Fairy Ziwei's expectations. But how is this possible? Wait, did he borrow the power of Wisdom Goo? But Wisdom Goo is clearly wild. Only rank 9 venerables can refine this goo and use it. Fan Yuan is only rank 7, and there is also no one with such capability in the whole of Langya sect. Even if they had rank 9 immortal essence, it would require a venerable's will to battle Wisdom Goo's will. In the records in Heavenly Court, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became rank 9, she had spent close to 100 years to subdue and refine rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fairy Ziwei was baffled. Thin beads of sweat covered her forehead, and in just a few moments, she was actually perspiring. Senior Jing Lan definitely suffered severe damage from this attack, she must hold on. Fairy Ziwei had deduced this rank 8 killer move and was of course aware of its power. The investigative killer move she had put on Jing Lan was also destroyed by this attack. Fairy Ziwei had already lost her surveillance of the battle situation. She immediately sent Xinyi and others to the regional wall battlefield to reinforce Thunder Ghost True Monarch. She herself, however, stayed in Heavenly Court. Duke Long was completely focused on nurturing Feng Jin Huang, he was not here. Spectral Soul was putting up stiff resistance, and needed to be monitored at all times. Heavenly Court also needed Fairy Ziwei to oversee the whole situation. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds resounded from Jing Lan's body. Fan Yuan's sharp dragon claws fiercely stabbed Jing Lan's chest. But at the crucial moment, armor interwoven with dense amounts of lightning appeared in front of Jing Lan's chest. When the dragon claws landed on this armor, it was like striking the hardest steel. This was a rank 8 passive defensive killer move. Even if the Goo Immortal was unconscious, it could activate by itself if there was an attack. If it were before, Fan Yuan would be like a rat fighting a bull. But now, this lightning armor already looked badly damaged from one attack. It was not in its complete form. Thus, Fan Yuan used all his strength and tore down at it. The dragon claws steadily slashed down, cutting down Jing Lan's flesh from her left shoulder to the right side of her waist. Wherever the claws passed by, lightning flashed as the lightning armor was torn apart. 3 of Jing Lan's hard rib bones were also severed by Fan Yuan's claws. The dragon claws were completely intact. Immortal essence was rapidly expended to maintain the reverse flow protection seal that steadfastly protected Fan Yuan. Without this layer of protection, the dragon claws might have fractured into countless pieces just from cutting down half the way. The intense pain woke up Jinglan. She was indeed a highly experienced fighter, a rank 8 great expert who had resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In that instant, she realized her situation and let out a shrill scream. This scream was not a random scream, but an immortal killer move. Fan Yuan only frowned. He was completely safe. On the contrary, this attack was completely reflected back to Jinglan by reverse flow protection seal. Jinglan's eardrums immediately burst. Her mind fell into chaos as a huge amount of blood surged internally in her head. Blood surged out of even her eyeballs, dyeing her vision red. Jinglan had extraordinary battle accomplishments, but maybe because she had immediately set off to fight Fan Yuan after waking up from her hibernation without loosening up and retraining her skills. Or maybe because she was startled awake from the pain and after seeing her severe injuries, she subconsciously reacted to protect herself too quickly, forgetting Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal had already underwent a complete change, which led to her making this mistake and inflicting severe damage on herself. Taking advantage of her situation to kill her, Fan Yuan's dragon eyes shone with a cruel and sinister light. He swung his tail, ruthlessly knocking down Jinglan from the air. Boom, the ground shook. Jinglan was smashed to the ground like a flesh ball, creating a 10 feet wide deep crater. Damn it! Jinglan gritted her teeth, struggling to get up. Her injuries were extremely severe. Her armor was gone and 3 of her rib bones were split. Her beating heart and the constantly expanding and shrinking lungs could be seen from outside. Roar! At the next moment, Fan Yuan opened his mouth as wide as possible and let out his dragon breath. Sword-light dragon breath. Dragon breath with unparalleled sharpness gushed out. The silver-white dragon breath fell down heavily upon Jinglan's body like a waterfall. Jinglan had just stood up and the thoughts in her mind had mostly settled when the dragon breath bombarded her. With a plop, she was forced to kneel down on one knee. I was actually forced to kneel down by a rank 7 Gu immortal? A strong sensation of humiliation filled Jinglan's heart, anger and hatred surging within her mind. Ah! Jinglan roared towards the sky, and along with her furious roar, blue lightning erupted out of her countless pores. Lightning interwove together before fiercely expanding. Rumble. Endless lightning formed into a hemispherical light barrier that repelled everything in the surroundings. Within its area, be it Fan Yuan's dragon breath or the surrounding miasma, they were all burned to a crisp by the lightning. Rank 8 might is indeed not ordinary. But this attack should be your last burst of strength, right? You are already a spent force. Myriad Dragon! Fan Yuan roared. Chapter 1558. Retreat. Fan Yuan activated his strongest defensive method. Dragons roared and countless silver scales filled the sky. Myriad dragons flew and besieged Jinglan, who was at the center of the deep crater. Damn it! Jinglan clenched her teeth, fury burning in her eyes. After the attack just now, her aura fell to the bottom. Myriad dragons pounced at her, but she easily killed them. These little worms can't do anything. Fan Yuan, you coward, come, let's have a real fight! Jinglan roared. Fan Yuan sneered, his true body deeply concealed in a corner. Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Disregarding the expenditure of immortal essence, Fan Yuan activated Myriad Dragon Killer move in a frenzy. Jinglan's aura weakened rapidly. She kept on roaring and provoking Fan Yuan, but he did not move his true body. Myriad Dragon was a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was indeed not much for Jinglan. Because Jinglan still had abundant immortal essence, and her immortal goo were also intact. But every time Jinglan used the killer move, she would suffer backlash from the regional wall. She had methods to weaken this backlash, but with her current severe injuries, any backlash could be fatal. And also, she still had to use her healing methods, but how could her injuries be so easy to heal? A Gu Immortal's injuries were difficult to treat. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the only exception in the world. After failing to lure out Fan Yuan's true body, Jinglan could only choose to break through. Myriad dragons could not stop her even when she was heavily injured. This was the Thunder Ghost True Monarch who had such astonishing battle strength that she had once stood up to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan sighed, knowing that he was stronger in defense. Although his battle strength had barely reached into rank 8 level, it was not enough to take the life of an expert like Jinglan. Gu immortals of this level could not die so easily. Unless they were ambushed and trapped in immortal battlefield killer move. Moreover, they had to be killed before the battlefield killer move was broken. Naturally, from another angle, Fan Yuan was unable to kill Jinglan, but Jinglan was also unable to kill Fan Yuan. Even if she was faster, she could not stop Fan Yuan from entering the regional wall. But even so, Fan Yuan was clearly aware that even if he could not kill Jinglan, he still had to hunt her down. I must weaken this person's battle strength as much as possible so that I can gain as much time as possible later. At this thought, Fan Yuan pointed his finger. Immortal killer move, Directional Confusion Fog. Originally, the fog was purple and was not big, although it could confuse even rank 8 Gu Immortals. After Fan Yuan modified it, this move had no effect on rank 8 Gu Immortals, but it had an amplified effect on rank 7 and below Gu Immortals. Not only did the color change, the range was greatly expanded, but the duration shortened drastically. After the battle in Green Ghost Desert, Fan Yuan had once again modified this move with his high Theft Path attainment level, adding in many Theft Path Mortal Gu and even adding Great Thief Immortal Gu as its core to steal the enemy's perception ability. Thus, its might had soared and could affect rank 8 Gu Immortals once again. In an instant, large amounts of fog spread around Jinglan, messing up her sense of direction. Fan Yuan took this chance to send out the myriad dragons once again to surround and attack her. Oh no! I lack many of my immortal Gu, I cannot even break a killer move of this level now. Jinglan tried many methods, but shockingly found she could not deal with this killer move properly. What's going on? Fan Yuan was observing the whole situation, and was surprised when he saw Jinglan unable to break through. After this killer move was modified by Fan Yuan, its activation was slightly more convenient, but it was still only a rank 7 move. Fan Yuan did not even have the thought of obstructing Jinglan with this move, his real thought had been to delay Jinglan for some time. But he was surprised to see that Jinglan actually could not break out of the fog. From outside the fog, Fan Yuan could clearly sense waves of immortal Gu aura. This was Jinglan constantly trying various methods to break the fog. Her moves were not completely ineffective, but they had little effect, only thinning the directional confusion fog by a small degree. Sharp light erupted in Fan Yuan's eyes as he immediately continued to activate directional confusion fog. The fog continued to pile up layer upon layers, firmly trapping Jinglan inside. She really can't break out. Fan Yuan gave a bitter smile. If he had known this before, he would have already used this move and did not need to flee so miserably. However, any killer move's effect would decrease if they were used multiple times. Not only would it make others be on guard, it would also reveal traces that could be deduced and deciphered. So Fan Yuan leaving this killer move until now was a wise choice. It was just that he had not expected it to actually be able to trap Jinglan. This was a pleasant surprise. This is problematic. Jinglan also realized this as she truly started to feel the aura of death approaching. Kill! Countless sword dragons pierced into directional confusion fog and attacked Jinglan from all directions. Jinglan could not break out the fog, instantly falling in a bitter fight. The regional wall was still rejecting her. Every time she used a killer move, she would suffer a backlash. Am I, Jinglan, the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch, going to die here? As time passed, Jinglan's heart started to sink as the situation turned increasingly unfavorable for her. No, I need to hold on, I can still fight. Even if I die, I will bring down Fan Yuan with me. Jinglan looked at her chest. Her chest wounds were the largest and exposed her heart. Her heart was extremely unusual. Every time it beat, it let out threads of purple lightning. This was her final trump card. Such valiant battle strength! Even after being so heavily injured, she can still persevere, and it even looks like she has enough strength left. Moreover, her will is unbreakable, even though I secretly use so many wisdom path methods. After attacking for a good while, Fan Yuan heaved a sigh and gave up. Time was extremely important now. Fan Yuan needed to deduce and modify Ghost Official Garment as soon as possible. Although the situation was completely advantageous to Fan Yuan, Heavenly Court would not just watch by. Once their reinforcements arrived, it would be Fan Yuan's calamity then. There was even the possibility that Thunder Ghost True Monarch came with other Gu Immortals, but that her speed was too fast and left her companions far behind. Immediately making the decision, Fan Yuan left, but he did not forget to add in many uses of Myriad Dragon and Directional Confusion Fog before leaving. Retreat! Fan Yuan immediately moved deeper into the regional wall. The 5 regions' regional walls were rather safe areas for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan moved while deducing the modifications of Ghost Official Garment. But soon, he found that no matter how he modified Ghost Official Garment, its limit was still rank 7. Instead, it was better to deepen the connection between it and Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment is a rank 9 killer move. Although it belongs to Theft Path, it has Ghost in its name and is closely related to Soul Path as well since it blocks the perception of souls. Yama is the correct way to go. I can raise Ghost Official Garment to a much higher level by borrowing this strength from Ghostly Concealment. After finding the correct direction, Fan Yuan immediately began to deduce. He had plenty of Wisdom Path methods and his attainment level was also high enough, and his Theft Path attainment level was the one which gave him the most crucial support. Like this, after several days and several nights, Fan Yuan finally finished his deductions, activating Yama once again. This completely new Yama killer move made the connection between Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment much more close. Previously, these two killer moves rejected each other, but now, they were beginning to merge together, and the rejection between them was completely gone. Success. Fan Yuan carefully felt the effects, and clenched his fists in joy. He was once again shielded from Heavenly Court's deductions, making his situation turn from dangerous to safe. But if he cancelled Yama, he would once again be exposed to Heavenly Court's deductions. Fan Yuan quickly moved towards Northern Plains. Maintaining the new Yama took a lot of Immortal Essence. And he had already spent an enormous amount of Immortal Essence in the fight with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. His Immortal Essence reserves were almost empty now. In this battle, Fan Yuan had activated Myriad Dragon multiple times and also used Directional Confusion Fog an unprecedentedly high amount of times. These immortal killer moves expended Immortal Essence. Furthermore, he had also spent a lot of Immortal Essence to deduce the new Yama. Altogether, Fan Yuan had suffered huge losses in this battle, but it was not that he had no gains. Preserving his life was the greatest gain. Besides this, there was the new Yama and 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch. These 3 rib bones were cut off by my dragon claws. Every one of them is a rare immortal material. But they originate from Thunder Ghost True Monarch. I don't dare to use them. It is better to put them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Chapter 1559. Number 1 Rank 7 Expert, Heavenly Court. In a vast hall, Fairy Ziwei slowly opened her eyes, stopping her deductions as she heaved a sigh. Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment is remarkable. He is protected from my methods once again. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chini was standing to the side, maintaining the killer move Karma Divine Tree to help Fairy Ziwei in her deductions. At this time, he had a complex expression as he said, Lady Ziwei, there is something I need to report to you. What is it? Chini was only helping from the side, while Fairy Ziwei was fully focused in deducing Fan Yuan, so Chini was the first to discover Fan Yuan's action. He immediately reported, 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch are being put for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. What? Fairy Ziwei's expression immediately changed. She immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and sure enough, saw the 3 rib bones being put for sale. It had already gathered the attention of many Gu immortal wills. Unimaginable, this demon Fan Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast, he is already a demonic path overlord of this generation. Fan Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and has used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He naturally has an enormous advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Who could have thought she would actually be suppressed by Fan Yuan? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, this is an old senior, she is still alive? So much for Central Continent's Heavenly Court being regarded as the number 1 human force. They have all along been trying to capture Fan Yuan, and even sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but look at this, Fan Yuan actually beat her so miserably. Gu Immortal wills were endlessly conversing with each other. Fairy Ziwei's body began to tremble from anger. Fan Yuan had not only put the rib bones for sale, he had also used some methods to continuously display his battle with Jinglan on loop. Naturally, he only chose to play the part where he had successfully counterattacked and pummeled Jinglan. Do we report this to Thunder Ghost True Monarch? Chini inquired. Jinglan had beaten back the myriad dragons and got rid of the directional confusion fog with much difficulty, but when she came out, Fan Yuan had already long since left without even leaving behind a trace. Although Fairy Ziwei could still deduce Fan Yuan's location at that time, Jinglan's battle strength had weakened extremely, her state was not optimal, and she needed to recuperate urgently. When the reinforcements arrived later and joined with her, she once again began to chase after Fan Yuan. Unfortunately, the distance between her and Fan Yuan was already greatly enlarged. Fan Yuan was deep within the depths of the regional wall. Jing Lan continued to give chase, but her reinforcements did not have methods to enter deep into the regional wall, and could only stay at the boundary. Jing Lan was not resigned to this defeat. Filled with anger and humiliation, she continued to chase without rest. But right at that time, Fairy Ziwei was unable to deduce Fan Yuan anymore. Jing Lan also thus lost her target. Ziwei! Where the hell is that demon Fan Yuan? Jing Lan transmitted her voice. She was burning with rage, so her tone was very blunt. What should have been easy prey actually caused her to land in such an extremely miserable situation with serious injuries. How could the proud Jing Lan accept this fact? She gritted her teeth, desperately wanting to kill Fan Yuan and erase her shame. Fairy Ziwei was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jing Lan. What? Even you lost him? Jing Lan was furious and discontented. Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment is already no longer the same as before. But he will go to Langya Blessed Land no matter what. We have already made some arrangements there. Although we failed to capture this scoundrel, we have also made huge gains. Not only did we waste a large amount of his immortal essence, we also forced him to reveal many trump cards. How could a Gu immortal like him be dealt with in one battle? Fairy Ziwei gently persuaded Jing Lan. Jing Lan was silent, standing on the spot. After a while, she heaved a long sigh, her anger already gone. I underestimated him. This person is astonishingly talented. He is indeed worthy of being the person chosen by Heaven's Will and Shadow Sect. Next time we fight, I won't make the same mistake. Jing Lan was not a reckless person. After being reminded by Fairy Ziwei, she immediately regained her calm and the demeanor of a Heavenly Court expert, frankly admitting her mistake. Compared to Fan Yuan, there is an even more troublesome matter. Fairy Ziwei tactfully informed Jing Lan of the matter in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The calm mind that Jing Lan just regained immediately surged with waves of anger. What? This guy actually dared to sell my rib bones? Outrageous, simply outrageous. Jing Lan immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and sure enough, saw her own rib bones being put for sale. Anger surged to her head, and her eyes turned bloodshot. Soon after, when Jing Lan saw the projection of the scenes where Fan Yuan pummeled her, she almost crushed her teeth. Damn that guy! When he ends up in my hands later, I will tear off his skin, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones till they turn to dust. But this kid Fan Yuan actually put them for sale. He is indeed very cautious. Also displaying only that small portion of the battle, this guy has no shame. Jing Lan breathed roughly, and with some effort, calmed down and began to think. He definitely expended a lot of resources in this battle. Did his foundation get damaged so he is selling these 3 bones to replenish it? Then let me fulfill your wish and buy them. On one hand, Jing Lan wanted to buy the rib bones to connect them back. They would have an extremely remarkable effect on the healing. On the other hand, letting this scene and the rib bones stay in Treasure Yellow Heaven for even a day would have a deep impact on Heavenly Court. Since ancient times, Heavenly Court had all along been publicly acknowledged as the #1 force. Now, Fan Yuan selling Jing Lan's 3 rib bones was like a huge slap to Heavenly Court's face. It was not good for Fairy Ziwei to make a move since Jing Lan was the one involved. Jing Lan also realized Fairy Ziwei's intent. She swallowed this humiliation as she activated a will and concealed her identity before inquiring Fan Yuan's will. What are you selling these rib bones for? Who might you be? I am from Eastern Sea. Jing Lan clenched her teeth, never having thought the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch would have to be secretive like this. I am very interested in these 3 rib bones. Fan Yuan's will laughed. There are many interested parties. Jing Lan's will clenched her teeth. But there are few who will be bidding a high price like me. Fan Yuan's will did not act according to her expectations and inquire about the bid, instead shaking his head. No matter how high a price you bid, I am not selling. Not selling? If you are not selling, what are you putting these here for? Jing Lan immediately had a bad feeling. Fan Yuan's will sneered. For fun. You have a problem? Guh. Jing Lan could not endure it, immediately spitting out blood. Fan Yuan. I, Jing Lan, will do whatever it takes to kill you. More than 10 days later, Langya Blessed Land's immortal formation shone with radiance that soared to the skies. The radiance gradually dissipated. Fan Yuan leisurely walked out of the immortal formation. After defeating Jing Lan, Fan Yuan had maintained the immortal killer move Yama throughout the way, moving without resting towards Langya Blessed Land. Because Fan Yuan still did not know Langya Blessed Land's true location, he had to rely on the immortal formation to directly teleport inside. Finally, I don't need to maintain Yama. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief, as he cancelled the killer move Yama. Elder Fan Yuan, you have finally returned. Langya Land Spirit was already standing outside of the immortal formation. As Fan Yuan cancelled Yama and showed his true appearance, Langya Land Spirit immediately came to welcome him with a smile. Langya Land Spirit was invaded and Fan Yuan had not contributed anything. Why was Langya Land Spirit's attitude so cordial then? Fan Yuan was clear of it. It was completely because he had put the 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch on display in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan did not sell them. On one hand it was to strike Heavenly Court's prestige, on the other hand, it was for Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was invaded by Feng Jiuji's group and was beaten miserably, as well as provoking Heavenly Court. Over these last days, the higher-ups of the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance higher-ups were in a constant state of anxiety and pressure. After all, these variant humans had once dominated the world and suppressed humans. It was Heavenly Court who led the human race to defeat these variant human races, creating the current human dominance. So these 4 variant human races were afraid of the human race. They survived by hiding in some corners of the world. Now that they had provoked Heavenly Court, it could be imagined how much pressure they were facing. In such a situation, Fan Yuan had pummeled Thunder Ghost True Monarch mercilessly, and put the battle scene on display in Treasure Yellow Heaven for everyone to see. Jing Lan was a famous rank 8 expert in the history. Such a person was also beaten back by Fan Yuan. To variant human Gu immortals, this was tremendously good news. As the news spread, it was like sunlight shone on them, removing the gloominess in their hearts. Elder Fan Yuan, you did a good job this time. Previously, I had been trying to borrow the immemorial rock dragon from the Rockman race, but they had been acting ambiguous. But when the news of your battle spread, their attitude clearly changed. Langya Land Spirit gave an eye signal to Fan Yuan, transmitting his voice. Now that you are back, we can intimidate the Rockman race to lend their immemorial rock dragon. At that time, we will have 3 great rank 8 battle strengths, and moving Langya Blessed Land would not be an issue. Langya Land Spirit was in high spirits. Fan Yuan glanced at Land Spirit. He was not as optimistic as the latter. Heavenly Court definitely had made a lot of arrangements. It wouldn't be an easy matter to relocate Langya Blessed Land. However, it was not urgent right now to explain this to Langya Land Spirit. Fan Yuan then looked at a group of variant humans behind Langya Land Spirit. These people were Gu immortals of the 4 races. To promote Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan returned grandly. They came to welcome him. They all had smiles on their faces at this moment. Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan praised. Elder Fan Yuan is indeed a heavenly genius. Even that Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not your match. This battle has already set your throne as the number 1 rank 7. Bing Yuan was all smiles. Fan Yuan was engaged to a woman of the snowman race. He was considered half a snowman. She was the one who had initiated this. The stronger Fan Yuan was, the more happy she would be. Previously, Fan Yuan and Feng Jiuge held this throne collectively. After all, both had rank 7 cultivation but were able to fight rank 8s. But now, after Fan Yuan displayed the battle scene where he beat Thunder Ghost True Monarch so miserably, the whole world was shocked and in a clamor. Feng Jiuge had invaded Langya Blessed Land, but he naturally could not publicize it. As such, Fan Yuan's reputation suppressed Feng Jiuge, officially recognized as currently the number 1 rank 7 expert in the world. Chapter 1560. Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme. The fight depended on who the opponent was. If Fan Yuan had won against rank 6 or rank 7 Gu immortals, no one would be so surprised. But when the opponent was the famous rank 8 expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch, it became a completely different thing. Truthfully, Fan Yuan did not have an easy time in this battle, but it was sufficient to establish his reputation as the number 1 rank 7 in the world, bringing down Feng Jiuge. After this battle, Fan Yuan's name became truly renowned in the world. After this battle, even those rank 8 Gu immortals would start paying heavy attention to this rank 7 monster, Fan Yuan. Naturally, this was all Fan Yuan's scheme. Although it was Fan Yuan's defeat, as he took the initiative to retreat, he was not without any gains. Victory and loss in a battle was not too important. Only the losses and benefits derived from the battle mattered. Although Fan Yuan was defeated in this battle, he had made a lot of gains. The 3 rib bones' value did not lie in themselves, but in their significance. Fan Yuan used this battle spoil to the limit, shaking the entire Gu immortal world. This included Xu Du's complicated feelings, Wu Yong's displeased expression, and Lu Wei Yin's sigh. And when Fan Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land, he immediately felt a huge difference. These variant human Gu immortals, including Langya Land's spirit, had a completely different attitude towards him. They held him in genuine awe. Especially in this situation when Heavenly Court was waiting to attack them, Fan Yuan had become their pillar of support. After all, the immemorial rock dragon was only an immemorial desolate beast. Even though ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength, it still could not compare to a genuine rank 8 Gu immortal. And now, Fan Yuan had pummeled a rank 8 Gu immortal, and this rank 8 Gu immortal was Thunder Ghost True Monarch, who was an expert even among rank 8s. Right now, who would even care about Fan Yuan's rank 7 cultivation? His battle accomplishment was displayed right in front of everyone. Because of this, when Fan Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land, these people eagerly came to welcome him. Fan Yuan's attitude, however, was slightly cold. He only talked a little with Langya Land's spirit, Bing Yuan and others, while nodding towards Shui-Er. Shui-Er immediately lowered her head bashfully. The other snowman Gu immortals beamed with pleasure at this. The variant human Gu immortals proposed holding a feast to welcome Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan declined without hesitation. The current situation is quite dangerous. The important thing right now is to make the best use of time to get through this danger. Fan Yuan said this indifferently, but the variant human Gu immortals nodded and exclaimed in agreement. Fan Yuan's status had truly changed. These variant human Gu immortals truly treated him as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Compared to their similar status with Fan Yuan before, they were now slightly lowering their heads and had a humble attitude. On one hand, it was because of Fan Yuan's powerful battle strength that could pummel Thunder Ghost True Monarch. On the other hand, a great enemy was in front of them. They needed Fan Yuan's help. Everyone can leave now. I need to talk with First Supreme Elder in private. Fan Yuan waved the immortals to leave without any politeness. Fan Yuan then transmitted his voice to Langya Land's spirit. I am first the Supreme Elder of Langya sect. Only after that am I a member of the Alliance. These words were spoken with sincerity, which immediately made Langya Land's spirit feel good, thinking Fan Yuan had not forgotten his origin and was still their member. The gloominess he felt from Fan Yuan persuading him to hand over Refinement Path True Meaning had also decreased by a lot. The group of immortals was tactful, taking their leave. Langya Land's spirit grabbed Fan Yuan's arm, vanishing from the spot and appearing in the first cloud city. With your perceivable Tao Immortal Gu, we found that they had really made some arrangements in the Blessed Land. We need to get rid of these harmful Tao marks first if we want to move Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit was worried. Fan Yuan felt slightly strange. First Supreme Elder, with your refinement path attainment, isn't refining these Tao marks your specialty? Langya Land's spirit said in a distressed tone. Heavenly Court is indeed Heavenly Court. Their methods are extremely unusual. I have used almost all methods, but am unable to do anything to these Tao marks. A sharp light flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. Heavenly Court had indeed made ample preparations with their extremely profound foundation. Since they made arrangements, they were not worried of it being discovered, and even more unafraid of it being broken. Perhaps Fairy Ziwei had already taken Langya Land's spirit's skills into her consideration. I wonder if my self-cleansing killer move will have any effect? Fan Yuan was rather confident in this method. After all, he had gotten rid of an extinguishable star target by using this move. But at this moment, Fan Yuan did not want to immediately make an attempt. He said to Langya Land's spirit, since that is the case, then let me be direct. First Supreme Elder, please take out the Refinement Path True Meaning. After I become a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grand Master, I will surely be able to resolve this problem. Langya Land's spirit's expression immediately changed. This Refinement Path True Meaning was his ultimate treasure. He was going to take it out now and give to Fan Yuan, a human Gu immortal. He naturally did not feel well, and was reluctant to part with it. However, since he had already agreed to Fan Yuan before, and with the grave situation in front of them, even if he was reluctant, he could only nod at this moment. After a while, Fan Yuan finally saw the Refinement Path True Meaning of Long Hair Ancestor. True Meaning was an extremely special form of will. This was the first time Fan Yuan was personally seeing a lump of True Meaning. This True Meaning had the appearance of Long Hair Ancestor sitting cross-legged. Its whole body was shining and crystal clear. It did not have a physical body and looked like it was purely made from diamonds. The absolute majority of wills could move about themselves, continuously expending themselves to think and move. But the true meaning was completely still, like a statue. However, it was because of this characteristic that this true meaning could exist for so long. If it was able to move around and think, it would have already been expended completely. You! Take it! Lang Yalan's spirit had an extremely complicated expression as he looked at the long hair true meaning for a good while before sighing and saying to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded and stepped forward. His eyes widened as an attractive force appeared that absorbed this long hair true meaning into his mind. Long hair true meaning entered Fan Yuan's mind, immediately letting out brilliant radiance. The diamond-like radiance shone upon Fan Yuan's mind, forming an area of imposing light. Fan Yuan immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, his expression firm. He began to use many wisdom path methods. Immediately, shocking waves rose in his mind as countless thoughts and all kinds of wills charged at the long hair true meaning, constantly colliding, constantly absorbing, learning and comprehending. Everything progressed smoothly. Fan Yuan completely absorbed this long hair true meaning in several hours, turning it into his own foundation. This was the complete understanding of long hair ancestor towards refinement path. Now it completely turned into Fan Yuan's cultivation resource. Fan Yuan's refinement path attainment level, which had been relatively unspectacular the entire time, now soared to quasi-supreme Grand Master in one step. This is truly ascending to heaven in one step. Even if it were the time of 5 regions chaotic war where dream realms manifested, I would not have such an accomplishment from exploring dream realms. Even Fan Yuan felt extremely moved. His gain was truly enormous. Although he had completely absorbed the refinement path true meaning, Fan Yuan still remained seated without budging, wholeheartedly savoring his advancement. Refinement path. This was a very special path. Gu immortals who cultivated this path were most proficient in refining Gu. The way of Gu cultivation had 3 elements: nurture, use, and refinement. Now, in terms of refining Gu, Fan Yuan had become extraordinarily skilled. Among all the Gu immortals in the entire 5 regions, there was almost no one who could match the current Fan Yuan in his understanding towards refinement path. But just attainment level is still not enough. What I currently lack are experiences of refining Gu, refinement path immortal Gu, and refinement path killer moves. Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of himself. But as long as I practice these things, my progress will be extremely rapid, to the point of simply skyrocketing. After all, I am now a quasi-supreme Grand Master. Who could have thought that after raising my theft path attainment level to Great Grand Master, my refinement path would become quasi-supreme Grand Master in just a short time? Fan Yuan pondered with closed eyes, carefully comprehending the changes brought by refinement path attainment level. He casually flipped through a Gu recipe. With just one glance, the mortal Gu recipe completely revealed its profundities to Fan Yuan, and with another thought, Fan Yuan could raise this Gu recipe to its most optimal level. He looked at an immortal Gu recipe. It naturally had much more contents than the mortal Gu recipe, and its difficulty also rose sharply. But this did not beat Fan Yuan. He discovered he only needed to concentrate on the contents, and some problems would immediately become clear with just some thinking. For some more complex rank 8 immortal Gu recipes, Fan Yuan needed to use wisdom path methods to constantly ponder. But because of quasi-supreme refinement path attainment, his thoughts would not have errors. Sometimes, he did not even need to deduce. He could just refine an immortal Gu based on intuition or determine if an immortal Gu recipe was usable. Looking at an immortal Gu recipe which he understood completely before, he was now able to instantly think of a large number of improvements. The more he thought, the more modification plans he discovered. And regarding incomplete recipes, unlike before when he had to deduce with the help of the light of wisdom, the difficulty had decreased by countless times now. Naturally, he was not all-knowing, and would still need the respective path's attainment level to deduce many incomplete recipes. In the history of refinement path, there were only 3 Supreme Grandmasters. I now have quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, not just in the current era, even throughout history. Based on refinement path attainment level, I should be in the top 10. Fan Yuan's battle strength might not have changed, but his view was no longer the same. It had almost been elevated to the highest point of Gu cultivation. Standing at this height, Fan Yuan could simply look down upon the entire Gu cultivation process. Countless insights emerged in his mind. The way of Gu contains nurturing, using, and refinement. They are actually one to begin with. The nurturing of Gu worms has the element of refinement. The element of refinement contains the element of use, and the element of use also contains both nurturing and refinement. The current Fan Yuan could look at a complete goo recipe and tell how this goo worm should be nurtured and what its effects were. With his comprehension, he could also reverse deduce how the goo worm should be refined from the way it was nurtured and used. Wait a moment, I understand now. Actually, any killer move, be it mortal or immortal killer move, can be considered as an incomplete goo recipe. Fan Yuan's body suddenly shook as he comprehended this maxim of refinement path. Chapter 1561. View at the Peak. This was one of the greatest pursuits of refinement path, combining all kinds of killer moves into one goo worm. For instance, mortal killer move self-strength. This move was a strength path killer move which Northern Plains goo immortal Su Xian Er had created for her daughter He Lu Lan. Its core was strength path, but it treaded on soul path and chi path. Once it was activated, it could produce a human phantom. The phantom's appearance was lifelike and was a portrayal of the goo master's inner consciousness. Moreover, this strength path phantom could act on its own and chase its enemies. There were altogether 50 goo worms used in forming this killer move. According to Fan Yuan's current comprehension of the refinement path maxim, any killer move, be it of mortal or immortal level, could be considered as an incomplete recipe. That was to say, self-strength killer move's contents could be altered by taking out and adding in various kinds of goo materials, continuously improving it until it becomes a goo recipe for self-strength goo. When the goo recipe is perfected and self-strength goo is refined, activating just this goo worm could produce a strength path phantom. The benefits of this were clear as day. A killer move condensed into a goo worm reduced the amount of goo worms used to only one. When the goo master activates it, not only would it be extremely convenient and fast, the primeval essence expended would also be much less than activating the killer move. Another example was immortal killer move Myriad Self. This move was Fan Yuan's unique creation. It combined enslavement and strength path, made from the merging of killer moves like Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Heads 6 Arms, Rat Epidemic, Thunder Explosion, Leopard Rush, Horse Barrage, 3 Hearts Combination Soul, Beast Phantoms, 6-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, and so on. The core immortal goo were self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, and cleanse soul. The supplementary goo worms were all-out effort goo, bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, heavenly essence treasure king lotus goo, lurking soul code goo, breath concealment goo, group strength goo, as well as all kinds of soul path mortal goo. This killer move clearly had lots of contents. It was extremely troublesome to activate. It was because Fan Yuan had practiced it frequently to the point where it had become a kind of instinct that he was able to use it freely in battle. But in fact, it contained countless extremely complex steps. What if this killer move was elevated and refined into a goo? Myriad self-immortal goo. It would clearly be extremely convenient and usable. Fan Yuan would only need to transfer immortal essence and activate this goo worm to produce tens of thousands of strength path phantoms, quickly and conveniently. Fan Yuan did not have qualifications to do this before, but now with his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment, he had the ability to reach this level. All kinds of killer moves refined into goo worms. Fan Yuan's heart thumped with excitement, but he did not lose his calm as he continued to ponder. I now have the ability to elevate killer moves into goo worms. However, even though there are killer moves that can be refined into a goo worm like Myriad Self, some killer moves cannot, like Purple Blood River Formation or Ignited Thought Flying Rock. If these killer moves are condensed to their limit, they will comprise multiple immortal goo. Later on, I will need to coordinate and activate these multiple immortal goo to use the killer move. This method has benefits and demerits as well. The benefits are that it will be much more convenient and quick. The exhaustion of mind is also sharply reduced. But there are disadvantages. First, when Myriad Self killer move is condensed into a Myriad Self immortal goo, other immortal goo might be required to be used as goo materials to refine it. Moreover, the power of just Myriad Self immortal goo might not be as strong as Myriad Self killer move. Myriad Self killer move used so many immortal goo and supplementary mortal goo, while Myriad Self goo would only be one goo. If its rank was just rank 6 or rank 7, it would have limited down marks, thus not enough power. Another thing is that when only a goo worm is used, it will be easy to counter. Killer moves are complicated, but they are also much more difficult for others to deduce and decipher. Killer moves could also be continuously adjusted and elevated. For instance, Myriad's self-killer move had the variation moves Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Myriad's self-goo itself would not have the potential to be elevated further. Of course, the overall benefits in elevating killer moves to a goo worm is still much higher. Simply because the goo could be used as the core of the original killer move anyway, raising its power and also preventing it from being deduced easily. Even if some immortal goo have to be used as goo materials during the refinement process, I can refine them again. This ability would be extremely helpful to Fan Yuan. Look at Myriad Self first. Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was a variation move of this killer move. Since the start, it was extremely troublesome for Fan Yuan to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He needed time to prepare for it because of the complicated procedures, and if there was even a slight mistake, the killer move would fail and inflict backlash to himself. But if he had Myriad Self Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan could modify Reverse Flow Protection Seal, greatly simplifying its steps and activating it much faster. With this, his battle strength would rise by another level. Fan Yuan possessed a lot of killer moves, but the ones he used frequently were few. Myriad Self could be condensed and elevated, Purple Thought Perception Starlight could be condensed into multiple Immortal Goo, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation could also be condensed into one Goo Worm. By then, with Myriad Self Immortal Goo and Ancient Sword Dragon Immortal Goo, he could use just 2 Immortal Goo to unleash the killer move Myriad Dragon. Divination Tortoise Transformation, Self-Cleansing Killer Move, 180 Slaves, Enslavement After Victorious Fight, and so on could also be condensed and elevated. As Fan Yuan continued to ponder deep into this subject, he suddenly had another insight. Wait, be it killer moves or refining goo, they are both basically the utilization of Tao. Isn't my Reverse Flow Protection Seal using Reverse Flow River? And didn't Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Orderly Well use City Well? City Well and Reverse Flow River are not goo worms, why could they be used? Isn't it because they are secluded domains of heaven and earth, containing a huge amount of Tao marks which are then used by us? Fan Yuan thought about it again. The nurture, use, and refinement of goo worms were in essence Tao. There were too many goo cultivation paths: fire path, water path, metal path, wood path, strength path, wisdom path, soul path, rule path, poison path, theft path. These paths all involve the nurture, use, and refinement of goo, all involving Tao. This is in fact a kind of Tao that connects us to heaven and earth. Suddenly, the most classic phrase of the goo cultivation world appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. Man is the spirit of all beings, goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Never had Fan Yuan's understanding of this phrase been as profound as this moment. I want to condense and elevate killer moves into goo worms. I need to take out goo worms, add in goo materials, and merge them into one. Immortal goo are the fragments of the great Tao, goo materials are the accumulation of Tao marks. As long as the path is the same, they can be substituted with each other. The reason why killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Orderly Well can be activated is because Reverse Flow River and City Well have an abundant amount of Tao marks that can take the place of goo worms. From this point of view, these 2 killer moves have actually progressed from killer moves to goo recipes. As Fan Yuan continued to ponder, many of his questions from before were being clearly solved. Refinement path was actually rather special. Although it was one path, it was related to every path. The comprehension gained from becoming a quasi-supreme Grandmaster was much broader and deeper than any of Fan Yuan's accomplishments in other paths. Thinking about it, I am using Landscape as before Immortal Goo to restore Dang Hun Mountain. It looks like I am using a goo worm on the surface, but it can also be seen as using the killer move Landscape as before. Any killer moves can be seen as an incomplete goo recipe, thus from another angle, this is also goo refinement. Only that what I am trying to refine is not a goo worm, but a rank 9 immortal material, Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan was only rank 7, but he could refine rank 9 immortal material? The important thing here was the Orderly Well killer move, which was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method. And back then, the Orderly Well killer move that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used on Dang Hun Mountain was of rank 9 level. Realizing this point, Fan Yuan immediately got many new ideas for the restoration of Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain can be restored. It can also be used as a core like Reverse Flow River and form an immortal killer move. Oh, I understand. The peak of soul cultivation recorded in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, the 3-headed Thousand Arms Demon Soul, isn't it an artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth? Also, The rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has countless Tao marks working together, and can function endlessly without adding any immortal essence. This is also an artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. All along, Fang Yuan did not understand why Ghostly Concealment did not need immortal essence, and could continue working all the time. But now, he came to a realization. Did Dang Hun Mountain require immortal essence? No. Did Luopa Valley require immortal essence? Also no. Spectral Soul forcibly resisted the calamities and tribulations. Although he used immortal essence to activate killer moves, in essence, he did not require immortal essence to possess his extremely powerful battle strength. But this did not mean all kinds of Tao marks could be casually piled together with enough quantity to form a secluded domain of heaven and earth, or form a killer move like Ghostly Concealment. Tao marks needed to coordinate together. Wasn't this coordination just goo refinement? The required goo materials needed to be selectively chosen. Wasn't it nurturing goo? The required food materials needed to be of a certain standard. Wasn't it using goo? The coordination between goo worms was the coordination between Tao marks. Fan Yuan continued to ponder deeply for a long time before slowly opening his eyes. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. He had absorbed the refinement path true meaning in a few hours, but his comprehension used up 3 days and 3 nights. Fan Yuan's black eyes shone brightly. He looked even more unfathomable now. You! Looking at Fan Yuan's eyes, Lang Yilan's spirit became uncertain with shock. What's wrong? Fan Yuan asked. Lang Yilan's spirit sighed. The air you gave off a moment ago made me feel like I was looking at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Any Gu Venerable was publicly recognized as a supreme grandmaster of their own path. Fan Yuan was already able to reach their boundary with his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment. He was no longer looking up at the towering mountains. From the level below, he was able to observe the scenery. This was the view at the peak of Gu cultivation. Chapter 1562. Emperor Yama. Slumbering Lightning Python. Lang Yilan's spirit gave a loud shout. At the next moment, lightning bolts flashed and interwove together, forming a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. The lightning python contained yin and yang. Not only was the wild nature of the lightning curbed, it even showed some gentleness. As a result, the lightning python was not ferocious, but graceful and lovely. It moved in a zigzag pattern, slowly coiling around a mountain-like elephant-shaped rock. The python constantly crushed the rocks into the finest powder. Refinement Path had 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials. One of them was Slumbering Lightning Python. Lang Yilan's spirit originated from long-hair ancestor. He naturally had extreme proficiency in them. This killer move was elevated to rank 8 by using rank 8 Refinement Path Immortal Goo. They could not process this rank 8 immortal material Elephant Armor Mountain without the rank 8 Slumbering Lightning Python. This was an immemorial immortal material of Information Path. Lang Yilan's spirit had already been processing immortal materials for several hours now. Over 10 rank 8 immortal materials had already been processed. These immortal materials were divided into various categories and were all of Information Path. Slumbering Lightning Python gradually dissipated. Elephant Armor Mountain had completely been turned into fine powder. The powder gathered with other immortal materials, and under Lang Yilan's spirit's methods, they all formed a constantly rotating multicolored whirlpool. It is done, you can stop the immortal formation. Lang Yilan's spirit let out a breath of relief, extremely exhausted. Immediately, a hairy man Gu Immortal removed the Refinement Path Immortal Formation. With the immortal formation gone, the aura of the multicolored whirlpool immediately started to spread. The distant Wisdom Gu was like a kitten that had smelled fish as it flew over and jumped right into the whirlpool, looking drunk. So Wisdom Gu had such a trait. Fan Yuan said with a moved expression. According to legends, Wisdom Gu's recipe contains a large amount of Information Path immortal materials. In nature, a wild Wisdom Gu can only complete its advancement in areas that are full of Information Path Tao marks. Lang Yilan's spirit said. Fan Yuan immediately understood. Wisdom Gu's Gu recipe was not recorded in both Spectral Soul's True Inheritance and Langya True Inheritance. Only Heavenly Court had some records. Fan Yuan could not control Wisdom Gu, but he could move this lump of multicolored whirlpool from afar. As for those over 4,000 years of lifespan Gu, he had already collected them after Refinement Path True Meaning. I had to trouble First Supreme Elder to personally act. I will gradually repay this debt. Fan Yuan spoke in a sincere way to Langya Land's spirit. Although the method of moving wisdom goo was simple, the cost was not anything small. Various rank 8 immortal materials had to be merged to create this temporary multicolored whirlpool. And this whirlpool would gradually dissipate not long after. It had no use besides deceiving wisdom goo to change location. This cost was naturally borne by Fan Yuan. After discussing with Langya Land's spirit, both sides came to an agreement to let Fan Yuan owe the cost for the time being and not immediately pay. After all, Fan Yuan had just been through an intense battle. He urgently needed to fill his immortal essence reserves. This was also because of the rise in Fan Yuan's status. Before this, he would not have been able to enjoy such great benefits. But now, after he had pummeled Thunder Ghost's true monarch, he had the dominant status when communicating and negotiating with Langya Land's spirit. Time is tight. I will immediately go into closed cultivation and use all my strength to deduce a way as fast as possible to get out of this predicament, Fan Yuan said. Good, then I won't disturb you. Joy flashed by Langya Land's spirit's eyes, his exhausted look easing by a lot. Fan Yuan returned to his cloud city. Feng Jiuji's group had invaded Langya Blessed Land and taken several cloud cities. But by some luck, Fan Yuan's cloud city had evaded this calamity and was still safe. This might also be related to Fan Yuan's powerful luck. Fan Yuan entered closed cultivation. The other variant human goo immortals wanted to get close to him, but Fan Yuan did not meet any of them, including those of the snowman race. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move, Strength Reversing Life and Death. This move is a Strength Path Killer move. It is not too suitable for my Time Path clone. I need to modify it into Time Path in the future. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone immediately turned back into an immortal zombie and arrived in front of Wisdom Goo. After a while, Wisdom Goo erupted with the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone sat cross-legged and began to think rapidly in the light of wisdom. The issue of the Dao marks left by Feng Jiuji's group in Langya Blessed Land was shelved aside by Fan Yuan. Comparing Langya Blessed Land's safety and his own, his was of course more important. Right now, the most crucial thing is to elevate Yama. Otherwise, once I come out of the Blessed Land, the immortal essence to maintain Yama is really too high. If Yama was not elevated, Fan Yuan would be in an extremely passive situation. If his location was exposed and Heavenly Court continued to make deductions, they would learn of even more secrets, which Fan Yuan absolutely did not want to see. Previously, Fan Yuan had thought it was much better to use Ghost Official Garment along with Ghostly Concealment's power to block Heavenly Court's deductions. The killer move Yama was a successful result of his attempts. But now, Heavenly Court had a lot of clues on Fan Yuan. The current Yama was not enough to protect him. This deduction continued for over a month. Of course, the light of wisdom was not used the whole time. The whole process went smoothly for the most part, because Fan Yuan had great Grandmaster attainment in Theft Path, Quasi-Supreme in Refinement Path, and also had good grasp over Ghostly Concealment, Ghost Official Garment, and other killer moves. The process slowed slightly because of his slightly lacking Soul Path attainment. The biggest difficulty was during the mid-late stage. But it was also resolved after Fan Yuan added rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. The killer move Yama had a huge transformation. Fan Yuan renamed it to Emperor Yama. Emperor Yama had 4 main components: Ghostly Concealment, Ghost Official Garment, Soul Beast Token, and Myriad Self. Although I have deduced Emperor Yama, it can only be considered an initial version. I will need to activate it and constantly adjust it. My main body will be in charge of this. As for the clone, it will continue to deduce the way to deal with the Dao marks left by Feng Jiuge. Just like this, Fan Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land for about half a month. Fan Yuan finally came out of his closed cultivation. His clone had already completed its deduction task. Fan Yuan found the method to resolve the problem of the Dao marks left by Feng Jiuge. He gave this method to Langya Land's spirit. The latter's expression immediately changed at this, cursing Heavenly Court's sinister craftiness. It turned out that if Refinement Path methods were used to get rid of these Dao marks, it would instead help these Dao marks. The killer move Self-Cleansing was also ineffective. Heavenly Court was not a match for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Soul Path, but their Refinement Path foundation was not any weaker than Langya sect. After all, among the 3 Supreme Grand Masters of Refinement Path, only Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man, while the other 2 were humans, and most of their inheritances were gathered by Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan was a quasi-supreme grandmaster. He saw through this scheme and even provided the simplest way to deal with it. Fan Yuan could quickly deal with these down marks when Langya Blessed Land was relocated. Other methods would require more than 10 years. So the question returned back to the starting point: Langya Blessed Land's relocation. What do we do? Maybe Heavenly Court intentionally made this arrangement to force us to relocate the Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit was very worried. Fan Yuan also had the same worry. Heavenly Court had not made any movement in this period of time, but it did not mean they had given up. It was more likely that they had already made preparations and were waiting for Langya Blessed Land to expose its location. But if they didn't relocate, Heavenly Court would find this location sooner or later. Looks like we can only prepare to relocate. This is the recipe for Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. If it is refined, it will be a huge boost to my battle strength, Fan Yuan said as he gave a goo recipe to Langya Land's spirit. This was the result of his recent deduction. Using his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment, Fan Yuan was confident this was already the most outstanding recipe possible. Myriad Self-Immortal Goo? Langya Land's spirit's attention was immediately attracted. Although his obsession was different from the previous land spirit, he had originated from long-hair ancestor after all. If your immortal goo recipe is refined, it will be at least a rank 7. But several of the immortal materials are in scarce amounts in the sex storage. It will be difficult to purchase them in a short time period even from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Langya Land's spirit gave a bitter smile. No worries, I will gather these immortal materials myself. Fan Yuan waved his hand, giving a slight smile, his gaze deep and eerie. With the new Emperor Yama Killer move in his hands, he intended to use this chance to test out this move's power in a real battle. Chapter 1563. Mengtu. Southeast of the northern icy plain, north of Inkman's city, northwest of Poison Grassland, and at the extreme south of Ming tribe, there was a place called Autumn Blade Plain. This was a special land created naturally. It was flat with no grass growing on it. Mengtu walked step by step in Autumn Blade Plain. He was tall and well-built, and had a bronze luster to his skin. He was wearing an armored vest that revealed his shoulders. His pants were rolled up, revealing his calves. He was walking barefoot. The plain and natural ground was as sharp as knives. As Mengtu walked on the silver soil, it was like walking on a mountain of blades, as his every step left behind a trail of blood. But his expression was without a change. He was silent, his eyes closed, and his brows slightly knitted as he pondered over a doubt in his mind. Autumn Blade Plain is full of blade path Dao marks, forming countless edge goo naturally. I have been walking back and forth barefooted for several years now. But what is it that I am lacking for which I am still unable to make a breakthrough in my Blade Path attainment level? Blade Path was an extremely small path. It could not be compared to paths like Metal Path, Fire Path, Earth Path, and so on. Sword Path could not be left out when mentioning Blade Path. These two paths were deeply interconnected and yet conflicting with each other. Because the origin of these two paths was the same, that was Edge Goo. Regarding Edge Goo, it was recorded in Renzu was walking in ordinary abyss where some places were swampy. It was easy to get stuck in the mud, and the stench was foul. Some places were full of thorns, sharp pointy tips were everywhere. Renzu suffered a lot of injuries. In some parts of the ground, there were also edge goo. When Renzu stepped on the ground, his soles were injured by the sharp edges. His injuries became larger as blood flowed. When he walked, the pain could be felt striking deep within himself. Edge goo was the origin of both Blade Path and Sword Path. Many wild edge goo were produced in nature. Autumn Blade Plain was one of the few edge goo production areas in 5 regions, and was controlled by the Super Force Meng tribe. Mengtu was a rank 7 goo immortal who cultivated Blade Path, and had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was a genius when he was young, and grew rapidly, becoming a famous expert of Northern Plains goo immortal world, and was one of the pillars of Meng tribe. Several years ago, he gave a request to the tribe's goo immortals, wanting to stay in this Autumn Blade Plain. On one hand, he could look after this important resource point of the tribe, while on the other hand, he was doing this in consideration of his own cultivation. His blade path had been stuck at quasi-great grandmaster level. He wanted to use this Autumn Blade Plain, by imitating Renzu's actions, to truly step into great grandmaster level. But over these years, although he made some gains, he was always obstructed by a thin veil from stepping into great grandmaster. Mengtu had a determined personality. He refused to give up even after not seeing results for several years. Sigh, breaking through to Great Grandmaster realm is truly difficult. The tribe's supreme elders all praised me as a blade path genius rarely seen once in 1,000 years, but I am still only at quasi-Great Grandmaster level even after hundreds of years. Although I have already sensed the thin veil obstructing me which seems to be so near to me, it feels like it is far away in the horizon and is as difficult as stepping into heaven. But I need to continue walking, this method still has some effect. Some day, I will definitely be able to become a blade path Great Grandmaster. Huh! Who is it? Right at this time, the goo formation that covered the whole of Autumn Blade Plain was destroyed abruptly, revealing the clear blue sky. A figure descended with overwhelming aura, directly charging at Meng Tu without even saying a word. Such guts! Meng Tu shouted in fury. He did not dodge, instead counterattacking with a knife-hand stance. A loud sound resulted from the collision. The attacker was stable like a mountain, while Meng Tu was sent flying from the force. My immortal killer move might look like it has no momentum, but all its power is contained within. I can easily break the ordinary defenses of rank 7 goo immortals. But this person is uninjured after taking my attack head-on. This is a powerful enemy. Meng Tu was surprised. He quickly stabilized his footing and shouted at the attacker. State your name. You dare to intrude on my Meng tribe's territory. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed madly, saying in a completely altered voice, Meng Tu, of course you don't recognize me, but that is not an issue, because the dead do not need to know too much. Myriad Self-Immortal Goo's recipe required an enormous amount of edge goo. More importantly, it required a kind of special rank 7 immortal material that was deep under Autumn Blade Plain drinking blade wine. This wine was not produced naturally. It was an unusual product formed from the bloodstains left by Meng Tu, which had seeped deep into the ground and merged with this place's blade path Dao marks. Fan Yuan knew from his first life's memories that Meng Tu bitterly cultivated here to break through to blade path Great Grandmaster, but was never able to meet with that opportunity. Meng Tu failed to break through. He imitated Ren Zhu by inserting edge goo in his heart to deepen his understanding of blade path. The killer move he created was incomplete, and had serious hidden side effects. Meng Tu's mind gradually started to be affected and he would often fall into a mad demonic state. Meng Tu also knew that this was not the ideal method, but he kept on insisting on cultivating relentlessly, hiding it from others. When the 5 regions' chaotic war started, Meng Tu took part in battles. However, the side effects started up during a battle. He fell into a crazed demonic state, killing his own tribe's goo immortals. After Meng Tu regained his senses, he concealed all traces while also fabricating false reasons, concealing this from the tribe. However, as this happened suddenly, Meng Tu was not able to deal with the traces completely. Northern Plains goo immortals slowly noticed some clues and found the truth. Meng Tu faced huge pressure. Heavenly Court came and secretly instigated him. Meng Tu had initially felt fortunate and wanted to use Heavenly Court to make contributions and make up for his mistakes. But how could Heavenly Court be schemed against by him, a blade path goo immortal? Meng Tu was instead schemed against by Heavenly Court. He made mistakes again and again until he had no way out other than to side with Heavenly Court. To support this chess piece, Heavenly Court deduced the opportunity to advance to Great Grandmaster, which was the drinking blade wine deep underground in this place. Meng Tu followed Heavenly Court's guidance and came to Autumn Blade Plain. He dug the ground and extracted a large amount of drinking blade wine. When he took a small sip, his organs felt like they were being cut by blades. When he took a large sip, he felt so much pain that he wished for death. By the time he took the 3rd sip, he had advanced to Blade Path Great Grandmaster. From then onwards, he completely devoted himself to Heavenly Court and became the spy with 2nd highest status in Northern Plains after Prince Feng Xian. Later on, due to a lucky coincidence, his identity was exposed by Ma Hongyun, but that was another story altogether. Fan Yuan had deduced and confirmed that this place contained drinking blade wine. Although the quantity was not much, he only needed a small amount. As for this Meng Tu, Fan Yuan had carefully picked him to test his Emperor Yama killer move. Fan Yuan could not find a rank 8 goo immortal to test the might of his Emperor Yama. That would be looking for trouble. As for ordinary rank 7 goo immortals, Fan Yuan had no use for them. However, Meng Tu, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, and was already renowned as a blade path quasi-great grandmaster, was an extremely good choice. So Fan Yuan made a long trip to Autumn Blade Plain, directly looking for trouble with Meng Tu's day. The attack just now was Meng Tu's hidden killer move. Its power is beyond ordinary, but I could block it with just Emperor Yama. This defensive method is pretty good, Fan Yuan assessed in his mind. He had already activated Emperor Yama. He was covered in a yellowish-brown robe of an emperor, turning into a 10-feet giant. The giant had a crown on its head which had strings of pearls in front and back. Its face was deep and dark, as if it was shrouded by a layer of fog, or was a dark whirlpool. Its sleeves were long and wide, it had a jade belt on his waist, and a bronze armor was covering his chest and back. The surface of the robe was adorned with golden threads that had weaved into thousands of ghostly monsters who stood orderly, and without moving, giving a dignified aura. Meng Tu's attack was not without any effect. The thin bronze armor on Emperor Yama's chest had a dent. But with a little consumption of Fan Yuan's soul foundation, this dent immediately bulged up, restoring itself. This was the specialty of Emperor Yama. Rank 9 ghostly concealment did not expend anything and also functioned on its own, while Ghost Official Garment relied on soul foundation. Emperor Yama, which was a combination of these two moves, did not require immortal essence, but spent Fan Yuan's soul foundation. Meng Tu, you are nothing much. You have cultivated here for several years. What new killer moves have you created? It will be a real pity if you don't use them before your death. Fan Yuan provoked. Meng Tu laughed from anger, then looked at Fan Yuan with pity. No matter who you are seeking your own death by challenging me here. There used to be a defensive immortal formation here, but do you know why I persuaded the tribe to take it back? Because as long as I am here, there is no need for an immortal formation to guard this place. Meng Tu fiercely stomped on the ground with his right foot. At the next moment, the ground shook as endless blade lights surged up, countless blade path phantoms gathered into a huge army, surrounding Fan Yuan tightly. Chapter 1564. Decent, I suppose? In a blink of an eye, Fan Yuan was already surrounded tightly by countless blade path phantoms. Not only this, the endless blade lights filled the whole sky, isolating inside from outside. Whoever you may be, your defensive killer move is indeed amazing. Meng Tu was protected by many layers of blade path phantoms. He gazed at Fan Yuan deeply before smiling and rubbing his hands to ease the numbness from the previous force. But Meng Tu raised his head slightly at the tall Emperor Yama, his gaze filled with pity. You should never have come to find trouble for me here in Autumn Blade Plain. Actually, it was not wrong to find trouble for me here. But your timing is really bad. If it were when I had just come here, you might still have some chance at survival. But now, Meng Tu laughed, holding his hands behind his back as he shook his head. At the next moment, Fan Yuan continued after Meng Tu's words. But now, this place is already filled with your traces. Since years back, you have been comprehending Blade Path here, trying to break through to Blade Path Great Grand Master Realm. Thus, you can greatly influence the down marks of this place to form an environment that is close to an immortal battlefield killer move, like this scene in front of me. You. Meng Tu's expression immediately changed. He had believed no one knew of his trump card, and thus had never expected Fan Yuan to not only be unsurprised, but also speak of his trump card in such a familiar way. Fan Yuan's low and deep voice continued. Do you know why I am looking for trouble with you? It is precisely because you have this method which can form such a battlefield environment. This is close to an immortal battlefield, but it is still not a true immortal battlefield, with an essential difference that your influence is already at its maximum. You are unable to control it at will, so it might have trapped me, but aren't you also trapped? Meng Tu's pupils shrunk rapidly. His pleased mood had completely disappeared. Who exactly are you? He asked Fan Yuan nervously. Fan Yuan chuckled, looking at his surroundings. Although your blade path phantoms are in high numbers, their quality is not up to par. It happens that I also have a similar method. Why don't we spar a little? Fan Yuan's yellowish-brown emperor robe suddenly emitted countless howls and shrieks. Next, those ghostly monsters weaved on the surface of the robe came alive, and started to move, then jumped out of Fan Yuan's Emperor Yama robe one by one, turning from small to large. These ghostly monsters had human shapes, but they all had malevolent and terrifying faces, knife-like claws, and bloodshot eyes, looking quite horrifying. Kill! Meng Tu narrowed his eyes, as he mobilized his blade path phantoms to charge towards these ghostly monsters. These blade path phantoms all had his appearance, but their faces were vague, and compared to the size of the ghostly monsters, they were like rats against carriage wheels. The ghostly monsters howled and spread their huge arms like a tall tree waving its branches. Bang bang bang, all the blade path phantoms on their way were destroyed. The monsters ran amok while letting out crazed screams and howls, easily crushing all the Blade Path Phantoms on their way. These ghostly monsters are really powerful, each having rank 7 battle strength. Meng Tu had rich battle experience, as he noticed this with just a short observation. His heart immediately felt as heavy as a mountain, his eyelids twitched violently. But it doesn't matter, my Blade Path Phantoms are created from the natural down marks in Autumn Blade Plane which are almost endless. Although the quality is not good, it can be made up with the quantity. Meng Tu quickly calmed down. These Yama children have quite the battle strength. Fan Yuan assessed inwardly and was pleased. These ghostly monsters originated from the ancient soul beasts that Fan Yuan had gathered in Green Ghost Desert. After Fan Yuan deduced the killer move Emperor Yama, he modified these ancient soul beasts, changing them into human shapes and turning them into Yama children. This inspiration came from Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe. Fan Yuan was a Grand Master in Blood Path. With the Light of Wisdom's help, he had already completed the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. The current Fan Yuan, with his Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme attainment, could change any Immortal Gu recipe into an Immortal Killer move. So Fan Yuan was able to grasp the Immortal Killer move Blood Deity. The Killer move Yama Child was deduced from consulting not only Blood Deity, but also some main contents of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. For example, Soul Beast Modification. Spectral Soul modified the soul beasts in the door of life and death, causing them to become loyal to him. They even faced Duke Long without fearing death. There was also another Soul Path Immortal Killer move, Life and Death Retrieval. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had created this Immortal Killer move by comprehending the secluded domain of heaven and earth, the door of life and death. What kind of place was the door of life and death? When any living being die, their soul would return to the door of life and death. It was only when Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu that the door of life and death's power weakened greatly, allowing countless souls to linger behind in the living world to gradually turn into soul beasts. Life and Death Retrieval had the power to let the Gu Immortal retrieve souls from the door of life and death. Fan Yuan completely merged this move into Emperor Yama, giving his Yama children the ability to instantly return. Soon, a Yama child gave a miserable shriek, its thigh was broken and it was knocked down onto the ground. Countless Blade Path Phantoms immediately flocked towards it. But Fan Yuan will return. At the next moment, this Yama child immediately turned into fog which flew back into Fan Yuan's emperor robe, turning back into a monster image that was motionless, but was filled with injuries and a broken thigh. It can do this? Meng Tu was astonished once again. His hands, which had been held behind his back, were loosened as his gaze towards Fan Yuan turned somewhat stunned. This was too outrageous. Meng Tu had been intending to rely on quantity to kill every Yama child, but had not expected them to be able to return like this. Theoretically, any killer moves could be deciphered, but Meng Tu was a Blade Path Gu Immortal and not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even if he was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, against a rank 8 killer move like Emperor Yama, unless he was a Wisdom Path Great Expert, how could he decipher it on the spot? Even Fairy Ziwei could not decipher it on the spot. When deducing Reverse Flow Protection Seal, she had to repeatedly gather clues from battles, continuously accumulating them before she was able to gain some results. Fan Yuan's Emperor Yama used Ghostly Concealment as its base. This rank 9 killer move was an artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth at the same level as Reverse Flow River. How could Meng Tu break it? Meng Tu simply could not deduce it. He could only summon his courage to continue fighting with Fan Yuan. However, the Yama children's quantity was limited. Although they killed a large amount of Blade Path Phantoms, the injuries accumulated to a serious degree and they were recalled by Fan Yuan. On the battlefield, there were fewer and fewer Yama children, while Blade Path Phantoms seemed to be unlimited. After all, Fan Yuan had limited time, he was not able to modify enough soul beasts. This battle has likely weakened Autumn Blade Plane's foundation by more than half. Meng Tu's expression was gloomy. The price he had to pay was high as he was using the whole of Autumn Blade Plane, the future benefits of Meng tribe, to engage in a battle of attrition with Fan Yuan. But regardless of how much he had to sacrifice, Meng Tu still persisted with this tactic. Fan Yuan's previous words had truly scared him. He had already regarded Fan Yuan as the strongest enemy in his life, so he was cautiously using any available methods to deal with Fan Yuan. But this was also what Fan Yuan intended to attain with his words. Only this Meng Tu could be the best whetstone to test his Emperor Yama killer move. There were less than 10 Yama children left and they stood on guard beside Fan Yuan, while the unlimited number of blade path phantoms surged towards them like a tidal wave. The speed of recovery is passable. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had been standing on the same spot from the start, unmoving like a millennium-old tree. By now, the first Yama child he had recalled to his emperor robe had already recovered completely. When these Yama children modified from soul beasts returned to the robe, they would start recovering from their injuries. Naturally, it expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This involved the profundity of Gu refinement. The Yama child was still a soul beast, and the healing, from another angle, was like a Gu refinement process. If I bring out these recovered Yama children, I wonder what expression Meng Tu will have. Fang Yuan smiled inwardly, but did not do this, instead using another method. Let me see Emperor Yama's offensive prowess. At the next moment, Fang Yuan inwardly called out, Soul explosion! The Emperor Yama suddenly spread its arms, its whole body shook as vast waves of darkness erupted out from it. The Yama children were completely safe in the dark waves, only shaking like they were being blown at by a fierce wind. But those blade path phantoms were like weak candle flames under a storm, instantly extinguishing. In an instant, the whole battlefield was cleared, the unlimited blade lights were instantly destroyed. Meng Tu was sent back hundreds of steps from the soul explosion and was half kneeling on the ground. A glaring radiance was being emitted by his whole body as he pushed his defensive killer moves to their limits. Such power! Meng Tu quickly stood up and looked up at Fang Yuan with a shaken expression. This killer move is truly amazing. It should be a combination move containing both offense and defense. Its defense is so strong, and there is also the powerful method of sending out troops, but its strongest point is its offensive power. I have never seen or heard of this killer move. Was it created by this person? If so, then who in the world is this person who can create such a killer move? This soul explosion effect is decent, I suppose. Fang Yuan gave a nod of approval. One Yama child was completely used to create the power of a peak rank 7 killer move, but it still did not reach rank 8. Defense, Yama child, recovery, soul explosion. These aspects are all at the peak of rank 7. But Emperor Yama's true power lies in 2 other aspects. Let's try this. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Meng Tu had already charged over, shouting, Come, try my killer move, Heaven and Earth Blade. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. In an instant, a ghost hand, as if from the netherworld, that was as large as a handheld fan appeared behind Meng Tu and directly entered his body. It then came out, disappearing from sight once again. Puff! Meng Tu suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. The core immortal goo of Heaven and Earth Blade was robbed. The killer move failed and the backlash immediately inflicted serious injuries on him. What's going on? Where is my immortal goo? Meng Tu's heart shook in unprecedented fright. Chapter 1565. Forced to die. Previously, in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal rank 8 Immortal Goo's Soul Beast token. Great Thief Ghost Hand was only a rank 7 move, and its core was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo. But with the help of the killer move Yama, its power rose to the point where it could steal a rank 8 Immortal Goo from the legendary immemorial Soul Beast Jing Chao's body. Back then, Great Thief Ghost Hand's effective range was extremely short, which required Fang Yuan to get near the target. After returning, Fang Yuan modified Yama, adding in Great Thief Ghost Hand to form the completely new Emperor Yama killer move. Right now, Great Thief Ghost Hand not only had a long range of effectiveness, it also had the ability to conceal itself. It was not strange for Meng Tu to be struck by it, instead it would be unusual if he was not struck. This is your Blade Path Immortal Goo. Oh, a white butterfly's appearance and the size of a fist, is it Blade Wing Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan recalled the Great Thief Ghost Hand. He was holding a rank 7 Immortal Goo in his hand, which looked like a butterfly with layers of exquisite cloud patterns on its wings. Cold sweat dripped from Meng Tu's forehead. He was lying weakly on the ground. He looked at Fang Yuan with narrowed eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. You actually seized an Immortal Goo from my immortal aperture? Did you obtain a true inheritance of thieving heaven? True inheritance of thieving heaven. Your guess is correct. I obtained one indeed. Fang Yuan sneered as he stored Bladewing Immortal Goo into his immortal aperture right in front of Meng Tu, sealing it in Heaven's sealing mountain. Meng Tu's eyelids twitched violently. Bladewing Immortal Goo was not his vital goo, but he had raised it from its rank 5 Mortal Goo's stage. He had failed dozens of times and expended a huge amount of resources, as well as time and energy to raise it. He had never expected there would be a day where it would be forcibly seized. Anger surged in Meng Tu's heart. But even more than anger was fear. Why did thieving heaven demon Venerable become a calamity of the world in the past? Wasn't it because of his immortal goo stealing methods? Thieving heaven demon Venerable could even steal things that were hidden in immortal apertures. And now, Fan Yuan had reproduced thieving heaven demon Venerable's method. The nightmare that he had casted upon an entire era was like a thick layer of dark clouds that shrouded Meng Tu's heart. Meng Tu healed his injuries to the best of his abilities while speaking with a tensed expression. Since you are a theft path Gu immortal and have also inherited thieving heaven demon Venerable's true inheritance, then you should be aware of the rules set by your ancestor thieving heaven demon Venerable back then. Thieves have their own honor, always leave room for appeasement, and never act too overbearingly. Since you have taken my Bladewing immortal Gu, what else do you want? If you want anything else, I can lend them to you. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable had rampaged throughout the world, with no one able to stop him. But thieving heaven demon Venerable was not evil by nature, he was good-natured at his core, he advocated honor and glory. All he wanted was to return home. His cultivation journey and resources stolen were meant for this purpose. After the 5 regions Gu immortals knew of his goal, as well as being aware that they could not defend against thieving heaven demon Venerable's methods, whenever they ran into thieving heaven demon Venerable, they would lend anything thieving heaven demon Venerable wanted as long as it did not endanger their lives. Thieving heaven demon Venerable did not have insatiable greed. After he obtained the things he wanted, he spared the lives of the Gu immortals and let them off. In most cases, he only took what he wanted. He did not care about other immortal Gu or immortal materials no matter how high their value was. Since Fan Yuan inherited thieving heaven demon Venerable's true inheritance, and was thieving heaven's inheritor, Meng Tu knew he could not win, and since the situation was extremely bad, he directly asked for mercy. Fan Yuan frowned, mumbling, "If you truly want to do this, it is also not impossible." Just as he was speaking, Fan Yuan's eyes suddenly glinted, pushing his hands forward as he activated Immortal Killer Move Soul Explosion. A vast wave of darkness immediately surged towards Meng Tuesday. Meng Tu did not dodge, instead laughing. "You really thought that I, Meng Tu, am a person who begs for mercy?" Just as he ended his words, he was submerged by the soul explosion's dark waves. But shortly afterwards, his body let out bright blade lights as he boldly self-detonated. Boom! A loud explosion with terrifying might threw chaos into the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. After the explosion, not even the corpse of Meng Tu remained, while Fan Yuan's Emperor Yama was mostly destroyed. The quasi-immortal battlefield that covered the entirety of Autumn Blade Plain also completely disintegrated, and Autumn Blade Plain's surface sank by 5 to 6 feet. Fan Yuan quickly used his investigative methods to scan the battlefield, and after several scans, he finally confirmed Meng Tu was truly dead. Meng Tu actually self-detonated! Fan Yuan was surprised and had a strange expression. He had not expected Meng Tu would be so bold and direct. This was clearly somewhat different from the memories in Fan Yuan's first life. If Meng Tu was someone who disregarded life and death, why would he have sided with Heavenly Court? It was because of this. Fan Yuan had felt Meng Tu was not strong-willed, so when Meng Tu asked for mercy, Fan Yuan subconsciously chose to believe him. Naturally, Fan Yuan never intended to let go of Meng Tu, but when he was about to make a move, Meng Tu had self-detonated 1 step ahead of him. Such determination and will was truly too straightforward. Maybe Meng Tu's nature was gradually changed by all kinds of events. After all, humans do change. Also, in my first life, it was Heavenly Court who made a move. They definitely used some exquisite methods and plans to instigate Meng Tuesday. Fan Yuan shook his head as he gave one final glance at Autumn Blade Plain before flying away quickly. Almost all the Edge Gu in Autumn Blade Plain were destroyed after this battle. But their growth potential had become bigger, because with Meng Tu's self-detonation, all his Blade Path Dao marks were engraved in this land. Fan Yuan had obtained little benefit in this battle. Besides testing out Emperor Yama and obtaining the rank 7 Bladewing Immortal Gu, he did not achieve his original intention, which was Meng Tu's soul and immortal aperture. Meng Tu's firm resolution had decreased Fan Yuan's benefits. His goal was achieved. Even in death, he did not let the enemy obtain the maximum benefits. After Fan Yuan displayed Great Thief Ghost Hand, Meng Tu knew that his immortal Gu could be stolen one after the other by Fan Yuan. With his serious injuries and the fact he was trapped at this place, he had no hope of escaping, so he resolutely chose to self-detonate. From his point of view, it was a rather sensible action. It has always been difficult to prepare oneself for death. This Meng Tu has true courage. In my first life, he sided with Heavenly Court. He was cast aside by his tribe and Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, sullying his reputation as a shameless person. This life, although he died, he will definitely have the glory of a fallen hero. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. Regardless, his goal was still achieved after the battle. Before stealing Blade Wing Immortal Gu, he had secretly taken out the drinking blade wine from deep underground. In the process, he had casually stolen hundreds of edge Gu, which was better than nothing. Fan Yuan retreated extremely quickly. Autumn Blade Plain was in the territory of Meng tribe. When Meng Tu saw Fan Yuan intruding, he would have definitely sent a message to the tribe. So not long later, Meng tribe will sense Meng Tu's death and many Gu immortals would come to inspect Autumn Blade Plain. The items were already obtained. Fan Yuan was looking towards the future when Northern Plains obstructed Heavenly Court's expansion, so it was not worthwhile to kill these Northern Plains Gu immortals, as it would weaken Northern Plains and be basically helping Heavenly Court. As he was not in a fight, Emperor Yama's robe gradually shrunk to a silk-like clothing, while the thin bronze armor on Fan Yuan's chest and back stuck to his muscles. Oh? Someone is deducing me. After a while of flying, Fan Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Meng tribe was a superforce and had specially nurtured a wisdom path Gu immortal. They were definitely shaken by Meng Tu's death and were sure to look for the culprit. Fan Yuan held his breath, carefully looking at his Emperor Yama killer move. Emperor Yama's robe gradually expanded and continued to expand along with the increase in intensity of the deduction of Meng tribe's wisdom path Gu immortal. Fan Yuan was defending against the other side's deduction while also calculating his soul foundation expenditure. Meng tribe's wisdom path Gu immortal deduced for a while before stopping, gaining no results. Fan Yuan nodded, greatly pleased. Emperor Yama's defense against wisdom path deductions has become stronger, and is at rank 8 level. Even if Fairy Ziwei deduces about me, I can block her. The conclusion was, Emperor Yama's defense and offense were at peak rank 7 level. The Yama children were extremely difficult to deal with. Not only could they act flexibly, they could also rapidly recover, and even if there were losses, they could easily be replenished with Soul Beast modification. Even more amazing was Great Thief Ghost Hand. This method could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. In this battle, with just one attack, it had determined his victory, forcing Meng Tu, a peak rank 7 expert, to self-detonate. At a similar level to Great Thief Ghost Hand was Emperor Yama's defense against Wisdom Path deductions. This was also what Fan Yuan needed the most. However, Emperor Yama still has room for improvement. I should design an immortal battlefield killer move with Emperor Yama as the core. This time, Meng Tu sealed the area, isolating himself from the outside world. If he had not shot himself in the foot, he could have freely escaped, and it would have been much more difficult for me to kill him. Also, if I had an immortal battlefield killer move, when Meng Tu wanted to self-detonate, I would have sensed it one step earlier. Fan Yuan was always striving for improvements. He believed Emperor Yama could still be elevated further. Chapter 1566. Meng Tribe's Pursuit. 2 Gu immortals were flying rapidly in the sky. They had rough appearances and were tall and well-built. They were Meng Tribe Gu immortals Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao. Like Fan Yuan had expected, the moment he showed himself, Meng Tu sent the message of an attack to the tribe. But later, Meng Tu had used the Blade Path Dao marks to cover Autumn Blade Plain with an environment similar to an immortal battlefield. He was no longer able to send messages. With such an important message like an invading enemy, Meng Tribe naturally would not ignore it. They immediately sent a rank 7 Gu immortal, Meng Zizai, and a young rank 6 Gu immortal, Meng Zhao, to deal with the enemy. Uncle, who do you think this ignorant guy who dared to intrude on our Meng Tribe is? Hee, I think it is probably a demonic Gu immortal who cultivates alone without any contact with the outside world. Meng Zhao said with a smile towards Meng Zizai. Meng Zizai was stone-faced, but his eyes revealed a relaxed gaze as he agreed. Your guess is logical, but you need to plan for the worst in everything. Currently, Longevity Heaven has appeared in front of everyone to unite every Huangjin tribe, old ancestor Shui who has disappeared somewhere. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu has turned to the righteous path. The righteous path is at its peak. But there is actually someone who dared to go against the general trend and came to find trouble with my Huangjin tribe. This fellow is either a lunatic, or has some background. This is why the tribes send us as reinforcements to prevent against any accident. Uncle, you are right. But... Meng Zhao paused before laughing. That person is truly unlucky. They went into Autumn Blade Plain, which is guarded by Lord Meng Tuesday. Lord Meng Tu cultivates Blade Path and has quasi-great Grandmaster Blade Path attainment. He is ranked among the top 3 rank 7 experts in the tribe. He might not just be a quasi-great Grandmaster anymore. Meng Zizai sighed. Meng Zhao's eyes brightened. Uncle, you mean that? Meng Zizai smiled. He is the senior brother whom I admire the most in my life. No one in the tribe can match his talent in Blade Path. He has been cultivating in Autumn Blade Plain for the past years. With his talent, he should have reached Great Grandmaster realm. Blade Path Great Grandmaster. He is indeed worthy of being Lord Meng Tu. Meng Zhao said excitedly. Ha ha, that's right. Meng Zizai laughed. He had received a lot of care from Meng Tu in his cultivation. He held Meng Tu in the highest regard. So when Meng Tu messaged the tribe about the enemy, Meng Zizai requested to be sent to aid Meng Tuesday. In fact, he had utmost confidence in Meng Tu, and he only came to catch up on old times with Meng Tu and introduce Meng Zhao to him. Meng Zhao had been carefully picked by Meng Zizai as a Gu Immortal Jr. to be nurtured by the tribe. Meng tribe also had various factions representing their respective political benefits. Meng Tu and Meng Zizai were of the same faction. Meng Zhao was selected by Meng Zizai to draw in new blood to this faction. Meng Zhao also knew the significance of this trip, so he was very excited. Autumn Blade Plain is not far away from here. We can see senior brother after a short while. Sigh, I have not seen him for a few years. If he could become a Blade Path Great Grandmaster, it will be a huge help to our faction. Meng Zizai inwardly thought. But right at this time, his body suddenly shook violently, then his expression paled, and his eyes widened in extreme shock. Uncle? What's wrong? Meng Zhao noticed the change in Meng Zizai's expression and was doubtful. Since meeting Meng Zizai, he had never seen this calm uncle show such an appearance. But Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai becoming even more abnormal. Meng Zizai had unknowingly lowered his speed, before finally floating in the air without moving like a statue. His expression was deathly pale. His eyes were red and tears actually dripped down. Meng Zhao's heart shook even more. Something huge had definitely happened, but he did not dare to continue asking. He could only accompany Meng Zizai as they faced the chilling wind. Meng Zizai was dazed for a good while before his expression changed once again. He looked terrifying, his eyes filled with raging fury. Meng Zizai gave a loud shout. The shout was like thunder, resonating over all the surroundings. He then shot forward at an extremely fast speed. Meng Zhao was caught off guard, but quickly followed after coming back to his senses. But how could his speed compare to the rank 7 Gu Immortal Meng Zizai? Soon, he was thrown far behind. Meng Zhao was very puzzled. What's going on? He had a bad feeling in his heart. Wait a moment! Uncle's direction is towards Autumn Blade Plain. Has Lord Meng Tu met with danger? Meng Zhao's whole body shivered at this thought. If it were really like this, then this was no doubt like a nightmare to him, and was very bad news for Meng tribe as well. If Meng Tu, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, died, then it was an extremely great loss for Meng tribe. Meng Zhao hurried to Autumn Blade Plain with all his strength. What happened here? Meng Zhao was shocked. Before even reaching Autumn Blade Plain, he could sense the surging Blade Path Dao marks in the air. Autumn Blade Plain's original layout was already completely destroyed, replaced by countless blade marks which crazily cut across the land, forming pits and trenches all over the area. Meng Zhao soon saw Meng Zizai kneeling on the ground, still like a statue. He carefully descended to the ground. The dense blade path Dao marks here stabbed into his skin, causing him to feel bursts of pain. He walked to Meng Zizai's side and shockingly discovered streams of tears on the latter's cheeks. Meng Zhao only saw Meng Zizai in Autumn Blade Plain. He did not see Meng Tuesday. That guess in his mind immediately became more distinct by countless times, causing his expression to involuntarily turn into that of fright. Meng Zizai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Meng Zhao, saying in a deep and hoarse voice that let anyone that heard it know the intense pain and anger he was restraining in his heart. Brother Meng Tuesday has died in battle. Meng Zhao's whole body shivered, despite already guessing it. When he heard Meng Zizai verifying it, he still could not endure the extreme shock. Meng Tu had actually died in battle? With his battle strength, who could kill him? Meng Zhao opened his mouth, and after a long while said, Uncle, Lord Meng Tu is so powerful, how could he be so easily killed? Maybe he is still alive and has only shifted the battle elsewhere. But Meng Zizai slowly shook his head. When we were on the way just before, the tribe sent me a message saying Meng Tu's soul lantern was extinguished. But I still held hope. Until I arrived here. His voice choked as tears flowed out of his eyes once again. A man does not easily shed tears, unless it is truly a heart-wrenching matter. Meng Zizai continued in a weak voice. I know he has a killer move called Blade Sacrifice, which is a self-destruction method. It destroys his immortal aperture, immortal goo and other resources to let out an unprecedentedly terrifying might. Using this move means he is definitely dead. If so. Meng Zhao quickly looked at the whole battlefield, feeling even more shocked. Meng Tu was dead! Such a powerful goo immortal had actually died, forced to self-detonate within such a short period of time. Who in the world was the enemy? All kinds of past events and memories surfaced in Meng Zizai's mind. He had never expected a situation where Meng Tu died. Meng Zizai cried for a while before slowly standing up. His face turned expressionless as he said to Meng Zhao, You should return. Our Meng tribe definitely won't let the matter of Meng Tu's death go. But this enemy is unimaginably powerful. Meng Tu had immediately sent a message when the enemy appeared. We also moved out at once, moving here without resting the whole journey. But in such a short period of time, Meng Tu was unable to protect himself and was forced to self-detonate by the enemy. I know his temperament, he probably wanted to use this move to drag the enemy with him. But from the looks of it, there is no traces of the enemy's death. This is a powerful enemy which even Blade Sacrifice could not kill. I must give chase. I will catch the culprit even if I have to spend my whole life. This is beyond your ability. You should return to the tribe and cultivate. Don't let this news be exposed. Meng Zhao nodded with a heavy heart. I understand, you must be careful, uncle. With Meng Tu's death, Meng tribe had lost a capable expert, and this was not a light loss to them. At the same time, they had got in trouble with a powerful enemy with a mysterious origin and unknown goal. Meng tribe would seal this news for the moment to maintain stability. As for Meng Zhao, his cultivation was too low and his status was not high, which could be seen from how the tribe had still not informed him of Meng Tu's death. Don't worry. Second Supreme Elder is personally coming with the Immortal Goo House Investigation Courtyard. Meng Zizai patted Meng Zhao's shoulder. Meng Zhao nodded his head, putting his heart at rest as he left. With Immortal Goo House Investigation Courtyard, they did not have to fear even if they encountered a rank 8 existence. Meng Zhao did not have to wait for long as he saw Investigation Courtyard appear in the horizon. Not long later, Investigation Courtyard came to a stop. Meng tribe's second Supreme Elder walked out of the courtyard, nodding at Meng Zizai solemnly before immediately starting to inspect the battlefield. But why would Fan Yuan leave behind any clues? After Meng tribe's second Supreme Elder finished inspecting, his expression turned even heavier. Meng Zizai said, This mysterious enemy is very clean with their methods. I have already inspected the battlefield earlier. They have dealt with the traces with extreme proficiency. Meng tribe's second Supreme Elder nodded his head. No worries, we have Investigation Courtyard here. Investigation Courtyard was an information path Immortal Goo House. Its specialty was to gather information. Meng tribe's second Supreme Elder immediately activated one of its killer moves. They actually managed to find some clues. He went in that direction, chase. Meng tribe's 2 Goo Immortals entered the Immortal Goo House and chased after Fan Yuan with fury and hatred. Chapter 1567. Front-back Divine Obstruction Needles. The clues end here. Meng tribe's Immortal Goo House Investigation Courtyard slowly stopped in the air. Meng tribe's 2 Goo Immortals looked at each other. Meng Zizai looked ahead at a lush valley that was starkly different from the surrounding grassland. Such a valley would not form naturally, but the 2 Meng tribe Immortals were not surprised. Meng tribe's second Supreme Elder said in a heavy voice, This is Sleeping Lady's Divine Needle Valley. Meng Zizai frowned. Is it her? Meng tribe's second Supreme Elder was silent. Sleeping Lady was a rank 7 lone immortal who cultivated Sound Path. She did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. This Divine Hedgehog was a sword path immemorial desolate beast, and had an ability to shoot out all the spines on its body, which was extremely fast and had terrifying power. Sleeping Lady created Divine Needle Valley, being in control of the area between Meng tribe and Murong tribe. She not only had the powerful method to control an immemorial desolate beast, her political wisdom was also excellent. She lived right between the 2 superforces, so no side dared to truly go against her. Because if one side did that, Sleeping Lady could easily side with the other superforce. The two Ming tribe Gu immortals were silent. The situation could become messy. They followed the clues here, but they had not actually obtained any specific information regarding Fang Yuan. Sleeping Lady's own strength was not Meng Tu's match, but if she sent the divine hedgehog, she might be able to kill Meng Tuesday. This indeed made her a suspect. But this matter was troublesome to handle. Meng tribe and Murong tribe had quite a good relationship with Sleeping Lady. They had expressed goodwill to her since long ago, trying to win her over and preventing her from siding with the other party. The relationship between Meng tribe and Murong tribe was obviously not good. Every superforce had an instinct to expand their territories. Meng tribe and Murong tribe were so close to each other. How could their relationship be good? If Sleeping Lady was the culprit, how could she have such guts by herself? So it was very likely she had already sided with Murong tribe. As a superforce and a righteous Wangjin tribe, Murong tribe could not attack another righteous path superforce for no reason, so it was entirely possible for them to have used Sleeping Lady as the front. If Sleeping Lady was not the culprit, then how should the two Ming tribe Gu immortals investigate? Slight carelessness might make Sleeping Lady develop thoughts of siding with Murong tribe, then Ming tribe's losses would undoubtedly be even bigger. The two Gu immortals pondered for a long while before Second Supreme Elder finally said, "Let's go. We will make a visit to Sleeping Lady and inform her of Meng Tu's death." Only by being open and direct will Sleeping Lady realize our Meng tribe's intention. After all, the clues stop at her Divine Needle Valley. Meng Tu nodded his head. Investigation Courtyard had not concealed its traces, so the two Ming tribe Gu immortals' arrival had already startled Sleeping Lady. However, Sleeping Lady maintained her composure. She had the qualifications and the confidence to cope with all situations, patiently waiting for the two Ming tribe Gu immortals to come to her. When Meng tribe's two immortals reached her residence, they immediately narrated the situation to her. She then understood the situation and also realized how serious this matter was. First, she declared her innocence, which was immediately verified by the Ming tribe Gu immortals. Secondly, she herself was worried when she heard that the clues disappeared in Divine Needle Valley. This mysterious culprit could kill Meng Tu. He definitely has powerful methods and terrifying battle strength. Friends, please do me a favor by coming with me to inspect the whole Divine Needle Valley. Sleeping Lady took the initiative to ask for help. Meng tribe's two immortals were joyous. This was what they wanted, so they immediately agreed. The three immortals moved in a group, carefully searching Divine Needle Valley. Sleeping Lady was afraid too. She had some knowledge of Investigation Courtyard's power. Since the clues disappeared in Divine Needle Valley, it was very likely the culprit was still hiding in her valley. Since this mysterious culprit could so viciously kill Meng Tu, why would he not be able to deal with her? The three immortals searched for a long while but gained no results. Meng tribe's two immortals glanced at each other, the second Supreme Elder intentionally saying, "We have searched almost the whole Divine Needle Valley. Is the killer really not here?" Meng Zizai pretended to unintentionally reply, "Isn't there still an area which we have not searched?" Sleeping Lady knew these two were putting on a show, but she was not the culprit and sincerely wanted to search this place, so she nodded. "I specially designed this Divine Needle Valley for the Divine Hedgehog. Only the deepest area of the valley is left now. Please follow me." Meng tribe's Gu immortals followed Sleeping Lady to the depths of the valley. An enormous pure white hedgehog was resting at the dark valley floor. It was sleeping in a curled-up position. Its breaths were long and slow. It was covered with extremely sharp spines which were full of sword path Dao marks. The divine hedgehog was as large as a hill. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals slowly flew to its side. They were like ants in front of a carriage wheel. Such an amazing immemorial desolate beast. Meng tribe's second Supreme Elder softly praised. Sleeping Lady's expression somewhat softened. This was her most important capital that allowed her to survive in between two super forces. Meng tribe's second Supreme Elder carefully inspected before saying, "This batch of front-back divine obstruction needles seems to have very high quality." "Sleeping Lady, when are you picking them?" The sharp spines on the divine hedgehog's body were rank 8 immortal materials that could be plucked. Every sharp spine was a front-back divine obstruction needle. Every time the divine hedgehog encounters a dangerous situation, it would shoot out all its sharp spines to kill the enemy. These released spines naturally could not be put back. When the divine hedgehog goes to sleep, new spines would once again grow on its body. Sleeping Lady had unique methods which could make the divine hedgehog fall into deep sleep constantly. Doing that after feeding it till it's full, Sleeping Lady gained an economic pillar, which was the business of front-back divine obstruction needles. These front-back divine obstruction needles were mostly sold to Meng tribe and Murong tribe, while the remaining small portion was put on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Sleeping Lady thus was quite well off. Northern Plains was poor in resources, but Sleeping Lady relied on this divine hedgehog to live a far better life than most of the Northern Plains goo immortals. I will pick them up soon. There will be 436 needles this time, Sleeping Lady replied seriously. There were over 1,000 spines on the divine hedgehog, but Sleeping Lady needed to leave behind those short spines to continue growing. What she plucked were the longest spines. Also, she could not sell all the spines, because without these spines, the divine hedgehog's battle strength would fall severely. Let's start, Meng Zizai suggested. Please examine carefully. I will make the divine hedgehog remain asleep, Sleeping Lady said. Meng tribe's 2 goo immortals began to search for clues with Investigation Courtyard. The commotion was huge, but Sleeping Lady's Sound Path killer move made the divine hedgehog remain deep asleep. If the divine hedgehog was startled awake, it would definitely become furious and vent its anger on them, attacking randomly. Sleeping Lady had not completely subdued this beast. After all, she was not an enslavement path goo immortal. We have a new clue. After a long while of searching, Meng Zizai suddenly said with a spirited expression. Sleeping Lady was terrified. This person actually infiltrated this deep into the valley and I did not sense it. The 3 immortals followed the trails, found that it continued deeper down. The 3 immortals followed the trail all the way, unknowingly reaching deep underground where the clues increased further. Not long later, the trail changed direction, winding up towards the surface. The 3 immortals followed the trail cautiously, arriving at the surface after a while. This is the territory of Murong tribe. It is hundreds of li away from Divine Needle Valley. Meng tribe's 2nd Supreme Elder frowned. The clues completely disappeared here. Meng Zizai's gaze flickered. Sleeping Lady fell silent. She would not make any statements in such a delicate juncture. The 3 immortals inspected the surroundings for a long while, but did not find any other clues. Sleeping Lady proposed to return to her valley to rest. Meng tribe's 2 immortals had not found any clues, so after thinking for a moment, they agreed. But how could they have known when they returned to the valley? There was a shocking discovery waiting for them. The extraordinary divine hedgehog was still in a deep sleep, but its whole body was bare. All the front-back divine obstruction needles were gone. What's going on? My divine obstruction needles! I had stayed guard in Divine Needle Valley without going out for 100 years, spending a large amount of food to feed the divine hedgehog and not stinting on repeatedly using my killer move to make it sleep before I was able to get it to this scale. Sleeping Lady was pale with shock as she shouted in an anguished voice. Meng tribe's 2 immortals looked at each other, cold sweat dripping from their forehead, because they suddenly realized they were used by someone. Chapter 1568. Sleeping Lady spits blood. I want Meng tribe to give me an explanation now. Otherwise, although I might be a lone cultivator, I won't let this matter drop. Sleeping Lady fiercely stared at the 2 Meng tribe immortals. Her losses were truly disastrous. This caused her to be so anxious and furious that she directly demanded for an explanation even though the other side was Meng tribe. She was not like Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan lost his Gutsku business but still had many income sources like dragonfish business, spirit snake transactions, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon python and so on. To Sleeping Lady, losing these front-back divine obstruction needles was the same as losing her main financial pillar. Although she still had the divine hedgehog, to regrow the front-back divine obstruction needles would require time as well as an enormous investment. Sleeping Lady had a long-term plan. Every time she harvested some front-back divine obstruction needles, she did not pick all of them, instead leaving behind most of them to continue growing. But the person who stole the front-back divine obstruction needles was too vicious. They did not leave behind even one tiny spine for Sleeping Lady. Sleeping Lady's losses were not only those spines which had grown to the limit, her future prospects were also affected. A pity that I don't have methods to move this immemorial desolate beast into my immortal aperture. Putting it outside is truly not safe. Sleeping Lady's fist trembled. She even had a passing thought of suiciding. But actually, even if she could move it, it would be troublesome. First of all, she did not have full control over the divine hedgehog. If this immemorial desolate beast acted up inside her immortal aperture, she would suffer severe losses. Secondly, if Sleeping Lady was about to undergo tribulation, Heaven's will would send much more powerful calamities and tribulations that would specifically target the Divine Hedgehog. Finally, the Divine Hedgehog was Sleeping Lady's trump card to survive between Ming tribe and Murong tribe. If she placed it in her immortal aperture, and there was a fight in the future, she might not be able to release it in time to face the enemies. Sleeping Lady, calm down, please calm down for a second. Ming tribe's second supreme elder repeatedly persuaded. Calm down? How can I calm down? You said a murder happened, Meng Tu died in battle, alright, I believed your Ming tribe and without verifying the truth, I let you guys in and even warmly welcomed you. You said you found evidence, but I did not find anything and only relied on your investigation courtyard. Later, there were indeed obvious clues, but were they truly left behind by the culprit? Does investigation courtyard not have an ability to tamper with clues? As she said this, cold sweat dripped down Sleeping Lady's forehead. She calmed down and looked vigilantly at the two Ming tribe immortals. A large amount of goo worm auras started spreading from her body. Sleeping Lady fixed her gaze at the two Ming tribe immortals while slowly retreating. Ming tribe's two immortals could only smile bitterly, but also understood Sleeping Lady's mentality. Right now, the Divine Hedgehog had lost all its spines, its battle strength had fallen to an all-time low, which was like Sleeping Lady's own battle strength falling down sharply. The trump card which she had used to have dealings with the two superforces was now mostly gone. How could Sleeping Lady not be vigilant? Meng tribe's second supreme elder sighed bitterly. Sleeping Lady, if this was really planned out by my tribe to plot against you to secretly steal this Divine Hedgehog's spines, why would we bother returning with you? If we were plotting against you, we should have already deceived you into a trap like an immortal battlefield using the excuse of finding the trails of the culprit. Don't you think so? Sleeping Lady was silent for a moment before moving her eyes upward. That is probably because your Ming tribe belongs to the righteous path and has to abide by rules, so you can't directly make a move against me. On the other hand, I have already set an agreement with your Ming tribe, so you made this plan of lowering my battle strength first, and then using eloquent speech to deceive me. Ming tribe's two immortals could not help but glance at each other. Sleeping Lady's words were not unreasonable. Her quick thinking made Ming tribe's two immortals not know of what to say. Humph! Sleeping Lady continued. You thought I am not aware of your righteous path's tricks? You started this. If your Ming tribe won't give me an explanation, then alright, I will let the world be the judge of it. Stop! Ming tribe's second supreme elder quickly shouted. His and Ming Zi's eyes' expressions were ashen. But it was too late. Sleeping Lady directly revealed this matter in Treasure Yellow Heaven. She quickly informed Murong tribe through her contacts. In an instant, the matter Ming tribe had tried hard to hide about Meng Tu being killed, them being unable to find the culprit, and even implicating Sleeping Lady in losing her front-back divine obstruction needles, were completely revealed. You! Meng Zi's eye pointed towards Sleeping Lady. His eyes were almost spouting fire of anger. Meng tribe's second supreme elder was also ashen-faced as he gazed at Sleeping Lady with narrowed eyes and killing intent. Sleeping Lady's expression was impassive, but was inwardly smiling bitterly. She of course knew her action had greatly harmed her and Meng tribe's relationship. But she had no other options. She had to do this. Any alliance agreement had the chance of being broken by one side. Today's matter was also too severe. Sleeping Lady had to protect herself. How could she, whose battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, protect herself? Even if Meng Tu died, the Superforce Meng tribe was still not something a rank 7 lone immortal like Sleeping Lady could go against. Sleeping Lady believed the best method was to borrow the strength of others, to attract the attention of other Gu immortals and Meng tribe's competitor, Murong tribe, to this matter and support her to some extent. Even if Meng tribe had some harmful intentions, they would have to restrain themselves. After all, they were a righteous path force. Sleeping Lady, at this point, any more words have no meaning. But I will tell you not to be so suspecting. We were likely used by that person. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a deep voice. The situation was obvious now. Even if the two Meng tribe immortals did not cultivate wisdom path, they could deduce that the culprit was extremely vicious, not to mention how they had inexplicably forced Meng Tu to self-detonate. They intentionally left behind clues to lead Meng tribe's pursuers to Divine Needle Valley. They then used them to lead Sleeping Lady away, which allowed them to conveniently take away all the spines of the Divine Hedgehog. Our Meng tribe will give you an explanation. Before leaving, Meng tribe's second supreme elder left behind this sentence. Meng tribe's two immortals left, Sleeping Lady immediately began to arrange a goo formation around the immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. Meng tribe had lost their clues, so they could only head back. Even if they obtained any clues now, they would be doubtful if this was another trap by the enemy. Inside investigation courtyard, Meng Zizai suddenly said with a fierce glint in his eyes, "This culprit is really crafty. The matter has been exposed now and the whole world knows of it. How about we just sentence Sleeping Lady as the culprit?" Whether Sleeping Lady was the culprit or not, if Meng tribe attacked and killed her, they could regain their prestige, resolving this crisis to their reputation. And who is to say they won't be able to get the immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog? Meng tribe's second supreme elder sighed. "I also thought of this. But firstly, investigation courtyard is not able to deal with Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog in a short period of time. This place is also close to Murong tribe, there is no guarantee of them not interfering. Secondly, we have an alliance agreement with her, and will suffer a heavy backlash if we rashly attack her. Finally, the current Northern Plains situation is not the same as before. At present, Longevity Heaven had appeared in front of the world, Yao Huan had taken the position of South Desolation Immortal, and Longevity Heaven was uniting all the Huangjin tribes. In this period of time, they were dedicating themselves to integrate the strength of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Righteous Path forces were basically all Huangjin tribes, there was almost no need to integrate them. Longevity Heaven's first plan was thus to merge lone cultivators with the Righteous Path. This plan was, however, slightly obstructed when Heavenly Court sent someone disguised as Fan Yuan. But Longevity Heaven still had not given up, they continued to make effort in this plan. Thus, as a Huangjin tribe, if Meng tribe rashly attacked the lone immortal Sleeping Lady and did not handle it properly, they would be investigated and blamed by Longevity Heaven. This was what Meng tribe's second supreme elder had the most worries about. As the two Meng tribe immortals were heading back, Fan Yuan was also rushing back. A pile of front-back divine obstruction needles was quietly lying inside his sovereign immortal aperture. Indeed, he was the culprit behind the entire matter. Fan Yuan knew a lot about Meng tribe, and with his wisdom path attainment, he arranged a simple but effective trap. And with his powerful luck, Sleeping Lady was indeed drawn away, letting him immediately succeed in this plan. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to get near the Divine Hedgehog, after all, their auras were distinct. But Fan Yuan had familiar face and could completely disguise as Sleeping Lady. Even when the Divine Hedgehog slowly opened its eyes, he did not panic. The Divine Hedgehog went to sleep once again. Fan Yuan was able to pluck all its spines. After obtaining them, Fan Yuan did not do anything to the sleeping Divine Hedgehog, he directly left. In his first life's memories, Sleeping Lady was also one of the experts who resisted Heavenly Court. As for the Divine Hedgehog, why would he take it? It was of little value to Fan Yuan, instead it was better to let it continue to remain in Sleeping Lady's hands. When Sleeping Lady nurtures a new batch of spines again, Fan Yuan could then come again to steal it. Fan Yuan had no guilt even when killing others, let alone just stealing things. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was indeed amazing to be able to create a path like Theft Path. Fan Yuan had tasted its sweet benefits and now had a whole new view of Theft Path. In the battle with Meng Tu, it was Great Thief Ghost Hand which determined the victory at once. If it had gone normally, Fan Yuan could not have so easily taken Meng Tu's life. Before Theft Path's appearance, Gu immortals could fight each other to death but still might not be able to obtain much battle spoils. But with Theft Path's appearance, they could obtain resources without the need to fight a life or death battle. The costs are reduced while the efficiency is raised. This is simply too amazing. Unfortunately, right now is not a good time for me to go around stealing. On one hand, I lack Theft Path Immortal Gu, and only have the rank 7 Immortal Gu Great Thief to support my Theft Path moves. On the other hand, I have already exposed Great Thief Ghost Hand back in Western Desert. If I go around robbing all over the place, someone will probably connect the clues and deduce my true identity. There is still a crucial immortal material lacking from the myriad self-immortal Gu recipe. After this, I will hurry back to Langya Blessed Land and refine myriad self-immortal Gu. Although Fan Yuan had some Theft Path methods, he could not overdo it. Because his soul cultivation was the more urgent matter. Increasing his soul foundation meant he could make more use of Emperor Yama. His battle strength as well as plans would be guaranteed. But cultivating soul required Guts Gu, required soul cores, and also required the goods from Green Ghost Desert. Swan Bujin's identity needed to be kept a secret. This was a chain of requirements. Oh right, I also cannot let this matter be easily revealed. Fan Yuan snickered, immediately spreading rumors in Treasure Yellow Heaven, saying Sleeping Lady was lying and scheming against Ming tribe. The front-back divine obstruction needles were kept by herself in preparation to undergo tribulation and advance to a higher level. The truth was even more obscured now, which was even more helpful in concealing Fan Yuan. As for Sleeping Lady, when she learned of these rumors, she immediately spat out blood from anxiety and anger. Naturally, this was of no concern to Fan Yuan. Chapter 1569. 50%, Treasure Yellow Heaven. A large lump of transparent fire was silently burning while letting out vast treasure light. The fire immediately attracted the attention of many Gu immortals the moment it appeared. Many wills and a few divine senses were attracted towards the scene. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortal Shangji smiled. He was the owner of this transparent fire. I never expected this expedition to give me a batch of a rare rank 7 immortal material. Its profits should be enough to replenish my immortal essence reserves. While thinking, he responded to everyone's questions about the price. His price was only a slight bit higher than the norm, so many had the thoughts of purchasing. I want all of this. One divine sense directly contacted Zhang Ji, offering a high price. Zhang Ji's heart thumped in excitement, somewhat disbelieving. You want all of this? The price. Make the deal. The other side was extremely straightforward, directly giving a large amount of immortal essence stones. Okay. Seeing such a huge amount of immortal essence stones, Zhang Ji's eyes immediately brightened, agreeing immediately. The transaction was completed quickly. The Gu immortals who were observing the fire were somewhat caught off guard. No need to worry, I still have stock left. Zhang Ji's divine sense was constantly fluctuating. He quickly proclaimed and took out another lump of transparent fire. It was just that this transparent fire's amount was much smaller than the previously sold lump. The first transaction had stimulated other Gu immortals' desire to purchase. After all, this transparent fire was indeed rare in the market. Usually, they could only accumulate it over continuous purchase, and every purchase was normally only a fist-sized or a basin-sized lump of fire. They were different from now where the transparent fire was the size of a carriage. They could not lose this rare opportunity. But this time, I am going to raise the price. Zhang Ji's smile became brighter. He did not have much knowledge of the transparent fire. This was also his first time selling it, and he did not have a proper understanding of the market situation, so the enthusiasm of other Gu immortals was beyond his expectations. He continued to raise the price, but few buyers gave up, so the starting price continued to become higher. Darn it, looks like I made a mistake in selling earlier. Zhang Ji looked at this scene with some regret, while also admiring that buyer's decisiveness. Zhang Ji was not foolish. He had divided his stock of transparent fire into 3 portions. The first portion was to test the waters, while the one he was selling now was the second portion. As the transactions continued to increase, he got a clearer grasp over the market situation. Floating life fire! Fan Yuan looked at this lump of transparent fire in his sovereign immortal aperture with a delighted expression. It was him who took the lead and purchased Zhang Ji's goods. This floating life fire was transparent and burned silently without any heat. But when it burns a living being, all kinds of past scenes of this living being would turn into images that would constantly replay in the floating life fire. At that time, the floating life fire would emit a multicolored radiance, and would no longer be transparent. Floating life fire needed to be preserved with special methods. Zhang Ji had coincidentally obtained a large amount of floating life fire. He did not have such methods. After Fan Yuan obtained it, he immediately used a method to preserve the floating life fire. This method was not from Spectral Soul's true inheritance, but was obtained from Langya true inheritance, which he had exchanged Spectral Soul's true inheritance for. I had thought I needed to travel far and find trouble with other people to seize this floating life fire. Who would have thought that someone was selling it in Treasure Yellow Heaven in such a large quantity now? This luck is truly amazing. Fan Yuan smiled. There were bound to be many Gu immortals who wanted to purchase floating life fire. But Gu immortal wills were usually unable to make the decision. They could only follow the commands left by the Gu immortal. And to be able to take out so many immortal essence stones at once was also not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Even if they had the capital, those observing Gu immortals would want to bargain, as the amount they required was usually not that big. Because of many reasons, Fan Yuan was able to make the first move and gain it for a cheap price. As for the risk? This Zhang Ji was a Gu immortal of Black Heaven Temple, a person of heavenly court, But he did not know the buyer was Fan Yuan, neither did Fan Yuan know of his identity. Transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven were very secure. If Heavenly Court was able to use this to scheme against Fan Yuan, to have such a deep influence even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, then it was better for Fan Yuan to just surrender. All in all, the chance of this was rather low. Drinking blade wine, edge goo, front-back divine obstruction needles, and floating life fire, these 4 main immortal materials were all gathered. Fan Yuan still had to purchase some more edge goo, which could be completely satisfied by Treasure Yellow Heaven. If not, he still had a channel left in Western Desert's Shao Clan. Since there was no meaning in staying outside, Fan Yuan hurried back to Langya Blessed Land. Passing through the Immortal Formation, Fan Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. The process was smooth with no danger. Fan Yuan's return was much earlier than expected. This made Langya Land's spirit extremely happy. Since you have returned, I will prepare for the refinement. Langya Land's spirit was extremely active. The pressure from Heavenly Court was really too huge. I still need to thank First Supreme Elder and the Gu Immortals of the other 3 races for lending me so many Immortal Essence Stones. Fan Yuan thanked. Without their assistance, how could Fan Yuan take out such a huge sum? Don't stand on ceremony. We are all on the same side. You getting stronger means Langya Blessed Land will be even more safe. If Langya Blessed Land is in danger, they also won't be able to escape due to the alliance agreement. Langya Land's spirit's reply was direct and frank. Indeed, the present situation made it such that Langya's sect as well as the Snowmen, Rockmen, and Inkmen were in the same boat. If anyone encountered danger, the rest would not be able to escape. Fan Yuan handed the 4 immortal materials to Langya's sect to process. These immortal materials required at least 15 days of processing. The steps were extremely tedious, repetitive, and complicated. This was the case when all the Hairy Man Gu Immortals of Langya's sect put in their full effort. The superiority of myriad self-immortal Gu's recipe could be seen from this. With his refinement path quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment, Fan Yuan's myriad self-immortal Gu recipe was so outstanding that it could be said to have reached the limits of the world with no room left for improvements. The crucial procedures of the Gu refinement were shortened to the limit. There were 3 in total. While the other procedures had over 10,000 steps, most of them were the processing of the immortal materials. Fan Yuan processed the immortal materials to their best state, spending most of his effort in this. Even if the expenditure of the immortal materials increased because of this, he did not hesitate. Because these procedures were the ones which Gu Immortals could control. While those crucial steps of the Gu refinement could only rely on the collision and interweaving of the Dao marks, Gu Immortals could not control these changes. Through this method and with the help of Langya's sect's Gu refinement abilities, the success rate of Fan Yuan's myriad self-immortal Gu recipe was at an incredibly high 50%. That meant Fan Yuan had an equal chance to succeed or fail in refining it. 50% success rate was truly too terrifying. The absolute majority of Gu Immortals would be happy if they had even 1% success rate when refining Gu. However, this was also mainly because Fan Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme Grandmaster. How many refinement path quasi-supreme Grandmasters were there in the world? Since ancient times until now, an expert at Fan Yuan's level could be counted with one's fingers. Those who surpassed his level only amounted to 3 people in the whole of history. Moreover, there were extremely few Gu Immortals who cultivated multiple paths, and how many of them would cultivate refinement path? From another angle, most Gu Immortals were actually amateurs in refining immortal Gu. It would be preposterous if they could raise the success rate of the Gu refinement. In fact, even Fan Yuan, who had deduced it, was in slight disbelief over the 50% success rate. But then he thought of Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor had refined many immortal Gu in his life, including rank 7 and rank 8 immortal Gu. He was a refinement path supreme Grandmaster. If he did not have such a success rate, would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable find him for help? Furthermore, I am making use of the whole of Langya's sect's strength to refine this Gu. In the present age, when comparing refinement path attainment, Langya's sect should no doubt be the #1 force. Besides these, the third main reason is my powerful luck. First was his refinement path quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level, second was the #1 refinement force's all-out help, and third was the powerful luck obtained from Giant Sun's true inheritance. 3 big reasons combined to form this 50% success rate of myriad self-immortal Gu's refinement. I am finally free from the curse of refining immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was extremely moved to the point of having the urge to tear up. He knew the most important reason was him becoming a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. The other two reasons were helpful, but they were more or less present in all the previous Gu refinements. His 50% success rate was mainly still brought by the refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment. And this is when I am only deducing and modifying the immortal Gu recipe. In the future, when I make up for my lack of foundational skills in Gu refinement, I can personally take charge of the refinement process. The success rate will increase even more. It is a pity that I don't have enough time. Chapter 1570. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. Langya blessed land, cloud-covered continent. Langya land spirit breathed in deeply, shouting. Formation activate! Like millions of bees dancing and buzzing, the refinement path super formation activated. Soon, a huge stream of white gold light burst out and filled the surroundings. Enter the formation. Langya land spirit ordered as he entered the immortal formation at the same time. Next, 6th hair, 3rd hair, 4th hair, 7th hair, and the other hairy man Gu immortals entered the formation. Fan Yuan stood at the periphery of the immortal formation as an observer. He was not personally involved in this Gu refinement, he had handed it to Langya land spirit and the other hairy man Gu immortals. Even though Fan Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, he could not compare to Langya sex Gu immortals in terms of practice of refinement fundamentals. During normal times, I can still participate in the Gu refinement. But this time, Langya land spirit is using the refinement path immortal formation that long hair ancestor had created personally back then. This immortal formation can only be used by hairy man Gu immortals. As a human Gu immortal, if I enter, I will be killed by the immortal Gu formation. Langya blessed land had deep foundations this time. They took out one of Long Hair's refinement path formations. Of course, with Fan Yuan's methods, he could use his transformation path attainment to turn into a hairy man Gu immortal. But most likely, Langya's sect wanted to keep this formation a secret and did not want to expose it to Fan Yuan. I used Spectral Soul's true inheritance to exchange for Langya true inheritance back then. Evidently, this long hair refinement path formation is something Langya land spirit is keeping as a trump card. He will not trade it away. Like the lead soul into Dream Killer move within Spectral Soul's true inheritance, I am also keeping it for myself. Fan Yuan watched from the side as bright light shone in his eyes. Even though Langya's sect pushed Fan Yuan to the side, he was quite satisfied with it. Facing the huge pressure from Heavenly Court, Langya's sect was very anxious. They even activated this long hair refinement path formation to quickly refine myriad self-immortal Gu for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was one of them after joining Langya's sect. Increasing his battle strength was very beneficial for relocating Langya blessed land. The long hair refinement path formation activated slowly. The light continued to change colors. It was originally white gold, before turning orange gold, and dark gold. The dark gold light started to flicker with starlight specks. It was very bright. The immortal formation's buzzing got softer. After a few breaths of time, it became completely silent without any sound. The hairy man Gu immortals and Langya land spirit were all standing in a big circle. Langya land spirit first acted as he activated an immortal formation, opening it and taking out a bunch of already prepared immortal materials. This immortal material resembled chilled and dried sunflowers. The moment it appeared in the immortal formation, it turned into smoke and fused into the dark gold light. Fan Yuan watched solemnly. This was the first crucial step. After the smoke completely fuses into the dark gold light, they would be able to continue. Fan Yuan did not feel much pressure. If this step failed, his losses would not be big, he could restart again. But an hour later, the immortal material completely turned into smoke and fused into the dark gold light perfectly. Within the immortal formation, the dark gold light continued to condense and shrink. It was everywhere earlier, but now it was the size of a house, trapped within the long hair refinement path formation. When the starlight specks within the dark gold light turned into ice stars, Langya land spirit activated the immortal formation and started the second step. As time passed, immortal materials were sent into the immortal formation by the hairy man Gu immortals one by one. They were all fusing together. 3 days and nights later, Third Hair started tossing Gu worms into the immortal formation. He first threw in Self-Reliance Gu. This Gu worm was only rank 3. It was shaped like a cockroach, a dark brown-colored flat body. There were feelers on its head, and wings on its back. Self-Reliance Gu was a strength path Gu worm that had healing effects. The greater the Gu master's strength, the greater the healing effect. This was a rare Gu worm. Mortals could not find one even if they tried, but sixth hair tossed in several hundreds of them. The quantity of self-reliance goo was strictly calculated. Because this involved the quantity of down marks, when refining immortal goo, the numbers had to be precise. When all of the self-reliance goo were tossed in, Langya Land's spirit shouted as he activated long hair refinement path formation fully. At once, within the formation, fire pillars rose, hundreds or thousands of them that were meters tall blazed within the dark gold light. Strong air currents were blowing outwards, but the refinement path immortal formation perfectly trapped them. The hairy man goo immortals who were standing around the immortal goo formation could not feel the temperature rising at all. The long hair refinement formation was very exceptional. The orange-red fire pillar continued burning for 48 hours before weakening. The dark gold light was completely burned up, even the self-reliance goo were burned into an odd rock that was the size of a horse carriage. After waiting for a while, the rock solidified completely. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The second step of refining myriad self-immortal goo was finally over. Next, Langya Land's spirit and the rest started to rest and recuperate while fourth hair and sixth hair worked to sustain the immortal formation, carving this rock. After some time, the rock was completely ground up and turned into a pile of rock fragments scattered on the ground. Third hair stopped resting and took out the drinking blade wine, pouring it over these rock fragments. This drinking blade wine was obtained by Fan Yuan not long ago when he killed Meng Tuesday. It had great use now, turning the rock fragments into traces of gray smoke. The gray smoke floated up and condensed into balls of smoke, resembling miniature lanterns that floated in the air. Fourth hair and sixth hair started to rest, while third hair took out a number of all-out effort goo. This goo worm was shaped like a rhinoceros beetle. It was immortal goo. It had the size of an adult's palm, and was very heavy. It was oval in shape, and had a strong armor exoskeleton. There was a strong horn on its head, looking heavy and powerful. It had several pairs of legs, all strong and thick. Its body was dark brown, and glistened with a metallic surface. People only needed one glance to know it was not ordinary. Fan Yuan had not refined all-out effort immortal goo yet for now. These were all mortal goo, from rank 1 to 5. The goo worm entered the smoke and did not mix with it. At this time, Langya Land's spirit started to act, opening the inventory and taking out the floating live fire that had already been prepared. Within the transparent fire, large numbers of all-out effort goo and gray smoke started to fuse. This was a long step. Half a month later, the fusing was completed, be it the floating light fire, all-out effort goo, or gray smoke, they all vanished, a drizzle was left. This drizzle was restricted by the refinement path immortal formation. It was trapped at the center of the formation, raining down endlessly. By now, the third crucial step was completed too. Time was pressing now, the drizzle was not stable, it was becoming smaller rapidly. All the hairy man goo immortals and Langya Land's spirits started to act. They all had different methods. They were in charge of different segments of the goo refinement. Front-back divine obstruction needles and other immortal materials were all tossed in, as well as large numbers of mortal goo. The myriad self-immortal goo recipe that Fan Yuan deduced did not expend any immortal goo. Instead, a large number of immortal materials and mortal goo were used. This way, he would not lose immortal goo, but his immortal materials and mortal goo expenditure would increase by tens of times. The amount of work needed for the refinement also increased drastically. This was also why Langya's sect was using the long hair refinement path formation. As time passed, all the crucial steps were passed without much danger or accidents. After 2 months in Langya Blessed Land's time, the refinement of myriad self-immortal goo reached the final crucial step. Fan Yuan had time path methods of course, but he could not reduce the time needed. The shrinking of time by time path was essentially carving time path Dao marks to influence it. During the refinement process, the addition of time path Dao marks would disrupt the refinement itself. 2 months was Fan Yuan's current limit already. He had used all of his time path methods that could be used to perfectly refine the immortal goo without additional disruption, by turning the Dao marks into materials for the refinement. The immortal formation resonated and shook, bright light burst into the sky. Langya Land's spirit let out a deep sigh. The rest of the hairy man goo immortals had tired expressions, but joy was on their faces. The final step succeeded. The light faded as a rank 7 immortal goo appeared. This goo worm was more than 10 meters long. It was like a centipede that shined in a metallic luster. The mouthpiece on its head looked dangerous while there was a pair of long antennas on its forehead. It had 5,000 legs on either side of its body, having a total of 10,000 legs. Rank 7 immortal goo myriad self. To think that the first refinement succeeded. Haha, we finally refined it. The hairy man Gu immortals cheered, they were extremely happy. Myriad self-immortal Gu was trapped at the center of the refinement path immortal formation, because Fan Yuan was not the person who refined it, it was currently still ownerless. But soon, Fan Yuan refined it rapidly using the help of the refinement path immortal formation. Using one attempt to refine this rank 7 immortal Gu, haha. Fan Yuan was also very happy, he had never even dared to dream of such a thing happening in the past. 50% success rate was too high. Fan Yuan tried to inject immortal essence into Myriad self-immortal Gu. It started to shine as countless Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms appeared from within the light. It was like using the killer move Myriad Self. The effect is only slightly weaker, after all, the killer move Myriad Self uses too many Gu worms. Fan Yuan could feel the difference. The immortal essence expenditure has fallen greatly, the activation is also much easier now, it only needs one thought. The killer move back then needed time to prepare no matter how familiar I was with it, it also used a lot of mental energy. Fan Yuan tested it, and was extremely satisfied with Myriad self-immortal Gu. Chapter 1571. Luo Pasil? Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self-Giant Hand. Fan Yuan floated in the air, his aura exploded with a loud sound as a giant hand appeared out of nowhere, slamming towards the ground. Instantly, air currents pushed out as the huge palm descended like a toppling mountain, slamming fiercely on the cloud soil ground. Cloud Cover Continent was designed by Langya Land Spirit personally. It was made of cloud soil, able to float in the air without ever landing. The cloud soil was not tough. Fan Yuan's Myriad Self-Giant Hand had rank 7 attacking power. This hand shattered the cloud soil of all the surroundings, falling down towards the vast sea below. Fan Yuan was testing his killer move. He was not trying to destroy Cloud Cover Continent. Thus when his hand landed on Cloud Cover Continent, Langya Blessed Land's super immortal formation activated. A silver light resembling flowing water appeared on Cloud Cover Continent. After Myriad Self-Giant Hand landed on the cloud soil, the silver light was destroyed as cloud soil scattered around. The surrounding terrain was completely altered. There was a huge handprint on the ground that was several meters deep. Fan Yuan willed as the giant hand quickly vanished. Seeing the effect, he nodded in satisfaction. With Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, Giant Hand is much easier to use now. In the past, in order to use Myriad Self-Giant Hand, Fan Yuan had to first activate the killer move Myriad Self and store countless Strength Path Phantoms in his immortal aperture. Next, using these Strength Path Phantoms, he had to use Group's Strength Gu to unleash Strength Path Giant Hand. The process was very tedious. If he did not store Strength Path Phantoms in his immortal aperture, he could not use Giant Hand in a life-and-death battle. But Strength Path Phantoms could not be stored for a long time, they would disappear after some time and disintegrate on their own. It was usable for battles he was prepared for, but in unexpected situations, or when he was ambushed, Myriad Self-Giant Hand could not be used. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had deep wisdom and a cautious mind, he had always been keeping an eye out for such situations, he did not end up in an awkward spot. In the past, using Myriad Self-Killer move already needed Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Bitter Strength Gu, Borrow Strength Gu, Self-Reliance Gu, Refine Essence Spirit Gu, Amplify Effect Gu, Earth Strength Gu, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning Strength Gu and countless other mortal Gu, but now I just need to use Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. But now, my Myriad Self-Giant Hand only needs Myriad Self-Immortal Gu as the core with some Group Strength Gu as the supplementary Mortal Gu. It requires less than 30 Gu worms in total, and is very simple compared to the past. The former Myriad Self-Giant Hand was evidently unusable now. After refining Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan modified Myriad Self-Giant Hand into a new version using Myriad Self-Immortal Gu as the core. The core Self-Strength Immortal Gu was no longer used. This meant that Self-Strength Immortal Gu could be used in other aspects. Of course, he could also add it into the Myriad Self-Giant Hand killer move to increase its strength. That would depend on Fan Yuan's further modification. Actually, Myriad Self-Giant Hand has room for improvement. For example, if the speed is insufficient, I can add Mortal Gu to fix that flaw. I can also add Soul Path Immortal Gu to allow Giant Hand to capture souls as well. Furthermore, the power of Giant Hand is merely limited by my Strength Path Dao marks, I can continue to strengthen it. The current Giant Hand has rank 7 power, but is not at the peak. It is because my sovereign immortal body's Strength Path Down marks cannot sustain greater power. Fan Yuan had only started modifying Myriad Self Giant Hand. After changing the core Immortal Goo, there was still huge room for improvement. In the past, the killer move was too complicated and expended too much thinking and time. Adding more goo worms would lower its usability. But now, Myriad Self Killer Move was condensed into one goo worm. The process was very simple. He could add more Mortal Goo and Immortal Goo to make an even stronger Giant Hand. Fan Yuan's practice this time was not just on the Strength Path Giant Hand, he was also testing Langya Sect's defensive Super Immortal Formation. When Feng Jiuge invaded earlier, this Immortal Formation had been very useful. It preserved the lives of many variant human Goo Immortals and also helped Langya Sect get through that tough situation. Feng Jiuge used Separation Song on the Immortal Formation multiple times, but Fan Yuan had expected it and split the Immortal Formation into many layers. Feng Jiuge separated many layers but did not get to the core after all. This time, Fan Yuan did not just modify Myriad Self Giant Hand, he also modified the Immortal Formation and allowed its range to extend throughout Langya Sect. Earlier, when the Strength Path Giant Hand landed on Cloud Cover Continent, this Immortal Formation was the reason why the destructive effect was reduced. After testing Strength Path Giant Hand, he moved on to the more important matter. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This killer move determined Fan Yuan's upper limit. It was only through this he could contest rank 8s. Right now, the core of the killer move was the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Reverse Flow River, Myriad Self Immortal Goo, Perseverance Immortal Goo, Pulling Water Immortal Goo, and over 100 Mortal Goo. Even though it was more complex than Myriad Self Giant Hand, this was way simpler than the previous Reverse Flow Protection Seal. After simplifying the killer move, the success rate of activation rose sharply. It was more usable in battle now. During the battle in Green Ghost Desert, I was sneak attacked and could not use Reverse Flow Protection Seal in time. Now, the activation time has shrunk greatly. I should be able to deal with most assaults. However, I can no longer conceal Reverse Flow Protection Seal's modifications and set a trap. The trick I used on Thunder Ghost True Monarch only works once. Fan Yuan felt it was a pity. Reverse Flow Protection Seal killer move had become much easier to use now due to Myriad Self Immortal Goo, but this was Fan Yuan's current limit. Adding more Immortal Goo would be difficult. He could no longer set a trap like earlier and reveal a brand new Reverse Flow Protection Seal within a short period of time. After some deductions, Fan Yuan went into seclusion again, deducing other killer moves. Even though Fan Yuan was calm, he was filled with pressure. Against a huge force like Heavenly Court, who would have no pressure. The refinement of Myriad Self Immortal Goo was not only to elevate several killer moves. Fan Yuan's true motive was to create a third variation move, Luo Pasil. I was affected by Lu Wei Yin's immortal killer move and lived through 3 lifetimes. These dreams were very mystical, especially the third life. It was a huge inspiration for my Luo Pasil. But I had a lot of obstructions earlier when deducing Luo Pasil. There was a huge hurdle to cross. This Myriad Self Immortal Goo is like a bridge that might allow me to cross this hurdle and attain success. Fan Yuan felt excitement and anticipation. Even though he raised his reputation using the battle against Thunder Ghost True Monarch and suppressed Feng Jiuge, Fan Yuan knew that he was inferior to Feng Jiuge in many aspects. Feng Jiuge could fight rank 8 because he had a deep accumulation of Sound Path Dao marks, evenly matching rank 8. Even without rank 8 Sound Path Immortal Goo on him, his killer moves could reach quasi-rank 8 because of the amplification of his Dao marks. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan could fight rank 8 because he was using the vast number of Dao marks inside Reverse Flow River. His own Dao marks in several paths reached rank 7, but he was still far from rank 8. Even if he annexed the blessed lands inside Citywell, he would still be far from rank 8. Fan Yuan was not inferior to Feng Jiuge in talent. Feng Jiuge was unprecedented in creating assimilation wind song. He was the first Goo immortal able to summon the winds of assimilation. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan created Myriad Self and combined Strength and Enslavement Path. It was also a revolutionary creation. The two of them were equally matched. Now that Fan Yuan condensed the killer move into Myriad Self Immortal Goo, his status had risen again. Because he could create an entirely new path along this route of development. Compared to just the killer move, there was much more room for development. Goo cultivation paths were created like this. Some were the fusion of 2 paths, while others were subclassification of existing paths. Fan Yuan and Feng Jiuge were only different in terms of age. How many years had Fan Yuan cultivated since rebirth? Feng Jiuge had already lived for hundreds of years. Fan Yuan made such achievements before the age of 50, it was very rare that he could match Feng Jiuge. Compared to normal people, he was simply a monster. His cultivation level rose at an unbelievable rate, it could not be assessed normally. After all, Fan Yuan's rebirth had huge advantages. And the truth was, Fan Yuan's own Dao mark accumulation was quite high. But now, Heaven's will was against him and made his tribulations weak, so he could not get Dao marks. Annexing immortal apertures was a way, but the upper extreme heavenly eagle had not returned to him yet, while other methods needed specific immortal goo and were troublesome to refine. Food path methods like snack immortal goo could be used for the killer move Eat Strength, but the efficiency of this increase in Dao marks was too low. While the grass grows the horse starves, Fan Yuan naturally placed his attention on the secluded domains of heaven and earth. Fan Yuan had quite a few secluded domains of heaven and earth. Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, Reverse Flow River, City Well, a total of 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Among them, Reverse Flow River had already been used for Reverse Flow Protection Seal. It allowed Fan Yuan to fight rank 8 existences. Danghun Mountain had already been destroyed and was still in the middle of reparation. City Well was needed to raise variant humans, and in terms of rule path, Fan Yuan was lacking. The most suitable target was Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan's soul path attainment level was ordinary, but he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, the number 1 soul path inheritance in this world. Nobody could deny that. On that foundation, along with the inspiration that Fan Yuan obtained from the trials of the 3 lifetimes, and also with myriad self-immortal goo. If I had in the light of wisdom, I should succeed in deducing Luopa Seal, right? Fan Yuan pondered. Chapter 1572. Too late. Time passed quickly, half a month went by. On this day, Fan Yuan flew out of Cloud City, the immortal formation around Langya Blessed Land activated and burst out with golden light, enveloping Fan Yuan. The golden light flashed as Fan Yuan vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a desolate place 1,000 li away. These days, Fan Yuan modified the super immortal formation again. It had the power to teleport other people. Because earlier, when Feng Jiuge attacked the hairy men and killed them, Langya Land Spirit was aggrieved but helpless. Langya Land Spirit remembered this painful lesson. After refining myriad self-immortal goo, he suggested this modification to Fan Yuan. Langya sect helped Fan Yuan to refine myriad self-immortal goo, using the long hair goo refinement immortal formation in the process. Fan Yuan naturally had to return the favor and modify the immortal formation as they wished. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment level was extraordinary. With the help of the light of wisdom, he had already finished the modification of the immortal formation long ago. Arriving at an empty place, Fan Yuan breathed in deeply as he started to practice his killer move. Immortal killer move, Emperor Yama. Instantly, his appearance changed. He was tall and majestic, he wore a crown and his face was blurred. He became inscrutable. His imperial robe had ghost and monster embroideries. The numbers were no longer like before, there were over 1,000 of them. This was the result of Fan Yuan's recent cultivation. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. Fan Yuan moved his finger as black smoke shot out, destroying everything in its path. But due to the immortal formation's protection, cloud-covered continent shone in silver light. It defended against the power of the soul explosion to a great extent. But even so, a killer move at the peak of rank 7 could not be defended against by the silver light. After a chain of explosions, the area around Fan Yuan was decimated, cloud soil scattered as a large number of crevices appeared in the area of several li black smoke dissipated. The soul explosion ended as one Yama child monster vanished on Fan Yuan's imperial robe. After a few breaths of time, it faded as if it had never existed before. This was the price of using soul explosion. Fan Yuan did not mind the expenditure. After pondering through this, his eyes shone with brilliance. Immortal killer move, Yama Battlefield. Whoosh! Intense wind blew as the world changed colors. In 3 blinks of time, a huge surrounding area was enveloped by Fan Yuan's immortal battlefield. The place was completely isolated from the outside. Within this battlefield killer move, the surroundings were pale green and yellow. Vision was blurred like there was fog. Dark winds blew, creating wailing sounds. It was scary and chilly. Fan Yuan let out the Yama children. These monsters cackled and flew freely in Yama battlefield. Their power was amplified. They were like fish in water. After some testing, Fan Yuan stored all of the Yama children and stopped using Yama battlefield. The sky turned clear again as he returned to Langya Blessed Land. Yama Battlefield was the greatest achievement that Fan Yuan had made in this secluded cultivation. Earlier, Fan Yuan had deduced the immortal battlefield killer move Purple Star Broken Life. It was set up using the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo that Purple Mountain True Monarch left behind. Fan Yuan used it to kill Yu Chan and Qin Bai He. But the advantage of Purple Star Broken Life Immortal Battlefield was the effect of concealing itself and isolating from the outside world. The weakness was that it needed time to set up, prior preparation was often required. And Goo Immortals were not stupid. If one tried to use it in battle, they would run away before it was set up. Yama Battlefield was created by Fan Yuan after considering his own situation, using the many battlefield killer moves that were recorded within Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Yama Battlefield was inferior to Purple Star Broken Life in terms of concealment and isolating from the outside world. Its advantage was that it only needed 3 blinks of time to activate. Even though during that period of time, Fan Yuan could not move as well, it could quickly be used in battle. In this 3 blinks of time, as long as Fan Yuan could grab the opportunity and catch his enemies off guard, they would not be able to run away. After being enveloped by Yama Battlefield, Fan Yuan's advantage would be huge. Currently, I can force the enemies to stay and lose their lives if they are rank 6 or 7. Fan Yuan sighed. Goo Immortals were easy to defeat, but capturing or killing would be hard. Firstly, there were countless ways to escape. Goo Immortals could not deal with all possibilities. Some escaping methods were bound to be effective. Secondly, Fan Yuan was fighting alone and was wanted by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. He had to defeat his enemies in a short amount of time. Thus earlier, Fan Yuan was very vigilant when choosing opponents. If Meng Tu did not have an immortal battlefield that could trap both him and his enemies inside Autumn Blade Plain, Fan Yuan would not want to fight such a person. Once Yama Battlefield was completed, Fan Yuan thought of his other method, Great Thief Ghost Hand. His theft path attainment level was at Great Grandmaster. Using Great Thief Immortal Goo and Ghostly Concealment as the cores of the killer move, he could deduce Great Thief Ghost Hand, which could steal rank 8 Immortal Goo. This move was modified by Fan Yuan and became even more effective. It was used twice but managed to steal rank 8 Immortal Goo's Soul Beast token, as well as rank 7 Immortal Goo Bladewing. The situation quickly turned around when Meng Tu lost this Goo, resulting in his loss. In the past, I could not use Great Thief Ghost Hand too often to prevent my identity from leaking. If information gets out, others would be more alert and they would try to deduce my Great Thief Ghost Hand. My arrangements inside Green Ghost Desert would also be found out. With Yama Battlefield now, I can trap my enemies and continue to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Immortal Goo. There is little chance of the enemies running away. I can kill and plunder them, to accumulate my cultivation resources. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a ruthless light. Deep killing intent was accumulating in him. With Yama Battlefield, he could start walking on the bloody road of killing enemies and stealing Goo while annexing their apertures to gain Dao marks. Fan Yuan had no misgivings when it came to slaughtering innocent people. He did not feel any guilt or self-blame. Fan Yuan licked his lips as he shook his head. It is a pity. Now is not the time yet. If Langya Blessed Land did not get exposed, if there was no pressure from Heavenly Court, Fan Yuan would leave and go around killing people. But the crucial thing now was to protect Langya Blessed Land. At the current moment, the preservation of Langya's sect was more important to Fan Yuan than stealing Immortal Goo. There was no doubt about it. As time passed, Fan Yuan's mental pressure got larger. Heavenly Court would not let this go. Once they attacked Langya Blessed Land again, even if Langya Blessed Land prepared fully, it might not be able to resist. This was because Langya's sect's trump cards and secrets were exposed in the previous battle. Meanwhile, Heavenly Court still had unfathomable foundations. It could use some trump cards that targeted Langya's sect or come up with some brilliant schemes to endanger the whole of Langya Blessed Land. The best situation was to relocate Langya Blessed Land before the second invasion of Heavenly Court. But the relocation would definitely be ambushed by Heavenly Court. It might even be Prince Fengxian most likely. Fan Yuan had already deduced this clearly. Against a rank 8, Fan Yuan could defend himself, but he lacked offense. That was quite awkward. He had 2 ways now. One was to use a secluded domain of heaven and earth to form a rank 8 offensive killer move. The other was to use a rank 8 Immortal Goo to create an attacking method as well. Among the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley was the best choice, and also his only choice. Fan Yuan had the inspiration to deduce Luopa Seal, but unfortunately, his progress was quite slow. Even after the Light of Wisdom, Fan Yuan was quite vexed. In terms of rank 8 Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan had 4: Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. Attitude Goo was the core Immortal Goo of Familiar Face, Years Flow Like Water produced Your Goo, it was not for fighting. Soul Beast Token was needed an Emperor Yama killer move, it could not be taken out. Looking at it, he only had Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo left. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan had obtained this rank 8 Immortal Goo long ago. In order to feed it, he had spent a lot of resources. But he had never been able to use it. Activating Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo needed rank 8 Immortal Essence of the user. This was what Purple Mountain True Monarch had designed for Bo Qing back then, but Fan Yuan only had rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence now. This was a fixed rule that could not be changed. And in fact, most rank 8 Immortal Goo used rank 8 Immortal Essence. Fan Yuan's 3 other Goo were exceptions. Attitude Goo used mental energy, Years Flow Like Water could use any rank of Immortal Essence, but its strength depended on the essence used. Soul Beast Token expended the soul foundation of the user, and just looking at their activation requirements, all 3 Immortal Goo were top tier among rank 8 Immortal Goo. Thinking about it, even though Fan Yuan had many Immortal Goo and inheritances, his rank 8 offensive killer move still required Luo Pavali. I managed to deduce Reverse Flow Protection Seal earlier because of my Water Path Grandmaster attainment level. This time, to deduce Luo Pa Seal, my Soul Path is only Master level, there is a huge obstruction. Fan Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in many paths. His Theft Path and Refinement Path were Great Grandmaster and Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster respectively, but he could not transfer them to his Soul Path. His Soul Path was only at Master attainment level. But I have the Light of Wisdom. Even though progress is slow, I can still slowly force my way through. The biggest problem is time now, I hope I can make it. At this time, the world started shaking, a huge dark spiral appeared out of nowhere. Oh no! Fan Yuan's expression changed. He recognized that the source of this dark spiral were the Dao marks that Feng Jiuge had left behind. Fan Yuan had already investigated these Dao marks long ago, Langya Land's spirit did the same. Both felt that this was a tracking method that was hard to get rid of. But now, Langya Blessed Land was isolated from the outside world, these Dao marks possessed no threat. But to think that without anyone controlling and instilling immortal essence, these Dao marks actually gathered into a dark spiral. Smash it! Fan Yuan screamed. Langya Land's spirit also gave the same orders at the same time. The defensive formation that Fan Yuan modified immediately activated. But at the same time, 4 starlight beams shot out of the dark spiral. With a loud sound, the dark spiral vanished. The starlight faded as 4 Goo immortals appeared. Feng Jiuge, Chen Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were present. They were led by a female immortal. She looked around before fixing her gaze on Fan Yuan. She smiled. Fan Yuan, I finally caught you. It was Heavenly Court's current leader, the number 1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Fairy Z Wei. Chapter 1573. Starcast. Heavenly Court invaded, 4 Goo immortals appeared out of nowhere. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Even with his knowledge and countless experiences, he felt that this was unbelievable. There is such a method? Sending 4 rank 8 Goo immortals in at the same time. If we did not destroy that dark spiral instantly, I'm afraid even more Goo immortals would have entered. Even though Feng Jiuge was not rank 8, his Dao marks were at rank 8 level. Fan Yuan placed him at the same level as rank 8s. Rank 8 Goo immortals had incredibly dense Dao marks. There were few methods that could transport them and they were very hard to use. Even the immortal killer move 7 immortal doors that Feng Jiuge used earlier could not teleport rank 8 Goo immortals. If rank 8 Goo immortals wanted to move, they had to either fly themselves through immemorial white heaven or black heaven, unless they were Space Path Great Expert who could teleport themselves. But even so, such Space Path Great Experts could only teleport themselves. They could not move other rank 8 existences. And Heavenly Court seemed to have used a method to directly teleport 4 rank 8 Goo immortals over from Central Continent. Such a method was truly unthinkable. Even in the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, I did not hear that Heavenly Court had such a move. Transporting 4 rank 8 Goo immortals at once, which was not the limit, and it could even create a tracking effect. Such a method was truly scary, any defense could be ripped apart. The advantage of having such a move could even extend to large-scale fights. Think about it, during the 5 regions chaotic war, every rank 8 Goo immortal ruled over an area. At this time, If Heavenly Court mobilizes several rank 8s to teleport to an enemy rank 8 and attack that person as a group, they would have a huge advantage in numbers. They would likely win. Who could endure such attacks if they did it multiple times? Any force would be extremely concerned and feel helpless against this. In the 500 years of my previous life, why did Heavenly Court not do this? Was it because the conditions were not right, or was it not time for this move yet? I think I understand now. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He understood why. If Heavenly Court revealed that they had such methods, once a few rank 8 Gu immortals died in the other regions, they would become alert, they would work together and form a large alliance against Heavenly Court. It was common sense. If they did not ally, as the situation progresses, any rank 8 Gu immortal would be in great danger at all times. Heavenly Court could attack any individual rank 8 Gu immortal at any time. They were not stupid. Only by working together could they be safe against Heavenly Court. Of course, Heavenly Court was not stupid. They had kept this move hidden and did not use it. They were afraid that this move's great power would make the other regions work together and form a 4-region alliance that would target Heavenly Court solely. But now, in order to attack Fan Yuan, Heavenly Court had to use this move in advance. It showed how determined Heavenly Court was in attacking Langya Blessed Land. No, not just me. They are tempted by rank 9 Wisdom Gu. At the same time, annexing Langya Blessed Land would greatly help towards repairing Fate Gu. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Heavenly Court's attack was too sudden, even though Fan Yuan was already mentally prepared for it. But there was no helping it. Heavenly Court's method was truthfully out of Fan Yuan's wildest imagination. This is why such enemies are the scariest. Because they have too many trump cards from their immense foundation. Fan Yuan sighed bitterly internally. Thief. At the same time, while the other Heavenly Court Gu immortals stayed motionless, Thunder Go's true monarch directly pounced at Fan Yuan. She hated Fan Yuan to the limit. He had sold 3 of her rib bones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. That video had been playing non-stop. It was the greatest humiliation of her life. Thus, Thunder Go's true monarch directly charged at Fan Yuan and attacked. She was filled with intense killing intent. But at the next moment, Fan Yuan vanished as golden light flashed. Thunder Go's true monarch missed her target. She looked up and stared fiercely at the base of the super formation. Huff! Fan Yuan was inside the super formation now, controlling it personally. The first thing he did was to activate the formation and bring in all of the variant human Gu immortals that were scattered over Langya Blessed Land. When he had just acted, Heavenly Court also did the same. Immortal killer move, Separation Song. Feng Jiu-Gu used his signature killer move as Separation Song started, countering all immortal Gu houses and immortal formations in this world. Bright light shone in Fan Yuan's eyes. He multitasked as the immortal formation flew up and burst out with orange-red light. Within the red light, Separation Song was weakening as his voice faded into nothingness. To deal with Separation Song, Fan Yuan had made some modifications to the immortal formation. It was extremely effective when used now. Feng Jiu-Gu had once dismantled multiple layers of this immortal formation using Separation Song, but now, before Separation Song even got close to the core, it was exterminated. Feng Jiu-Gu frowned deeply. Let me do it! Fairy Ziwei flickered her finger as a starry rainbow flew out. The starry rainbow flew like an arrow, flying past the clouds and wind, shooting into the super immortal formation and turning into a cloud of star sand. It was very dazzling. The immortal formation activated faster and faster. This star sand fused into the immortal formation's activation and revealed several special forms, like clouds or dust, or even water vats. Fairy Ziwei smiled lightly. Countless thoughts appeared in her mind, moving like waves of the ocean. Oh no! This Wisdom Path killer move can help her to deduce the workings of the immortal formation. It can also obstruct the cooperation of Gu worms and make the immortal formation slower and non-fluid. Some of the variant human Gu immortals who came could tell. What do we do? What do we do? Almost all of the variant human Gu immortals were covered in sweat. They had nervous expressions. They were filled with fear and immense pressure of an apocalypse. Heavenly Court's group was too powerful. They were equivalent to 4 rank 8s, even disregarding Feng Jiu-Gu. The other 3 were rank 8 elites and experts. One could be of immense threat to Langya Blessed Land, not to mention 3 of them. Strange, why is Fairy Ziwei not using Star Constellation chessboard? Fan Yuan had completely calmed down. Suspicion flashed in his eyes. His fight against Fairy Ziwei was during Southern Border's Dream Realm battle. It is a pity that Star Constellation chessboard was left in Heavenly Court to sustain the killer move Star Cast. Otherwise, I would be able to easily unravel this super immortal formation with dozens of times the efficiency. Fairy Ziwei sighed internally. She did not stop her actions. Another Wisdom Path killer move was unleashed without any warning. Fan Yuan did not even know how to deal with it. But the formation was hit, and the star sand that invaded expanded to twice of its size. Troublesome! Fan Yuan frowned deeply. Heavenly Court, do you think our Langya sect are easily bullied? Kill them! At this moment, Langya Land's spirit growled. The silver giant formed from ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar descended into the battlefield. Chapter 1574. Chen-Yi. The silver giant was tall and mighty, stretching its arms and sweeping at the four central continent Gu immortals. Strong air currents were generated. Chen-Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance, snorting. Let me! Compared to the silver giant, his body was very small, but his aura burst out and contested the silver giant evenly. Immortal killer move, Immortal Binding Vine! Chen-Yi pointed as countless jade-green light threads extended towards the silver giant and coiled around it. The silver giant punched ferociously, but due to the obstruction of the jade light threads, it was too slow and changed directions, crashing into the cloud soil and creating a huge crater as soil scattered. Chen-Yi watched at the side without moving. He floated in the air as he pointed at the silver giant with his fingers. The jade threads on the silver giant were increasing in number, surrounding it tightly. The threads got thicker until they reached their limits, becoming vines that were thick and long, binding the silver giant. Within the battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, Langya Land's spirit was shouting in anger. This immortal binding vine seemed to have countered him entirely. Even with great strength, he could not use any of it properly. This was quite a frustrating situation. Sixth Hair! Langya Land's spirit called out. Sixth Hair immediately used an immortal killer move as golden light appeared on the Heavenly Giant Solar. The immortal binding vines were cut apart inch by inch, but they recovered quickly. Chen-Yi sneered as he used another killer move. Countless vines were cut down, landing on the cloud soil, but with Chen-Yi's help, they grew rapidly, turning into huge trees. The huge trees were scattered around the silver giant, turning into a huge circle that trapped the silver giant at the center. Langya Land's spirit sensed something amiss, but the silver giant was bound by the immortal binding vines. It could not move away. At this time, between the giant trees, leaves and branches started to intertwine. The roots of the trees under the cloud soil also gathered into a ball and emerged from the soil. With the tree trunks as the main pillars, the branches and roots coiled together and formed a huge cage. Immortal killer move, Ancient Tree Prison Cage. The silver giant finally broke free from the immortal binding vines when it immediately got trapped in the ancient tree prison cage. Langya Land's spirit shouted in anger and ordered the hairy man Gu immortals to unleash their offensive killer moves. But the ancient tree prison cage sustained those attacks and even used them as nutrients to strengthen itself. Langya Land's spirit saw this and quickly stopped. He tested for a while and found that the most effective way to destroy the cage was with the giant's bare hands. The hairy man Gu immortals were helpless. They could only manipulate Heavenly Giant Solar to unleash punches and kicks, slamming at the ancient tree prison cage. Damn it! Langya Land's spirit cursed. His forehead was covered in sweat. He was trapped here and could not help Fan Yuan. He could only watch as Feng Jiuge and Fairy Ziwei targeted this super immortal formation. Without any choice, Langya Land's spirit had to approach the Rockman Gu immortals. Quick, let that old dragon out! Roar! There was the cry of a dragon as a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. The immemorial rock dragon. Its body was made of rocks. It was filled with dense earth path Dao marks. Its dragon body was heavy and thick. Its dragon fangs were sharp like stalactites. It was majestic and large, having an impressive entrance. The rock dragon seemed to move slowly, but it was actually fast as it flew into the sky, casting a huge shadow down onto the ground. Heavenly Court's four immortals were also under the shadow as they raised their heads, expressing shock on their faces. To think that Langya Blessed Land has a hidden immemorial rock dragon! Feng Jiuge sighed. Fairy Ziwei smiled. It does not belong to Langya Blessed Land, it is likely from those variant human Gu immortals. As a wisdom path great expert, she had deduced the truth in an instant. Let me destroy this rock dragon! Thunder Ghost True Monarch licked her lips as battle intent surged. No need! Chen-Yi grunted as he stretched his finger, using the same move again. Immortal killer move, Immortal Binding Vine. The immortal binding vines extended around the immemorial rock dragon as it became restricted, although it still charged at the four central continent immortals. The four immortals dodged while the immemorial rock dragon hit the ground. Next, Chen Yi used the ancient tree prison cage killer move again and trapped it. How can this be? The variant human goo immortals saw this and felt deeply surprised and disappointed. Even Lang Yilan's spirit took in a deep breath. He felt a chill down his spine. The immemorial rock dragon that they were relying on was restricted so easily. Meanwhile, on Heavenly Court's side, Chen Yi had a great display of prowess, while Fairies Yi Wei and Feng Jiuge suppressed the super immortal formation, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch has yet to fight. Fan Yuan's expression was ugly too, but he did not feel much surprise. The immemorial rock dragon is strong in defense and has no fear. Once injured, the rockmen can sacrifice themselves to heal it rapidly. This healing method is very absurd. When goo immortals get injured, it is very difficult and troublesome to heal them. The higher the cultivation level, the harder they are to heal. For rank 8 goo immortals, if they sustained injuries, they would need to pay full attention in healing themselves without distraction. But the immemorial rock dragon's healing method could be done amidst battle. This often gave many goo immortals huge headaches when fighting them. The immemorial rock dragon was also famous because of this. But today was different. It was up against Heavenly Court's rank 8 goo immortal Chen Yi. Firstly, Heavenly Court had been suppressing and killing variant human goo immortals. Having been established on that foundation, they were very familiar with the Rockman tribe's rock dragons. Secondly, the immemorial rock dragon did not have any wild rank 8 immortal goo to use, while Chen Yi had rank 8 killer moves and the best tactic against it. This led to the immemorial rock dragon's greatest advantage becoming virtually useless. And finally, Chen Yi's killer move was truly profound, especially the ancient tree prison cage. It did not fear immortal killer moves, it was hard to get rid of. It was no surprise that the immemorial rock dragon lost to Chen Yi. Even though it struggled intensely, the restriction on it grew thicker and tighter. Without external help, it could not break out of the immortal binding vines, and definitely not the ancient tree prison cage outside of that. Hairy men, we need to rely on ourselves. Lang Yilan's spirit shouted as the silver giant finally found an opening in the ancient tree prison cage and destroyed it. As expected of the second ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. Chen Yi evaluated as he smiled, muttering, "But do you think my ancient tree prison cage is so easy to break out of?" The silver giant's movements stopped. Lang Yilan's spirit was slightly dazed. He turned around to look and found a wooden hand grabbing the silver giant's leg. "What is that?" The silver giant turned around and chopped down on the hand with both arms, resembling an axe that struck harshly. The wooden hand was split by the axe, but it was only half split. It was not entirely chopped apart. The silver giant wanted to attack again, but a wooden giant appeared from under the soil. The wooden giant let go out its hand and lowered its body, charging at the silver giant's chest with its shoulder, slamming it to the ground. Langya's sex goo immortals were caught unguarded. They were about to make the silver giant stand up, but the wooden giant attacked relentlessly. Eventually, it jumped into the sky and crashed down on the silver giant with a loud thud. Under the immense pressure, a hairy man goo immortal made a mistake and used an immortal killer move on the wooden giant. The wooden giant was revitalized as the injuries on its body healed. At the same time, it grew to the same size as the silver giant. Chen Yi snorted in self-satisfaction. This was his immortal killer move, Giant Tree Divine Statue. It inherited the property of the ancient tree prison cage. Immortal killer moves were not of concern, only physical attacks were effective on it. So this is the power of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's eyes were flickering with bright light. At this moment, Chen Yi displayed great power, suppressing both the silver giant and immemorial rock dragon. This was his true power, as the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, and the inheritor of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. He had incredible battle strength that was extraordinary. Earlier in Green Ghost Desert, he had fought with much frustration. Most of the time, he was fighting inside Divine Beam Palace, afraid of damaging it. He could not fight freely, while his opponent, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, had a huge advantage with Strength Path. He could fight in close combat freely, making Chen Yi extremely furious but without options. Now, Chen Yi could display his true advantage. He erupted with great battle strength. Even without using his trump card, Karma Divine Tree, he managed to suppress both the silver giant and the immemorial rock dragon. Chapter 1575. Fan Yuan's actions. Chen Yi displayed his true strength as Heavenly Court obtained the advantage. What worried Fan Yuan more was that they had not gone all out yet. Even Chen Yi, who was doing most of the work, had not used Karma Divine Tree. Even though Qinyi is inferior to Purple Mountain True Monarch and Duke Long, he is still a first-rate expert among rank 8s. Fairy Ziwei and Thunder Ghost True Monarch are similar, while Feng Jiuge cannot be underestimated. I need to act myself. Qinyi suppressed the immemorial Rock Dragon and Silver Giant. Feng Jiuge and Fairy Ziwei were resisting the Super Immortal formation. Langya sect only had Fan Yuan left, who had rank 8 battle strength. If he did not act now, who could save them? And the truth was, Langya Land's spirit had already urged Fan Yuan multiple times. Golden light flickered as Fan Yuan appeared in front Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had expected this. She waved her hand as a gust of divine purple wind started to blow. As the wind blew, it caused ripples on reverse flow protection seal. Oh? This killer move! Fan Yuan's heart sank. This divine purple wind matched the strength of its enemy. It was similar to reverse flow protection seal. It was a defensive retaliation type. Reverse flow protection seal did not have any offensive might. As both moves reflected the damage over and over again to each other, either sides could do anything to the other. Fan Yuan was pushed out by this wind. Fan Yuan, you finally came out! A flash of lightning flickered as Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan teleported and appeared behind Fan Yuan, smiling sinisterly and full of killing intent. Trident Lightning Dissolution! Jinglan shouted as 3 flashes of lightning appeared from her fingertips. The lightning crackled and gathered in the air, forming into a trident made of blue lightning. Trident Lightning Dissolution landed on Fan Yuan's back but was blocked by reverse flow protection seal and reflected back at her. Jinglan laughed loudly as she swallowed this Trident Lightning Dissolution before flying away with eyes crackling with sparks. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Oh no, this Trident Lightning Dissolution killer move is meant to probe my reverse flow protection seal. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, with Fairy Ziwei the Wisdom Path Great Expert here, they can try to unravel my reverse flow protection seal here. Last time, due to Fan Yuan's trap, Thunder Ghost True Monarch was beaten up and Fairy Ziwei failed. However, the trap that Fan Yuan set up was exposed. It could no longer be used. During this period, Fan Yuan had planned and cultivated intensely, making many preparations. Heavenly Court did the same. Not only did they help Thunder Ghost True Monarch to replenish her immortal goo, Fairy Ziwei even used Star Constellation Chessboard to deduce Trident Lightning Dissolution for Thunder Ghost True Monarch, in order to deal with Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fan Yuan had a heavy heart, but he did not fluster. The truth was, he had expected this. He actively attacked and tried to fight with Fairy Ziwei and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, in order to reduce the pressure on the rest. Both sides fought continuously as Cloud Cover Continent's terrain was completely devastated. The sounds of their battle resounded throughout the skies. The countless hairy man mortals and goo masters were extremely fearful and in shock. After the silver giant destroyed a giant tree divine statue, Qinyi created another one. The immemorial rock dragon was trapped in the immortal binding vines. It had little hope of escaping. Even Fan Yuan could not help it. He had tried, but the outer layer of the ancient tree prison cage was too thick and did not fear immortal killer moves. It was a pain to get through. This killer move is not immune to all immortal killer moves, we just lack the necessary method. If I had enough time, with my wisdom path methods, I can deduce and unravel this move. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. This was the essence of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance's killer moves. It was like reverse flow protection seal, which rendered all of Heavenly Court helpless against it. Now, Fan Yuan was on the receiving side. Against this ancient tree prison cage, he had the same feelings as Fairy Ziwei, who had faced reverse flow protection seal earlier. After some fighting, Heavenly Court still had the upper hand, and their advantage was growing. Fan Yuan did not deduce Luopa seal. He did not have an offensive rank 8 killer move. He could defend using reverse flow protection seal, but he could not be of any threat to the 4 immortals. Ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Sola was the same. Even though the hairy man Gu immortals had many methods and deep chemistry, they were not fighting against Feng Jiuge this time, but Qinyi instead. Qinyi had rich methods that were all at rank 8 level. No matter how Langya Land's spirit resisted, he was suppressed by Qinyi. After some more time, Fairy Ziwei suddenly frowned as she ordered. Senior Jinglan, go around and find Wisdom Gu. Little thief, I will let you off for now. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch hated Fan Yuan, the bigger picture was more important. She snickered at Fan Yuan before flying away from the battlefield like lightning. Langya's side could only watch helplessly as she left. The truth was, Heavenly Court's invasion was not just to eliminate Fan Yuan and annex Langya to repair Fate Gu, their most important goal was to obtain the Wild Wisdom Gu. This legendary rank 9 immortal Gu had been in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hands long ago. Ordinary forces could not make use of it, but Heavenly Court had abundant methods. Forget about the rest. With just this Wisdom Gu, Star Constellation Chessboard would become a rank 9 immortal Gu house, its power would rise sharply. Just this advantage was enough for Fairy Ziwei to come personally. Earlier, when Heavenly Court's 4 immortals arrived, Fairy Ziwei had already used her investigative killer moves. Even though her search range extended throughout Langya Blessed Land, she could not find Wisdom Gu. And now, she could only send Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Seeing that Thunder Ghost True Monarch had left the battlefield, Langya Land Spirit screamed in anger while fearing that the mortal hairy men would be targeted. But because he was trapped by Qin, the silver giant was still restricted by the immortal binding vine and could not move. Even though many layers were pulled off, it was quite frustrating. They are looking for Wisdom Gu. Fan Yuan's eyes burst out with bright light. His wisdom path methods were extraordinary. He had already deduced Heavenly Court's intention. It was a pity that Heavenly Court did not know Wisdom Gu was already in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Last time, they had failed to take it from Langya Blessed Land. That was the best opportunity. The difficulty had risen by thousands of times now. In that case, bright light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He noticed that this was the best opportunity. Immemorial Year Beast. He opened his immortal aperture and let out the monkey Immemorial Year Beast. At the same time, he charged forward and used countless immortal killer moves to attack Fairy Ziwei. Among the 4 Heavenly Court immortals, the biggest threat was not Qin, who had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, rank 8 expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan who could resist Spectral Soul, or Feng Jiuge who had Assimilation Wind Song. It was Fairy Ziwei. The reason was simple. She was a wisdom path great expert. Just this point alone made her the leader of this expedition. Given enough time, she could deduce and create countless miracles. He had to eliminate this wisdom path Gu immortal first. Chapter 1576. Yama Battlefield. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Soul Explosion. Strength Path Giant Hand. Myriad Dragon. Fan Yuan used almost all his methods against Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei laughed. Fan Yuan, you're at your wit's end. She also used multiple killer moves of all kinds. They were all profound and actually blocked all of Fan Yuan's attacks. Some even countered his moves. Fan Yuan's methods had already been exposed long ago. Fairy Ziwei had been collecting intel and did a lot of deductions. She created many methods that countered him. This was the incredible power of a wisdom path Gu immortal. But at this moment, Fan Yuan's killer moves still had some use. After all, he had also modified his moves to deal with Fairy Ziwei's deductions. But in terms of wisdom path attainment, I cannot compare to Fairy Ziwei. At this rate, eventually, Fairy Ziwei will deduce all of my methods and I will no longer be able to fight back. Thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind, battle intent surged in him, but his mind was still cold as ice. Fairy Ziwei smiled as she breathed out some purple chi with imposing aura. The purple chi was delicate like a baby's fist, but it entered the Immemorial Year Beast's mind the moment it hit. Howl! The Immemorial Year Beast growled in pain. It was furiously holding its head. It lost its ability to fight as it rolled around on the ground. The variant human Gu immortals controlling the super immortal formation were all stunned. Fairy Ziwei's own battle strength was even higher than Qin. Earlier, she had not fought seriously, but now, her strong methods and imposing air were a huge shock to everyone. Fan Yuan also felt a little discouraged. He still had 2 immemorial soul beasts captured from Green Ghost Desert, but he did not want to use them now. Immemorial desolate beasts alone were often at a disadvantage against rank 8 Gu immortals. That was, unless they had rank 8 immortal Gu in them. Against these rank 8 Gu immortal experts from Heavenly Court, even immemorial desolate beasts with wild immortal Gu could not deal with them. Like how Fan Yuan could capture those 2 immemorial soul beasts earlier, against Fairy Ziwei, they held little threat. I am clear of this. In order to resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the past, Heavenly Court had obtained many soul path methods. This is why I let the Immemorial Year Beast out. If I summoned the Immemorial Soul Beasts, they would be even weaker against her. Fan Yuan felt pressure rising in him. The enemies were just too powerful, they were truly formidable. Fan Yuan did not even have the confidence to kill the weakest person among them, Feng Jiuge. Fairy Ziwei and the rest were all experts among rank 8 experts. Any single one of them could match Fan Yuan or even defeat him. To speak the truth, Langya Blessed Land was already very powerful. It had 3 rank 8 battle strength existences. This was already above the standards of most superforces in the 5 regions. Among the 5 regions, only the top-tier superforces had 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal. In southern border, why could the number 1 Righteous Path superforce Wu clan dominate the region for so long? It was because there was a point in time where they had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals simultaneously, and also at least 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal throughout the generations to hold the fort. Of course, Immortal Gu houses could not be neglected. Many Immortal Gu houses had rank 8 battle strength too. The strength of Langya's sect was equivalent to a superforce, or even above that. But against Heavenly Court, it was just too weak in comparison. The immemorial rock dragon was suppressed by Qin Yi. Heavenly Giant Solo was struggling but still at a disadvantage. Feng Jiuge had been dealing with the super immortal formation that Fan Yuan modified. The formation path attainment of the variant human Gu immortals inside could not match Fan Yuan, while Feng Jiuji's separation song was absurdly fierce even though it was countered by the immortal Gu formation. The 2 sides were at a deadlock. Fan Yuan's fight against Fairy Ziwei was locked in a deadlock as well without any breakthroughs. He could not let this go on. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch fails to find Wisdom Gu and returns to fight, unless Langya Land's spirit exposes a new trump card, Fan Yuan would definitely lose. Langya Blessed Land originated from long-hair ancestor, it must likely have other trump cards. But now, I cannot depend on this possibility. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Battlefield. Fan Yuan suddenly flew and got closer to Fairy Ziwei, before using his newly developed Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Because of the soul explosion earlier, there were large numbers of soul path down marks in the battlefield. Yama Battlefield rapidly opened as it formed in a breath of time. But even at this speed, Fan Yuan could not trap Fairy Ziwei. This Wisdom Path great expert noticed something amiss the moment Fy got close to her. She immediately retreated. Fan Yuan's Yama Battlefield was created very quickly. 1 breath of time was faster than most of the Immortal Battlefield killer moves in this world. But this amount of time was enough for Fairy Ziwei to escape. I failed. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Not being able to trap Fairy Ziwei, he had wasted his immortal essence. However, my efforts were not in vain. Fan Yuan looked at Feng Jiuge who was inside Yama Battlefield as he surged with killing intent. I'll kill him first. Fan Yuan grabbed the opportunity. The position earlier was perfect. If Fairy Ziwei had not retreated in advance, he would have trapped the both of them. Yama Battlefield was a new method. Even if Fairy Ziwei wanted to unravel it, she would need some time. If Fan Yuan could trap both Feng Jiuge and Fairy Ziwei in the battlefield, there would only be the Silver Giant, Immemorial Rock Dragon, Qin Yi, and the Super Immortal Formation. Now that Feng Jiuge was trapped, the Super Immortal Formation was safe. If they could grab the opportunity to destroy the ancient tree prison cage, the Immemorial Rock Dragon would also be free. Qin Yi would have to deal with both the Silver Giant and Rock Dragon, as well as a Super Immortal Formation. He would not be able to handle it. If they could severely injure Qin Yi during that period, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returns, Langya's side would be able to regain their footing. But now, Fan Yuan only managed to trap Feng Jiuge. That meant the Super Immortal Formation and Fairy Ziwei were competing with each other. But even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returns, for the time being, they would still be in a deadlock. After all, rank 8 battle strength and sufficient foundation meant that they could not fall easily. Thus, Fan Yuan's target now was to kill Feng Jiuge. And he had to do it quickly, the faster the better. After killing Feng Jiuge, Fan Yuan would dispel Yama Battlefield and deal with the 3 Heavenly Court rank 8s alongside the Rock Dragon and Silver Giant. Langya's side would be in less danger after that. Thus, Feng Jiuge was a crucial point to break through. A Soul Path Battlefield killer move? It seems to have Theft Path mixed in. Fairy Ziwei looked at the air in front of her. For the first time in this battle, she frowned. The Immortal Battlefield isolated the inside from outside. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had used it right in front of her, otherwise she could not find the point of entry for Yama Battlefield that was just a tiny spot. But even if she did, Fairy Ziwei's deductions were having huge problems. Because Yama Battlefield not only contained the profundity of Soul Path, it also contained ghostly concealment. It was one with the killer move Emperor Yama. Chapter 1577. Fan Yuan vs. Feng Jiuge. Rumble. The super immortal formation activated as countless lightning bolts attacked Fairy Ziwei and Qin Yi. Since the battle started, this super formation had either been suppressed by Feng Jiuge and Fairy Ziwei or was in a deadlock with Feng Jiuge. It could finally display its might now. Qin Yi quickly defended himself. He was quite troubled. Langya Land Spirit saw the chance and moved the silver giant, resisting the attack of the giant tree divine statue as it crashed into the ancient tree prison cage trapping the rock dragon. Fairy Ziwei quickly thought about it, choosing to attack the super immortal formation while deducing Yama battlefield, ignoring Qin Yi's situation. Fairy Ziwei chose the safe method. If Feng Jiuge fought with Fan Yuan now, she might not assist him. If he really ended up in a dangerous spot, she might reinforce him. She would still make it in time. But now, Yama battlefield was isolated from the outside. Feng Jiuge and Fan Yuan were fighting alone. This was dangerous and accidents might occur. Feng Jiuge was equally important to Heavenly Court, even more than Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, because he was the Dao guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable Feng Jin Huang. Fairy Ziwei did not want any mishaps to occur to him. Fan Yuan wanted Feng Jiuge to die right now. Immortal Killer Move, Emperor Yama. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Child. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Explosion. At once, Fan Yuan attacked in a frenzy, turning into Emperor Yama form as the Yama Child army attacked Feng Jiuge from all directions. Soul explosions were mixed in and caused great damage to Feng Jiuge. In just a short period of time, blood was already flowing out of his mouth. Great method! Feng Jiuge felt an intense threat to his life. He used his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Yang Pastun. At the moment of crisis, he had to use Yang Pastun killer move despite there being a time limit. Using Yang Pastun, he dodged and dodged, but within Yama battlefield, his method was greatly restricted. It was quite ineffective. The Yama children were amplified and moved even quicker, and with greater force, they attacked without fearing death. Feng Jiuge dodged with all his effort, but he could not shrug off the Yama children. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Song. Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Four Song Warriors protected Feng Jiuge as he moved around the Yama Child army, trying to get close to Fan Yuan. Capturing the king is essential. This was the most straightforward and wise tactic. Fan Yuan in his Emperor Yama form flew around in Yama battlefield with utmost ease and agility. Even though his enslavement path attainment was not high, he could still order the Yama children to attack Feng Jiuge fluidly. After a while, Feng Jiuge had a grim expression. Green Jade Song Warrior often shattered the Yama children, which were turned into jade statues. But these Yama children were all unfearing and were tougher to deal with than ancient desolate beasts. Heaven and Earth Song had little effect within Yama battlefield. Separation Song could break apart immortal formations, but the immortal goo used to sustain this battlefield were inside Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. This was unlike immortal formations and immortal goo houses, which had their immortal goo house outside. Separation Song could not affect the interior of Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was useless. Submission Song that Feng Jiuge had entrusted his hopes to was the best method against enslavement path. It had been a great help against Fan Yuan in the past, but right now, this song was an example of the bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Yama children were merely affected in movement. They were completely unaffected by the enslavement effect of Submission Song. My Yama child uses Soul Beast modification, Soul Beast summoning and other methods within Spectral Soul True Inheritance. It also relies on ghostly concealment at the core. How can your Submission Song work against it? Fan Yuan snickered in his mind. Do I need to use Assimilation Wind Song? Feng Jiuge gritted his teeth. Fan Yuan's battle strength was very shocking. Even though he was mentally prepared, now that he was suppressed by Fan Yuan, Feng Jiuge felt a sensation of disbelief. How long had it been? Not long ago, he, Feng Jiuge, had chased Fan Yuan from southern border to western desert and put him in a difficult position. Fan Yuan's growth speed is too fast. This time, even if we do not get Wisdom Goo, we need to kill him. Feng Jiuge sighed internally. He stopped the notion of using Assimilation Wind Song. Assimilation Wind Song was too dangerous. Once he used it and made a mistake, the first person to die would be Feng Jiuge. Unless he had no choice, Feng Jiuge would not use Assimilation Wind Song. Especially in an intense battle like this, the interferences were too great. And my Assimilation Wind Song has already been exposed. How can such a crafty person like Fan Yuan be unprepared against it? Feng Jiuge was very wary of Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment. This time, we attacked with a powerful force. Because Fairy Ziwei isn't trapped inside this battlefield killer move, we have the absolute advantage in battle now. I need to wait for Lady Ziwei to deduce and break this immortal battlefield from the outside. That is the best method. After all, this immortal battlefield contains Soul Path and Theft Path aura, but no Time Path aura. There should not be any problems with the rate of time. Feng Jiuge dodged as he fought, refusing to let the Yama children surround him. He decided to wait for reinforcements after putting his trust in Fairy Ziwei. Fan Yuan had been thinking of ending the battle quickly. If Feng Jiuge fought against him directly, he would be extremely happy about it. But was Feng Jiuge stupid? He had a clear understanding of the situation. He chose the best tactic for now. Fan Yuan sighed deeply in disappointment. Unfortunately, even though I have time path methods and rank 8 time path immortal goo years flow like water, it cannot be fused into Yama Battlefield. Yama Battlefield was not a killer move used on sovereign immortal body. It had the problem of conflicting down marks. Fan Yuan had always kept a balance between Theft Path and Soul Path, but the conflict had reached the limit. Adding Time Path on top of it was too difficult. Time Path battlefield killer moves could alter the rate of time compared to the outside world, but Yama Battlefield could not. In fact, even if Fan Yuan tried to use Time Path killer moves, any moves that were not Theft Path or Soul Path would be resisted by the down marks of the Immortal Battlefield. Immortal killer move, Triple Extreme Sound. Feng Jiuge's methods were unending. The Yama children could not get close. Once his song warriors were destroyed, he would create new ones immediately. But the biggest problem for Fan Yuan was Yang Pastun. It allowed Feng Jiuge to teleport instantly. Even though this move was restricted in this battlefield, having a limited range and would not break out of Yama Battlefield, Fan Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was too slow, at least, when compared to Feng Jiuge. Even though Yang Pastun had a time limit, Fan Yuan could not wait. He needed to end this fast. He had to kill Feng Jiuge as soon as possible, in order to help in the battle outside. Immortal killer move, Familiar Face. Fan Yuan turned from Emperor Yama into a Yama child as he sneaked into the army. Feng Jiuge's heart jumped. His teleportation became more frequent. But Fan Yuan was still in the dark while he was exposed in the open. After a while, Fan Yuan found his opportunity. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. The Ghost Hand was completely concealed, going past the 4 song warriors and aiming for Feng Jiuge directly. Feng Jiuge was still using Triple Extreme Sound. He did not sense its movement. Great Thief Ghost Hand entered Feng Jiuge's immortal aperture and grabbed an immortal goo tightly before leaving rapidly. Oh no! Fixed immortal travel! Feng Jiuge stared with his eyes wide opened. He was deeply shocked by the assault. He quickly turned around and burst out with sound waves, forcing Great Thief Ghost Hand to reveal its appearance before him. He was about to attack the Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Fan Yuan was well prepared. A large number of Yama children rushed up and sacrificed themselves, protecting the Great Thief Ghost Hand as it entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Chapter 1578. Fan Yuan's Rank 8 Offensive Method. To think that I would regain fixed immortal travel one day! Fan Yuan sighed deeply as he looked at the immortal goo that was captured by Great Thief Ghost Hand. Oh? It's been raised to rank 7. It is indeed what I had deduced from the information earlier. Fan Yuan was secretly joyful. Even though he had ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel which could replace the use of fixed immortal travel to some extent, it had many flaws, needing 4 goo immortals to execute. Furthermore, it had a smaller range than fixed immortal travel, which was able to go anywhere in the world. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel still had the same appearance as its rank 6 version. Right now, this goo was struggling in Great Thief Ghost Hand, but it did not move, holding on to fixed immortal travel as it flew rapidly. After flying into Heaven Ceiling Mountain inside Mini Southern Border, Great Thief Ghost Hand opened and tossed fixed immortal travel into the immortal formation. This immortal formation used 2 immortal goo as the core, self-love and affection, along with countless mortal goo. The main effect was to help Great Thief Ghost Hand refine the stolen immortal goo quickly. Even though Reverse Flow River could be used here, it was already the core of Reverse Flow Protection Seal that Fan Yuan needed in battle. Fan Yuan had already succeeded once in using immortal goo's self-love and affection to refine other people's immortal goo long ago. His plan was originally to incorporate affection and self-love into Great Thief Ghost Hand so that after it steals immortal goo, the goo can be refined instantly on the spot. This seemed unnecessary, but that was not true. If he could refine it on the spot, Great Thief Ghost Hand would not need to suppress the immortal goo and bring it back to Fan Yuan. It could continue to steal more immortal goo consecutively. After being put inside Heaven's Sealing Mountain, fixed immortal travel was suppressed, and the refinement was automatically done. Fan Yuan could see results soon. Fan Yuan placed his sights on Feng Jiuge again. Feng Jiuge's expression was one of alertness and solemnness. A look of disbelief was hidden deep within his eyes. Fan Yuan actually has such a method to steal others' immortal goo? Even those inside the immortal aperture are not spared? Did he obtain another thieving heaven true inheritance? This method made Feng Jiuge feel an intense threat. The sound wave attack that he used to force out Great Thief Ghost Hand was activated again. He did not want to cancel it. This move is too terrifying. If the stolen immortal goo earlier was the core immortal goo of my triple extreme sound killer move, wouldn't my killer move activation fail, causing me to suffer backlash and receive severe injuries? Feng Jiuge felt a bit of relief and also lingering fear. Fan Yuan felt that it was a pity, but Great Thief Ghost Hand could not choose its target. If he really stole the crucial immortal goo again like when he fought Meng Tu, Feng Jiuge's killer move would fail and the battle would turn around. He could even be killed quickly. Even though Fan Yuan succeeded, Feng Jiuge was completely alert now. He used Yang Pass Tune to teleport non-stop, refusing to stay at one spot. At the same time, he used his sound wave killer move without regard for immortal essence consumption. As for triple extreme sound, Feng Jiuge stopped using it. He did not dare to. His focus was all on escaping the pursuit of the Yama children. After Fan Yuan was exposed, he used familiar face again to disguise as a Yama child to approach Feng Jiuge subtly. This was an immense mental pressure to Feng Jiuge. But Fan Yuan was not feeling great either. Feng Jiuge was too slippery. He kept moving around the place, using his sound wave move and preventing Fan Yuan from getting any opportunities to attack. It seems that I will need to put some effort into the concealment of Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Jiuge actually had a way to force out the Great Thief Ghost Hand to show itself. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. He immediately thought of Formless Hand. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature method could interchange between phantom and solid. If it was used instead of Great Thief Ghost Hand, it would fear no sound waves. Formless Hand was also extremely fast. Once used, the enemies of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could only watch as their immortal goo were all stolen one by one. They would spit out blood from anger and helplessness. But Fan Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand only had a small trace of Formless Hand's glory. Even so, it made the great Feng Jiuge fluster and escape in anxiety while feeling fearful. Fan Yuan forced Feng Jiuge to move around the place, but he felt no arrogance that he succeeded. He was clear that he only had hopes of victory if he killed Feng Jiuge quickly now and went back to help out Langya Blessed Land. But in the following battle, Feng Jiuge did not leave any flaws for Fan Yuan. He was also a demonic path cultivator that shocked the whole of Central Continent. Challenging all 10 sects at once, he had rich battle experience. As time passed, Yang Pass Tune's time limit finally arrived. A chance! Fan Yuan was anxious and joyful. He was anxious because so much time had been wasted and Feng Jiuge was still alive. But he was joyful because the flaw had finally appeared. Feng Jiuge's heart sank. In the past, his fierce attacks would render his enemies helpless. After becoming a famous person, he had never been faced with a situation where a rank 7 goo immortal chased after his life. Now, he had experienced this from Fan Yuan. He finally recognized his own weakness. That was the movement aspect. With Yang Pass Tune unusable, Feng Jiuge's speed fell drastically. He was soon surrounded by Yama children and could no longer dodge as easily. Feng Jiuge was forced to defend himself at one location. His killer moves had great power as he attacked the Yama children who surrounded him from all directions. Fan Yuan hit among them perfectly. Great Thief Ghost Hand was prepared to strike the moment Feng Jiuge's defenses revealed a flaw. But at this moment, the entire Yama battlefield started to shake as it emitted a sharp noise. Oh no! Fan Yuan's expression changed. Lady Ziwei must have done it! Feng Jiuge was very happy. The entire Yama battlefield started to shake with greater intensity. Fairy Ziwei's actions were extremely effective after this amount of time. So little time had passed. Fairy Ziwei actually managed to deduce the workings of my Yama battlefield. She is so fast. No, at this rate, Yama battlefield cannot last for 30 breaths of time. I need to obtain victory now. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with a ruthless light. I was saving this for Fairy Ziwei and the rest. but I will use it on you first. There was no time. If Yama battlefield was broken, Fan Yuan would lose the chance to kill even Feng Jiuge. He made up his mind to use this trump card. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. It was still the Soul Explosion method, but Fan Yuan was not detonating any ordinary Yama child, it was an immemorial Yama child. Fan Yuan had 2 immemorial soul beasts originally. During this period of cultivation, he turned the 2 immemorial soul beasts into Yama children as well. These 2 Yama children were extraordinary. Fan Yuan had finally used them after hiding them for so long. Ancient Yama Child Soul Explosion was a peak rank 7 killer move, while Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion was rank 8. Even though Fan Yuan did not deduce Luo Pasil successfully, he still had another hidden rank 8 offensive method. Boom! Immemorial Yama Soul Explosion. Feng Jiuge was directly hit. Splat. At a certain area in Central Continent, Feng Jinhuang went into a daze. The cup in her hand fell to the ground and shattered. Duke Long sent her an inquiring gaze. Feng Jinhuang held her chest with an uncertain expression. Just a moment ago, she felt an intense sensation in her heart. Chapter 1579. Fate Armor. He didn't die? What immortal goo is this? Fan Yuan stared with slightly widened eyes as Feng Jiuge floated in the air. Feng Jiuge's 7 orifices were bleeding intensely, but a thin light armor surrounded his body. This armor saved his life, allowing him to survive the immemorial Yama Soul Explosion. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Fate Armor. Feng Jiuge coughed out blood as he said. Fan Yuan's expression was very dark. This was the first time he was seeing Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Even though Feng Jiuge used it in the River of Time earlier, Fan Yuan had sent Feng Jiuge into the River of Time back then. He did not witness this personally. Thus, Fan Yuan did not know the existence of Fate Armor Immortal Goo. And precisely so, he miscalculated. Heavenly Court's Foundation. Fan Yuan smiled helplessly, but at the next moment, his determination surged as he looked at Feng Jiuge with a menacing gaze. This Fate Armor Immortal Goo can protect you once, but can it save you again? Fan Yuan still had another immemorial Yama child. Feng Jiuge was pale as paper. He had sustained severe injuries, but he spit out some blood. Cough, you can try. I'm not afraid to let you know, Fate Armor Immortal Goo's effect is defense. Its power varies, but it only follows the results dictated by fate. If I am not meant to die now, Fate Armor Immortal Goo can protect me from any killer move in this world. If I am fated to die already, then Fate Armor's protection will be as weak as paper. Fate. Fan Yuan frowned tightly, saying the name of one Immortal Goo. You are right, this has to do with Fate Immortal Goo. Feng Jiuge nodded as he sighed. If Fate Immortal Goo was destroyed, Fate would no longer restrict all living beings. Fate Armor's power would be reduced greatly, restricted by its rank. Rank 8 Immortal Goo would only be able to unleash Rank 8 defensive power. But now, Fate was injured and not fully destroyed. Fate still bound the people of this world. This allowed Fate Armor Immortal Goo to unleash defenses beyond Rank 8. My reverse flow protection seal is a tortoise shell already, but this Fate Armor Immortal Goo is even more sturdy. Fan Yuan was shook, but his attacks became even fiercer. Feng Jiuge used Fate Armor with all his strength. His immortal essence expenditure was huge, but he could last for some time. This time when attacking Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Ziwei had already provided him assistance in the form of immortal essence storage. Rumble. At this time, there was an intense explosion as a purple galaxy appeared in Yama battlefield. It expanded and revealed the appearance of the outside Langya Blessed Land. Why is she so fast? Fairy Ziwei's speed of deducing Yama battlefield was way faster than Fan Yuan's expectations. Fan Yuan grunted as he bled from his nose and mouth. Yama battlefield collapsed. He had to face the backlash of this killer move. Fairy Ziwei did not give Feng Jiuge Fate Armor Immortal Goo simply to protect him. Once it was activated, Heavenly Court would sense it. Back then in the River of Time, Lord Huangshi had used Fate Armor to locate Feng Jiuge and save his life. Now, Fairy Ziwei was already close to breaking into Yama battlefield and unraveling it. Fate Armor acted as receptor for Fairy Ziwei to increase her deduction of Yama battlefield. She could open up a pathway with a shorter amount of time. In history, Wisdom Path deductions have been the hardest at the starting step. All the Wisdom Path Goo immortals in the world were trying to deduce matters on Fan Yuan, but he used Wisdom Path protection methods. As long as they were intact, they could not find him. Among the 3 Wisdom Path Goo immortal experts of Eastern Sea, Huan was also helpless and even reverse deduced by Fan Yuan. When she had just started to deduce it, Yama Battlefield was complete and had no loopholes. But now that she tore an opening in it, the hardest part was over, the difficulty had fallen greatly. Tear, tear. The sound was endless as streams of purple galaxies tore through the sky, creating countless tears in Yama Battlefield. Boom! With an intense explosion, Yama Battlefield broke apart entirely. Fan Yuan spit out a mouthful of blood as a large number of mortal goo died in his immortal aperture. The immortal goo used were also injured to some extent. Fan Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land while in Emperor Yama form. Be careful, he has a way to steal immortal goo from the immortal aperture. Feng Jiuge escaped and managed to fly back to Fairy Ziwei. The moment he came out, he gave this intel to all his teammates. It's you! Qinyi was the first to speak. He shouted angrily with wide-opened eyes. He recognized that Fan Yuan was the one who fought him in Green Ghost Desert, the one who stole Qing Chao's Soul Beast token right in front of him. Fan Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He did not manage to kill Feng Jiuge. Fate Armor Immortal Goo ruined his hopes. And even worse, Emperor Yama and Great Thief Ghost Hand's intel were exposed. The enemies found out about them. This was something Fan Yuan had been trying to avoid. Since the start of the battle, he had been keeping this trump card hidden, hoping to use it in this battle to kill a strong enemy, using Yama Battlefield to conceal the traces and keep his secrets hidden. But his wishes were not answered. Fan Yuan did not manage to kill anyone while his trump cards were exposed. Fan Yuan, you are truly a source of chaos. Lu Guanyi is you, Swan Bujin is also you. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with purple light. She instantly understood Fan Yuan's plan. So that's it, you want to control Green Ghost Desert to collect soul cores and use Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate. It is a pity Danghun Mountain has been destroyed. No, there is orderly well. You have a way to restore Danghun Mountain. Fan Yuan did not speak. This Fairy Ziwei was a wisdom path great expert indeed. She exposed so many of Fan Yuan's secrets in an instant. Fairy Ziwei was also feeling deep lingering fear. To think that Fan Yuan has such a method to steal other people's immortal goo directly. Thankfully, Great Thief Ghost Hand is much weaker than Formless Hand. It cannot choose what immortal goo to steal. Otherwise, if it stole a crucial immortal goo, Feng Jiuji's killer move activation would fail. He would face a backlash and would need to use Fate Armor in advance. It would be a problem of whether he could last until I deduce and broke this immortal battlefield killer move. Great Thief Ghost Hand can steal rank 8 immortal goo. Thankfully it did not manage to take Fate Armor, otherwise, how could Feng Jiuge survive? Feng Jiuge is indeed a Dao Guardian. He has strong luck and was not suppressed by Fan Yuan's luck. However, Fairy Ziwei looked at Fan Yuan with an eerie gaze. This demon managed to steal fixed immortal travel. It means that his luck is very strong, even though he failed to kill Feng Jiuge. Fate Immortal Goo was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Even though it was not destroyed, it was greatly weakened. Thereafter, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable rose up and created Luck Path. As long as Fate did not recover, Luck Path would continue to be this strong. Fan Yuan's Luck Path attainment level was not high. He did not have any strong offensive killer moves in Luck Path, but Luck Path had always been helping him subtly, like Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Boom boom boom! Explosions resounded as both sides fought again, ending up in a chaotic battle. Feng Jiuge had lost a lot of his battle strength as he went under Fairy Ziwei's protection. Fan Yuan was also without options against Qinyi's ancient tree prison cage. He could only join up with the Super Immortal Formation and Heavenly Giant Sola to deal with Qinyi and Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei displayed the might of a rank 8 expert now. Her killer moves were used with great execution, far above Qinyi. Qinyi had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, while Fairy Ziwei cultivated Star Constellation's True Inheritance. It was not that Genesis Lotus True Inheritance was inferior to Star Constellation's True Inheritance, but because Wisdom Path killer moves were fundamentally more complex and expended much more mental energy. Fan Yuan still had one immemorial Yama child. Emperor Yama and Great Thief Ghost Hand were already exposed. Fairy Ziwei and the rest could counter it. They did not put down their guard. They were covered by immortal killer moves that exploded continuously. If Great Thief Ghost Hand got close to them, the explosions would force them out. There was no opportunity to steal. The truth was, Qinyi and Fairy Ziwei's investigative methods were very exemplary, but Fan Yuan stopped using Great Thief Ghost Hand frequently after fearing that it would be found out. The more he used it, the more flaws he would expose. Especially against Fairy Ziwei, the more intel he leaked, the more she could deduce. Bam! With a thunderous sound, Thunder Ghost's true monarch appeared in a flash. She had returned. Chapter 1580. Heavenly Court's Call to Surrender. The moment Thunder Ghost's true monarch returned to the battlefield, the expressions of both sides changed. Heavenly Court's immortals were extremely happy while Fang Yuan's side turned grim. The two sides were evenly matched. At this time, Heavenly Court gained a new rank 8 battle strength who was a first-rate expert. This would cause a huge change in the battle result. But Thunder Ghost's true monarch's report made Fairy Ziwei's gaze turn dark. What, you did not find Wisdom Gu? Wisdom Gu was refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the refinement process was recorded in Star Constellation's True Inheritance, allowing Fairy Ziwei to know a lot about it. But Fairy Ziwei did not know that Wisdom Gu had the trait of following after information path environments. Wisdom Gu is wild. Did they refine it? Or did they destroy it? Or do they have any method to resist the light of wisdom and relocate Wisdom Gu? Thoughts rumbled in Fairy Ziwei's mind. She was thinking at lightning speed. She stood up and looked at Heavenly Giant Solar, gazing at Fan Yuan as she shouted, "Hand over Wisdom Gu! I will allow you to surrender!" Heavenly Court's current invasion was mainly for rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Fan Yuan was only secondary. Immortal Gu were unique and hard to refine. Rank 9 Immortal Gu were at the pinnacle of the pyramid. In the current 5 regions, in this entire world, there were likely less than 10 rank 9 Gu. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu was too important for the growth of Heavenly Court's strength. It was second to Fate Gu. Ignoring anything else, just Fairy Ziwei alone, with just her wisdom path attainment and Star Constellation chessboard, she was already one of the 3 strongest wisdom path great experts in the world. If she could obtain rank 9 Wisdom Gu, and use Star Constellation chessboard to refine it, she would be the number 1 wisdom path great expert in the world. She would comprehend all of the profundities of wisdom path in this universe. She would stand at the very top. The second strongest person would be miles away from her. She would have an unthinkable deduction ability. Even if Fan Yuan had Emperor Yama, or even a rank 8 wisdom path method, he would not be able to block Fairy Ziwei's deductions. Only rank 9 methods could work. But how many rank 9 wisdom path methods were there? At least in Fan Yuan's true inheritances of Langya and Spectral Soul, there were no such records. Surrender? The hairy man Gu immortals shook. Langya Land's spirit shouted in anger. Surrender my ass! Langya blessed land will only have hairy men dying in battle. We will not be kneeling slaves. Fan Yuan was quite curious. I am a complete otherworldly demon. In order to get Wisdom Gu, will your Heavenly Court spare me? Fairy Ziwei smiled arrogantly. So what if you are a complete otherworldly demon? Our Heavenly Court predecessors have known about otherworldly demons long ago. We have recruited them before. It was merely not written in history. Look at now. Zhao Lianyun is the best example. Fan Yuan, Heavenly Court is far more magnanimous and accepting than you think. Even if you are an otherworldly demon who possess Spring Autumn Cicada and Spectral Soul's true inheritance, as long as you turn over a new leaf and contribute your sovereign immortal aperture into Heavenly Court, you will be one of us. And according to Heavenly Court's rules, we will treat you equally as everyone else. After hearing these words, Fan Yuan's expression did not change. He still smiled coldly. But Chen Yi had a complex expression. There was suspicion and jealousy in his eyes. Chen Yi believed what Fairy Ziwei said, because Heavenly Court's rules were as such, regardless of who you were in the past. After joining Heavenly Court as a Righteous Path member, after giving up your immortal aperture, you would be a member of Heavenly Court. There would be no differential treatment. But it is so difficult to join Heavenly Court. I, Chen Yi, have worked hard my whole life. I only managed to join Heavenly Court because of my battle strength and the fact that I have Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. How many years has this Fan Yuan cultivated? He killed people and caused havoc everywhere, but if he turned around now and become a righteous person, he would get to join Heavenly Court. At once, Chen Yi felt a strong sense of injustice. He even felt a little grievance in his heart. But Thunder Ghost's true monarch's expression was unchanged, because Heavenly Court had once tried to recruit someone else. This person slaughtered the people in the world. He was a much greater problem than the current Fan Yuan. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable reached rank 9, Heavenly Court had tried to recruit him multiple times. After becoming rank 9, they also tried to recruit him once. Heavenly Court is the Heavenly Court of humanity. Fan Yuan, you are extremely talented. You managed to roam freely as a rank 7 and evade Heavenly Court's pursuit for so long. It shows your qualification to join us. I can swear on my life, After joining Heavenly Court, not only would you preserve your life, you would be able to cultivate and continue being a free Gu immortal. Thunder Ghost True Monarch said. Fan Yuan. At once, the hairy man Gu immortals looked at Fan Yuan with worry. Even Sixth Hair did the same. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. To obtain Wisdom Gu, you guys are willing to let me go and recruit me. It shows how important rank 9 Wisdom Gu is to all of you. Then how about this? If you do not let us off today, I will destroy Wisdom Gu in your face. Your attempt will end in failure. Humph, incorrigible. How can the grand righteous path be threatened by the likes of you? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Thunder Ghost True Monarch charged at Fan Yuan with deep anger. Boom, boom, boom. Fan Yuan fought against Thunder Ghost True Monarch on barely even grounds. Thunder was rumbling, air currents were turbulent. Oh? That means Wisdom Gu is on you now. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with brilliance. She started to act as well. Fairy Ziwei was suppressed by Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Fairy Ziwei's cooperation. He could only use reverse flow protection seal to defend himself. He could not fight back at all. He transmitted to Langya Land Spirit. First Supreme Elder, this is an emergency. If you have any methods left, use it now, otherwise there will be no time to regret. Langya Land Spirit shouted. Forget it, I'll show you the true power of Langya Blessed Land. As he said that, the entire sea surface of Langya Blessed Land started to bubble. It was as if the ocean was boiling. Countless refinement path Dao marks shone with the light of Dao marks, be it Gu immortals or mortals, they could see it with their naked eyes. The aura of an immortal killer move burst out like a grand tornado. It rampaged in the entire Langya Blessed Land. None of Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were spared, they were all hit by the move. What is this? Chinny and the rest had changes in expressions. All of their defensive methods radiated with a brilliant light, forced to resist the move. The mysterious killer move was incredibly powerful. Even Fan Yuan was hit by it. There were countless ripples on his reverse flow protection seal. Quick, come inside. Langya Land Spirit transmitted, moving the silver giant towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan successfully fused into Heavenly Giant Solar Formation. This was not the first time he was entering this ancient battle formation. What move is this? A flash of joy sparked on Fa Yuan's face. Langya Land Spirit's move was very powerful. All 4 Heavenly Court immortals were all forced to defend themselves. They could not attack. Langya Land Spirit smiled bitterly. These were the gains in battle that my main body had obtained when he killed a water path great expert in his life. Using it, he comprehended the strongest refinement path killer move, Omnipresent 4 Seas. This move expends an immense amount of seawater. Unless we are refining rank 8 immortal Gu, we would not use it. Against the enemy now, it can only last for dozens of breaths. Fan Yuan observed carefully. Langya Blessed Land's sea level was truly falling. A vast amount of water was expended to maintain this Omnipresent 4 Seas killer move. Fan Yuan had a realization. So this Langya Blessed Land's terrain was carefully designed. The 3 continents float on the vast sea, but the seawater is not simple at all. It is actually the refinement path foundation of the Blessed Land. It is truly precious. Fan Yuan looked at Heavenly Court's Gu immortals as he sighed. It is a pity that this move cannot differentiate friend and foe, otherwise, if we can attack now, we can gain the upper hand. Actually, Omnipresent 4 Seas could be contained in an area, but that place needed to have a corresponding immortal formation to draw out the power of the killer move and refine Gu. And this refinement path immortal formation is none other than the long hair refinement path formation used to refine Myriad Self for Fan Yuan. Heavenly Court would naturally not be lured into such an obvious trap, and in this situation, Langya Land Spirit had no choice but to use this move fully across the whole of Langya Blessed Land, in the sky, land, and sea. But this way, Fan Yuan's super immortal formation would also be attacked by Omnipresent 4 Seas. Thankfully, Langya Land Spirit was prepared for it, and went towards the silver giant, disassembling as the immortal Gu were collected back. The variant human Gu immortals of the 3 races also entered the silver giant. What do we do now? Fan Yuan looked at Langya Land Spirit as he asked. He felt that Langya Blessed Land still had some trump cards left. And this battle would be decided by those trump cards. Chapter 1581. Thunder Ghost's Death. Langya Land Spirit had a look of pain. As he looked at the falling sea level, he frowned tightly, feeling deep loss. This seawater seemed ordinary, but it was not. Long Hair Ancestor had painstakingly created this refinement water during his late years. Right now, there was only the quantity of 1 sea. If there were 4 seas, he he would be able to use a secret method to cause a qualitative change and create a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. For this goal, Langya Blessed Land had been kept at Crescent Moon Lake for a long time, using the Waterpath environment, an immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move to trigger Waterpath tribulations and increase Waterpath Tao marks for Langya Blessed Land. But now, in order to resist Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, Langya Blessed Land's accumulations were rapidly expended. After this battle, it would definitely be depleted. Oh! Langya Land's spirit growled, leading the band of hairy man Gu Immortals to mobilize Heavenly Giant Solar. The Silver Giant attacked with immortal killer moves as Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were faced with explosions. The attacks were extremely powerful. They were at rank 8 level. At once, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had no way to fight back. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor was broken, while Chen Yi and Fairy Ziwei spat out blood. Feng Jiuji's state was even worse. His face was pale as paper as he gritted his teeth. He was holding on with Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Omnipresent Force Seas was in essence a Refinement Path killer move. It used the Refinement Path Tao marks of Langya Blessed Land. It was the accumulation of long hair ancestors' entire life. This move did not care about ally or foe. Fan Yuan would be hit if he was within range, but hairy men could move freely. The reason was that hairy men had Refinement Path Tao marks naturally. And when Langya Land Spirit's side uses killer moves, the Refinement Path killer moves would be amplified by Omnipresent Force Seas. Each hit would be extremely powerful, having first-rate rank 8 power. As for the Silver Giant, it could also move freely as it was an ancient battle formation instead of an immortal Gu house. Heavenly Giant Solar depended on the user. Right now, with the hairy man Gu Immortals controlling it, it was a Refinement Path Giant. This was also why Fang Yuan and the variant human Gu Immortals of the other 3 races did not participate. If he attacked, he would be restricted by Omnipresent Force Seas. There would not be any point. Kill them all! Langya's foundation is truly unfathomable. The variant human Gu Immortals of the 3 races gasped, but Fang Yuan frowned deeply, telling Langya Land Spirit, First Supreme Elder, even though your all-out attacks are powerful, they cannot determine victory. Omnipresent Force Seas cannot last long. We have limited time, if you do not use any of your remaining methods. I know, shut up. Langya Land Spirit growled, his eyes were bloodshot, he gritted his teeth. Having a fierce expression, he was very uneasy in his heart. On the surface, he had a great advantage, but Heavenly Court's 4 immortals could not be killed. They were like rocks by the seashore. No matter how hard the waves crashed into them, they remained motionless. After more than 10 breaths of time, even though the Silver Giant burst out with immense might, Heavenly Court's 4 immortals were still alive. While Langya Blessed Land's seawater had dried up, not a drop of water remained, even the seabed was exposed. It is time to retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch breathed in deeply. Her expression was sinister. She started to condense her black armor again. As expected of long hair ancestors' legacy. Chen Yi sighed deeply, healing his own injuries rapidly. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had deep foundations. They resisted the Silver Giant's attacks with only mild injuries. You forced me, you all forced me. Seeing the approaching Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, Langya Land Spirit muttered as he screamed afterwards. Come if you want to lose your life. Omnipresent Force Seas could not defeat the enemies, but Langya Land Spirit took out another trump card. Rumble! Intense thunder rumbled and red lightning flashed. In an instant, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was enveloped. This is? Heavenly Court's 4 immortals' expressions rapidly changed to great shock. Be it the plotting Fairy Ziwei, or the Thunder Ghost True Monarch bursting with battle strength, or Chen Yi who was once the authoritative figure of a sect, or Feng Jiuge with immense talent, they all lost their cool. Fang Yuan was also dazed. Memories flashed in his mind as he spoke. Steal life? The other hairy man Gu Immortals were stunned. They did not know what this trump card was. Even Langya Land Spirit looked at Fang Yuan in surprise. That's right, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 8 Steal Life Immortal Gu. You know about it? Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Langya Land Spirit actually had Steal Life Immortal Gu in his hands. Fang Yuan knew about Steal Life Immortal Gu from Thieving Heaven's dream realm. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left this Immortal Gu to Long Hair Ancestor. Defend! Heavenly Court's 4 immortals tried to defend themselves. They were extremely nervous now, hundreds or thousands of times as before. Because they could tell that this was the red light emitted by Steal Life Immortal Gu. At the next moment, the overwhelming red light suddenly retracted, as if thousands of arrows were shot out before flying back to the bows like time was reversed. The red light brought away the lifespan of all lifeforms. In an instant, Feng Jiuge turned from a handsome young man to an old and wrinkled man with white hair. Fairy Ziwei spit out a mouthful of blood, wrinkles appearing on her face. Qin Yi was extremely pathetic, his long hair broke as strands flew in the wind. As for Thunder Ghost True Monarch, she held her chest. Originally, she looked like a young girl, but after the red light retracted, she completely turned into an old lady. Her hair was white and her eyes were blurry. She gasped in weakness as she tried to breathe. There were barely any teeth left in her mouth. Good! Seeing this, Fang Yuan smiled. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were very powerful, but most of them were slumbering in the immortal graveyard. Unless they had no choice, they would not wake up. Because they had already expended most of their lifespan. With their already limited lifespan, they would not be able to live long. And now, Langya Land's spirit used Steel Life Immortal Gu. This weakness was targeted, greatly influencing the Heavenly Courts for immortals. However, Langya Land's spirit is only using Steel Life Immortal Gu. It is not a killer move and has a singular effect. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals activated their methods urgently. They were all defensive but could not block everything. And this Steel Life Immortal Gu did not differentiate ally from enemy. Even the Silver Giant was useless against it. Our Gu immortals were also affected. Fan Yuan looked at himself. He was also covered in white hair and wrinkles. But it was not a problem. He had 4,000 years of lifespan Gu. He quickly used a few to become a young man again. As for the other variant human Gu immortals, they originally had longer lifespans than humans. Even without lifespan extension methods, they could also continue to live. Even those mortal hairy men could survive. This was also why Langya Land's spirit had kept this Steel Life Immortal Gu until now without using it. Even if Heavenly Court's Gu immortals are stronger, so what? We will compete with them using lifespan. First Supreme Elder, use Steel Life again. Fan Yuan's eyes burst with ruthlessness. He urged Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit smiled bitterly. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was afraid that this Steel Life Immortal Gu would cause chaos in this world. Even though he gave it to my main body, he set up methods to only allow it to activate thrice before self-detonating. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is such a merciful person? The variant human Gu immortals were very surprised. As for Fan Yuan, thinking about Thieving Heaven's dream realm, he understood why. Who cares if it can be used thrice or twice? When else do you want to use it? Fan Yuan urged again. Langya Land's spirit nodded deeply, using Steel Life Immortal Gu again. In the blink of an eye, the red light retracted again. Ugh! Thunder Ghost True Monarch sighed with a weak tone. To think that I, Jinglan, would die here. She tried to open her eyes, but she was too weak. Her eyes closed again. She had died of old age. Chapter 1582. Time to retreat. Senior Jinglan! Fairy Ziwei cried out in sorrow. Qin Yi and Feng Jiuge also had expressions of sorrow, hatred, anger, and other emotions. Jinglan's death was unexpected, because they did not expect that Langya Blessed Land actually had Steel Life Immortal Gu. Wasn't it said that before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable vanished mysteriously, he had been worried that Steel Life Gu was too powerful and would cause great chaos in the world if it ended in others' hands, so he destroyed it along with the Gu recipe? Fairy Ziwei frowned. Evidently, this was false information, but Heavenly Court thought it was real. If Fairy Ziwei wanted to know the details, she could only interrogate Langya Land's spirit after capturing him. After all, in the past, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Longhair Ancestor to refine Gu for him. Whatever internal transaction they had or whatever information they leaked to deceive Heavenly Court was known to only these two parties. Ha! Langya Land's spirit laughed heartily. You think that Langya's sect is so easy to bully? This time, you will all die. Be careful. Fan Yuan suddenly shouted in warning. What? At the next moment, Langya Land's spirit gasped. Because even though Jinglan died, her heart was still shining with lightning sparks. Soon, her aged body melted entirely from the lightning heart's heat and current. The electric current filled the black armor. This unmanned armor actually raised its head, bursting out with a grand aura that could trample heaven and earth. This? Isn't she dead? Not good, this is not good. The variant human Gu immortals gasped in fear and shock. Fan Yuan had a grim expression, saying his deduction. Thunder Ghost True Monarch indeed died, but her black armor is soul path in essence. Even though she died, the armor remained. It is akin to a special soul. And most importantly, her heart seems to be the final trump card. It has great power, we need to be wary of it. But at this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor burst out like a shooting star, towards the silver giant. A vast amount of blue electric currents leaked out of the black armor, forming a trail of electricity behind it. Fast. The armor was extremely fast. After hearing Fan Yuan's words, the hairy men were forewarned, but they had no time to dodge or use killer moves. Because it was too fast. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was most skilled at movement. Her strength overall was at high standard within rank 8, but her speed was at the peak of rank right. Right now, the lightning armor flew with speed that surpassed the peak of rank 8, it was at quasi-rank 9. The silver giant could not dodge, it was hit by the lightning armor. We will retreat! Fairy Z-Wei's eyelids were twitching, she wanted to escape but it was too late. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. Countless flashes of lightning weaved and danced. The central area turned into a pool of lightning plasma due to the dense electricity. At once, the world turned white, the light was simply too blinding. Countless mortal hairy men looked at the sky, they were crying, holding their eyes as they rolled on the ground, they had all gone blind after taking one glance. As the light faded, an unparalleled air current blew in all directions. Even Fairy Z-Wei and the rest were pushed away, they could not help themselves, they were like rafts in the middle of a tsunami. The entire cloud-covered continent's central area was blown to bits, a huge hole of gigantic size was created. The whole of Langya Blessed Land shook intensely. Originally, the refinement path down marks emitted dense light of down marks, but now within the range of the explosion, they were all destroyed. The refinement path down marks that were near the explosion had decreased greatly in numbers, while the ones left faded and dimmed. At the center of the explosion, there was an empty space, only several goo immortals remained in the vast area like tiny ants. Cough, cough! The remaining variant human goo immortals all had rank 7 cultivation level and were people with great battle strength. They continued to cough as they spat out blood, they were in a pathetic state. Langya Land's spirit was translucent now, fading like an illusory shadow, he was on the brink of collapsing. Only Fan Yuan was unharmed, but his expression was very dark, the reverse flow protection seal on him had been almost depleted. The reverse flow river within Sovereign Immortal Aperture had expended 10% of its water from this one attack. Worthy of the rank 8 expert that once resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even in death, she could retaliate to this extent. This move condensed all of her lightning path down marks into her heart, detonating it at once and erupting with overwhelming might. After that, the battlefield had no lightning path down marks remaining. It shows how she had made use of every single down mark, she definitely had lightning path Great Grandmaster attainment level. Fan Yuan's mind flashed with thoughts. Even though he was not injured, his losses were severe. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final attack had quasi-rank 9 power. When the explosion occurred, the silver giant first resisted it, but after the silver giant broke apart, Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal resisted it. Even then, reverse flow river lost water amounting to 10% of its total capacity. Reverse flow river sustained the reverse flow protection seal killer move. It was not unlimited, Fan Yuan had used it multiple times already, only 60% was left. Fan Yuan was in a better shape, but the rest were in pitiful conditions. The silver giant broke apart. The backlash coupled with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final explosion caused half of the variant human goo immortals to die. Their corpses were decimated, their souls had disintegrated, only their immortal apertures were left. The remaining immortals who were alive had severe injuries, some showed shock on their faces, while others were emotionless, they were completely stupefied from the explosion. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's explosion caused great damage to the entire variant human alliance. Protect Langya Land Spirit! We still have Steel Life Goo, we can fight! Fan Yuan shouted. At the same time, he flew in front of Langya Land Spirit, protecting him. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan had to control the situation. That's right, we have Steel Life Immortal Goo! The battle was at the most crucial moment. Langya Land Spirit knew that he could not be angry or upset now, he immediately moved to use Steel Life Immortal Goo a second time. Quickly act! Fairy Z-Wei and Xinyi charged. Seeing that Steel Life Immortal Goo was about to be used again, how could they not be anxious? Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree! Xinyi's body shook as green smoke emerged to form a huge divine tree. Meanwhile, Fairy Z-Wei attacked fiercely. Immortal Killer Move, Dead Inside from Sorrow. She directly used her strongest method. The emotion of sorrow quickly spread. There were no bright lights from her method, but many of the variant human goo immortals defending Langya Land's spirit twitched as they grasped their hearts. Their eyes rolled over as they died mysteriously. Sixth hair! Fan Yuan called out. Fairy Ziwei's attack could not be guarded against. Sixth hair had barely survived the explosion earlier. He was almost dead. With this attack from Fairy Ziwei, he could not take it anymore. He died. Fan Yuan's expression changed. Even though he was unharmed, Reverse Flow River lost another 10% of its water. This meant that Fairy Ziwei's offensive killer move was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final self-detonated explosion. No! Save me! Langya Land's spirit shouted, grabbing Fan Yuan's arm as he used the defensive killer move against Fairy Ziwei's attack. Fan Yuan looked at him helplessly. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect him, it could not defend Langya Land's spirit as well. First Supreme Elder, you cannot use Steel Life Immortal Goo anymore in this state. The only way now is to move the entire Langya Blessed Land into my immortal aperture. That is the only way left. Fan Yuan urged with an earnest expression. But Langya Land's spirit rejected him. He stared at Fan Yuan angrily. No, this won't do. I can still fight. Bump! At the next moment, he reached his limit. His defensive methods were all broken. His entire body shattered into countless shards, dying on the spot, disintegrating and breaking down. Killed him. Fairy Ziwei saw this and relaxed. She almost fell down and fainted on the spot. Dead inside from sorrow had great backlash. Fairy Ziwei laughed bitterly in her heart. After using it this time, she would have to rest for a very long time. Langya Land's spirit, damn it. Fan Yuan frowned, cursing. But I have not lost my chance. Maybe. At the next moment, at the place where Langya Land's spirit died, a figure appeared. He had a white beard and eyebrows. It was the previous white-haired Langya Land's spirit. Langya Blessed Land had two obsessions, causing there to be two land spirits. The black-haired land spirit was killed, but the white-haired land spirit appeared once again. What? A second Langya Land spirit appeared. Fairy Ziwei frowned deeply. She knew of this secret, but she was very confident in dead inside from sorrow. She felt that both land spirits could be killed together. But the truth was, Langya Blessed Land was more profound than her estimations. Even though Fairy Ziwei could use dead inside from sorrow killer move again, there was no time. And could ordinary methods kill Langya Land's spirit defended by Fan Yuan? Fairy Ziwei was not flustered. Instead, her lips curled up. She started to focus on defense, protecting her teammate. That teammate was Qinyi. Qinyi's Karma Divine Tree was already bearing a huge fruit. Every cause has an effect. The effect can eliminate the cause. Qinyi shouted as he extended his right hand, grabbing this fruit and squeezing it. Guh. The fruit was instantly squashed as the purple fruit juice splattered on Qinyi's face and body like poisonous venom. Kai Chi Chi. Intense pain assaulted him as Qinyi cried out. His face and body was corroded by the fruit juice. Pieces of flesh and skin rotted as his bones were exposed in a few breaths of time. Qinyi paid such a huge price, injuring himself gravely to use Karma Divine Tree forcefully. He had his motive. Langya Land's spirit's expression changed as he said grimly. They destroyed Steel Life Immortal Goo. Sigh. Fan Yuan sighed deeply, urging again. Now you can only fuse Langya Blessed Land into my. Before he finished, white-haired Langya Land's spirit interrupted. No need, my Langya Blessed Land has its trump card. My former main body had made an agreement with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in the past. If we face any danger of extermination, we can request help from Longevity Heaven to seek help from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's descendants. Afterwards, we will join Longevity Heaven and fuse into it while being on equal status. Saying so, a door opened deep within the Blessed Land. A few breaths of time later, legendary immemorial desolate beast Mao Liqiu charged out from deep underground. Behind it, there were several Goo immortals with rank 8 aura approaching with battle intent. Langya Blessed Land is now the territory of Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Court. Your claws are even longer than mine. I, Mao Liqiu, will chop them all off today, ha ha. Fan Yuan is here too, kill him. We will take revenge for the collapse of 88 True Yang Building and reclaim the Luck Path True Inheritance. At once, with strong reinforcements, the situation of the battle was turned around immediately. Sigh. Fan Yuan let out a deep sigh. He told himself internally. It is time to retreat. Chapter 1583. Bull Demon, Flower Lady. First Supreme Elder, how can you say this? Longevity Heaven's members were filled with animosity towards Fan Yuan. He retreated as he chided Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit snorted, not showing Fan Yuan any kindness. I have not settled the score with you. You had ulterior motives and pushed Black Hair to the brink of destruction. Haven't you obtained enough benefits during this period? Langya Land's spirit turned on him. Fan Yuan's expression turned grim. Aren't you afraid of the alliance agreement? Black Hair was the one who set the agreement with you, not me. Langya Land's spirit responded. As expected. Fan Yuan sighed internally. The white-haired land spirit's decision showed some problems. Fan Yuan had guessed it already. He merely confirmed it with Langya Land's spirit personally. Fan Yuan, where can you run to? Saying so, Mao Liqiu pounced and slammed its claw on Fan Yuan. Boom! The huge force impacted Fan Yuan as he was pushed away. He crashed like a meteor onto the dried seabed. Even though Fan Yuan looked pathetic, he was unharmed, while Mao Liqiu shrugged its claws and said with anger, This reverse flow river is truly annoying. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, fight us! A muscular brute with a thick beard said with a thunderous voice. He was extremely tall and strong, having a powerful aura. There was another Gu Immortal. She was a little girl with a flower on her head. She sat on the muscular man's shoulder, giggling as her crystal-like eyes on her innocent cute face stared at Fairy Ziwei. The two Gu Immortals had rank 8 cultivation level, but they did not attack Fan Yuan. They charged at Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. There was great risk for Longevity Heaven to keep her in the battlefield. She had to be eliminated first. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, you are both here. Fairy Ziwei's pupils shrunk. She recognized who these people were as solemnness flashed on her eyes. Ha ha ha, since you, Ziwei, can move around, so can the two of us. The brutish Bull Demon laughed maniacally. Boom boom boom. A chain of explosions occurred as Bull Demon and Flower Lady forced Fairy Ziwei to retreat time and again. Fairy Ziwei had little lifespan to begin with. She was lucky to have Star Constellation True Inheritance helping her, but after facing the effect of Steel Life twice, she was in a poor state now. In contrast, Longevity Heaven expended its foundation and summoned Bull Demon and Flower Lady in perfect condition. They had the advantage. Fairy Ziwei blocked their attacks while observing the battlefield. When she saw that Mao Liqiu slashed at Fan Yuan, she suddenly reminded. Be careful, Fan Yuan had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, don't let him escape. Even though Longevity Heaven wanted her dead, she was still calm as ice. She was not overwhelmed by them. Her intention to kill Fan Yuan had never wavered. Mao Liqiu frowned immediately. They had brought 3 rank 8s, 1 legendary immemorial desolate beast, and 1 immortal Gu house here, but they were not space path related. Fixed immortal travel was a space path immortal Gu. Only space path Gu immortals were the most skilled at countering it. Mao Liqiu had a change of mind as it charged at Fan Yuan, shouting at Langya Land's spirit. Old man, quickly deal with Fan Yuan, we will give you a lot of credit for it. Langya Land's spirit was hesitant, but he quickly shouted. Shut up, Mao Liqiu. Since Fan Yuan wants to leave, let him. What rights do you have to order me around? Even though I sought help from Longevity Heaven, according to our agreement back then, we are on equal status. Langya Land's spirit had thought of killing Fan Yuan, but he soon thought of how Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven failed to kill Fan Yuan after hunting him down for so long. How could he succeed? Fan Yuan knew everything about Langya Blessed Land. He also had Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fixed Immortal Travel, and countless unscrupulous methods. Langya Land's spirit did not want to aggravate such a demon. You! Mao Liqiu shouted in anger, but it could not do anything to Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit said to the remaining variant human Gu immortals. You are all clear of the situation now. Even though Black Hair died, I am not restricted by the agreement. But don't worry, as long as you all join my Langya Blessed Land, I can ensure your safety. The variant human Gu immortals had ugly expressions. They looked at each other and nodded. There was no choice. They were exposed now and were under the alliance agreement. Langya Land's spirit also knew a lot about them. There was no options left. If they did not want to die, they would need to surrender. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Myriad Dragon. Familiar Face. Fan Yuan used 3 moves at once. With Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, he could be very efficient in using consecutive killer moves. Before Mao Liqiu got close to him, it had to face the Myriad Dragon army. Mao Liqiu growled, using immortal killer moves to summon wind, frost, and lightning, killing countless sword dragon clones. But at this time, Fan Yuan had already gotten close to Lang Yilan's spirit. "Be careful, he is there!" Five Elements Grandmaster shouted. He found out Fan Yuan's location in advance. He had sneaked into Longevity Heaven but got trapped in Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar after he was discovered. After a long time of resisting the Longevity Heaven Gu Immortals, Five Elements Grandmaster realized that he had no chance of escaping. He could only lower his head and join Longevity Heaven. This time, Longevity Heaven came to reinforce Langya Blessed Land. He was one of the ones who came. "He actually found me. But it is too late." Fan Yuan turned into the ancient sword dragon and roared. His dragon fangs were sharp and sinister. "Fan Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Lang Yilan's spirit shouted in shock. He quickly used his defensive immortal killer move. "Naturally to kill you! Immemorial Yama child, soul explosion!" Fan Yuan shouted angrily. Boom! The rank 8 killer move erupted. Pitch black smoke spread out as it engulfed everything. The entire Lang Yilan spirit was covered in the black smoke. "Don't!" the variant human Gu Immortals shouted. "Quickly stop, we are allies by marriage!" Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan screamed. But at this moment, Fan Yuan could not care about their lives anymore. Lang Yilan's spirit knew too much. Since it did not want to join Fan Yuan, it had to die. "Quickly save the land spirit! Don't let him die!" Mao Liqiu was so shocked its hair was standing, it resisted the soul explosion as it charged at Fan Yuan. "Calamity Luck Altar!" Five Elements Grandmaster directly let out this immortal Gu house and went inside, crashing towards Fan Yuan while moving it. Calamity Luck Altar was one of the foundations of Longevity Heaven. They had actually brought it over to help Langya Blessed Land. "Humph," he escaped quickly. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He did not take Lang Yilan's spirit's life. At the crucial moment, Lang Yilan's spirit teleported away. If Five Elements Grandmaster had not reminded him, Lang Yilan's spirit might not have reacted in time. But now, this was his domain. Without using other methods to restrict him, he could teleport away from Fan Yuan. "It is not so easy to take my life. Everyone, we will meet again." Fan Yuan looked around as he left his final words, using fixed immortal travel afterwards. He was in the center of the soul explosion. It was like the eye of the tornado. He was safe and sound. To approach Fan Yuan, the rest had to resist the soul explosion, which had dense soul path down marks. Their immortal killer moves were restricted. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, fixed immortal travel. Jade light flashed as Fan Yuan vanished on the spot before anyone could interfere. He retreated successfully. "We did not manage to kill this demon." Fairy Ziwei felt regretful. Mao Liqiu roared in anger. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Fairy Ziwei. Without Fan Yuan, only Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court were left. Bam bam bam. Continuous explosions resounded. The battle went into the climax right from the start. "Stop, stop, don't destroy my blessed land! Damn it!" Lang Yilan's spirit stomped his feet in anger, moving away as he tried to gather the lucky survivors on the 3 continents. Fan Yuan's vision changed. When he regained his senses, he was in an underground cave. "Fixed immortal travel is just so convenient," Fan Yuan sighed. After stealing this rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he placed it in Heaven's Sealing Mountain's immortal formation for refinement. It quickly became Fan Yuan's. After confirming that there were no traps, Fan Yuan used it and left Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had rank 8 Gu Immortals fighting, while outside there was Prince Feng Xian lying in ambush. Fan Yuan was an eyesore for both forces. He could not stay. If others were given enough time, or if he was hit by any special move and could not leave, it would be too stupid of him. "Who is it?" It's Elder Fan Yuan." Several rank 6 Gu Immortals sensed the immortal aura as they ran over. After seeing Fan Yuan, they bowed and asked, "Elder Fan Yuan, how is the situation in Langya Blessed Land?" Fan Yuan smiled viciously. He did not speak, he spread his arms instead. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Battlefield. Chapter 1584. Slaughter. "What happened?" "Immortal Battlefield. This is not funny. Lord Fan Yuan, we are on the same side." Panic and shouting ensued. The Rockman and Snowman Gu Immortals screamed while revealing deep wariness in their eyes. In the current world, humans were the dominant race. These snowmen and rockmen were living desperately in the icy plain. They had a huge pressure of survival. In this environment, those variant humans who could become Gu Immortals were not useless. If not for Fan Yuan's rank 7 aura and publicly recognized rank 8 battle strength, these rank 6 variant human goo immortals might have attacked already. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. He looked at the sole rank 7 goo immortal among the variant humans as he sighed. Don't panic, I am your ally, how can I harm you? Langya Blessed Land lost the battle. Only I managed to escape. We lost because there was a traitor among you. What? We lost. Langya Blessed Land has been taken over by Heavenly Court. We have a traitor? Fan Yuan's words were shocking. All the variant human goo immortals were deeply shook. The sole rank 7 snowman goo immortal frowned deeply. Lord Fan Yuan, please open the immortal battlefield. Let us communicate with our tribe. But before he finished his words, his body shook. He screamed, My immortal goo! It was Fan Yuan's great thief ghost hand. It had succeeded in stealing the goo. The other variant human goo immortals were confused. They asked in concern. Lord Bingjue, what happened? That's right, the snowman goo immortal guarding their base was Bingjue. He had a rather good relationship with Fan Yuan. He had once invited Fan Yuan to drink his ice wolf wine. Bingjue stared at Fan Yuan angrily. He was about to scream when Fan Yuan took the initiative and pointed at him, saying with great certainty, You are the traitor! The variant human goo immortals felt deep shock again. I am not a traitor! Fan Yuan, you stole my immortal goo and accused me. What is your intention? Bingjue was furious. He grabbed the air as a pair of ice spears formed in his hands, emanating with deep frost energy. Fan Yuan smiled coldly and said with deep anger and sadness, I am right. You guys heard correctly. Look, my alliance agreement did not trigger. This Bingjue is a Heavenly Court goo immortal in disguise. The real Bingjue died long ago. The other variant human goo immortals looked at each other. Female immortal Shui was Fan Yuan's fiancée. She asked, Is there any misunderstanding? Lord Bingjue has been with us all along. I am not a traitor. There has to be some misunderstanding, Lord Fan Yuan. You might have fallen for the enemy's ploy. Quickly return my immortal goo, Bingjue said with a cold expression. But at the next moment, Shui'er's body shook as she revealed great fear. My immortal goo! Bingjue was covered in frost energy. Great thief ghost hand could not approach him, but Shui'er was an easy target. Fan Yuan! Shui'er looked at Fan Yuan in disbelief. Bingjue charged at Fan Yuan as he shouted in anger. I knew you humans were all incorrigible. Fan Yuan snickered. Clown. Saying so, Yama children emerged from his emperor's robe. Dozens of them flew out towards Bingjue and the other variant human goo immortals. At this moment, Fan Yuan exposed his ill intent. The variant human goo immortals no longer had any illusions. They charged at Fan Yuan after a temporary shock. But how could their strength match these Yama children with rank 7 battle strength? After the first clash, the variant human goo immortals' formation was broken by the Yama children. They were separated and forced into their respective desperate fights. Fan Yuan turned into Emperor Yama form and controlled the situation, while he watched these variant human goo immortals fight the Yama children. Yama children were useless against Feng Jiuge and the rest, but against the variant human goo immortals, they were sufficient. If not for Fan Yuan intentionally holding back, these rank 6 variant human goo immortals would have been killed by the Yama children already. The only rank 7 goo immortal Bingjue was also in a tough fight. He could not escape. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fan Yuan used Great Thief Ghost Hand consecutively, stealing the immortal goo of these variant human goo immortals one by one. This was the reason why Fan Yuan held back. If he forced them too much, they would despair and destroy their immortal goo and resources. Fan Yuan would lose all his gains. But now that they had hope, these variant human goo immortals would resist till the end. Only few were as resolute as Meng Tu in suiciding. Furthermore, the variant humans had been living in seclusion. They only sparred regularly. They had little experience with battles that involved life and death. As a wisdom path goo immortal, Fan Yuan had already deciphered the thoughts of these variant humans. Right now, even though his tactic was simple, it was incredibly effective. The variant human goo immortals had their immortal goo stolen. Their battle strength fell drastically. They were becoming weaker. Fan Yuan, I was wrong about you. How can you be so unscrupulous? You harmed your allies. A Rotman goo immortal shouted in anger and agony. Bingjue smiled coldly. Haven't you realized? This guy has gotten rid of the alliance agreement already. He is not an ally, he is an enemy. Sigh, you speak too much crap. Fan Yuan sighed lightly, making a Yama child self-detonate. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. Bingjue was a close combat specialist. The Yama child was too close to him, he could not dodge. After getting hit, the explosion destroyed his corpse entirely. Lord Bing Zhua! A sorrowful cry resounded. Shuai almost fainted. Fan Yuan had a cold expression. He had almost stolen all of these Gu Immortals' immortal Gu, the rest were well guarded and Great Thief Ghost Hand could not get close to them. Fan Yuan had limited time, he did not want to drag this on, he started to kill them. Variant human Gu Immortals died one after another. Only Shuai was left eventually. You demon, I will not let you off even as a ghost! Shuai had a distorted expression, saying her final words with deep hatred. At once, several Yama children went up and tore her into pieces of shredded meat. As for her soul, it was preserved in Yama battlefield, imprisoned by Fan Yuan along with the other variant human Gu immortal souls. Soul Search. Using his extremely proficient soul search method, Fan Yuan quickly grasped the details of the Snowman and Rockman tribes. Fan Yuan dispelled Yama battlefield as he returned to the icy plain again. This slaughter took some time, but the process was not hindered by any external forces. There were no deductions or attacks on Yama battlefield. This showed that the variant human Gu Immortals were the final batch of Gu Immortals left here. According to the soul search results, Fan Yuan went deep underground and found large numbers of Rockman and Snowman Gu Masters, and even more normal mortals. Fan Yuan forcefully moved them all into his sovereign immortal aperture. After a while, he excavated the treasury of these two tribes and moved them into his immortal aperture. The Snowman tribe's Ice Tear and the Rockman tribe's Bumpy Rice were specialty immortal materials of the two tribes. Other than that, there were normal immortal materials left behind from the Olden Antiquity era and Remote Antiquity era. They were all nearly non-existent by now, unable to be found in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Among them, there was face-changing silver. This metal could mimic any beautiful woman and turn into their face. As for the immortal apertures of the dead variant human Gu Immortals, Fan Yuan sealed them temporarily. He did not want to land the apertures here. Rank 7 Fixed Immortal Travel. Using this immortal Gu, Fan Yuan left freely, leaving the empty crime scene behind. This paradise of the Rockmen and Snowmen had been destroyed completely. At the next moment, Fan Yuan appeared in southern border. Who? The two Gu Immortals in southern border shouted as Fan Yuan activated Emperor Yama. Fan Yuan smiled coldly as he pointed. Soul Explosion! Soul Explosion! Soul Explosion! Soul Explosion! After 5 to 6 soul explosions, the two southern border Gu Immortals ran away in great fear. Who was this person? He was simply crazy. Attacking with a series of killer moves at once that were all at rank 7 peak power. The two Immortals left using the Immortal Gu formation. Fan Yuan could do nothing about it. But soon, he destroyed this Immortal Gu formation with brute force and destroyed the two Immortal Gu and countless Mortal Gu inside. Once the Immortal formation was destroyed, the inside was exposed. Fan Yuan smiled. This flowing light was bright and dazzling. It was a dream realm. Chapter 1585. Fan Yuan's attainment levels. This dream realm was not very big. The reason why Fan Yuan could find it was because he had thrown this dream realm out personally. Back then, he disguised as Wu Yihai and entered the righteous path, secretly entering dream realms to raise his attainment level. When the battle started, Heavenly Court interfered and Purple Mountain True Monarch died. Fan Yuan inherited Shadow Sect and brought the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and escaped for his life. Along the way, he used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to resist the strong enemies and managed to escape safely. But he used up all the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies in the process. This place was where Fan Yuan fought against the clan's Gu Immortals. He detonated 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and forced back E-Clan's immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion. After the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies detonated, they formed into this dream realm. The southern border Gu Immortals were not going to let it go. After some contest, 2 clans won and created an immortal formation to develop using this dream realm. Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel to arrive here and sent the guarding Gu Immortals running before he destroyed the immortal formation. Even though using Great Thief Ghost Hand now could steal Gu worms, it could not target immortal Gu specifically. With so many mortal Gu here, there was a big chance of Great Thief Ghost Hand stealing mortal Gu consecutively. To prevent the immortal formation from sending reinforcements or self-detonating, Fan Yuan decided to strike first and destroyed it. Even though immortal Gu were unique, Fan Yuan did not really mind it now. Fan Yuan had a lot of immortal Gu. After slaughtering the Rockman and Snowman Gu Immortals, he gained a lot of rank 6 and 7 immortal goo. There was going to be a headache later on how to feed them. What Fan Yuan lacked were immortal goo that suited him. Firstly, they had to be rank 7 for him. Rank 6 immortal goo were too low ranked now. And the path also had to be among the ones he was specialized in. With Fan Yuan's refinement path quasi-supreme Grand Master attainment level, any immortal goo recipe could be turned into an immortal killer move. If he needed any specific immortal goo, he could use immortal goo to deduce recipes and use them instead. Of course, the deduction's difficulty would vary according to the specific situations. Even with the light of wisdom, some immortal goo recipes that needed decades or even centuries would be ignored by Fan Yuan in this case. The dream realm has shrunk a little. Fan Yuan noticed when he took a second look. The original dream realm was made of 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It was slightly smaller now. Because others explored it and consumed it. Other goo immortals did not have Fan Yuan's advanced methods, but they could still explore it for dream path goo materials. But these materials could be harvested in their own dreams too. The true value of dream realms was the true meaning left behind by others. The southern border goo immortals were simply giving up the treasure for scraps. But they were happy to do this. The forces were busy gathering dream path goo materials and buying them for high prices in Treasure Yellow Heaven. If I remember correctly, these 2 dream realms are Ice and Snow Path along with Space Path. These dream realms originate from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was a great grandmaster in every path. His dream realms comprise all the different paths currently known. Fan Yuan had specially chosen these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But because he was trying to escape, he gave up on them as they were not very useful to him. But that was in the past. Right now, they were very useful. Fan Yuan needed Space Path attainment level, because he could design an immortal killer move for fixed immortal travel so that the teleportation time was reduced. Fan Yuan needed Ice and Snow Path attainment level even more. He had just killed many variant human goo immortals. The immortal apertures that the snowman goo immortals left behind were mostly Ice and Snow Path. He needed attainment level to annex them. Right now, among my paths, Refinement Path is the highest at Quasi Supreme Grand Master, followed by Theft Path at Great Grand Master. The third group of Strength Path, Wisdom Path, Star Path, Transformation Path, Blood Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, and Water Path are all at Grand Master attainment level. The fourth group are Luck Path, Soul Path, Enslavement Path, and Earth Path at Master attainment level. Below that are Sword Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, Poison Path, Fire Path, Metal Path, and others. They are all ordinary. And finally, Information Path, Ice and Snow Path, Chi Path, Light Path, Sound Path, Phantom Path, Rule Path, and others. I have not been involved in them in both lives. Among all his paths, Fan Yuan needed to raise Time Path the most. His Time Path attainment level was only ordinary. Fan Yuan had to become a Grandmaster at the very least. Heavenly Court is too big and strong. It had countless hibernating experts. Even now, with the Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei leading them, with Chen Yi and the rest supporting her, they managed to invade Langya Blessed Land without even Duke Long's presence. If not for Long Hair Ancestors and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's agreement, so that Langya Blessed Land could gain Longevity Heaven's assistance, it would have fallen already. Fan Yuan was not someone who did not know his limit. He knew clearly, even if he had Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Emperor Yama, or even if he deduced Luo Pasil, he was only counted as a rank 8 goo immortal. Against Heavenly Court, his strength as a single individual was useless. In his previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable led Shadow Sect and successfully defied Heaven, mixing into Heavenly Court and concealing himself, becoming the mastermind that wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, secretly supporting Ma Hongyun and Western Desert's Tang clan, even causing the death of Feng Jiuge in Langya Blessed Land and Feng Jin Huang's death by Fan Yuan and the others. Shadow Sect was behind all these events. They had unfathomably deep influence. But now, Heavens will use Fan Yuan as a pawn to rebirth and change the past. Shadow Sect lost the fight and Heavenly Court had the absolute advantage. Fan Yuan was using Shadow Sect's inheritance to maintain his footing, but it was too difficult to deal with Heavenly Court. The loss of Langya Blessed Land was a clear example. My only hope of defeating Heavenly Court is to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Using the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance, I will resist Heavenly Court and destroy Fate Goo. But to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance, I will need to enter the River of Time. Heavenly Court must already have a huge force in there waiting for me. Even now that Fairy Ziwei and the rest were trapped in Langya Blessed Land fighting against Longevity Heaven's experts, Fan Yuan did not think of exploring the River of Time. How could Fairy Ziwei leave out such a big flaw? The River of Time contained countless time path Dao marks, even though the sovereign immortal body was not restricted. When Fan Yuan uses killer moves of any other path, it would be greatly weakened. Rank 6 immortal killer moves would become as weak as mortal killer moves. Earlier, Fan Yuan entered the River of Time to catch Heavenly Court off guard, because he had the immemorial Year Monkey, and because Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had already taken over one of the Stone Lotus Islands. Eventually, he used the Stone Lotus Island to kill Lord Huangshi, but in the process, he did not truly fight. And now, Fan Yuan wanted to find another true inheritance of Red Lotus. He wanted to find a new Stone Lotus Island. The immemorial Year Monkey died in Langya Blessed Land, while Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal, Emperor Yama and other killer moves were all weakened in there. In the River of Time, the most suitable methods are time path killer moves. Even though I have Hei Fan's true inheritance and Spectral Soul's true inheritance has lots of time path details, the former lacks an offensive rank 8 time path method. Even though years flow like water is rank 8, its effect is to produce year goo and create defensive killer moves. As for the latter, Spectral Soul's true inheritance has many time path offensive methods, including rank 8, but I do not have the necessary time path immortal goo. Thus, Fan Yuan wanted to obtain time path Grandmaster attainment level, and use the Light of Wisdom to deduce killer moves that he could use personally. With these methods, he would be able to resist Heavenly Court in the River of Time. Immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. While thinking, Fan Yuan multitasked and completed his killer move. A gray-white light appeared on his body. The gray-white light spread into the dream realm in front of him as it spread their radiance everywhere, like ink entering clear water. Soon, the entire dream realm was covered by gray-white light specks. The multicolored eyes appeared from these specks. These eyes were very special, they changed colors with each blink. The number of multicolored eyes increased rapidly. After a few breaths of time, they went from tens to hundreds, and to thousands in a flash. The colored eyeballs blinked continuously. Each time they blinked, it was an attack against Heaven's will. Eventually, the multicolored eyes fell in numbers until they vanished entirely. Immortal killer move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Fan Yuan used a second move as this dream realm condensed into two human figures. One was intact while the other was handicapped. Fan Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance and sent these two pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. Using fixed immortal travel, he vanished in a few breaths of time, leaving behind an empty space. Chapter 1586. Snow Crystal Formation. The two pure dream reality seeker physique bodies entered the sovereign immortal aperture and settled down in mini green heaven. The sovereign immortal aperture had 5 regions and 9 heavens. Among all the 9 heavens, mini green heaven was the least developed. Thus, Fan Yuan used it as the storage area of dream realms. Shadow Sex members, Ing Wuxie, Lady White Rabbit, Hei Lulan, Fairy Miaoyin, and Bai Ningbing were all cultivating in mini yellow heaven. Lang Ye's battle was too high-end. Everyone who participated had rank 8 battle strength. Even the variant human goo immortals relied on the super immortal formation to fight. Once it was destroyed, they could not fight anymore. In a crucial moment, Fan Yuan would possibly need the Shadow Sect members to use ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, so they did not join that fight after all. As for Fan Yuan's time path clone, he was at the most northern part of mini northern plains. TCH. With a soft click, as the time path clone placed the final mortal goo in, the goo formation activated. This goo formation had a huge range of a few dozen square kilometers of land. There were tens of thousands of mortal goo used to create it from rank 1 to 5. They were of all paths, but most of the goo worms were ice and snow path. The core was made of 2 ice path immortal goo. They were obtained from the snowman goo immortals, refined into Fan Yuan's property. The cores of the goo formation were 3 of the rank 8 immortal material, ice path crystal essence. Each ice path crystal essence was large like a mountain peak. The entire crystal was ice blue in color. It had crystallized texture. The surface had countless holes of varying sizes. A large amount of cold and icy air was spewing out of these holes unceasingly. If the frosty air was allowed to spread, the ice and snow path Dao marks would also be carved in the surroundings, modifying the environment and creating a habitat suitable for snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Thus, Fan Yuan's plan earlier was to use an ice path crystal essence to create a snow monster production line and establish new sources of revenue. His original Ice Path crystal essence was obtained from his marriage with Shui Er. But earlier, he slaughtered the Snowman tribe and obtained 2 more Ice Path crystal essences. With these 3 Ice Path crystal essences, I can easily produce snow monsters. I will name this formation Snow Crystal Formation. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Attainment level was shared between his clone and main body. Fan Yuan had Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level, so did his clone. This was different from Shadow Sect. Back then, in order to deceive Heaven, Spectral Soul made use of the fact that his split soul clones did not carry his full attainment level, so that almost all of them only focused on one path. Even if Shadow Sect's members fought against Heavenly Court, they would not be found out as the Demon Venerable's split soul. This was also why Shadow Sect was able to plant spies into Heavenly Court. As for Fan Yuan's Time Path clone, it was easy to expose, but Fan Yuan did not need it to go outside and fight anyway. Fan Yuan's motive was different from Spectral Soul. His Time Path clone was meant to make use of the light of wisdom. And to deduce matters in the light of wisdom, attainment level was needed. Fan Yuan made a wise choice between the 2 options. The Snow Crystal Formation was created by Time Path clone. Its main purpose was to emit the frost energy that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch. Of course, the formation also had the ability to monitor and control the area. It is a pity I am a Formation Path Grandmaster and not a Great Grandmaster. Grandmasters can mimic other paths while Great Grandmasters can use natural Dao marks directly. If I am a Great Grandmaster, I will not need Ice Path Immortal Goo for this Snow Crystal Formation. I can use these 3 Ice Path crystal essences directly. This way, Fan Yuan would be able to free up these 2 Ice Path Immortal Goo for other uses. Of course, Fan Yuan did not lack Immortal Goo, so that was not an issue. But normally speaking, Goo Immortals had very few Immortal Goo. If they used the Immortal Goo for formations, they would not be able to use them in other aspects. Thus, attainment level had an incredible effect. Goo Immortals could save use of Immortal Goo. After setting up the Snow Crystal Formation, Fan Yuan's Time Path clone flew away. Even though he was not a land spirit and could not teleport, he had Immortal Goo and could fly very quickly. After a while, the Time Path clone went past several hundred li as he looked down on the ground while concealing his figure. There was a group of moving snowmen on the ground. They were either